Chen Yuan, who was normally walking to work, was unexpectedly taken away by a projectile thrown from above and found himself reborn in a parallel world where everyone had beast companions. He also obtained a system that allowed him to see through the evolution paths of all pet beasts. Even those beasts that were considered to have reached their peak evolution by the world had subsequent evolution paths. Years later, with numerous titles such as Master of Divine Beasts, Master Beast Breeder, Master of Evolution, Master of Oddities, and Strongest Beast Tamer, Chen Yuan, when interviewed, said that classic line, "No one understands beast taming better than I do." Chapter 1. The journey after being hit by a falling object. Lying in bed, Chen Yuan frowned tightly, beads of sweat continuously oozing from his forehead, looking as if he had fallen into an endless nightmare. In the next moment, he suddenly woke up from his dream, immediately cursing loudly. "Damn!" Which bastard threw something from above, gasping for breath, his chest rapidly rising and falling. Just as Chen Yuan woke up, his vision was still a bit blurry, but he quickly scanned his surroundings with his eyes. The scene around him was not the pure white tones of a hospital he had imagined, but rather a warm-colored layout. It also gave him a strong sense of familiarity. He closed his eyes, shook his head, and opened them again. This time his vision was much clearer. "Isn't this my bedroom?" After seeing clearly, Chen Yuan confirmed his current location. However, this instead left him feeling confused. Suddenly, Chen Yuan remembered something and reached up to touch the top of his head, but he only felt his hair. There were no wounds or bumps as he had imagined. Was it a dream? I must say it felt quite real at that time. I even thought I heard the sound of my spine breaking. The scene in the dream still left Chen Yuan feeling scared. After all, that feeling of facing death was truly terrifying and heart-wrenching. Fortunately, it was all just a dream. Thinking of this, Chen Yuan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and his whole person relaxed. Unfortunately, in the next second, Chen Yuan was slapped in the face by reality. As soon as he relaxed, his expression suddenly stiffened, and he frowned. A wave of pain, unknown in origin, surged in his head, accompanied by a familiar yet strange memory. When the pain passed, Chen Yuan finally understood what had happened. "I actually crossed over. This world actually has extraordinary beings called pet beasts. Humans can form contracts with pet beasts to harness their powers." Thinking about the information he just received from his memories, Chen Yuan was both shocked and excited. After all, who wouldn't desire extraordinary power? In his previous life, Chen Yuan often fantasized about gaining extraordinary power. Like the instinct for survival, becoming stronger is also human instinct. Or rather, the pursuit of strength and evolution is the instinctive pursuit of all living beings. Having never encountered the extraordinary in his previous life, Chen Yuan naturally yearned even more for such power. Of course, nurturing extraordinary beasts was not that simple. Powerful pet beasts often required a massive investment of resources. The costs involved were astronomical. In fact, many divine items could not even be bought. One could only rely on oneself to delve into various secret realms, risking their lives. Thinking of this, Chen Yuan clenched his fists. "Since heaven has given me this opportunity, I must seize it. I must reach the peak and see the scenery up there." Just then, a transparent panel appeared before his eyes. "Ding, Beast Taming Cultivation Assistance System Binding in Progress. January 30th, 99, ding, binding completed. The system has detected that the host does not have a pet beast. Please obtain a pet beast as soon as possible to unlock system functions." Wow. As a well-read person for many years, Chen Yuan was naturally very familiar with this thing. "Stop yelling early in the morning, get up and eat, or you'll be late." Chen Yuan had no objections to this. The reason was simple. The owner of this voice was none other than his mother. Moreover, she was the one who held the family throne at home. Chen Yuan did not dare to dawdle and immediately got up to quickly finish his morning routine. As soon as he opened the door, a voice came. "Idiot! Idiot!" The owner of the voice was a parrot, or rather, a beast that looked like a parrot. It was Chen Yuan's mother's pet. "Okay, I know your name is Idiot, you don't need to repeat it." As he entered the kitchen, his first sight was his mother sitting at the dining table. Seeing his mother looking much younger than he remembered, Chen Yuan couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. "Mom, you look so much younger." This statement was both a compliment and a simple truth. Contracted pet beasts could provide feedback. Beast tamers' lifespans would also increase. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, Chen Yuan immediately regretted it. The reason was that his mother's next reaction was too heart-wrenching for him. He saw her lean back slightly, her chair moving a bit away from him. She looked at Chen Yuan with a face full of vigilance, her eyes filled with suspicion and distrust, as if treating him like a criminal. Why are you so sweet-talking? Did you do something you shouldn't? In the next second, his mother seemed to think of something and continued. I'll tell you that even if you say nice things, your allowance will be what it is. Don't think about getting more. She added, and even if you don't say anything, your mom will always be 18 years old. Mom, have you considered my feelings with that statement? No, but I consider my wallet's feelings. Chen Yuan. Am I really your biological child? His mother put down the bowl in her hand, feigning a lonely expression, sighed, and said, it seems I can't hide it anymore. I'll tell you the truth, you were actually picked up from the trash can downstairs by your dad and me. Chen Yuan. Regarding his mother's sharp tongue and playful nature, Chen Yuan remained emotionally stable. Everything was a familiar formula, a familiar taste. Although he was a bit annoyed considering the disparity in their positions, Chen Yuan decided to let this one slide. Of course, he still needed to vent his frustrations. He directed his anger towards the bowl of food in front of him. He began to attack the food inside the bowl wildly. Eat slowly, no one is competing with you. Why are you in such a hurry? By the way, in a few days, it will be your 16th birthday, and it's also the day you can contract a beast. Have you thought about which pet beast you want to contract? Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan was no longer sleepy. It turned out that in this world, people could only form contracts with pet beasts and become beast tamers after reaching the age of 16. The specific principle behind it remains unclear to this day. Well, I have a few targets, but I need to think carefully before making a decision. His mother pretended to be indifferent and waved her hand. Having targets is good. Don't worry about the money. Our family isn't short of that. Just remember to choose the best. Regarding his mother's generosity, Chen Yuan was speechless. Mom, have you forgotten that Grandpa and Grandma run a pet beast nursery? Chen Yuan could only show a polite yet graceful smile at his mother's shameless behavior. Oh, and one more thing. Don't be like your dad, who chose a mantis shrimp as his first pet beast. Thinking about the parrot in the living room that kept calling idiot and comparing it to the image of his father, who was over a person's height with spikes all over, capable of smashing a giant rock with one punch. Chen Yuan really wanted to ask his mother just how thick-skinned she was to say such things. Chapter 2. Awesome to the extreme. After finishing breakfast, Chen Yuan began to walk to school. Along the way, he saw various pet beasts accompanying their owners. Although he was mentally prepared through his memories, seeing the scenes on the road with his own eyes still shocked him. Some people rode on the backs of gigantic tigers, which leaped several meters and disappeared in just a few big jumps. There were also small exotic beasts perched on their owners' shoulders, acting cute and playful. Even more impressive were those riding on massive birds, soaring through the sky and leaving behind a white streak that seemed to tear the sky apart. All of this stirred Chen Yuan's emotions, filling him with a desire for pet beasts. In addition, Chen Yuan had an unexpected surprise. Just when he felt a sway of excitement upon seeing the tiger, a system panel suddenly appeared before his eyes. Violent tiger evolvable attributes, none level. LV22 species, beast type tiger species level, ordinary talent, fury, has a chance to enhance various attributes when enraged. Skills, charge claw, bite tail, whip roar. The violent tiger is a specialized exotic beast with agile movements and considerable strength, but it has a weak mental aspect. Similarly, when Chen Yuan's gaze shifted to the giant bird soaring through the sky, its panel also appeared before him. Like the violent tiger, the giant bird's tier, species, and weaknesses were all listed. Chen Yuan instinctively blurted out a word for all this. Wow. While he was thrilled and impressed by the system, he also felt a bit puzzled. That was, why didn't his mother's stupid parrot show a panel? After all, isn't it also an exotic beast? After pondering for a moment, Chen Yuan gave up and attributed it to his mother's stupid parrot being too useless. He completely ignored the fact that he hadn't even looked at his mother's stupid parrot this morning. Looking at the evolvable trait behind the violent tiger, Chen Yuan tentatively clicked on it. Dozens of evolution routes popped up. A fire-type fiery tiger evolved by consuming a large amount of flame grass. A rampaging tiger that enhances its strength and speed through prolonged physical training. A thunderous tiger that survived a lightning strike by chance, and so on. Looking at the various evolution routes before him, Chen Yuan felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. Wow, this is amazing. Not to mention, Chen Yuan knew about the violent tiger as a pet beast. He was also aware of its evolution routes. He had studied them in textbooks. The textbooks clearly stated that the violent tiger had only 2 evolution routes. Yet the system panel before Chen Yuan listed more than 10 evolution routes. As a person whose experiences far exceeded his current age, Chen Yuan understood the value of these evolution routes. It is no exaggeration to say that every single route here could cause a sensation worldwide. After all, The discovery of each route requires luck and wealth. For an exotic beast to evolve into a completely new route, a considerable amount of trial and error is needed. Investing in a large number of the same type of exotic beasts to replicate the evolution experiences and find out the reasons for the evolution. For example, one of the evolution routes for the violent tiger in the textbook is the fiery tiger, which notes that it requires flame grass and 3 other fire-type herbs and fruits. However, Chen Yuan's system panel shows that the fiery tiger only needs a large amount of flame grass to evolve. Undoubtedly, the other 3 herbs and fruits have been wasted. This means that if Chen Yuan contracts an exotic beast, he can make it evolve at the least cost. Not to mention those undiscovered evolution routes. Even those routes that have already been considered the end of evolution by the world there's still evolution routes beyond them. Moreover, the current system has not been fully unlocked. Right now, just a single exploration function is already so powerful. What will it be like once everything is unlocked? Thinking of this, Chen Yuan's heart burned with excitement, and his steps became much lighter. Upon reaching his classroom floor, Chen Yuan first calmed his excited heart before continuing toward the classroom. As soon as he arrived at the classroom door, he heard exclamations coming from inside. Wow! As expected of young Master Lin, he managed to reserve a golden armored rhinoceros. That's amazing. This powerful pet beast must cost at least hundreds of thousands, right? Hundreds of thousands? Let me tell you, it must be over 1 million, and it's still hard to get. At this point, the classroom erupted in another round of exclamations. Whether they were gathered around his desk or sitting in their places, everyone looked at Lin Yu with envious eyes. Lin Yu wore a bright smile on his face, basking in the compliments while pretending to be modest, saying, It's nothing special. Chen Yuan didn't want to pay much attention to this scene. After all, he had had many disagreements with Lin Yu in his previous life. But as the saying goes, heaven does not go according to people's wishes. Just as Chen Yuan planned to ignore the commotion and head to his seat quietly, one of Lin Yu's sycophants, who often accompanied him, spotted Chen Yuan entering the classroom. Chen Yuan, did you know that young Master Lin has reserved a golden armored rhinoceros? The person who said this was overly excited, as if he were the one who had obtained the golden armored rhinoceros. Chen Yuan was certain that since the beginning of high school nearly 2 months ago, this person hadn't spoken a word to him. This unsolicited conversation was merely to hear his exclamations, satisfying his sense of achievement for knowing a big shot. Really? That's impressive. Although he said this, his tone carried a hint of indifference. After dropping this line, Chen Yuan ignored him, focusing on his desk to organize his books. Chen Yuan was indifferent to the golden armored rhinoceros. After all, he had seen many impressive exotic beasts in the memories he inherited, many of which far surpassed the level of the golden armored rhinoceros. Now, with a system that boasts numerous evolution routes, Chen Yuan felt even more detached from it. He was confident that he could evolve even a pig into a divine beast. As for the mere golden armored rhinoceros, it only warranted a chuckle. Those surrounding Lin Yu looked at Chen Yuan's somewhat bland reaction, suddenly feeling like excited fools. Sensing the cooling atmosphere around them, Lin Yu's expression darkened. Lin Yu's intention was straightforward, to show off his wealth. His father had made a fortune in the past 2 years and reached the peak of life. Consequently, he had also soared. Having become wealthy, Lin Yu decisively chose to live the life of a happy second-generation rich kid, flaunting his wealth. Although Chen Yuan spoke nicely, his attitude still made the atmosphere turn cold, which somewhat displeased Lin Yu. Lin Yu's eyes shifted, and he immediately feigned a gentlemanly demeanor, pretending to care while secretly mocking. By the way, what pet beast does our young Master Chen have? I believe it must be a better choice than mine, right? Seeing Lin Yu speak, his followers immediately understood. It was time for them to perform. Young Master Lin, you're overestimating him. What choice could he possibly have? At most, he can only choose some ornamental pet beasts. Exactly, he can only pick through the garbage. Chen Yuan furrowed his brows. Are they targeting me? In that case, don't blame me. Chen Yuan first sighed deeply, then looked at them with pity and shook his head, saying, Yeah, I may only be able to pick through the garbage, but that's still much better than some people who like to be others' dogs, isn't it? After saying this, he looked at Lin Yu and added, Right, young Master Lin. Although this is indeed the case, can be said outright. Chapter 3. Bets and Racial Hierarchy. As soon as Chen Yuan's words came out, Lin Yu's little brother next to him turned red in the face, as if he had felt a great insult. The gazes of the other classmates made them feel like they were being targeted. A muffled laugh from the surroundings made Lin Yu and his little brothers even angrier, and they had no choice but to turn their heads to confront the source of all this. If looks could kill, Chen Yuan would be riddled with wounds by now. Compared to the anger of a few people, Chen Yuan appeared calm. If it weren't for the slight smirk at the corner of his mouth, one could almost say he had a blank expression. Naturally, they noticed that hint of sarcasm on his face. What's your meaning? Kid, are you asking for trouble? Why don't you stay after school today if you have the guts? Just as the situation was about to escalate, Lin Yu stepped in and blocked these people. All right, but Lin Xiao, look at this kid. Lin Yu shook his head at him, patted his shoulder, and said, don't worry, just watch me. Seeing their boss speak, the others suppressed their anger. However, their fierce gazes were still fixed on Chen Yuan, as if they wished they could tear him to shreds. Chen Yuan just shook his head at this group of people. So weak, just a few words and they can't handle it, haha. After calming down his followers, Lin Yu turned to Chen Yuan and said, since you're so confident, why don't we make a bet? After a pause, Lin Yu revealed a mocking expression and continued, or are you afraid to accept? If that's the case, just pretend I never said anything. Chen Yuan frowned slightly. This childish provocation could be seen through by anyone. However, he did not refuse immediately, but instead replied with a question, bet on what? And how? Let's use the most common pet battles. Set the time for next month. And the stakes will be 10,000 yuan. How does that sound? Considering Chen Yuan's financial situation, Lin Yu only offered a bet of 10,000, fearing that a higher amount would be directly rejected. In Lin Yu's mind, 10,000 was a significant amount for Chen Yuan, enough to make him feel pain. Lin Yu did not notice that when he mentioned the wager of 10,000, a look of disdain appeared in Chen Yuan's eyes, as if to say, you poor thing. Yes, Chen Yuan was actually quite wealthy. He just preferred to keep a low profile and had never flaunted it. Using your golden armored rhinoceros? No. Lest you say we're bullying you. How about this? In a few days it will be Dong Hai's birthday, which happens to be the day after yours. He can be your opponent then. How about that? After speaking, Lin Yu pointed to the young man he had just patted on the shoulder. Dong Hai. Dong Hai was completely dumbfounded, feeling his scalp tingle. Big brother, no? All my savings and New Year's money combined don't even add up to 10,000. He immediately gave Lin Yu a pitiful look. Unfortunately, Lin Yu, the scumbag, ignored him and just smiled at Chen Yuan, looking confident. Chen Yuan's expression instantly became as if he were constipated, feeling uncomfortable. He was afraid he would burst out laughing at any moment. Is this a free gift? If so, then don't blame me for being rude. If the golden armored rhinoceros posed some trouble, Chen Yuan was 1,000 confident against other exotic beasts. That's right. Chen Yuan only found the golden armored rhinoceros a bit troublesome. In a real showdown, he felt absolutely unafraid. No problem, but isn't 10,000 a bit too little? This statement greatly surprised Lin Yu and his little brothers, even leaving them momentarily stunned. Is he blinded by money? Is he looking for death? A loser? And you really think of yourself as a big shot? Unlike others, Dong Hai, one of the parties involved, felt his heart contract violently. Lin Yu sneered. Since you're looking for death, then don't blame me. Chen Xiao, since you think it's too little, why don't we add a 0? Okay. When Lin Yu's words were heard, Dong Hai's eyes slowly lost their sparkle, as if he had lost his soul. It's over. Mom and Dad, your son might have to bear a heavy debt. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan's heart was blooming with joy. The other classmates who witnessed this scene all shook their heads at Chen Yuan's acceptance of Lin Yu's bet, especially since he had proactively raised the stakes to 100,000. They were even less optimistic about Chen Yuan, not believing that Lin Yu, who had provoked the situation, would have no backup. They seemed to already foresee Chen Yuan drowning in 100,000 debt. All right, it's settled then. Dong Hai, looking worried, said Lin Xiao. Why bet with him? What if we lose? Lin Yu turned to him and said, what's there to be afraid of? Are you lacking confidence in yourself? Isn't it about being cautious? Haha, don't worry. If you lose this money, I'll cover it. You don't need to worry about anything. Hearing this, Dong Hai finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, Lin Yu's next words lifted him to heaven. The other sycophants looked at Dong Hai with envious eyes. I will also sponsor you a good exotic beast, as long as you give him a good beating. As he said this, a fierce look flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. For this rich second generation, the worst thing was when others didn't give him face. If someone was strong and better than him, that would be acceptable. Of course, the above was just a small part of Lin Yu's goals. His main purpose was to establish his absolute authority in the class. To make the entire class his voice alone. It could be said that if it weren't for Chen Yuan today, it could just as easily have been Zhang San or Li Si tomorrow. It was just that Chen Yuan happened to be in the line of fire. Naturally, he didn't mind spending a little more money to sponsor Dong Hai. After all, this would also win over some of the little brothers. Lin Xiao, don't worry. I will definitely make him pay. Dong Hai immediately pledged his loyalty. All right, Dong Gu, you must treat us this time. Exactly, Lin Xiao is so supportive. You can't fall short, Dong Gu. Dong Hai, who was in high spirits, naturally wouldn't refuse, laughingly agreeing. Ha, sure. After school today, I will definitely treat everyone to a barbecue. Although Chen Yuan couldn't hear what Lin Yu and the others were saying, he could guess some of it from their actions. Watching Lin Yu and the others laughing heartily, Chen Yuan also revealed a slight smile. Enjoy your laughter now, or else it will be you who suffers later. I won't let you win this money. I owe it to you all. Chen Yuan, you're too impulsive. You shouldn't bet with them. They are prepared and are deliberately trying to trap you. You should say some good words to cancel the bet. Chen Yuan turned to his deskmate, Zhang Hao. I know. You know. If you know, why did you agree to them? Let the bullet fly for a while. After speaking, Chen Yuan smiled calmly. Seeing the confident Chen Yuan, Zhang Hao couldn't help but shake his head in his heart. He had a good relationship with Chen Yuan. He wanted to advise him not to step into a pit. Now that he had said what he needed to say, whether Chen Yuan listened was up to him. Of course, if Chen Yuan really could win, he would fully support him. Soon, the school bell rang. The bald-headed homeroom teacher walked in with books. All right, take out your beast training textbooks. Today we will discuss the knowledge of the violent tiger evolution species. Looking at the various pets beside others, different messages also appeared in front of Chen Yuan. Coincidentally, the giant bird that left 2 white streaks in the sky that morning flew over his head again. Exploding giant eagle, evolvable, attribute, wind level, 30 species, raptor, giant eagle, species rank, elite skills, peck, tear, grab, feather strike, rapid cut, hurricane wind cannon, exploding giant eagle. Rapid type, a powerful elite level creature, possesses strength far beyond most other creatures of the same level, weakness, thunder. Looking at the panel of the giant bird in front of him, Chen Yuan's attention was focused on the species rank. Early this morning, Chen Yuan had already learned about the differences in species ranks through the system. Just like this elite exploding giant eagle, it has strength that far exceeds that of other ordinary exploding giant eagles of the same level. As written in the species rank, it is the undisputed elite of this group, whether in potential or strength. There is an absolute gap in strength compared to ordinary giant eagles. With the system that can see through species ranks, Chen Yuan could choose those pets with strong strength and potential right from the start. This was also one of his relies for this bet. Chapter 4. It feels like I forgot something. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was Chen Yuan's birthday. Unfortunately, today happened to be Friday, but yesterday Chen Yuan had already applied for a holiday from his teacher. Upon learning that Chen Yuan was going to contract a pet beast today, the teacher naturally gave him the green light. After all, in this world, contracting a pet beast is one of the major events in life, especially the first beast in one's life. Filled with excitement, Chen Yuan got up early today, and at this moment, the sky outside was still a dull gray. Chen Yuan changed into a set of clothes he liked and carefully tidied up the edges and corners of his outfit. Looking at himself in the mirror, Chen Yuan nodded in satisfaction. No doubt about it, I'm really handsome. Then Chen Yuan opened the door and walked out. Idiot. Idiot. Seeing Chen Yuan's door open, the parrot in the living room turned its head and excitedly shouted at Chen Yuan. Its eyes were filled with eager light. It was like saying, come play with me. Chen Yuan's originally good mood began to rapidly decline at a visible speed. A few black lines appeared on his forehead. Although he knew this was just the result of the parrot mimicking, he still felt increasingly annoyed the more he thought about it. After some thought, Chen Yuan approached with a friendly smile. Looking at Chen Yuan coming towards it, the parrot tilted its head in confusion. Idiot. In the next moment, Chen Yuan quickly made his move, aiming at a small feather on the parrot and yanking it off. Idiot. The next second, the parrot let out a sharp cry of distress. After teaching the parrot that brought him displeasure a lesson, Chen Yuan felt a sense of joy. In contrast, the parrot, with tears in its eyes, was rubbing its wing against the spot where the feather had been plucked, looking pitiful as if it was staring at a heartless person. Chen Yuan opened the refrigerator located in the kitchen and took out some bread and milk from the fresh-keeping compartment. At this moment, Chen Yuan's parents' bedroom door also opened. It turned out that the parrot's earlier cry had woken up Chen Yuan's mother, so she came out to see what was going on. As soon as she saw Chen Yuan, the parrot immediately started chirping excitedly. Idiot. Idiot. While calling out, it stretched out one wing pointing towards the kitchen, looking just like a bullied child reporting to its parent. Chen Yuan's mother came to the kitchen and saw Chen Yuan sitting at the dining table. At this time, Chen Yuan had finished the bread and was rapidly gulping down the remaining milk. So refreshing. After putting down the empty milk carton, Chen Yuan noticed that his mother was standing next to him. Oh, Mom, you're up so early. After saying this, Chen Yuan looked out the window, which was still a dull gray. Hee, shouldn't I be the one saying that? It's really rare to see you up so early, you who loves to sleep in. After speaking, he glanced at the parrot in the living room and said, don't bully the little idiot too much. If you want to bully it, remember to keep it down. Making such a loud noise makes it seem like a thief has come in. Upon hearing the first sentence, the parrot in the living room couldn't help but show a touched expression. Unfortunately, the feeling of being touched lasted less than 2 seconds. And as soon as the next sentence came out, the parrot's mindset completely collapsed. I didn't expect you to be this kind of owner. Give me back my feeling of being touched. Countless words turned into 2 words. Idiot. Unfortunately, these emotions would never be conveyed to Chen Yuan's mother and Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan nodded and said, "Got it, Mom. Next time I will definitely seal its mouth before plucking its feathers. I will never let it disturb you." Chen Yuan's mother said nothing, just looked at Chen Yuan with a teachable expression. Then it settled, "Mom, I'm heading out first." After saying this, Chen Yuan stood up, left his seat, and planned to head to his grandparents' beast cub shop. Chen Yuan's mother naturally knew the purpose of Chen Yuan getting up so early and would not stop him. Waving her hand dismissively, "Go on, go on." As soon as she finished speaking, Chen Yuan moved with a speed far exceeding his usual pace, putting on his shoes, opening the door, closing the door. Bang! That unfortunate child didn't even know to be gentle with the door. Why was he being so rough? Chen Yuan's mother looked at the door that made a loud noise with pity. Looking at the still dull gray sky outside, she decided to go back to sleep. After making the decision, she stepped toward her room. Lying on the bed, looking at the empty space beside her, Chen Yuan's mother felt like she had forgotten something. Forget it, it shouldn't be anything important, right? Once Chen Yuan stepped out of the house, he felt a cold wave hit him. He couldn't help but shiver. It's a bit cold this morning. However, such a minor difficulty was nothing. My pet beast, here I come. Chen Yuan half ran, half walked towards his grandparents' pet cub shop. Outside Anning Town, a gigantic beast was running swiftly. The surrounding scenery was rapidly retreating. On the back of this powerful beast sat 2 men and 1 woman. Although the weather today was a bit cold, they felt nothing at all. It turned out that this giant beast was a fire attribute creature. This meant that even though it was so cold this morning, the people on its back were completely unaware. "Mom, Dad, are we going to see Dr. Jiang so early?" There's no way around it. This kid is sick. If we don't hurry to see old Jiang, I fear it might not make it." After saying this, the woman gently stroked a sickly little cat beside her. "There's no need for Dad to go along, right? Isn't the shop going to be unattended?" "Oh, it's fine. Who would go to our pet cub shop so early? Besides, it doesn't matter if we're a little late. Your dad is right. Normally, people wouldn't go so early. So don't worry." The man thought for a moment and felt that what his parents said made sense. No one would go so early. Moreover, those who do go early probably have a serious illness. The people were Chen Yuan's father and his grandparents. At this moment, they were unaware that there was indeed someone with a serious illness arriving at their shop this morning, and that person was their son and grandson. The elders at home had forgotten that today was Chen Yuan's day to contract a pet beast. Meanwhile, the only one who remembered all of this, Chen Yuan's mother, had also forgotten about what Chen Yuan's father had mentioned early in the morning about helping to escort a young beast to the city for treatment. On his way to his family's pet cub shop, a gust of cold wind hit Chen Yuan, causing him to shiver and sneeze loudly. "Achoo!" Chen Yuan sniffed. "Really? That guy is talking behind my back about how handsome I am. It's so tough being me. Maybe this is the burden that handsome guys have to bear. Pet beasts, I'm coming. Prepare to receive my favor. Grandpa, Grandma, your precious grandson is here." Chapter 5. The Great Fool, Anning Town. Not far from the landmark building, the Pet Supplies Trading Center, stands a building that is not very tall, only 2 stories, but it occupies a vast area. Just by visual estimation, it covers at least several thousand square meters, surrounded by a large number of trees. The front door of this building has a sign that reads Pet Cub Store. There are also some chairs set up at the entrance for people to rest. This is the Pet Cub Store run by Chen Yuan's grandparents. That's right. Chen Yuan is not the poor loser that Lin Yu and the others think he is. He is definitely a rich 3rd generation. He just keeps a low profile, which leads his classmates to believe that Chen Yuan comes from an ordinary family. Chen Yuan stood in the cold wind, staring at the closed door in silence. Is it because I left at the wrong time? So my grandparents haven't opened the door yet? Or are they still asleep? After thinking for a moment, Chen Yuan stepped forward, knocked on the store door, and called out, "Grandpa, Grandma, are you there?" He repeated the process again, but unfortunately, he received the same result. Hiss. Just a couple of days ago, they had agreed that he would come to the store early to choose a pet. So what is going on now? This is too frustrating, right? He quickly dismissed the idea of going back home. After all, for Chen Yuan, the distance to home is quite far. It takes more than 10 minutes. So he chose to take out his phone, find his grandfather's number in the contacts, and dial it. "Beep, hello. The number you dialed has been disconnected. Please recharge the account before dialing again." Chen Yuan hung up the phone directly and called his grandmother's number. This time, there was no unexpected issue, and he got through, but then Chen Yuan noticed something. Why is there a double sound? After thinking for a moment, Chen Yuan turned off the sound on his phone, but his grandmother's phone was still ringing. Moreover, it was coming from inside the house. Chen Yuan, feeling helpless. Chen Yuan hung up again, opened the recharge interface, entered his grandfather's number, and clicked to recharge. After confirming that the recharge was successful, he opened the contacts again to find the number and dialed it. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan's grandparents and father were still on the road, but they were already close to the city where the vet was located. Hearing the ringing of the phone in his pocket, Elder Chen was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. It must be those old guys looking for me. I've tricked them into paying for my phone bill again. Grandma Chen was also helpless about her husband's childishness, intentionally not answering the phone while waiting for his old friends to pay the bill and calling them fools. All right, you better pick up the phone or it will hang up. Elder Chen didn't delay, happily took out his phone, and without even looking, answered the call. Hello. Who is it? Oh, it's me, Grandpa. When the call connected, Elder Chen was still wondering whose young voice it was. Only when the other party called him Grandpa did he realize it was Chen Yuan. He couldn't help but feel relieved that he hadn't started by mocking the fool on the other end. Otherwise, it wouldn't be something that could be solved with just a red envelope for New Year's money. Elder Chen immediately changed his tone, showing a kind and gentle expression, and softly said, It's my good grandson. Why are you calling Grandpa today? Grandma Chen and Father Chen were still puzzled by Elder Chen's sudden change of demeanor. As Elder Chen spoke, they quickly understood. Grandma Chen couldn't help but laugh. She also remembered how Elder Chen had just called their grandson a fool. Grandpa, did you forget something? Hearing this, Elder Chen was confused. However, he understood that Chen Yuan wouldn't be talking nonsense. There must be something important. Soon, a light bulb went off in his head, and he recalled the agreement he made with Chen Yuan a few days ago. My good grandson's birthday. The day he signs the contract for his first exotic beast as his pet. Hiss. Thinking of this, Elder Chen's heart sank, and he gasped. This is much more serious than just calling him a fool. If not handled properly, it won't just be a matter of a red envelope. Of course, Elder Chen knew that today was the day he would contract the exotic beast. I'm now at the store entrance. Grandpa, please open the door. Elder Chen felt the phone in his hand was unusually hot. Looking at Elder Chen's particularly ugly expression, Grandma Chen asked, What happened? Elder Chen first covered the phone to prevent Chen Yuan from hearing. He lowered his voice and said quietly, My good grandson is at the store entrance. He is here to contract his first pet. Hearing this, both Grandma Chen and Father Chen were shocked. Like Elder Chen, they had forgotten about this matter. What to do? Elder Chen looked at the two with a serious expression, hoping they could come up with a good idea. You see, I told you to watch the store, and now you have to come out. What can we do now? We can't just leave the kid alone. Elder Chen was shocked. Who was it just a while ago who said not to worry, that there wouldn't be anyone this early? Now all the blame is on me. Women. The pet in Grandma Chen's arms, which looked like a small cat, couldn't afford to waste any more time. Helplessly, Elder Chen turned to look at Father Chen, his face full of seriousness. Just as Father Chen was puzzled, he asked, Hiss, are you throwing all the blame on me? Am I your biological child? Doesn't your conscience hurt doing this to me? Stuck in a dilemma, Father Chen began to think quickly. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his head. Oh wait. I spoke to the kid's mom before I left, and even if we forgot, Chen Yuan should have been told that we left. This statement gave Elder Chen a hint, and he immediately answered the phone again. Hello, Grandpa, are you still there? Oh, yes. The signal here is bad. It was a bit choppy just now. By the way, good grandson, you are at the store entrance, right? Just waiting for you to open the door. Did your mom not tell you? Tell me what? That there is a sick cub in the store, and we are currently on our way to the city on your dad's pet. Chen Yuan? Chen Yuan was stunned. He never expected that after going out early in the cold wind, he would end up with such a result. The most outrageous part was that his mother didn't tell him such an important message. She even saw him off and waved goodbye. Chen Yuan's heart sank. The chill of winter wind couldn't compare to this cold, but it was too late to say anything. I'm not too sure, but it should take a bit of time, right? So it won't take much time, right? I guess so. All right. Then I'll just wait at the door for a while. Elder Chen looked at the hung-up phone, and his expression turned ugly. Grandma Chen, seeing Elder Chen's unpleasant expression, asked curiously what happened. Is our good grandson angry? Not really. Then why do you look so bad? He said he would wait for us at the store entrance. Didn't you tell him that this trip would take at least 2 hours? I said it would take a bit of time. And he understood it as a little time. Can't you speak clearly? Elder Chen didn't argue. He just lowered his head in frustration. After a series of internal struggles, Elder Chen put down his phone. Forget it. Let's talk when we meet. Chapter 6, Leader Level Sprite. Time passed little by little, and the sun hanging in the sky rose higher and higher. Sitting on the chair at the entrance, Chen Yuan stared at the time displayed on his phone, falling into silence. By now, it had been 2 hours since he last spoke with his grandfather. Helplessly, Chen Yuan could only let out a long sigh. Grandpa, this is a bit unreliable. Chen Yuan was not angry as Chen the Elder worried, but instead remained calm. If it were the Chen Yuan with only a high school mentality, he might have thrown a tantrum. However, with the mindset of an adult now, Chen Yuan didn't feel too affected by Grandpa Chen's failure to keep his appointment. He understood that there are always many uncontrollable factors in the world that lead to broken promises. He vividly remembered a news story from his previous life about a man who was late for a date because he stopped to help someone in need. which ended with a breakup. Later, the man's act of bravery was uncovered and widely reported, which further fueled public interest. Therefore, Chen Yuan thought that his grandfather must have encountered some unavoidable circumstances as well. Although he understood, the long wait still made Chen Yuan feel bored. How dull. I should go for a walk. Without hesitation, Chen Yuan stood up and began to walk aimlessly around his pet shop. After turning a corner, he encountered yet another endless wall. It was really big. Chen Yuan couldn't help but sigh. Looking at the trees around him and breathing in the fresh morning air, his heart gradually calmed down. Suddenly, something caught the corner of Chen Yuan's eye. It was a small humanoid creature with a cute doll-like face, dressed in clothes made of woven green leaves, and only the size of an adult's palm. She was leaning against the wall, peeking out curiously at the outside world. After a moment, she cautiously poked her head out again. Grandpa's shop actually has a little sprite? Chen Yuan was quite surprised. After all, this was an extremely rare pet. Reaching a level of scarcity, it could be said that one could search an entire town and not find a single sprite. However, this did not mean that this creature was powerful. On the contrary, sprites are known for being weak and useless. They generally lack combat ability and have little support capability. As for how Chen Yuan knew this, it was because their rare numbers and poor combat power led people to use them as cautionary tales, teaching others that not all precious pets are strong. In fact, due to their rarity, it was impossible for people to deduce their evolution routes through exhaustive methods. Instead, it was the more common pets that figured out various evolution routes through their large numbers. Of course, there were people who had contracted sprites, but these individuals were mostly aesthetics-driven, with some even managing to evolve sprites. One such evolved sprite was a fire sprite, covered in a dress made of sparks, wielding flames in battle, strong and beautiful. This sparked interest in sprites among others, but unfortunately, it didn't last long, and sprites fell back into obscurity. As mentioned earlier, their rare numbers meant that to this day, no one had figured out how that person's fire sprite evolved, let alone the subsequent evolution routes. Although the evolved fire sprite was strong, with the second and even third evolutions of other pets, it was soon left far behind. This also caused sprites to always symbolize something flashy but hollow. Looking at the sprite in front of him, Chen Yuan naturally recalled these things. At the same time, he was very curious about how the sprite evolved into the fire sprite, especially since it was a secret unknown to countless people. This made Chen Yuan even more interested. Sprite. Insufficient level to evolve. Attribute. None level. 1 species. Fantasy. Sprite type. Species level. Leader talent. Cute. Huge bonus when acting cute. Skills. Clap and sing to be cute. Sprites are extremely precious humanoid fantasy type pets. All-rounder. With no weaknesses and love to consume floral dew. After the panel appeared, Chen Yuan immediately clicked on its evolution route. Instantly, various evolution routes for the sprite appeared before him. Most of the evolution routes were elemental related. Fire Sprite 15 Fire Elemental Realm Water Sprite 15 Water Elemental Realm Wind Sprite 15 Wind Elemental Realm Earth Sprite. Ah, is it that simple? Who would have thought that the conditions for a sprite's evolution were so straightforward? Some might think that these elemental locations are hard to find, but that would be a big mistake. Special terrains like volcanoes and oceans can easily meet these requirements. In response, Chen Yuan was left speechless. Without much thought, he could guess. Given the sprite's poor combat ability, those who previously contracted sprites were all aesthetics-driven, likely too reluctant to let the sprite battle. They probably didn't train it seriously, leading to its level not meeting the requirements. Or they pampered it too much, preventing it from encountering elemental forces. Afraid of lightning, rain, and wind, this left only one sprite that evolved into a fire sprite. Discovering this truth was quite anticlimactic. Suddenly, Chen Yuan's eyes widened as if he had seen something terrifying. Hiss, this sprite is actually of leader level. This discovery made Chen Yuan stare wide-eyed at the sprite still peeking at him from the wall. It is important to note that species level represents the potential and strength within an entire species. If a pet can achieve an elite title, it means it possesses strength and potential far exceeding other pets, not to mention a leader. This is a species level above elite. One could say it is the elite of the elite. Its combat power is definitely several times that of ordinary level pets, even dozens of times. Thinking of this made Chen Yuan's scalp tingle. He realized he had stumbled upon treasure. It was likely that searching through the entire Ping City, or even the whole Fuan province's pet shops, one might not find a pet that was already at the leader level in its infancy, let alone the rare sprite. In an instant, Chen Yuan decided on his first choice for an exotic beast. He looked eagerly at the sprite on the wall. Fortunately, Grandpa and Grandma were not around, and it was also thanks to his mom forgetting to inform him. Otherwise, he would have missed out. At this moment, Chen Yuan sincerely and wholeheartedly thanked Grandpa Chen and others for standing him up and for his mother's oversight. According to his assumptions, needless to say, Grandpa Chen definitely wouldn't recommend a well-known weak sprite. Instead, he would have recommended those high-end quality pets to him. He would have truly missed this exceptional creature. Thinking of this, Chen Yuan felt a mix of emotions. Truly, misfortune may be a blessing in disguise, and blessings may hide misfortune. This cold wind was not in vain. Chapter 7. The tragic shadow cat. Chen Yuan fixed his fiery gaze on the sprite on the wall. Perhaps the intensity of his gaze frightened the once curious sprite back into hiding. Chen Yuan waited for the sprite to peek out again, trying to use the least amount of words to safely and efficiently win the sprite's favor. With his mind fully engaged, Chen Yuan quickly organized his approach. Everything was just waiting for the sprite to show its face. 10 minutes later, Chen Yuan stared at the empty wall, lost in thought. It truly lived up to being a pet from Grandpa's shop. But this is good. I can have more time to prepare. With a target in mind, Chen Yuan left his pet shop and hurriedly headed to the nearby pet supplies trading center. Shortly after Chen Yuan left, the sprite peeked out again, only to find that he had already gone. Chirp. As soon as Chen Yuan arrived at the entrance of the pet supplies trading center, the attendant slightly bent over. Hello. Welcome. Upon entering the store, Chen Yuan did not wander around, but headed straight to the counter. Without waiting for the staff at the counter to speak, Chen Yuan quickly expressed his needs. Do you sell honey here? After finishing, Chen Yuan added, it would be best if it's top-grade honey that most exotic beasts would like. The counter staff was momentarily stunned by Chen Yuan's request, but quickly reacted with a smile. Hello, customer. We have many types of honey here. If it's something that most exotic beasts love, we recommend this one. Saying this, he took out a jar of honey with an impressive packaging from the shelf behind the counter. The golden liquid inside seemed to emit a hint of fluorescence, making it look very appetizing. Chen Yuan even felt like taking a sip himself. He understood that this honey was exactly what he needed. This honey was produced by a second-tier golden-armored bee with a sweet and delicious flavor. If it were given to low-level exotic beasts, it could even enhance their strength. Before the staff could finish their enthusiastic introduction, Chen Yuan directly took out his phone. Scan it. How much is it? 13,888 yuan. As soon as he finished speaking, the machine next to them chimed. Ding, payment successful, 13,888 yuan. Chen Yuan immediately took the product and left. The counter staff watched Chen Yuan's gradually disappearing figure, thinking, damn, is this what a rich person is like? Not even haggling on the price, it really throws me off. Chen Yuan held the jar of honey, his heart racing with excitement. He knew that this contract was almost guaranteed. According to the system's prompt, this little sprite liked floral dew, which, to put it simply, was just flower pollen soaked in water. Honey was precisely what bees collected from flowers. One could say honey was a super concentrated version of floral dew. Chen Yuan believed that once she saw this jar of honey, smelled its fragrance, and tasted it, she would definitely be enchanted. At that moment, Chen's dad, along with Grandpa Chen and Grandma Chen, arrived near the store. Their steps were heavy, and Grandma Chen still held the weak little cat in her arms, her eyes slightly red. As for the kitten, it looked even weaker than in the morning, appearing as if its time was running out. The consultation trip to Ping City had been a failure. Under the examination of an old friend in Ping City, they only received the result that the cat was in very good health. This was the same result as the previous local doctor's examination. They had thought the local doctors were not skilled, but they did not expect to get the same result from the old friend in Ping City. Mom, don't be sad. Life and death are predestined. Sigh, I watched it grow up. I thought I would see it find its own beast master. But I didn't expect it to end up like this. After saying this, she wiped her eyes. Grandpa Chen also felt distressed, like Grandma Chen. He had watched the little cat grow up. However, his mood quickly changed for the worse. Seeing the empty storefront made Grandpa Chen's heart drop. It's over. My dear grandson got angry and left after waiting too long. He began to think about how to win Chen Yuan's forgiveness. Should he give a big red envelope of 10,000 yuan or 10 of them? Just then, a figure in the distance rushed toward them at high speed. It was Chen Yuan. From afar, Chen Yuan spotted his dad and grandparents. He couldn't help but feel that it was better to arrive at the right time than early. Originally planning to go to the wall where the little sprite appeared, he changed his mind and headed straight into the house to find her. Soon, Chen Yuan dashed in front of the three. Hurry, Grandpa, open the door. With rapid breaths, Chen Yuan quickly said. Seeing Chen Yuan like this, his father couldn't help but frown. You're already an adult. Why are you still so? Bang! Before his father could finish, he received a slap on the back of his head. Turning around, he saw Grandpa Chen with a fierce expression. How dare you talk to my dear grandson like that? After saying this, in the next second, Grandpa Chen's face changed dramatically. He switched to a kind and friendly smile and turned to Chen Yuan, saying softly, Dear grandson, wait a moment, Grandpa will open the door for you right away. Saying this, he hurriedly ran over to open the door, leaving Chen's father watching his father's back with mixed feelings. Dad, do you know that because of you, my family status is at the bottom? Thinking of this sad point, Chen's father couldn't help but sniffle. While Grandpa Chen went to open the door, Chen Yuan noticed the weak cat in Grandma Chen's arms. His gaze was drawn to it. Oh, is this the sick exotic beast? Grandma Chen nodded. Yes, this is the little one. But it doesn't seem sick. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. Not sick. How do you know it's not sick? This left Chen Yuan at a loss for words. The existence of the system was his biggest secret. He couldn't reveal it even to his family. It wasn't that Chen Yuan didn't trust his family. Rather, he was afraid of being thought of as mentally ill. The issue with the pet beast in front of him was not a problem at all. From the beginning, Grandpa Chen and the others had jumped to conclusions. What they were looking for was not a doctor, but a pet beast trainer. Shadow cat, evolving, attribute, shadow level, 10 species. Beast type, demon cat, species level, normal talent, stealth. In the presence of shadows, the shadow cat can merge into them. Skills, frenzied scratch, surprise attack, backstab, phantom clone. The shadow cat, an assassin in the shadows, has strong ambush and hiding abilities, but its body is relatively fragile. The target is currently evolving and is extremely lacking in shadow energy. Yes, this shadow cat is indeed evolving. Its weak appearance is merely due to expending all its energy to maintain the evolution. As for why it was getting weaker, that was due to the panic and hasty actions of the three. If it had stayed in the shadows, it would have been fine. However, they were running around with it. If the shadow cat could absorb even a little shadow energy while in the shadows, then the running around these past 2 days to see doctors had directly drained it. Chapter 8. 5-year college entrance examination, 3-year simulation to avoid exposing the system. After some thought, Chen Yuan cautiously spoke up. Actually, I saw a similar situation in a book I read these past 2 days. The condition of that exotic beast is very similar to the current state of this shadow cat. Of course, this was a complete fabrication by Chen Yuan. There was no such case, just an excuse. Chen's father looked at Chen Yuan in surprise. This kid even finds extra pet beast books to read? How come I didn't know? In his impression, Chen Yuan did nothing but eat, drink, and sleep. He never expected his son to be secretly working hard behind his back. Thinking of this, Chen's father couldn't help but feel guilty, realizing he hadn't cared enough for his son and feeling remorseful for previously wronging Chen Yuan. It's called 5-year college entrance examination, 3-year simulation, a book full of various pet beast knowledge. It will surely help my son. As he thought of this, a fiery determination ignited in his eyes. Suddenly, Chen Yuan felt a shiver run through him. He looked around in confusion. Was it just his imagination? After observing the surroundings and finding nothing unusual, Chen Yuan could only push this feeling of unease aside. He glanced back at the shadow cat in Grandma Chen's arms and continued speaking. According to what that book says, it should be a lack of energy, which is why it has turned out like this. It has become this way to reduce energy consumption. As soon as this was said, it instantly awakened Grandpa Chen and the others. They immediately agreed with this explanation. They were not ignorant people. They simply had jumped to conclusions earlier and had always thought the shadow cat was sick. This also proved the saying, those involved are confused, while the bystanders see clearly. Are you saying that little shadow is going to evolve? Grandma Chen looked at the weak shadow cat in her hands with surprise. Chen Yuan nodded in agreement. It should be like this. When it comes to a lack of energy, there are generally only 2 situations. One is the nurturing of new life, and the other is evolution. As for the first situation, it is absolutely impossible. After all, this shadow cat is still a baby. The only remaining situation is evolution. Of course, the shadow cat situation is also quite special. The evolution of pet beasts varies greatly. Some evolve in seconds, while others take a long time. This is also why none of them considered this situation, as the possibility of evolution is indeed too low and was dismissed by their preconceived notions. Upon hearing Chen Yuan's conclusion, the others couldn't help but take a few more glances at the shadow cat in surprise. Old man, hurry and get some energy potions. Grandma Chen, feeling sorry for the shadow cat, immediately ordered, then carried the shadow cat and walked into the store, preparing to find a cooler and more comfortable place for it. Oh, Grandpa Chen immediately complied, then pointed at Chen's father. You hurry up and get some energy potions. Chen's father. What the hell? Didn't T-Mom tell you to go? Why are you looking for me? Seeing that Chen's father was standing there in a daze and hadn't moved, Grandpa Chen frowned first, then his eyes glinted with anger. What? Can't I get my words across anymore? Just as Chen's father was lost in thought, he happened to meet Grandpa Chen's sharp gaze, instantly waking up and rushing off. By the way, Dad, remember to prioritize shadow energy. It's more suitable for the shadow cat. Hearing this voice belonging to Chen Yuan, Chen's father suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He turned to look at Chen Yuan beside Grandpa Chen, revealing a hint of mischief. However, upon seeing Grandpa Chen right next to him, he thought, forget it, I'll go get it myself. Watching Chen's father obediently go to fetch the potions, Grandpa Chen snorted lightly. At least you know what's good for you, or else you'll be in for it. He then turned around with a kind smile. Come on, my good grandson. Let's go pick out a pet beast. Grandpa specially asked those old pals of mine to prepare some top-notch pet beast cubs for you. Saying this, he was about to drag Chen Yuan to take a look. However, Chen Yuan shook his head. Grandpa, I've already chosen. What? You've chosen? What did you choose? Grandpa Chen was very surprised. He didn't know when Chen Yuan had made a decision. However, he didn't deny Chen Yuan's choice, but wanted to confirm what Chen Yuan had chosen. After all, as long as his grandson liked it, he could just find those old guys to get some good stuff for his grandson's pet. I've chosen. Saying this, Chen Yuan pointed towards the direction where he had encountered the little spirit earlier. That little spirit in that courtyard. Grandpa Chen nodded as he listened, believing that Chen Yuan, who had been in contact with a lot of pet beasts since childhood, wouldn't have bad taste. Suddenly, he frowned, noticing something was off. Wait a minute, my good grandson. What did you just say? I've chosen. Hiss. Hearing this, Grandpa Chen gasped. What the hell? A little spirit. That infamous trash pet. No way. He couldn't let his precious grandson go down the wrong path. Wait a minute. Where did a little spirit come from in my store? Grandpa Chen suddenly remembered that there were no little spirits raised in his store. Seeing Grandpa Chen's expression change from shock to determination and then to confusion, Chen Yuan couldn't help but ask, Grandpa, what's wrong? Grandpa Chen looked strange. It's nothing. Are you sure you saw a little spirit? Yes. My good grandson. Did you make a mistake? We don't have any little spirits in our store. Hearing Grandpa Chen say this, Chen Yuan was first taken aback, but quickly thought of the reason. Grandpa, you're really funny. You even pretended to be so similar just to stop me from contracting a little spirit. Really? I won't say any more. Let's talk after I contract the little spirit. Saying this, he walked into the store by himself, heading towards the location of the little spirit. After all, it wasn't his first time here. Chen Yuan was very familiar with the layout of the store. He began to head straight towards the courtyard where he had discovered the little spirit. Watching Chen Yuan's departing figure, Grandpa Chen did not follow. He was very sure that there were no little spirits raised in his store. He felt that Chen Yuan must have made a mistake. He knew the situation in his own store very well. This is good. The top-notch pet beast cubs I had those guys send over can still come in handy. However, about the little spirit, it seemed his grandson liked ones with high looks. He thought, I need to go dress those few up a bit. With this thought, Grandpa Chen immediately began his own actions. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan started to wander alone among the layers of buildings. However, because the store was just too large, it still took him some time to arrive at the courtyard where he had seen the little spirit. This courtyard was filled with greenery. There were large trees and various plants and flowers, among which even two grasses were frolicking and playing. This courtyard was specifically for plant-type pet beasts. Of course, this does not mean that all the plants in this courtyard were pet beasts. Plant pet beasts only accounted for a small portion. The majority were still ordinary plants. Upon arriving here, Chen Yuan immediately attracted a lot of attention, but soon the pet beasts began to play by themselves again and ignored him. Chen Yuan did not find any trace of the little spirit. However, he was not anxious. He believed the little spirit must be here. Chen Yuan took out the high-grade honey he had prepared and opened it. Immediately, a tempting fragrance surged out and began to spread all around. Chapter 9. Contract. Just as Chen Yuan was confident that the little spirit couldn't resist the temptation to appear, an unexpected event occurred. The moment the honey lid was opened, all the plant pet beasts' gazes instantly turned towards Chen Yuan. Even those without eyes turned their direction. They could all feel the allure of the honey in Chen Yuan's hand. It was even more enticing than the golden corn they loved to eat. Gulp. The scene before him made Chen Yuan unable to help but swallow. At this moment, he felt that the honey in his hand was particularly hot. If it weren't for this situation, Chen Yuan might have exclaimed about the top-quality honey. But now, looking at the group of pet beasts that were staring intensely at him, or rather, at the honey in his hand, Chen Yuan's heart was conflicted. He was both pleased with the powerful effect of the honey and pained by its overly strong effect. Chen Yuan even wondered if he had bought a lower grade of honey, would it have resulted differently? Just then, his target appeared. Chirp. The little spirit rubbed her sleepy eyes and appeared on a branch of a tree. She was sniffing the air with her tiny nose, showing a look of desire. Soon she discovered the source of the fragrance and turned her gaze towards the honey in Chen Yuan's hand. Chirp. It turned out that the little spirit had been taking a nap just now. It was the enticing scent of the honey in Chen Yuan's hand that woke her up. Seeing the main character arrive, Chen Yuan's heart felt somewhat comforted. At least the honey in his hand was effective. However, this did not mean the crisis was resolved. On the contrary, at this moment, the plant pet beasts were still staring intently at Chen Yuan. But that was all. They did not rashly take action. Instead, while watching Chen Yuan, they were also vigilantly observing their companions in the courtyard. They could all sense that this honey had a good effect on their growth. Each plant was filled with desire for it in their hearts. Just as the situation was about to stalemate, the little spirit stepped forward. Chirp. She first pointed to herself, then to Chen Yuan, and then to all the plant pets present. After exchanging glances, all the plants began to communicate in their own way, making rustling sounds continuously. Eventually, they reached a consensus and nodded to the little spirit, agreeing to let the little spirit act as a representative and judge for the distribution. Then Chen Yuan saw the little spirit flying in front of him, pointing at the honey and then at himself. Chummy? It looked as if it was asking if it could have the honey in his hand. Chen Yuan naturally accepted with pleasure, as it was meant for the little spirit anyway. He extended his hand, placing the honey in his palm, and brought it to the little spirit. Chummy chummy. The little spirit happily shouted twice at Chen Yuan, then joyfully wrapped its arms around the entire honey jar, struggling to lift it. It then moved among the plants and began to share the honey. Those with mouthparts swallowed it, while those without applied the honey to their root-like legs. All the plants seemed to show expressions of enjoyment. During this time, the little spirit occasionally licked the honey jar in its hands, and each time it did, its eyes joyfully turned crescent-shaped. Under the little spirit's distribution, all the plant pets were very satisfied. The yard, which had been tensed just a moment ago, was now filled with a joyful atmosphere. Seizing this moment, Chen Yuan approached the little spirit in the middle of the plants. As the one who brought such delicious and miraculous honey, the plants did not stop him from getting closer. At this moment, with the honey, Chen Yuan had seemingly won over all the pets present. In their eyes, he was a great person, or perhaps just a tool who brought delicious honey. This time, when the little spirit saw Chen Yuan approaching, it didn't hide like it did last time on the wall. Instead, it looked at Chen Yuan with curiosity, tilting its head in confusion. At this moment, Chen Yuan's heart began to race. Whether it would work or not depended on this moment. After getting close enough to the little spirit, he took a deep breath to calm his anxiety. Then, Chen Yuan looked seriously at the little spirit and asked, "Do you want to become my contracted pet?" Although the newborn little spirit didn't fully understand what Chen Yuan was saying, it still nodded, sensing that he was a good person. In an instant, Chen Yuan's heart soared from anxiety to elation. His mouth couldn't help but break into a smile. If he weren't afraid of startling the little spirit and causing a mishap, he would have laughed out loud. To prevent any sudden changes, Chen Yuan immediately reached out to touch the little spirit. The next moment, he began to communicate with the little spirit, attempting to complete the contract according to the tutorial. In an instant, both of them began to emit a strong glow. A mysterious array inscribed with unknown runes appeared on the ground. The moment the array appeared, it immediately pushed back all the nearby plant pets. The pushed back plant pets showed no displeasure. Instead, they proactively retreated, looking at the array with reverence. "Good grandson, where are you? Grandpa will take you to see those top-notch pets." At that moment, a voice came from outside, belonging to the elder Chen, who had just dressed up a few pets. He was holding a grooming comb covered with some unknown pet fur. However, at this crucial moment of the contract, Chen Yuan had no time to pay attention to anything else. He felt a surge of power being transmitted from the little spirit. This was the feedback from signing the contract. The Beastmaster would gain a small portion of power from the pet, approximately 5 or so. Although it wasn't much, it still gave the Beastmaster some self-defense capability. However, at this moment, Chen Yuan's attention was not on this. His consciousness began to undergo drastic changes. A forest started to emerge in his consciousness, which was the pet space that one could gain upon becoming a Beastmaster. It was a place that was definitely most suitable for the current contracted pet to exist. It served as a resting and recovery place for pets. In the pet space, pets could stabilize their injuries, prevent further deterioration, and slowly recover. Of course, if the injuries were too severe, there would still be a risk of pet death. Although the pet space had many advantages, it didn't mean that pets liked staying in the pet space. Some pets preferred to stay outside rather than inside the pet space. Chen Yuan began to walk towards the direction he had left. When he saw Chen Yuan's current appearance, Elder Chen's mouth dropped open, and his eyes widened. He didn't even notice the comb slipping from his hand. As someone who had experienced this, he was very familiar with the light and array produced during a contract. There was no doubt that the person was his grandson, judging by that familiar height and build. Elder Chen quickly turned his gaze to another glowing entity. Looking at its humanoid form and petite appearance, combined with what his grandson had previously said about the little spirit, Elder Chen's heart sank. It was over. Completely over. Elder Chen's mentality collapsed. In an instant, he was in tears. "Good grandson, I'm sorry. I thought you were mistaken. But I didn't expect there to actually be a little spirit. It was all Grandpa's fault for not being careful and letting a little spirit hide in the house and harm you." At this moment, it was too late to regret. Even if he was unwilling, Elder Chen could only accept everything. As the light from Chen Yuan and the little spirit reached its peak, the contract between them was completed. Then the glow around them began to fade, and the array beneath their feet slowly disappeared. Chen Yuan and the little spirit opened their eyes. The moment their gazes met, it was as if they both understood each other's thoughts. After the contract was completed, Chen Yuan and the little spirit's hearts were tightly connected. It could even be said that the bond between a beast and its beast master was stronger than that of partners. From today on, you will be called Xiaoling. Chummy. Chapter 10. Time will prove everything in the hall of the pet nursery. Chen Yuan sat in a chair, holding the little spirit he had just contracted. She was nervously looking around, her tiny hands tightly gripping Chen Yuan's sleeve. Sensing Xiaoling's nervousness, Chen Yuan reached out to pat her head, trying to soothe her emotions. To his surprise, after receiving Chen Yuan's comfort, Xiaoling's mood indeed stabilized quite a bit. She even began to enjoy it, looking like a lazy little cat. Chen Yuan looked up ahead. Sitting before him were Elder Chen, Grandma Chen, and Father Chen. The scene resembled a trial. The atmosphere was filled with tension. They all shared one common characteristic. Their faces were very grim. If one had to find a difference, it was that Grandma Chen's face was particularly serious, while Elder Chen looked very dejected and remorseful. As for Father Chen, his expression was quite strange. It turned out that after Grandma Chen and Father Chen settled the Shadow Cat, they happened to encounter a disheartened Elder Chen. Upon learning that Chen Yuan had contracted a little spirit, both were shocked. After understanding the circumstances, Grandma Chen scolded Elder Chen fiercely, with saliva flying onto Elder Chen's face. Father Chen was both surprised and delighted. He was shocked by the news brought by the old man and happy to see such a dramatic turn of events. Even made him secretly delighted. After all, nothing is more enjoyable than watching his dad get scolded by his mom. For a moment, he even felt that having Chen Yuan contract a little spirit might not be a bad thing. After scolding Grandpa Chen thoroughly, Grandma Chen finally calmed down a bit. The mistake had been made, and scolding more was useless. Grandma Chen immediately brought Chen's father and Grandpa Chen to find Chen Yuan. This led to the initial three-way interrogation. However, although it was called an interrogation, no one spoke. As the initiator, Grandma Chen sat in the middle. She first looked at the dejected Grandpa Chen. At that moment, Grandpa Chen sat in his place, murmuring softly, "Good grandson, I'm sorry, it's all Grandpa's fault." Grandma Chen turned her head. "This guy is hopeless." Then she looked at her son. Like Grandpa Chen, Chen's father also stayed in his place, murmuring, "So satisfying. Mom is really amazing. It's been so long since I've seen this scene. So satisfying. This guy was also hopeless. Look at me scolding your dad, and you're so happy?" Although she thought this, Grandma Chen didn't take the initiative to speak. In fact, she didn't know what to say at the moment. Blame? Angry at his lack of ambition? In the end, it was Chen Yuan who couldn't stand it anymore and took the initiative to break the oppressive atmosphere. "Grandma and Grandpa, I know what you want to say. Don't worry, I have my own plans for choosing the little spirit. But she is the little spirit without an evolutionary route." Hearing this, Chen Yuan smiled at his grandma. "Don't worry, Grandma. I'm already grown up, I know what I'm doing. And I have my own plans for choosing the little spirit." Hearing Chen Yuan say this, Grandma Chen could only let out a long sigh. "Well, what's done is done. Although your first pet is a bit lacking, it's not too big of a problem. At most it just means starting a bit later than others." Chen Yuan naturally knew that his family was also doing it for his own good. However, little spirit is a leader-level pet. Even if it's a little spirit, it's still a leader. Ordinary pets wouldn't be her opponent. Moreover, after evolving, little spirit would unleash its full strength and be incredibly powerful, no matter what. Chen Yuan firmly believed in his choice. "Then that's it, Grandpa, Grandma, and Dad. I still have some things to do, so I'll take my leave first." Chen Yuan had no intention of staying any longer, because it was meaningless. Time would prove everything. After saying this, Chen Yuan stood up and left, leaving the three of them looking at each other. "Old man, what? Contact your breeder friends. What do you want them for? Ask for their help. See if they can figure out a general evolutionary route for the little spirit." Hearing this, Grandpa Chen understood. Everyone knows what the difficulty of little spirits is. That is their evolution. As long as the evolutionary route is found, that useless pet is no longer useless. On the contrary, it is an extremely powerful type of pet. "Okay, I'll contact them right away." Saying it and doing it, Grandpa Chen picked up his phone and dialed. "Beep. Hello, the number you have dialed is out of service. Please recharge the account before dialing again." Grandpa Chen switched to another number. "Beep. Hello, the number you have dialed is out of service. Please recharge the account before dialing again." Unwilling, Grandpa Chen switched to another number again. "Beep. Hello, the number you have dialed is out of service. Please recharge the account before dialing again." Grandpa Chen looked at the phone in his hand with a pained expression. "Are you guys dogs? I just said you're a big fool. Do you all have to copy me like this?" Helpless and in need of help, Grandpa Chen had to obediently recharge the accounts. After that, he called a few people. "Oh, isn't this Chen the big fool? What's up? The sun coming out from the west, calling me?" Grandpa Chen was full of black lines, unconsciously tightening his grip on the phone, causing it to creak a bit. "Cut the nonsense, I need your help." "Oh, is this your attitude when asking for my help?" Grandpa Chen's grip tightened even more. A crack appeared on the screen. Please help me, is that okay? Ah, much better. Go ahead, what's the matter? Help me find an evolutionary route for a little spirit. The other party. The next second, the call was hung up. Grandpa Chen. He looked at the phone in his hand and dialed the number again. Then with a snap, it was immediately hung up again. Grandpa Chen was not discouraged and dialed again. After several rounds of back and forth, the other party finally picked up Grandpa Chen's call again. As soon as it was connected, there was a quick succession of 3 responses. Can't help. That's it. Don't call again. We've been friends for so many years. Is it that hard to ask for a small favor? Small favor? Are you speaking human language? You start with the evolutionary route of a little spirit. Do you know how difficult that is? Even the fire spirits that have appeared have not been thoroughly researched. Do you understand? Grandpa Chen fell silent. He naturally understood these things very well. Seeing that Grandpa Chen had not spoken for a long time, the other party also stopped. Go ahead, what's wrong? You can't be bored enough to come here just to vent, right? As an old friend, he was very clear about his friend's pride. If he could tolerate his friend's complaints for so long without any rebuttal, something big must have happened. My grandson contracted a little spirit. As soon as these words came out, the other party gasped. Hiss, your grandson really has unique taste. To this, Grandpa Chen also let out a long sigh in his heart. Sigh, who says otherwise? He never expected that his grandson would be a beauty lover. Chapter 11, System Unlock and Secret Realm. At this moment, Chen Yuan was completely unaware of his damaged reputation. He was walking down the road with little spirit. On the road, Chen Yuan did not pay serious attention to the ground beneath his feet. Most of his attention was focused on the transparent panel in front of him, which only he could see. It turned out that after Chen Yuan contracted little spirit, the system was successfully unlocked. Beep. Congratulations to the host for successfully contracting the first pet. The primary breeding formula has been unlocked. Please check it yourself. Beep. The host is encouraged to continue working hard to raise 1 pet to level 31, and after contracting 3 pets, the system will be further unlocked. If at first the system only granted him the ability to see through pet data, then now the system could truly be called a pet breeding assistance system. Even though it was only a preliminary unlock, Chen Yuan could feel its power. It began to list various primary breeding pet supplies formulas. Primary recovery potions that accelerate the recovery of pet stamina and injuries. Primary energy cubes that gently and harmlessly enhance pet power. Various primary formulas that enhance different attribute powers. And so on. Take the primary recovery potion for example. After looking at its description, Chen Yuan found that its effect far exceeded those primary recovery potions on the market that cost over 10,000. In fact, in certain aspects, it could even rival the intermediate recovery potions on the market. Although Chen Yuan was very eager to rush to the pet item trading center to buy the materials he needed to make these energy cubes and potions, he was not currently walking towards the pet item trading center. The road Chen Yuan was on was heading towards the secret realm. Many might wonder why a small town would have a pet item trading center. That is because Anning Town has a primary secret realm. A secret realm is an additional space, or rather, an additional small world. It is attached to the Beast Star and connects to various parts of the world. Its area varies in size. The smaller ones might be only the size of a province, while the larger ones can reach almost half the size of the Beastmaster Star. This is quite exaggerated. It's worth noting that the area of the Beastmaster Star is much larger than that of Earth. The Beastmaster Association. After quietly reading the name of the building in front of him, Chen Yuan pushed open the door and walked in with Xiao Ling without hesitation. As soon as the door opened, various noisy sounds flooded into Chen Yuan's ears. Sitting on Chen Yuan's shoulder, Xiao Ling, happily swinging her little legs, couldn't help but cover her ears. The sound of the door opening instantly attracted a lot of attention inside the room. However, when they saw Xiao Ling on Chen Yuan's shoulder, they exclaimed, "Look, it's a little sprite. I didn't expect to see someone with a contracted sprite here. TSK, TSK. This is quite a spectacle. This guy is really pitiful. He actually contracted a little sprite." Although many people were discussing, not everyone felt the same way. Those with knowledge showed a serious expression. They knew that little sprites were indeed weak, but they were precious. Anyone who could get such a pet beast would not look like an ordinary person. Chen Yuan didn't have any emotional fluctuations in response to others' comments. After all, he had already known what he would face when contracting a little sprite. He would use time to prove the strength of the sprite. With that, he would give the whole world a slap in the face. However, Xiao Ling felt differently. She didn't understand why these people were looking at her like that. Their gazes made her feel uncomfortable and wronged. Their words deeply pierced her heart. Fortunately, this didn't last long. After just a few seconds, they shifted their gazes and went back to their own business. Chen Yuan, who had a deep connection with Xiao Ling, naturally sensed her low mood. He reached out and rubbed her head. "It's not your fault. You are the strongest. You have to believe in yourself." Shoo. She made up her mind to prove her strength to those who looked down on her one day. Seeing the motivated little sprite, Chen Yuan smiled. Those nearby who heard his words had strange expressions. The little sprite is the strongest? This guy and his friends are so weak. After comforting Xiaoling, Chen Yuan headed to the counter to process his documents. Coincidentally, it was completely empty, allowing him to handle his paperwork without waiting. At the counter, Chen Yuan spoke to the staff inside. Hello, I would like to apply for a Beastmaster certificate. Is this your first time here? Yes. Okay, please wait a moment. The staff bent down and took out a form from the drawer and handed it to Chen Yuan. Please fill in your identity information. After taking a look at it, Chen Yuan picked up a pen and began to write. All done. After he finished, he handed the form back to the staff. The other party looked at the form and nodded. Okay, please wait a moment. With that, she left the counter. About 10 minutes later, she returned, holding a small card. After returning to the counter, she handed the small card to Chen Yuan. Hello, your Junior Beastmaster certificate. Thank you. Chen Yuan took the card, confirmed the information on it, and then directly left the Beastmaster Association. Some might wonder why Chen Yuan, who was clearly going to the secret realm, ended up at the Beastmaster Association for paperwork. That's because entering and exiting the secret realm requires a Beastmaster certificate. Only those who possess it will be allowed to enter and exit by the secret realm guards. A junior Beastmaster can only enter the junior secret realm. A mid-level Beastmaster can enter both the mid-level and junior secret realms, and so on. This is all to protect the safety of Beastmasters, preventing some weaklings from engaging in reckless behavior. After obtaining the necessary documents, Chen Yuan continued his journey towards the secret realm. Along the way, the number of pedestrians increased. Soon, a fortress-like building appeared in front of Chen Yuan. The center of this fortress was the entrance to the secret realm. At the entrance of the fortress stood dozens of guards, checking the certificates of passing Beastmasters. Of course, it was just a formality. After all, this was only a junior secret realm. The danger level was not very high. However, this does not mean that the junior secret realm is completely without danger. There are still many incredibly powerful pet beasts inside. But as long as one doesn't engage in reckless behavior, there shouldn't be too many problems. Chen Yuan quickly passed the inspection and entered the fortress. During this time, he once again received a lot of strange looks from both guards and pedestrians. It was simply because the presence of the little sprite was too eye-catching. Chen Yuan ignored them all and headed straight to the center of the fortress. The entrance to the secret realm was right in front of him. It was a mirror-like entrance. A huge forest appeared on the mirror's surface, rippling as people entered and exited. This was the secret realm of Anning Town, the forest of insects. Chapter 12. A world where only insect babies get hurt completed. After paying a fee at the entrance of the secret realm and receiving a rescue signal flare, Chen Yuan stepped into the secret realm. The moment he entered, he felt a strong sense of weightlessness. In the next second, he was standing on a patch of grass. Not far away was a dense forest. Chen Yuan understood that he had arrived at the forest of insects' secret realm. As the name suggests, most of the pet beasts here are insect-type creatures. Although the threat is not very high, it is still quite dangerous for a newcomer like Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan put away the rescue signal flare given by the secret realm management staff. He didn't think he would need it. After all, he only wanted to test Xiaoling's combat power this time, to avoid losing his and his pets' lives when encountering powerful wild beasts. However, this was not a problem for Chen Yuan, as the strength of each pet beast was displayed on his system panel. Let's go, Xiaoling. Chen Yuan called out to Xiaoling, who was flying in the air, curiously looking around, and started heading towards the forest. Shoo! The little sprite immediately flapped her tiny wings to follow Chen Yuan. Along the way, Chen Yuan also selected targets for Xiaoling, avoiding many wild beasts above level 10. Finally, an ideal target appeared before Chen Yuan. It was a little insect baby leisurely eating leaves on a tree. It was about 1 foot long, around 33 centimeters. It was much larger than the little sprite. Insect baby, level insufficient to evolve, attributes, none level, 5 species. Mutant insect, mutated type, species level, ordinary talent, soft, reduces some physical damage. Skills, headbutt, spits silk, mutant insect pet beast, can undergo metamorphosis to evolve into different pet beasts. Weak strength, body color changes with the color of the leaves it eats. Weakness to fire. Upon spotting the target, Chen Yuan didn't hesitate and immediately began his action. Xiaoling, use your palm. Against strong enemies, I dodge. Against the weak, I strike hard. Take this. Insect baby. As soon as Chen Yuan finished speaking, Xiaoling charged up at an incredible speed. When the little sprite flew in front of the insect baby was startled by her fierce momentum. Just when it was about to react, shoo! A palm had already slapped it in the face with such force that it knocked the insect baby off the branch, sending it flying high into the air. Sifi! The insect baby let out a scream and then fell heavily to the ground. After a spasm, it was uncertain whether it was life or death. Hiss! This slap shocked Chen Yuan, who had issued the order. He didn't expect the little sprite's slap to be so powerful. It directly killed a bug baby that was 4 levels higher than itself and had the soft talent in one hit. This greatly exceeded Chen Yuan's expectations. One must know that the little sprite is renowned as an equal match to bug babies. Both are beasts that only reveal their true strength after evolution. The difference is that many evolutionary paths for bug babies have already been explored by humans, while there have been few results for the little sprite's paths. Chen Yuan initially thought that as a leader species, the little sprite could at most be evenly matched with a bug baby 4 levels higher. He didn't expect it to take the opponent out in one hit. At this moment, he truly felt the weight of the word leader. Naturally, Chen Yuan was even more delighted. The little sprite raised its head proudly in front of him, looking as if it wanted compliments. Chen Yuan naturally wouldn't hold back his praise. After all, building confidence in one's pets is of utmost importance for a beast master. Only pets filled with self-confidence can better unleash their strength. I knew you could do it. Little spirit, you are indeed the strongest. Moi, the little sprite, who received praise from its beast master, was naturally very happy. At this point, both Chen Yuan and the little sprite were very pleased. Except for the bug baby that was uncertain about life or death. Next, Chen Yuan selected opponents for the little sprite again. Level 6 bug baby. Level 7 bug baby. Level 8 bug baby. Level 9 bug baby. Level 10 bug baby. All were defeated one by the little sprite. However, as the levels increased, the bug babies could no longer be taken out in one hit. The level 10 bug baby could withstand 2 hits from the little sprite. Originally, considering the little sprite's ability to take out bug babies initially, it could have jumped several levels to challenge. However, Chen Yuan chose this method for safety reasons. Fortunately, there were plenty of bug babies in the outer areas, so it wasn't too troublesome to find them. Of course, despite this, Chen Yuan spent a lot of time searching for bug babies to level up one by one. At this moment, it was getting late, and lunchtime was approaching. Chen Yuan checked his phone and planned to end today's adventure in the secret realm. After all, he had achieved his testing goals. He had gained some understanding of the little sprite's strength. Not only that, but he could say he had exceeded expectations. That is, the little sprite leveled up. After defeating several bug babies, the little sprite's level had also increased. She was now level 2, having leveled up after defeating the level 10 bug baby. Moi. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. The level 10 bug baby that had been defeated by the little sprite began to be covered in light. This scene attracted the attention of both Chen Yuan and the little sprite. Evolution. After the light dissipated, the original bug baby transformed into a pupa. An angry expression was drawn on the back of the pupa. Angry armor pupa. Level insufficient for evolution. Attribute. None level. 10 species. Mutant bug type species level. Normal talent. Armor. A powerful shell can reduce most physical damage. Skill. Headbutt hardening. The mutant bug baby evolves into an angry armor pupa under extreme anger and at level 10, protected by a hard shell, possessing excellent defense. But extremely slow movement speed, weakness to fire. As the light of evolution faded, the angry armor pupa immediately cast its furious gaze at the little sprite and Chen Yuan who had ambushed it. It immediately charged towards Chen Yuan and the little sprite. Seeing this scene, the little sprite also prepared for battle, waiting for the opponent to come. However, an awkward situation occurred. Chen Yuan and the little sprite fell silent as they watched the angry armor pupa, which had yet to cover half a meter after a long time. An awkward atmosphere spread. Chen Yuan elegantly ignored the angry armor pupa glaring at him and spoke to the little sprite. Moi. The little sprite nodded in agreement. So, one person and one pet didn't even glance at the angry armor pupa behind them and started walking towards the entrance of the secret realm. The angry armor pupa could only watch Chen Yuan and the little sprite getting further away in helpless rage. Wrapped in its pupa shell, it couldn't even emit a sound of its anger. What kind of skill is it to ambush and then run away? Chapter 13 The Power of Energy Cubes. After leaving the secret realm, Chen Yuan instead went to the pet item trading center for a big shopping spree. After purchasing a large number of various berries and herbs, he began to head home with big bags and small bags. The little sprite was also holding a large jar in her hands. Looking at the liquid flowing inside, her saliva unconsciously dripped from the corner of her mouth. This jar was the top-grade honey produced by the golden armor bee that Chen Yuan had purchased in the morning. Upon returning home, Chen Yuan put down the things in his hands, took out the key, and opened the door, calling inside. After changing into slippers, Chen Yuan picked up the various berries and herbs he had just placed on the floor and took them to the kitchen. The little sprite curiously examined this place where she would be living long-term. At this moment, Chen Yuan discovered a note left by his mother on the kitchen table. I went to play mahjong with Aunt Lu and the others. There's still some bread and milk in the fridge, so just make do like this morning. Love you, Mom. Chen Yuan, you really are my biological mother. Not far away, in a building, for women were gathered around a mahjong table. It's fine, the kids are all grown up. Who cares, haha, I just won again. Chen Yuan's mother was overjoyed as she looked at her winning hand. After finishing the milk and bread, Chen Yuan rummaged through the kitchen and found the blender that his mother had bought, but only used once. Sure enough, it was here. When he took out the blender, it was already covered in a lot of dust. Chen Yuan could only wash it once and wipe off the moisture with a cloth. However, to prevent electric leakage, he planned to let it dry for a while before using it. The little sprite happily licked the honey in her hands, curiously watching Chen Yuan's actions. Once the blender was mostly dried, Chen Yuan plugged it in, took a few berries from the first-tier fruits he bought, and tossed them inside. He then closed the lid and pressed the switch. Instantly, the blades in the blender began to spin rapidly, quickly turning the fruits inside into puree. However, Chen Yuan didn't turn off the machine immediately. Instead, he pressed the button for a while longer, ensuring everything was completely crushed before stopping it. Looking at the fruit puree in front of him, he thought the recipe said that crushing the fruits would yield better results with the blender, right? Chen Yuan started the next step, taking out a large pot that hadn't been used in a long time, washing it slightly, and placing it on the gas stove. Then he poured all the fruit puree into it. He ignited the stove to simmer. As the temperature rose and bubbles began to rise in the pot, he thought, now is the time. Chen Yuan quickly turned off the gas stove, grabbed a large spoon hanging on the wall, and started stirring the fruit puree in the pot. While doing so, he looked at the system's explanation regarding energy cubes. Primary energy cube, completely composed of energy combined with the strength of the Beast Master. It is the best nutritional and energy supplement for contracted pets, suitable for first to third tier fruits. The corresponding fruits are used to make corresponding quality. The first step is to crush any energy-rich fruits into puree as quickly as possible. The faster, the better, as less energy will be lost the faster it is done. After boiling until it bubbles, Chen Yuan turned off the heat and began to infuse his soul power as a Beast Tamer, stirring thoroughly until it solidified into energy cubes. He understood that the critical moment had arrived. Although he wasn't entirely clear on what the system described as soul power, he could guess some of it. If nothing unexpected happened, it was likely the same power he had when signing a contract with the little sprite. In other words, the unique Beast Tamer power of humans. Chen Yuan began to control the Beast Tamer power to surge into the pot. The moment it touched the tree fruit paste in the pot, it was like pouring oil on fire. Bang! All the energy contained in the first-tier tree fruit burst out. The loud noise startled the little sprite nearby, almost causing it to crash into the golden armor bee honey that Chen Yuan had just bought for over 10,000 yuan. After losing energy, the tree fruit paste gradually turned pitch black and dry. The energy within began to rise and merged with Chen Yuan's Beast Tamer power, forming transparent and bright cube-like substances. Chen Yuan didn't need to count them. He quickly confirmed there were 10. Once the energy cubes formed, they floated up automatically, following the Beast Tamer power he emitted, and came to his hand, seemingly unwilling to remain in that dark fruit paste. Chen Yuan took the floating energy cubes and couldn't help but exclaim. They were truly beautiful. Shimmy. The little sprite was also deeply attracted to the energy cubes and let out a sigh of admiration. After glancing at the energy cubes and then at the honey worth over 10,000 yuan in his hand, she suddenly felt that the honey was a bit less appealing. After using the unlocking system on the energy cubes, Chen Yuan obtained another somewhat useless ability, rating the items he made. Primary energy cube, excellent. The energy from the spirit fruit has almost no loss. A nearly perfect energy cube that can provide a large amount of pure energy for pet beasts. Chen Yuan was very satisfied with the result of his first attempt. Of course, he also understood that most of this was thanks to the blender. Just as he was about to make the next batch of energy cubes, the little sprite had already approached. She put her finger to her mouth, looking at the energy cube in Chen Yuan's hand with eyes full of desire. The honey had long been tossed aside. Shimmy. Hearing the little sprite's call, Chen Yuan looked at her in confusion. Noticing her greedy appearance and the energy cube she was fixated on, he understood. He chuckled. Hee hee, little glutton, you want to eat it, right? Shimmy. The little sprite nodded without hesitation. Chen Yuan also didn't hesitate to hand the energy cube in his hand to the little sprite. After receiving the energy cube, the little sprite immediately took a bite out of it without hesitation. In an instant, hearts seemed to appear in her eyes. After swallowing the energy cube, a wave of energy began to sweep through her body, making her feel incredibly comfortable, as if she were soaking in a hot spring. Shimmy. In no time, the energy cube in the little sprite's hand was finished. After eating a piece the size of a sugar cube, she felt a bit full. Although it didn't look big, it contained immense energy. She could only helplessly glance at the other 9 primary energy cubes. She needed to digest for a bit. The next second, a transformation occurred. The momentum around the little sprite suddenly surged. This made Chen Yuan, who was watching her, freeze. A wave of power from the little sprite surged into his body. At that moment, on his panel, the little sprite's level rose again to level 3. Chapter 14. Strength is temporary. Handsomeness is forever. The power of the energy cubes exceeded Chen Yuan's expectations significantly. It could even be described as eye-popping. Normally, if a pet beast directly consumed a spirit fruit, it would take a long time to filter out impurities before fully absorbing the energy inside. This process would also waste a lot of energy. There was no product on the market like the energy cube that directly gathered energy. Indeed, it was a divine object. There were many different energy potions available on the market that provided various attributes. Their production process involved mixing several spirit fruits and precisely adjusting the ratio to speed up absorption and enhance effects. Most of these enhancing spirit fruit recipes were mastered by pet cultivation masters. Ordinary people could only access a few public recipes and had no access to the hidden ones. After all, these were exclusive secrets of those pet cultivation masters. They relied on these to make a fortune. In most cases, ordinary people could only obediently consume spirit fruits to cultivate their pets. However, energy cubes were different. They directly gathered the energy of spirit fruits and eliminated impurities during the manufacturing process. This allowed the energy to be perfectly absorbed by pet beasts. And they had no attributes. This meant energy cubes could be used for any pet beast. While Chen Yuan was shocked by the power of the energy cubes, his expression changed drastically. He understood that this item absolutely could not be known to the outside world. Otherwise, he would face countless prying eyes and endless trouble. Realizing this, Chen Yuan's expression became very serious. Little sprite, this thing must not be known to anyone, understood? Although the little sprite didn't know why Chen Yuan was so serious, she still obediently nodded. All right, you go rest outside for now. Shimmy. At this moment, the little sprite, already full of energy, naturally wouldn't refuse. She lazily flew out of the kitchen. Chen Yuan could feel the abundant energy in the little sprite. This indicated that once the little sprite fully absorbed it, she might level up again. Looking at the other 9 energy cubes on the counter, Chen Yuan's expression grew more solemn. An energy cube made from a first-tier tree fruit already surpassed all first-tier potions made from tree fruits available on the market. It was even infinitely close to the level of second-tier potions. This meant that for a level 11-20 pet beast, the energy cube made from a first-tier tree fruit would also have a good effect. Forget it, why think so much? I can't let fear of choking on a bone stop me from eating. Chen Yuan shook his head and stopped considering these things. Instead, he got back to work, making the next batch of energy cubes. Soon, after finishing the second batch of energy cubes, just as he was about to start the next production, a strong dizziness surged from his mind. It made his legs go weak, and fortunately, Chen Yuan managed to support himself on the stove to avoid falling. In his dizzy state, Chen Yuan saw the energy cubes on the counter. Suddenly, he recalled the introduction to making energy cubes, the soul energy of a beast tamer. Chen Yuan understood. It must be that making energy cubes twice had consumed too much of his soul energy as a beast tamer. At this moment, the best choice was to heed his body's warning and take a good rest. That was the best choice. Chen Yuan naturally wouldn't resist the warning from his body. He organized the tree fruits and herbs, planning to leave them for tomorrow after resting well, before proceeding with the production. After cleaning the kitchen utensils and putting everything neatly away, he took all the energy cubes and tree fruits and herbs out of the kitchen and headed to his room. Chen Yuan planned to have a good sleep. Meanwhile, the little sprite, who was resting in the living room, immediately followed him when she saw Chen Yuan leaving the kitchen. When Chen Yuan opened his eyes again and woke up from the bed, the sky outside had already turned very dark. Stop sleeping, get up for dinner. Hearing his mother's voice from outside, Chen Yuan slowly got up. He felt so weak. At that moment, he felt utterly drained, as if he had been completely emptied. This made Chen Yuan realize that energy cubes were not that easy to make, at least not for a beginner beastmaster like him. Xiaoling looked at him with concern from the side. Shimmy, hee, I'm fine, don't worry. After taking a moment to catch his breath, Chen Yuan got up and opened the door. Idiot. Chen Yuan's face darkened. He was already feeling unwell and in a bad mood. He immediately cast a fierce glare at the mimic parrot, just as he had planned to teach the parrot a lesson that morning. Mimic parrot, evolvable, attribute, none level, 37 species, raptor, parrot, species level, elite talent. Taunt. Come and hit me if you can. Skill, mimicry head, but the mimic parrot had a strong taunting ability and unknowingly attracted a lot of hatred. Chen Yuan looked seriously at the level of the idiot parrot and put down his restless hands. I thought you were useless. I didn't expect you to be a big shot. He didn't expect this idiot parrot's level to be one level higher than the powerful explosion giant eagle he saw yesterday. And it was also an elite. However, after looking at its skills and talent, Chen Yuan felt that even if there were 10 mimic parrots, they might not be a match for that one explosion giant eagle. What are you standing there for? It's time to eat, you know? Coming. When Chen Yuan arrived at the dining table, his mother's eyes sparkled with delight. So cute. She immediately rushed over and hugged the little spirit flying beside Chen Yuan. This action startled the little spirit. Chummy. It immediately looked at its beast master. After all, family status was at stake. After a moment, Chen Yuan's mother calmed down. She cleared her throat. Ahem, my child, I'm very pleased you have such taste. At least you didn't take after your father. Then Chen Yuan's mother showed a serious expression and continued. You must understand that being strong is just a temporary thing, but being handsome and beautiful is a lifelong matter. Then why did you choose it? Chen Yuan pointed at the mimic parrot in the living room. The mimic parrot was shocked. What did this have to do with it? What is that about, involving me? At this moment, Chen Yuan's mother fell silent. After a while, she slowly spoke. Back then, I also planned to contract a little spirit. But as you know, the number of little spirits is too few. And then, later, I also intended to choose a pet with good looks to contract. But after seeing this little idiot, I changed my mind. Why? Chen Yuan's mother glanced at him sideways and just said, guess. Chen Yuan. Guess? How would I know? Wait a minute. The mimic parrot kept calling it an idiot, taunting others. An image appeared in Chen Yuan's mind. Of a girl years ago with a parrot, teaching it to call everyone an idiot, and then taking the parrot to call people idiots. So this was your goal. This was indeed something you could do. Chapter 15. The sound of the slap was particularly loud. The next 2 days were Saturday and Sunday. And Chen Yuan stayed at home, busy processing herbs and fruits into finished products. Of course, all of this was secretly done when no one was home. Since everything was done in secret, by the time school started on Monday, Chen Yuan still had more than half of the fruits and herbs left. Fortunately, these were extraordinary items and would not spoil. Of course, Chen Yuan still had a lot of results. 38 energy cubes. There were originally 39 energy cubes. But one was eaten by the little spirit during this time. To avoid getting too tired, Chen Yuan only made 1 energy cube a day. Besides that, he also made 30 bottles of first-tier recovery potions, 6 first-tier explosion potions, and 6 first-tier speed potions. Like the energy cubes, the primary potion recipes provided by the system were also applicable to the first to third tiers. However, making potions was not as smooth as making energy cubes. Chen Yuan failed many times while making potions, which resulted in only this amount of output. Fortunately, other than the magical energy cubes, the other recipes did not require the consumption of Beastmaster power and could be made just by following the process. Otherwise, Chen Yuan really couldn't handle it. Chen Yuan took a portion of each of these finished items and kept them with him. Most of the others were hidden under his bed. After preparing everything, Chen Yuan took Xiaoling and started heading to school. When Chen Yuan arrived at the classroom, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. At that moment, there was no doubt that he was the most eye-catching person in the class. It was simply because he had a little spirit by his side. The next second, the class erupted, and various whispers began to reach Chen Yuan and Xiaoling's ears. Wow, Chen Yuan actually chose a little spirit. Isn't that asking for death? That's right. I think he's an idiot for choosing a trash pet that can't evolve. Don't say that. Little spirits are so cute. Heh, only you girls would say that. Strength is the most important, okay? He was acting so cool before, raising the stakes with Lin Yu and the others. I thought he had some guts. But look at this. Yeah, isn't this just giving away money? Exactly. I'm so envious of Dong Hai, getting a free 100,000. If only Lin Xiao had pointed at me back then. Chen Yuan disdainfully refused to argue with these people, only sneering. You call me an idiot, you're the real idiots. Your whole family is a bunch of fools. Just wait and see, you little trash. When the pet battle happens, watch my Xiaoling slap your little trash pets to death. Chen Yuan arrived at his desk and hadn't even sat down yet when Lin Yu came over again with his little brothers, speaking in a sarcastic tone. Oh, young Master Chen, is this the pet you contracted? Truly impressive. After saying that, Lin Yu laughed heartily. Lin Yu's little brothers naturally did not slack off and followed their leader in laughing. Kid, weren't you very impressive? How come you contracted such a useless pet? Yeah, a few days ago you were acting all tough. I thought you were strong. If you kneel down and beg for mercy now, maybe Lin Xiao will forgive you and cancel that bet. Before Chen Yuan could say anything, suddenly there were 3 loud slaps followed by 3 screams. 3 figures fell directly to the ground. It turned out that the little spirit couldn't take it anymore and acted. The whispers in the class had already made her angry. Yes, she was angry. The first time she encountered such a situation at the pet cub shop, and the second time at the Beastmaster Association. Xiaoling felt inferior and lacked confidence. However, after 2 days of encouragement and emphasis from Chen Yuan, she had built up her confidence. The worst part was that these 3 guys were mocking Chen Yuan. Xiaoling, who was already on the edge of an explosion, exploded at that moment and immediately gave the few of them a solid slap. However, the little spirit was still careful to hold back some of her strength. As Chen Yuan had warned her before, fortunately, she held back some strength. Otherwise, the power that could instantly kill a bug baby could also easily kill an ordinary human without a contracted pet. Compared to his little brothers, Lin Yu was very lucky to escape a calamity. It was simply because he had spoken in a sarcastic way. Xiaoling didn't understand that he was mocking her, otherwise his face would have also received a slap. The others, including Dong Hai, were all relieved at that moment. Fortunately, I was just laughing heartily and hadn't had the chance to mock anyone yet. Otherwise, that slap might have landed on my own face. This made them glance sympathetically at their good brothers on the ground. At the same time, their expressions changed. Or rather, the entire class's expressions changed. They no longer looked at Chen Yuan's little spirit with disdain or contempt. Instead, they were shocked. Many even gasped in surprise. They had been focused on Chen Yuan just moments ago, especially since Lin Yu had walked over, and everyone knew they could enjoy the show. And indeed, it was just as they expected. This also meant that they had witnessed the little spirit's attack, but none of them had seen it clearly. It was too fast. In the blink of an eye, all three were slapped to the ground. This scene left the whole class in shock. Those who had looked down on the little spirit stared wide-eyed. How could this little spirit be so strong? This is just not scientific. Is this still that useless little spirit? It must have been cheating. A first-tier little spirit with this kind of strength and speed. That's too terrifying. So the little spirit is this strong? Amazing, cute, and powerful. I want to contract a little spirit too. Yes, yes, beautiful and elegant. Even slapping people looks so stylish. It's just perfect for us girls. Suddenly, all the mockery and disdain directed at the little spirit transformed into awe and praise. However, Lin Yu, one of the parties involved, did not look pleased. His earlier arrogance had turned into an extremely serious expression. Is this really a little spirit? Its strength and speed are comparable to those specialized in power and speed among pets of the same tier. The little spirit's performance just now was simply shocking. Its power has already far surpassed what initial tier pets can achieve. Lin Yu had wanted to say something harsh. After all, losing people doesn't mean losing face. However, seeing the fierce little spirit next to Chen Yuan, he dismissed this thought. Forget it. It's not worth it to argue with a pet. And Chen Yuan was also startled by the little spirit's sudden outburst, leaving him stunned for a moment. It was only then that he reacted and spoke up. Little spirit, you can't hit people like that. Upon hearing this, everyone perked up their ears. Just when everyone thought Chen Yuan was going to scold his pet, he continued. Next time remember, when slapping faces, you can't just hit one side. You have to hit both sides to make it neat. After listening to Chen Yuan's words, the little spirit nodded as if it understood. The next second, it dashed in front of the three guys who were still buzzing in confusion. Slap, slap, slap. It delivered a 3-hit combo. Looking at the swollen faces of the three, Chen Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Much tidier now. Moi? The little spirit also nodded in agreement with its Beastmaster's suggestion. Hiss. Watching Chen Yuan and the little spirit's back-and-forth performance, the expressions of the entire class changed. And many people added Chen Yuan to their list of untouchables. Of course, Lin Yu, as the leader of this group of little brothers, was not included. Chen Yuan Yu. This scene made Lin Yu furious. This isn't just hitting his little brothers. This is intentionally slapping his face. However, seeing the little spirit over there raising its palm, eyes filled with eagerness as it looked at him, Lin Yu gritted his teeth and stomped his foot. I will endure. Let's go. With that, Lin Yu, unable to stay any longer, waved his hand and left. Lin Yu's little brothers didn't forget their companions as they left, dragging the three who were completely dazed on the ground, following their leader with their tails between their legs. Chapter 16. Tired, let us destroy it. After Lin Yu left the position where Chen Yuan was, he took his little brothers out of the classroom, his face dark and terrifying the whole way. This outcome was something Lin Yu never expected. He had originally planned to mock them, but unexpectedly ended up losing so much face. Just thinking about that scene made him grit his teeth in anger. If it weren't for the fact that he hadn't contracted the armored rhino yet, he definitely wouldn't let that despicable Chen Yuan and that damned little spirit off the hook. After arriving at a secluded place, Lin Yu stopped. He turned around and waved to Dong Hai, who was behind the others. Seeing Lin Yu's gesture, Dong Hai nervously stepped forward. He cautiously spoke up, Lin Xiao, afraid that he might inadvertently provoke Lin Yu and become a punching bag. I want you to crush that kid's little spirit with your pet in the bet 20 days from now. But Lin Xiao has little. Before Dong Hai could finish his sentence, Lin Yu interrupted him. I know, don't worry, I will help you. Next, I will help you collect the evolution materials that the violent tiger needs. You must use the time ahead to train it to the level where it can evolve. Also, I will provide you with some potions to help your violent tiger grow. Seeing that Dong Hai still looked uneasy, Lin Yu reassured him, don't worry. That little spirit is very strong, but in the end, it's just a useless creature that can't evolve. As long as your violent tiger evolves, it will completely crush her. After saying this, Lin Yu turned around and gritted his teeth. I have only one request. Take down that damned little spirit and destroy his foundation as a beastmaster with the death of his only pet. Yes. However, at this moment, Lin Yu, with his back to Dong Hai. Did not notice the unease on Dong Hai's face. Dong Hai was a naturally suspicious person. Because of this, he never had much confidence in himself. He always thought of the worst outcomes first. This was also why he was so fearful of getting into debt when Lin Yu and Chen Yuan made their bet a few days ago. Moreover, for some reason, he always had a bad premonition that if he really did as Lin Yu said, he might pay an unbearable price. However, thinking about how his pet and resources all came from Lin Yu, if he defied his wishes, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this moment, Dong Hai began to regret accepting the pet that Lin Yu had given him. Shortly after Lin Yu left, a large crowd gathered around Chen Yuan's spot. Most of them were girls. Wow, so cute. Chen Yuan, can I hug her? So cunning, I want to hug the little spirit too. Watching these outstretched hands, the little spirit disdainfully dodged one by one. It flew above everyone's heads, hands on its hips, striking a pose of anger. Moi? Oh, even the angry look is so cute. Meanwhile, the other boys were looking enviously at Chen Yuan, surrounded by girls, wondering if they should also contract a cute pet to be the most handsome guy in the crowd. Of course, not everyone thought this way. Another group looked at the girls surrounding Chen Yuan, or rather, surrounding the little spirit, with disdain. Their core belief was that strength is the only truth. Pursuing cuteness and beauty is superficial. And Chen Yuan, who was surrounded by girls, was not happy either. He cleared his throat and said, ahem. My little spirit likes peace and quiet, so please don't do this. Otherwise, if she really gets angry later. Chen Yuan did not finish his sentence. Instead, he swept his gaze over the faces of the girls, and the meaning was very clear. Stop it, or you'll be the ones getting slapped. Faced with this threat, the girls indeed stopped their hands. After all, if they really got slapped, they couldn't bear it. What if they got disfigured? Thinking of this made them even more afraid. Especially since there were 3 examples right in front of them who had just recently received some hefty slaps. Just then, Chen Yuan felt a lingering gaze from behind. It was the gaze of his deskmate, Zhang Hao. Chen Yuan, you are destined to be alone. Chen Yuan turned his head to look at Zhang Hao, revealing a disdainful expression as he spoke. Women only affect my speed of drawing the sword. Zhang Hao couldn't agree with Chen Yuan's theory. He felt heartbroken. After so many years, he had finally gotten this close to girls. But in the end, it was all just fleeting moments. Truly, it was Chen Yuan who brought both success and failure upon him. Before Zhang Hao could ponder for long, the balding homeroom teacher walked in with textbooks. As soon as he entered, he noticed that many students were missing from the class. Where did Lin Yu and the others go today? Just as the homeroom teacher's question was voiced, all the gazes in the classroom instantly focused on Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan? He looked innocent. Why are you all looking at me? It's not my fault. Why is everyone staring at me? Seriously. The homeroom teacher followed everyone's gaze and turned his attention to Chen Yuan. While wondering why everyone was looking at Chen Yuan, he noticed the little sprite beside him. His expression changed abruptly. Zhang Hao, you actually contracted a little sprite. Teacher, it's not me, it's Chen Yuan. The balding homeroom teacher sneered. What kind of joke is this? How could an exemplary student like Chen Yuan possibly contract a little sprite? Before Zhang Hao could refute, he continued. You contracted a little sprite yourself, and you want to pin it on Chen Yuan? That is not good. Zhang Hao was almost in tears. Is it really necessary to target me just because my grades are slightly worse than Chen Yuan's? Zhang Hao's heart felt cold, colder than the frost of the Arctic. Just as Zhang Hao's spirits were sinking, one person stepped forward. It was Chen Yuan. In Zhang Hao's eyes at that moment, Chen Yuan looked like an angel. Teacher, the little sprite is indeed my pet. The teacher was silent for a moment. While Chen Yuan's intention to help his classmate was good, it wasn't helping Zhang Hao. It was actually harming him. He turned around and glared at Zhang Hao fiercely. It's one thing not to admit it, but you want Chen Yuan to take the blame for you. Zhang Hao. At that moment, he didn't know what to say anymore. Finally, with everyone's confirmation, the teacher finally believed that the little sprite was Chen Yuan's pet. But at the same time, his heart was filled with disbelief. The reason was simple. He was one of the few people in the academy who knew about Chen Yuan's grandfather. This was also because he was Chen Yuan's homeroom teacher. He didn't think a figure like Old Man Chen would let his grandson contract a useless pet. Coincidentally, Zhang Hao's birthday was also not long ago. Moreover, Zhang Hao had never shown his pet, so no one knew what his pet was. This was one of the reasons he assumed Zhang Hao was the beast master of this little sprite. Regarding this farce, the homeroom teacher merely looked at Zhang Hao and said, next time, say it clearly earlier. Really, you made me misunderstand and created such a blunder. Zhang Hao, you can say whatever you want. I'm tired of this. Chapter 17. The Angry Armored Cocoon After School. Chen Yuan took the little sprite back to the insect forest secret realm. Following the same process as last time, Chen Yuan and the little sprite entered the insect forest again. This time, the main purpose was still to improve the little sprite's strength. Yes, to enhance its strength. Although low-level energy blocks and other items could improve the little sprite's strength, A pet that was entirely built up by items would ultimately become useless. Only through battles and hardships could truly powerful pets be cultivated. Moreover, fighting could accelerate the absorption of nutrients like low-level energy blocks. Conversely, if a pet consumed various nutrients for a long time without engaging in battles and training, it would become lethargic and sluggish. Such pets couldn't even use half of their strength. Therefore, even with low-level energy blocks, Chen Yuan had to take the little sprite to the secret realm for battles. Chen Yuan began to choose targets for the little sprite. Soon, he found his ideal opponent. This time, Chen Yuan specifically selected an 11 level, or second tier, pet as the little sprite's opponent. Don't underestimate this one level. There is a huge difference. The power increase from level 10 to 11 can even be comparable to the total increase from levels 1 to 10. This is also why the little sprite reached level 5 after consuming energy blocks over the past 2 days. Otherwise, Chen Yuan wouldn't dare to challenge an 11-level pet so easily. Of course, it was mainly because the little sprite belonged to a powerful leader species, which had a different level of strength compared to these ordinary-level pets. Otherwise, attempting to challenge across tiers would be out of the question. The opponent Chen Yuan chose for the little sprite was also an old friend, a caterpillar munching on tender leaves on a branch not far away. Little sprite, charge in and use your slap on its head. Chirp. The little sprite, receiving the command, immediately rushed forward at an extremely fast speed. However, this time the result was different from before. As it approached a certain range, the caterpillar sensed the little sprite's attack and lifted its head. It discovered a rapidly approaching object and panicked, leaning back to avoid the little sprite's attack. It failed but still managed to dodge the little sprite's attack on its head. However, it received a solid slap from the little sprite on its body. Sizzle. The pain shot from the spot. It was hit throughout its entire body. The caterpillar stared at the little sprite, watching its every move. Little sprite, again with the slap. Receiving the order, the little sprite charged at the caterpillar once more. Seeing the opponent approach again, the caterpillar's abdomen slightly bulged. Sharp-eyed Chen Yuan immediately noticed this, and, combined with the skills displayed by the system, quickly realized the opponent's next move. Little sprite, it's going to spit silk. Avoid it first, then use your slap. Following Chen Yuan's hint, the little sprite immediately abandoned the slap attack and flew into the air. The next second, the caterpillar spat out a highly adhesive silk thread that shot toward the little sprite. Just as it was about to hit the little sprite, the power of the silk thread was exhausted. The silk thread that the caterpillar had spat out could only fall down due to gravity. Seizing this opportunity, the little sprite dashed forward for another slap. Sizzle. Once again attacked, the caterpillar's eyes turned red. It was utterly enraged. The next second, a light of evolution enveloped it. This caterpillar evolved into an angry armored cocoon, just like the one Chen Yuan encountered last time, in a state of extreme anger. This time, Chen Yuan had no intention of retreating. Little sprite, use your slap. Watching the opponent charge forward, the angry armored cocoon's body flashed. And its cocoon armor seemed to have a layer of coating, becoming even shinier. This was the effect of the hardening skill. The little sprite slapped it, only feeling a counterforce hit her hand, causing a sting. In contrast, the angry armored cocoon showed no reaction, as if it hadn't been attacked at all. The angry armored cocoon certainly wouldn't let the little sprite keep attacking it. It concentrated its strength, leaped forward, moving 30 centimeters. Angry armored cocoon, Chen Yuan, little sprite. Although it was much faster than the previous 10-level angry armored cocoon, it was still too slow compared to the little sprite. To say it moved like a turtle would be an understatement. Chen Yuan issued another battle command. The little sprite used its speed advantage to dodge it, and then looked for opportunities to continuously use slaps. Chirp. The little sprite charged in again, continuously slapping the angry armored cocoon. Whenever the opponent was about to counterattack, she would use her speed advantage to avoid the attack in advance. All of this only made the already enraged angry armored cocoon even more furious. Unfortunately, this is destined to be a futile rage. However, as the attacker, Xiaoling is not having an easy time either. The opponent's shell is too hard. Every time she attacks, the angry shell larva uses hardening and generates a shockwave. This means that with every attack, Xiaoling also has to endure a portion of her own attack. Chen Yuan is watching all of this. He does not stop Xiaoling out of pity. Instead, he gives another command. Xiaoling, your strength has decreased. Increase your power. The continuous shockwaves have already caused Xiaoling's arms to ache, and naturally, her strength has unconsciously lowered. Shumi. Receiving the command, Xiaoling charges forward again, attacking the angry shell larva with all her might. Watching Xiaoling's face flash with pain with each attack, Chen Yuan clenches his fists silently. He knows that his beast is enduring suffering at this moment. But to become stronger, one must continuously refine and break through oneself. Moreover, this is a battle of willpower. It is a battle Chen Yuan is conducting to train Xiaoling's will. Only by possessing the strong will to endure pain, and continue fighting, can she become a truly powerful pet? Xiaoling, who communicates with her beast master, naturally understands this. She, who has been looked down upon by so many, also hopes to have greater strength and will to prove herself. Most importantly, she does not want to disappoint her beast master's expectations of her. Chummy, Xiaoling shouts, concentrating all her strength to slap the angry shell larva. Suddenly, a glow appears on Xiaoling's hand. As her palm strikes, multiple phantoms appear. This is the advanced skill of her slap. Chain slap. Previously, under Xiaoling's continuous assaults, although the shell of the angry shell larva seemed unscathed, it had actually accumulated a lot of damage. This chain slap, which far exceeded the previous ones, became the last straw that broke the camel's back. With a crisp sound, the shell of the angry shell larva cracked, centered around the point where Xiaoling's slap landed. It presented a large-scale rupture. This scene made Chen Yuan's eyes brighten. Whether it was breaking the shell or Xiaoling using her advanced skill, it greatly exceeded Chen Yuan's expectations. Chen Yuan suppressed his excitement and immediately shouted to Xiaoling, "Use chain slap again." Chummy. At this moment, Xiaoling was filled with confidence in herself. In her eyes, defeating the angry shell larva was as simple as smashing a clay chicken with one slap. Seeing Xiaoling charging towards it, the angry shell larva panicked. The cracks on its body brought intense pain. It began to try to escape. It could sense that if it received another chain slap, it might die on the spot. Chapter 18. Chain slap. Although the angry shell larva attempted to flee, its deadly speed of movement had already doomed it to a passive beating from the start. It had just turned around when Xiaoling caught up to it. She raised her palm, ready to unleash another chain slap. However, this time, it wasn't like before. The slap that landed on the angry shell larva was just an ordinary slap. Chummy? Xiaoling looked at her palm in confusion, not understanding why the glowing multiple slaps did not appear this time. Meanwhile, the angry shell larva, with its back turned to Xiaoling, received this slap. Already fleeing, it was sent tumbling head over heels by the force. Its head crashed heavily against a large rock ahead. The angry shell larva, already bleeding from the shattered shell, finally couldn't take it anymore. After hitting the rock, it twitched a few times and then lay still dead. However, at this moment, Xiaoling still looked at her hand in confusion, wondering why the glowing big slap did not appear. Chen Yuan noticed Xiaoling's confusion. It was probably because she got lucky earlier that she was able to use it. She still needed to practice to master it. Chummy. Alright, come here, Xiaoling. As he spoke, Chen Yuan took out a first-tier energy cube and a first-tier recovery potion. Seeing Chen Yuan take out the energy cube, the little sprite became excited and immediately flew over, hugging it and nibbling on it with a blissful expression. After the little sprite finished eating, Chen Yuan handed her the potion. Just drink half. Xiaoling nodded and took the potion bottle he handed her. After a series of gulps, she stopped after drinking half. Chen Yuan took the remaining potion. He did not put it away, but carefully applied the leftover potion evenly on Xiaoling's hand. It must be said that the potions produced by the system are indeed powerful, usable both internally and externally. Internally, they accelerate metabolism, restore stamina and internal injuries. Externally, they quickly reduce swelling and pain, speeding up wound healing. While applying the potion to Xiaoling, she kept frowning and biting her lip, showing just how much pain her hand was in. Fortunately, this situation did not last long. The effect of the potion was immediate. In a short while, Xiaoling's slightly swollen hand visibly returned to its original smooth and fair state. This scene left Chen Yuan slightly taken aback. Indeed, it can be said that this is the extraordinary world. The effect is amazing. Xiaoling waved her hand, and at this moment, she felt no pain at all. Chummy, chummy. Xiaoling happily shouted and began to fly around Chen Yuan. Seeing this, Chen Yuan couldn't help but smile. All right, stop flying. Does your hand still hurt? Xiaoling shook her head. That's good. Next, we need to fight other beasts. While speaking, Chen Yuan observed Xiaoling's reaction. As a beastmaster, he must always pay attention to the inner feelings of his pet. If Xiaoling developed a fear of battle due to the previous pain, he would consider whether to end the day and come back tomorrow. Excessive pressure could backfire. Fortunately, Chen Yuan's worries were unnecessary. The little sprite was even more filled with fighting spirit than he was. Chummy, chummy. In fact, Chen Yuan could even see a burning fire in her eyes. Chen Yuan smiled. He has understood the little sprite's heart. Fight. Become stronger. Show those who look down on her what she is capable of. Very well. But the next battle will be different. Do you remember the glowing chain slap from earlier? Xiaoling nodded. Do you remember the feeling from that time? The little sprite nodded again. Good. Now it's about finding that feeling and thoroughly learning the chain slap. Are you confident? Chummy, chummy. The little sprite was very confident about this. She also wanted to learn that glowing big slap. No need to mention its power. Just the momentum alone was impressive. Hitting someone must feel great. Then let's set off. Chummy. Determined, Chen Yuan and Xiaoling began to fight everywhere. Unfortunately, things did not go as planned until nightfall. Xiaoling still did not learn the chain slap. However, her level did rise again. Over the next few days, every day after school, Chen Yuan would take Xiaoling to the insect forest. This made the guardians of the secret realm recognize Chen Yuan. After all, it was too conspicuous for him to take the little sprite to the secret realm every day. This time, Chen Yuan was different. He took Xiaoling slightly deeper into the secret realm. Today's opponent was a bit different, no longer the insect babies and their evolved angry shell larvae, but an 11-level giant claw bug. Xiaoling, chain slap. Shumi. The little sprite's hand began to emit light. Many phantoms appeared on her palm. The phantoms followed her hand as she struck the opponent. Crack, crack. The giant claw bug let out a scream and was sent flying by the blow. However, it quickly got back on its feet. At this moment, a deep palm print appeared on its right shell. After a few days of training, Xiaoling had already mastered the skill of consecutive slaps. Its level had also increased to level 10. As soon as the giant claw bug stood up, it charged at Xiaoling with great force, opening its huge claws to use the cutting skill. If it managed to hit, the consequences would be unimaginable. Xiaoling immediately took to the air to avoid the attack. However, the giant claw bug did not give up. It gathered strength in its legs and jumped up, moving with astonishing speed, like a bullet. In midair, the giant claw bug opened its claws again to attack Xiaoling. Xiaoling dodged to the side. Hearing Chen Yuan's warning, Xiaoling quickly evaded to the side, narrowly avoiding the attack. Chen Yuan's expression became serious after witnessing the previous attack. He began to take the giant claw bug seriously. Xiaoling sing. Under Chen Yuan's command, Xiaoling used its second skill for the first time. There was no choice. The previous enemies, the bug babies, were too weak. The angry armor pupa was just a slow-moving fool. But the giant claw bug in front of them was different. It needed to be slowed down. Chirp, chirp, chirp. As Xiaoling's song began to play, the giant claw bug, which had just landed and was about to jump again, started to slow down. It stumbled and swayed like a drunkard, feeling drowsy. Now was the time. Xiaoling aimed for the same spot and unleashed consecutive slaps. Chirp. It charged at the giant claw bug, delivering slaps to the same spot. Accompanied by flashes, phantoms, and the sound of slaps, the giant claw bug was sent flying again. This time, it did not get up quickly but struggled before shakily standing up. At this point, its right shell was severely cracked, and a large amount of gray blood was gushing out. However, even so, it was still alive. The creatures of the alien bug type possessed strong vitality. Some could even survive with their brains shattered. Of course, this did not include the bug babies and angry armor pupas that had previously battled Xiaoling. The bug babies were simply weak. Their essence would leak out once broken, leading to death. But the giant claw bug was different. It perfectly exemplified the powerful vitality of the alien bug type. After standing up, it charged at the little sprite once more. At this moment, its speed had significantly decreased due to its injuries. The outcome was inevitable. It was slapped away by Xiaoling. Its already damaged shell was even more broken now. The originally black shell was almost completely stained gray with blood. Despite being so severely injured, it still struggled to stand up. Unfortunately, it was too hurt and simply lacked the strength. Xiaoling ended suffering. Chirp. Chapter 19. Ultimately misplaced feelings after defeating the giant claw bug. Chen Yuan took its pair of second-tier claws. This was a material that could be used to concoct potions. However, since not many people needed them, they weren't worth much. That said, this was the first time Chen Yuan had obtained a useful material. Weighing the claws in his hand, he couldn't help but feel emotional. Let's go, Xiaoling. That's enough for today. Chirp. Even though they weren't worth much, Chen Yuan still sold the pair of second-tier claws for over $1,000. It was quite a sum. Whether it was materials from certain creatures, various tiered fruits, or herbs, even pet cores that were only available from tier 4 and above. Of course, these weren't mandatory. You could keep them for personal use or choose to take them out and sell them at the market for a higher price. However, Chen Yuan found it troublesome, so he sold them directly to the secret realm fortress. After all, even if he took them to the market, he would only get an extra 100 or so. It wasn't worth it for that little bit of money. With that time, Xiaoling could take down another one. When he got home, Chen Yuan took out his keys to open the door. His mother was preparing dinner and peeked out when she heard the noise. After saying that, she went back into the kitchen and the sound of cooking resumed. By the time Chen Yuan finished washing his hands, his mother had already completed the cooking. This made Chen Yuan sigh. What a fast woman. Let's eat. Oh, by the way, do you guys get out of school so late lately? Aren't you supposed to have only half a day of classes? Yes, the high school at Beastmaster Star only has half a day of classes. The other half is allocated by the students themselves. There's no other reason. Raising pets requires time and energy. Of course, elementary and middle schools without contracted pets still have to attend the whole day. Only high schools and universities are like this. If you pursue the path of a Beastmaster, you can even skip classes for long periods. As long as your pet is strong enough to bring glory to the academy, the mentors won't care whether you attend classes or not. After all, a powerful pet is your best achievement. That's not the case. I just went to the secret realm. Really? Did you go to hunt bug babies? Something like that. Chen Yuan thought seriously and realized that quite a few bug babies and angry armor pupas had died at Xiaoling's hands these past few days. Thanks to that, Xiaoling's level had reached level 10. Once it leveled up one more time, it could evolve into a second-tier pet. At that time, Chen Yuan would also be able to contract his second pet. Truly my son, going to the secret realm right after contracting. Chen Yuan remained non-committal to his mother's words. But you still need to pay attention to safety. After all, Xiaoling is so cute. It would be bad if it got hurt. He even wondered if he had misunderstood his mother all these years. Maybe she actually cared about him. But as soon as his mother spoke again, Chen Yuan realized he was being overly sentimental. Ultimately misplaced feelings. Give me back my earlier emotions. Don't worry, if I don't have confidence, I won't let Xiaoling take risks. His mother nodded. That's fine. After all, Xiaoling is still a child. You must protect her well. Got it. By the way, how's the 5-year college entrance exam and 3-year simulation book your dad bought for you? Mentioning this made Chen Yuan feel a headache again. When he first saw the book's title, he was stunned. When he opened it, however, he found it was nothing like he had imagined. In fact, it was worlds apart. This world's 5-year college entrance exam and 3-year simulation did not contain any knowledge related to language, mathematics, or science. Instead, it was all about various pet knowledge. It even included various written exam questions for pets in recent years. However, this only occupied a small portion. More was dedicated to explanations of pets. Therefore, Chen Yuan, who was already highly interested in pets and aspired to become a powerful beast master, found the book quite engaging. I've read part of it. You know how thick it is. It can't be finished in a short time. While speaking, Chen Yuan spread his arms and made an exaggerated gesture. True, but you should read it more when you have time. This book is quite useful. It also records various tips for pet skills, which will come in handy when you go to the secret realm or battle. After saying that, Chen Yuan pushed his empty bowl away, stood up, and walked towards his room. His mother stayed where she was, watching Chen Yuan's back, revealing a worried expression. Though she didn't say it, as a mother, how could she not worry about her child? While talking about protecting Xiaoling's safety, wasn't she also hinting to Chen Yuan not to go to dangerous places? She didn't want Chen Yuan to encounter danger, but she didn't want to stop Chen Yuan's dream. That dream of becoming a beast master that he had since he was a child. To this day, Chen's mother still remembers the first time Chen Yuan saw a pet beast, his bright little eyes sparkling. Sigh, the child has grown up. He was much cuter back then than he is now. After some thought, Chen's mother planned to mention Chen Yuan's trip to the secret realm to her husband tonight, to see if he knew anything about it. After returning to his room, Chen Yuan picked up the 5-year college entrance examination 3-year simulation on the table. However, there were not many questions in it. Most of it was explanations about pet beasts. He didn't expect such an operation. Whenever he came across something surprising, Chen Yuan couldn't help but speak out loud. By the time he stretched and stopped, 3 hours had already passed. The little spirit who had been accompanying him while he studied had fallen asleep beside him at some point. Chen Yuan took a small towel nearby and covered her with it. This was a blanket that Chen's mother had specially bought for the little spirit. When the towel-sized blanket was placed over her, she stirred a bit, murmuring in her sleep, but quickly returned to her steady breathing. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Chen Yuan looked at the little spirit mumbling in her sleep and smiled, shaking his head. He took out his phone, intending to relax a bit. The moment he opened it, a notification popped up. Shocking news. The preliminary round of the Beginner Beast Master Cup will be held in our Fuan Province. Chapter 20. The Rookie Chicken Pecking Cup, the Beginner Beast Master Cup in Fuan Province? Seeing that the event was held in his own province, Chen Yuan couldn't help but become interested and clicked on it. Soon, he read through the information. As the name suggests, this was a competition among new beast masters. It has been held in various locations around the world over the years, and this year just happened to be Fuan Province's turn. The date was set for November 11th. A little over a month away. Registration would start on November 1st and last for 10 days, until the day before the competition. As long as the contracted pet beast had not been around for more than a year, anyone could participate. Because all the competitors were newcomers, it was humorously dubbed the Rookie Chicken Pecking Cup. This competition would hold preliminary rounds in all districts under Fuan Province. There would be a total of 120 preliminary venues. Each venue would select the top 3 contestants from the nearby areas. A total of 360 contestants would then compete in the main city of Fuan Province, named Fuan City, to determine the champion. The town of Anning, where Chen Yuan lived, was also one of the 120 preliminary venues. The top 3 contestants from each preliminary region would receive substantial rewards. The champion, runner-up, and third place would receive rewards of 100,000 yuan, 50,000 000 yuan, and 30,000 yuan, respectively. These rewards were not limited to money. They could also be exchanged for equivalent training items. Even rare training items could be chosen as long as they did not exceed the specified amount, and the organizers would accommodate. These were just the rewards for the preliminary rounds. The finals would have even richer rewards. The top 10 would each receive a reward of 100, and again, they could choose between materials or money. The top 3 would receive additional rewards, 3 rare evolution items, Dragon Scale, Ancient Shell, and Heart of Nature. The winner, the champion, would have the right to choose first. Upon seeing these 3 prizes, Chen Yuan couldn't help but gasp in surprise and exclaim, "What a big deal." It was simply shocking. Take the Dragon Scale, for example. It is a powerful item used to evolve pet beasts of the sub-dragon type into the fantasy dragon type. And that's not all. A long time ago, there was a legend about someone accidentally obtaining a Dragon Scale and, in a mishap, allowing their plant-type giant tree dragon blood tree to touch the Dragon Scale, resulting in its evolution into the fantasy dragon type Wood Dragon. Of course, this is just a legend. Most people regard it as a fictional story. After all, there are others who own a dragon blood tree and have also obtained a Dragon Scale, but did not experience the evolution as described in the legend. Naturally, those who disbelieve will also have believers. Another group believes the legend is true, and the lack of evolution is due to missing certain conditions. Most of this group consists of pet beast trainers. In short, this illustrates the power and rarity of the Dragon Scale. Such items are generally more valuable than available. They often only appear at auctions, and their prices can frequently approach hundreds of millions. The Ancient Shell, while slightly less impressive than the Dragon Scale, is also an extremely powerful evolution item. It is used for the ancient evolution of insect-type creatures. It allows insect-type pet beasts that come into contact with the item to undergo ancestral evolution, resulting in a massive increase in size, strength, and vitality. As for the last item, Chen Yuan couldn't help but frown. The Heart of Nature. This is an exclusive evolution item for plant-type creatures. So far, no one has discovered any other types of pet beasts that can use this evolution item. Chen Yuan's frown was not because this item wasn't precious. On the contrary, the Heart of Nature is even rarer than the Dragon Scale and the Ancient Shell. However, he wasn't surprised that such a precious item was listed last. The reason is simply that the effect of this item isn't as powerful. If the first 2 items can geometrically enhance the evolved beings, then the plant-type creatures evolved with the Heart of Nature do not experience much change. Its only feature is that it can replace all the evolution materials needed for plant-type pet beasts. Moreover, the self-healing speed of the evolved plant-type pet beasts will receive a significant boost. Compared to the effects of the first 2, this can be considered rather mediocre. At least that's what people think. Awesome, should I participate too? After reading all this, Chen Yuan couldn't help but feel a bit tempted. After all, the rewards were simply too generous. The champion's prize made Chen Yuan envious. Even if he couldn't use it himself, he could choose to sell it for a large amount of training resources, and these precious items would sell without worry. It could even be said that as long as you were willing to sell, people would be knocking on your door. Chen Yuan shook his head, smiling to himself. Why think so much? There's still a month until the registration time. I'll talk about it then. After saying that, Chen Yuan stood up, planning to wash up and go to bed. After washing up and lying in bed, Chen Yuan tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep for a long time. Although he had just said, "Why think so much?" his heart was far from calm. This was the main reason for his insomnia at that moment. It wasn't until late at night that Chen Yuan's mind finally settled down, and he successfully fell asleep. The next day, as Chen Yuan and the little spirit headed to school, the principal of Chen Yuan's high school, Gao Hong, called for all the first-year class teachers. Chen Yuan's homeroom teacher, Xie Tu, was among them. The expressions of everyone varied. Some looked serious, while others seemed puzzled. They were unsure why the principal had summoned them via text. Soon, Principal Gao Hong pushed the door open and walked in. Seeing that everyone had arrived, he nodded slightly. Good, I'm glad everyone could be here. At this point, Gao Hong revealed a serious expression and continued, I believe you all know about yesterday's news. Hearing the principal's question, most of the class teachers nodded. Even those who didn't know what had happened followed suit, nodding even more eagerly than those who were aware of the situation. It was nothing more than not wanting to be outdone by other teachers. As for what had happened, it wasn't important. They could learn about it later. Good. Then I'll keep it brief. Starting tomorrow, we will begin the combat tests for the Beast Master subject in advance. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded again. That will be it. Meeting adjourned. After saying this, Principal Gao Hong prepared to leave. He could walk to the door, but he suddenly stopped and turned to look at the group of homeroom teachers. That's right. This time if anyone's class achieves good results, the school will also give you extra rewards. As soon as this sentence came out, almost all the homeroom teachers' eyes lit up. They looked at each other, their expressions full of vigilance. Only one person was different, and that was Xie, who wore a bitter expression. He felt that he might be in trouble. The other homeroom teachers didn't notice that Principal Gao Hong's gaze was mostly focused on Xie day. Seeing Xie's serious face, Gao Hong was very satisfied. As for why he mistook the bitter face for maturity and steadiness, this could only be described as a beautiful misunderstanding. In his view, if anyone was most likely to achieve good results, it would be Xie's class. After all, Chen Lao's grandson was in his class. With Chen Lao's strength, he would at least ensure that his grandson had a very impressive pet beast. It goes without saying that the champion of the local preliminary selection was a sure thing. Chapter 21. The bet is settled early. When Chen Yuan entered the classroom, he went directly to his seat. Not long after he sat down, Lin Yu and the others came into the classroom, chatting and laughing. Upon seeing Chen Yuan not far away, Lin Yu snorted coldly and sat down in his seat without coming over to provoke him as he had before. Among them, 3 people even looked at the little sprite on Chen Yuan's shoulder with fear. Chen Yuan shrugged, expressing regret. He actually wanted to see the little sprite play with people again. Soon, the class bell rang. The class quieted down, and soon the homeroom teacher Xie walked in. When he reached the podium, Xie did not start the lesson as usual. Ahem, students, starting today we will begin practical training. As soon as he said this, discussions immediately broke out. Practical classes? Isn't that something that only happens after everyone has signed a contract in the second semester of the first year? You're fine. I haven't even had my birthday yet, and don't have a pet beast. Seeing the chaos erupt in an instant, Xie knocked on the desk and shouted, "Quiet, quiet." Seeing their teacher speak, the various voices in the class quickly quieted down. Students without pet beasts could just watch. This practical pet beast class would only involve those who own pet beasts. Those who had not yet contracted a pet beast breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. All right, now everyone go to the beast battle arena in the school. After saying this, Xie left first. The others began to pack their books, putting away the textbooks they had taken out. Then, one by one, they stood up and started heading to the school's beast battle arena. Chen Yuan also got up to head there. At this moment, Lin Yu suddenly stood up and walked in front of Chen Yuan. Looking at Lin Yu standing before him again, Chen Yuan was puzzled, not knowing what this guy wanted in front of him. Could it be that since he didn't get a slap last time, he wanted to try? Chen Yuan, do you remember our bet? Chen Yuan immediately nodded and spoke, which instantly angered Lin Yu. Isn't it that you owe me 100,000? Don't worry, I definitely remember. Damn, you haven't even fought yet. And you really think you've won for sure? Lin Yu suppressed his anger and gritted his teeth. Young Master Chen is really confident. Since that's the case, why don't we settle this bet early in the practical class later? Chen Yuan frowned. The strength of the little sprite had long been known to be far beyond that of other pet beasts of the same level. So Lin Yu still dared to come to settle the bet early. Chen Yuan would never believe it unless he had a backup plan or something unexpected happened. Logically, it should be that Dong Hai's contracted beast had undergone some change, most likely an evolution. Understanding all this, Chen Yuan couldn't help but mock. It seems young Master Lin has put in a lot of effort, even finding Dong Hai a high-level pet beast. Here, high-level referred to a level 10 beast. This is because new beast masters could only contract first-tier beasts, and contracting a second-tier beast directly would result in their bodies exploding. Level 10 was just the final threshold of the first tier. Seeing that Chen Yuan had guessed his side's plan, Lin Yu stopped pretending and sneered. What? Young Master Chen is scared? If you're afraid, you can surrender now. Just bring out 100,000 and shout I am a pig around the school. And I'll let you off. This sentence is more suitable for you, young Master Lin. Chen Yuan raised an eyebrow. So you agree? Chen Yuan waved his hand nonchalantly. For the stubborn Chen Yuan, Lin Yu snorted coldly. Humph, then it's settled. I hope your little sprite has a hard attitude like yours. After saying this, Lin Yu left with a few people, including Dong Hai, who was about to battle Chen Yuan. He felt that since Lin Yu started talking to Chen Yuan, his eyelids had begun to twitch, sensing that something bad was about to happen. Dong Hai suppressed his anxiety and comforted himself. It's fine, my violent tiger has already evolved, and it can definitely win against Chen Yuan's little sprite. After mechanically repeating this self-comfort multiple times, Dong Hai's heart gradually calmed down. Chen Yuan walked at the back, watching Lin Yu and the others' backs not far in front of him with a cold smile. Soon, everyone arrived at the beast battle arena. Homeroom teacher Xie had also been waiting here. This was a building with a huge area, much larger than the teaching building. The difference was that it only had one floor. Its vast space was divided into several small arenas. After seeing that everyone had arrived, Xie took out a key and opened the door to Arena 9. He let everyone inside and arrived at the arena. Very well. Now those with pet beasts stand in place, and others retreat to the spectator stands outside the arena. As soon as he finished speaking, more than 10 people from the crowd of over 50 walked out. These were all people who had not yet contracted a pet beast. The students who had contracted pet beasts, including Lin Yu, stayed behind. It turned out that Lin Yu had successfully contracted his expensive golden armored rhinoceros by now. You should all understand the rules of the battle. I'll emphasize again, you cannot deliberately harm the opponent's pet beast that has lost the ability to fight. You cannot directly attack the opponent's beastmaster. Seeing everyone nodding, Xie was very satisfied. Since that's the case, let's begin. You can choose your opponents or let drawing lots decide. Just as he finished speaking, Lin Yu raised his hand. Teacher, Chen Yuan and Dong Hai have already agreed to battle. Why don't we watch their match first? Is that so? While speaking, Xie turned his gaze to Chen Yuan and Dong Hai, and after pausing for a moment on the little sprite beside Chen Yuan, he was about to say something to help Chen Yuan decline this battle when Chen Yuan spoke first. Since Lin Yu is so enthusiastic, let me go first, teacher. Seeing that the person involved had spoken, Xie could only nod in agreement. All right then, everyone else leave the arena. Soon, only Chen Yuan and Dong Hai were left in the arena. Looking at the little sprite opposite him, Dong Hai gritted his teeth and released his pet beast. He still remembered Lin Yu's instructions to take out the opponent's little sprite and destroy their foundation as beast masters. Come out, violent flame tiger. The next second, a giant fierce tiger appeared beside Dong Hai. Its body was covered in fiery red fur, and the character on its head seemed to be burning with flames. The information also appeared on the panel that only Chen Yuan could see. Violent flame tiger, level insufficient. Cannot evolve, attribute. Fire level, 11 species. Beast type, tiger species, species level, elite talent. Fury, enters a berserk state when angry or injured, increasing all attributes while in this state. Skills, flame headbutt, flame claw, fire bite, fire whip, roar. The blaze tiger evolves from the fierce tiger and can ignite flames all over its body during battle, with all its attacks inflicting fire damage. This is a second-tier elite blaze tiger. Chapter 22. The battle begins. Although the blaze tiger in front of him exuded an impressive aura, Chen Yuan's expression was strange. Or rather, most people present with common sense had peculiar looks on their faces. This was simply because the blaze tiger before them was far too fat. It lacked the streamlined physique of other fierce beasts. If it were any fatter, it could even be mistaken for a ball. The onlookers, except for Lin Yu and others who were already aware of the situation, were all twitching with their expressions. The homeroom teacher, Xie, had a face as dark as coal. Well, so you've completely disregarded the knowledge I taught you, huh? How much tree fruit, herbs, and potions did you feed it? Don't you know this would seriously affect the battle power of the pet? No way, after this practical class ends, I must keep this kid behind for remedial lessons. I can't let this guy go out and embarrass himself. Otherwise, those who don't know will think I, as the homeroom teacher, mislead my students. Thinking of carrying the blame for misleading students, Xietu's gaze became exceptionally sharp. In response, Dong Hai shivered, feeling the sharpness on his back. Turning around, he saw his homeroom teacher's eerie glare. Dong Hai was about to cry. Not only had he fed it a large amount of flame grass and 3 other matching herbs, but he had also worried that its strength was insufficient. He had even given it many bottles of potions specially provided by Lin Yu. Originally, he had half a month left to completely digest the excess nutrition and energy accumulated in the blaze tiger and convert it into absolute strength. However, plans couldn't keep up with changes. How could he have imagined that Lin Yu would suddenly propose to move the bet forward? And Chen Yuan agreed. He was also desperate. Although Dong Hai's pet was a fat tiger and could only exert about half of its original strength, Xietu thought that as long as the blaze tiger showed 1/10 of its strength, it could easily crush the little sprite. After all, in his impression, the little sprites were just weaklings. Even those classmates who had witnessed the little sprites in action didn't have high hopes for them this time. Chen Yuan's little sprite was in danger. The aura alone was at least that of a second-tier blaze tiger. Well, if it were still a fierce tiger, that would be one thing, but its evolved form, the blaze tiger, should have no chance. Lin Yu was indeed generous. Evolving a fierce tiger was not easy. Just look at how much that blaze tiger has fattened up. Sigh, the joy of the wealthy is so simple and unpretentious. How wonderful it would be if such good fortune fell upon me. Although everyone was discussing in low voices, due to the presence of homeroom teacher Xietu, they all lowered their voices. At this moment, everyone present had already concluded that Chen Yuan would surely lose. And under these circumstances, the battle officially began. Blaze Tiger, charge in and use Flame Claw. With Dong Hai's command, the Blaze Tiger immediately rushed forward. However, as it charged, the fat on its body began to shake violently, causing the onlookers to twitch their mouths. Homeroom teacher Xietu was even more furious. Although this Blaze Tiger was a fat one, its speed was not slow, and it quickly charged forward. Flames began to burn on its claws as it swiped at the little sprite. In response, Chen Yuan calmly gave the order. The little sprite dashed forward, evading it, and preparing to strike. With Chen Yuan's command, the the little sprite flew towards the Blaze Tiger at incredible speed. As they approached each other, the little sprite suddenly accelerated again, avoiding the Blaze Tiger's attack, causing its flame claw to swipe empty. This was learned from training against the bug baby's silk spitting skills, first advancing at a slower speed, then suddenly accelerating to evade, leaving the opponent unable to react. However, the tacit understanding between Chen Yuan and the little sprite was not friendly to their opponent. At least that was the case for the bug babies that had been defeated by the little sprite. The same applied to the Blaze Tiger in front of them. Moreover, not only did the little sprite evade the Blaze Tiger's attack and arrive in front of it, but it also raised its hand and slapped the tiger right in the face. A crisp smack echoed. The Blaze Tiger's head was slapped to the side, and it staggered back a few steps. This scene made Xie gasp. So strong. This little sprite is so strong. I said, how could Chen Lao let his grandson contract a useless pet? I didn't expect this little sprite to be so powerful. It's important to note that this was an over-level challenge. The other students were also shocked. They suddenly realized that Chen Yuan's little sprite had been hiding its strength. Its speed far exceeded what they had seen before. Unlike the shock of these students, Lin Yu's expression changed, becoming extremely ugly. He suddenly started to regret betting with Chen Yuan early. Damn it, Chen Yuan, you sly one, deliberately set a trap for me. I was careless. I should have waited for Dong Hai to adjust the Blaze Tiger to its optimal state before making a move. Everyone thought that Chen Yuan had hidden the little sprite's strength. However, they could never have imagined that the little sprite had never hidden its strength at all, at most. It had held back a little when slapping those three people. Its strength had simply increased recently, and it had leveled up several times. Of course, this explanation was even harder to accept than hiding its strength. After all, normally, a pet requires 10 days to half a month of careful nurturing to level up. Unless one was like Dong Hai, who recklessly piled up resources. Even then, Dong Hai, with Lin Yu's assistance, had only raised his pet from level 10 to level 11. At most, it would level up again after fully digesting everything. But that was it. At this moment, Dong Hai in the arena also wore a grim expression. He understood that he probably couldn't complete Lin Yu's task. At least the task of defeating the little sprite was impossible. He originally wanted to suppress the opponent with absolute strength, but he didn't expect Chen Yuan to have a hidden card. At this moment, both Dong Hai and Lin Yu felt that Chen Yuan was a sly one, deliberately hiding strength, luring them into a trap. In contrast to its master, the Blaze Tiger, which had just been slapped, was in a state of shock. It couldn't believe that it had been slapped in the face by someone who looked weaker than itself. And in a physical sense, this ignited its inner anger. Just as it was about to roar out this rage, smack, the Blaze Tiger. Looking at the symmetrical slap marks on the Blaze Tiger's face, the little sprite nodded in satisfaction. She always remembered Chen Yuan's last lesson. It had to be symmetrical to look good. After slapping the other side, it indeed looked much better. At this point, the Blaze Tiger was completely enraged. Roar! It let out a deafening roar. In the next moment, flames began to erupt from its body, and in an instant, it was engulfed in fire. Seeing this scene, Chen Yuan couldn't help but frown. The Blaze Tiger had gone berserk. Or rather, it had triggered its rage talent. Chapter 23. The wonderful use of singing skills after triggering its talent. The Blaze Tiger's attributes rose sharply. This unexpected scene caused everyone present to widen their eyes again. Is this rage? Hiss, Dong Hai's Blaze Tiger actually triggered its rage. What luck! Chen Yuan felt a sense of danger. After all, Dong Hai's Blaze Tiger, after triggering its rage, was at least 50 stronger than before. In contrast to the surprise of the students, Lin Yu and his group of followers were exceptionally delighted. Lin Yu himself sneered incessantly. Humph, Chen Yuan, it seems that even the heavens are displeased with you, this scheming guy, and are about to take you down. The head teacher, Xie, turned to look at these furious students, his expression darkening. He suddenly realized that there were many illiterates and fools in his class. This is not fury. This is the innate rage of the Blaze Tiger. After saying that, he glanced at the students who had just been talking about fury and said softly, I remember teaching this just a few days ago. The students who were caught in his gaze couldn't help but swallow hard. The outside was filled with gulping sounds. After that, Xie pointed to his own eyes and then to the few who had just spoken, indicating that he would keep an eye on them. Those pointed out looked as wilted as frostbitten eggplants. After doing all this, Xie turned his attention back to the duel between Chen Yuan and Dong Hai. Although these students confused fury with anger, they were not wrong about one point. The current situation was very unfavorable for Chen Yuan, originally a challenge beyond his level. Encountering this situation now, what would Chen Yuan do? With that thought, Xie focused his gaze on Chen Yuan. As the beneficiary, Dong Hai was extraordinarily pleased with the outbreak of his pet. The Blaze Tiger charged in with a fiery headbutt. As soon as it received the command, the Blaze Tiger immediately sprang into action. Its speed was almost double compared to before. Shaoling dodge. Although the Blaze Tiger's speed had increased at the last moment, Xiaoling managed to evade it just in time. Just when everyone thought the Blaze Tiger's attack had failed again, it unexpectedly reacted without receiving a command from its trainer. Donghai. It forcibly turned its body and unleashed a fiery claw at the Xiaoling above its head. This attack took Xiaoling completely by surprise. It also shocked everyone present. This time, even with Xiaoling's desperate dodging, she was still hit by the flames it emitted. She could only raise her hands to shield herself at the moment the flames struck. Although she wasn't directly hit, the explosive flames still sent her flying. Jumi. Xiaoling let out a cry of pain. Seeing this, Donghai's eyes lit up. He realized he might have a chance to fulfill Lin Xiao's request. This made him involuntarily glance towards Lin Yu. Lin Yu nodded at Donghai, a sinister and cruel smile on his face. Chen Yuan, who had been paying attention to his opponent's movements, also noticed Lin Yu's sinister expression through Donghai's gaze, causing him to frown slightly. The powerful innate rage of the Blaze Tiger not only boosted Donghai's confidence, but also shocked the audience outside. Hiss, this is the fury of the Blaze Tiger. Wow, its anger is so strong. Seeing Xie-Tu's gaze turn back to him, that student immediately changed his tune, fearing that his punishment for copying would be super doubled by the head teacher. Chen Yuan is definitely going to lose this time. Unless there's an accident. That's how it is. Hey, there's no way there will be an accident, unless Chen Yuan is hiding his strength. But is that possible? Even if he loses, Chen Yuan is still very impressive. Have you all forgotten? His little spirit is still at the first level. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent for a moment, then gasped, as they had momentarily overlooked the fact that Xiaoling was too powerful. In contrast to the students who were pessimistic about Chen Yuan, head teacher Xie-Tu had a different view. Rather than observing the situation on the field like the students, Xie-Tu had been paying more attention to Chen Yuan's expression since earlier. He noticed that Chen Yuan's face showed no signs of change at all. It was as if everything was under his control. Even when his little spirit was hit, he only frowned slightly. This indicated that Chen Yuan didn't feel like he would lose at all. Interesting. Do you have any hidden abilities that you haven't used yet? Xie-Tu couldn't help but look forward to the upcoming battle. After being knocked back, Xiaoling quickly steadied herself in the air. At this moment, some burns began to appear on her arms. The pain started to stimulate Xiaoling, but she remained very calm. Because Chen Yuan had always told her during their battles in the secret realm that one must not be impulsive in combat and needs to stay calm. Xiaoling, use singing. Jumi Jumi Ju Jumi. After receiving Chen Yuan's command, Xiaoling began to sing. An elegant tone started to resonate in everyone's ears. All present felt a sense of calm and peace within. No, some were not included in this. That was Donghai and Lin Yu and others. Their faces changed dramatically in an instant. They saw the flames covering the Blaze Tiger gradually diminish. Its form began to sway and feel drowsy. Look, the flames on the Blaze Tiger have gone out. What kind of move is this? It can actually dispel the Blaze Tiger's rage. Damn, Chen Yuan is awesome. Xie-Tu was even more surprised and delighted than the few students. He truly did not expect Chen Yuan's combat awareness to be so good that he thought of using singing to counter the Blaze Tiger's rage. Looking at the nearby fools who didn't even know the singing skill, Xie-Tu felt exhausted, but as a teacher, he still explained, this is the singing skill, which has various effects. It can calm the user and dispel all negative emotions, and it can also hypnotize the opponent, making them fall asleep. After pausing for a moment, head teacher Xie-Tu continued, of course, all of this isn't guaranteed to succeed. It still needs to be based on strength. The greater the strength gap, the lower the chance of success. Then he looked at the battlefield and continued explaining, look at that swaying Blaze Tiger. It's clear that Chen Yuan's little spirit's singing has worked, and the battle has ended. Yes, the battle has already ended. The innate rage of the Blaze Tiger faded, and its speed and power dropped back to their original levels. In fact, due to the earlier explosion, the Blaze Tiger was now feeling fatigued. Its reaction speed was greatly reduced. Witnessing the Blaze Tiger's outburst earlier, Chen Yuan did not want to waste time with it. He decided to take advantage of its weakness. Chen Yuan directly ordered his little spirit, Xiaoling, use a series of slaps. Right now, he just wanted to end the battle quickly and give Xiaoling some treatment. Jumi. Xiaoling approached the Blaze Tiger at a speed far surpassing before, her eyes filled with fury. Her hands began to glow, creating numerous phantoms. Seeing this move, Donghai's expression changed drastically as he shouted, quick, dodge, Blaze Tiger. Without Donghai needing to say anything, the Blaze Tiger had already started to try to avoid Xiaoling's attack. Unfortunately, Xiaoling's full power made her much faster. The distance between them began to close rapidly. Just by looking at the bright lights and phantoms on Xiaoling's hands, Donghai felt an intense sense of crisis. He could sense the power of this move. If hit, his Blaze Tiger might be in serious trouble. It's clear who will win now. I surrender. Lin Xiao won't blame me. It's not my fault. Chen Yuan is too strong. With that thought, Dong Hai immediately raised his hand. I surrender. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, Xiaoling had already caught up to the Blaze Tiger and slapped it. In an instant. The Blaze Tiger could only let out a cry of pain before being sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Chapter 24. Little One, acting dizzy looks quite real. The Blaze Tiger. Seeing his pet being knocked away, Dong Hai rushed over. As he got closer, he saw the Blaze Tiger lying on the ground, spitting blood and on the verge of death. It was clear that the series of slaps from Xiaoling had caused severe internal bleeding. Immediate treatment was necessary, otherwise, it could be life-threatening. This scene gave Dong Hai a severe shock, and his eyes immediately turned red. The bond between a pet and its beast master is so deep that he can even feel the extreme pain of his pet. A surge of intense anger flooded his mind. Dong Hai turned his head and roared at Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan, I clearly surrendered just now. Why did you still let your pet attack with lethal force? In response, Chen Yuan shrugged and showed a troubled expression. I'm sorry, everything happened too quickly. I didn't react in time. This was a lie. In fact, Chen Yuan did it on purpose. Given the battle coordination between Chen Yuan and Xiaoling, he could have stopped Xiaoling's attack. As for why Chen Yuan didn't stop it, but instead allowed Xiaoling to seriously injure Dong Hai's Blaze Tiger, it was because Chen Yuan sensed Dong Hai's ill intentions towards Xiaoling through the eye contact exchanged with Lin Yu earlier. Naturally, Chen Yuan wouldn't let those who wanted to plot against him get away with it. Dong Hai would not accept Chen Yuan's feigned apology. In his rage, he shouted at Chen Yuan, you did it on purpose. Lin Xiao was right. You should be stripped of your beast mastery. As soon as this statement came out, not only Chen Yuan but also the other students changed their expressions and directed their gazes towards Lin Yu. The students around Lin Yu, except for his little brother, quickly distanced themselves from him. At this moment, the homeroom teacher Xie, who had come to control Dong Hai, also changed his expression drastically. Others might not know who Chen Yuan's elder was, but he definitely did. The thought of having such a reckless student in his class made Xie liver tremble. Consider yourself lucky. If it weren't for Chun Lao's low profile, not wanting his grandson to know, you would probably be done for by now. The homeroom teacher Xie first suppressed the emotionally unstable Dong Hai. Enough. If you keep making a scene, your Blaze Tiger will really die. He turned around with a serious expression and looked at Lin Yu, saying, Lin Yu, I hope you can give me an explanation later. Or have your father come give me an explanation. Lin Yu, who was among the classmates, turned pale. He looked at Dong Hai, who was now dazed because of Xie words, gritting his teeth. However, his gaze was more focused on Chen Yuan. It's all this guy's fault. If it weren't for him, everything wouldn't be like this. Chen Yuan. At this moment, Lin Yu completely hated Chen Yuan. He even directly ignored who had started the conflict in the first place, blaming all the faults solely on Chen Yuan. Just as Lin Yu twisted his face while looking at Chen Yuan's expression wasn't good either. He initially thought Lin Yu only had ill intentions towards him. He didn't expect Lin Yu to be so vicious, wanting to use Dong Hai's hand to destroy him. In this world, destroying someone's beast mastery foundation could be considered a great enmity. This made a trace of killing intent flash in Chen Yuan's eyes. Since you want to harm me, don't blame me for taking action. Chen Yuan raised his head to look at Lin Yu, revealing a faint smile. Since Lin Xiao wants to ruin my beast mastery foundation, how about we have a life and death duel? As soon as these words came out, they immediately attracted everyone's attention. Many people gasped. They didn't expect Chen Yuan to play so big. A life and death duel, unlike other duels, is a battle used to mediate conflicts between two beast masters. The difference is that this battle ends with the death of one party's pet. Xie immediately tried to dissuade him. In response to Xie's good intentions, Chen Yuan shook his head. After that, he turned his head towards Lin Yu and disdainfully said, What's wrong, Lin Xiao? Are you afraid? In the end, you're just a useless person who stabs others in the back. Chen Yuan's words were like a sharp knife piercing Lin Yu's chest, further igniting the already intense hatred Lin Yu felt towards Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan, Lin Yu roared. Why are you shouting so loud? I can hear you. Just ask if we fight or not. After saying this, he looked at Lin Yu outside the field with pride and disdain. Lin Yu gritted his teeth, but he still maintained his last bit of rationality. After all, although his pet, the golden armored rhinoceros, was powerful, it had only been contracted for a short time and was only first tier. Now that even the second tier Blaze Tiger had lost, he would probably fare no better. This kid won't take the bait. Yes, Chen Yuan wanted to deliberately provoke Lin Yu into fighting. Everyone was a new beastmaster, which meant that everyone's skill level was roughly the same. At most, some were first tier and some were second tier. However, this was not an issue for Chen Yuan. After all, his Xiaoling was of the leader species level. As long as the opponent wasn't a leader, he could challenge them across tiers. Regarding the current scene, the classmates were also discussing among themselves, exclaiming how thrilling it was, watching someone who used to be so arrogant fall into the mud. Even if they didn't do it themselves, still made them feel secretly pleased. What What a joke, Lin Xiao, he's already challenging you, yet you're still so cowardly. Right? He usually looks quite imposing, but it turns out it's all just for show. Just a coward, far inferior to Chen Yuan, who can only play dirty. Hearing these whispers, Lin Yu's blood boiled even more. Some of his little brothers beside him also looked at him with doubtful expressions. It goes without saying that their thoughts were similar to those of the other students. If it weren't for having followed Lin Yu for so long, they might have also joined in the mockery at this moment. This further provoked Lin Yu, and he directly shouted at his little brothers, "What are you looking at? Do you want to see me make a fool of myself?" The few who were scolded just for a glance were also taken aback. If you have the ability, then go up there. What are you shouting at me for? As they thought about it, they couldn't help but show disdainful expressions. This only further enraged Lin Yu, causing him to boil with anger again. Suddenly, Lin Yu felt a wave of dizziness in his head. His lungs were uncomfortable, and he began to cough violently. After a few consecutive coughs, a mouthful of blood suddenly spurted from his mouth, and he fell down in front of the shocked crowd. In response, Chen Yuan, the instigator, looked at the fallen Lin Yu in confusion. Is this for real? This kid can't be faking it, right? Chen Yuan decided to test it. Lin Xiao, don't fall too fast. Even if you're scared, it's fine, but at least pay back the 100,000 you owe me first. Hearing this, Lin Yu, who had not yet lost consciousness, felt even worse. He wanted to say something to Chen Yuan on the field, but when the words were on the tip of his tongue, he couldn't say anything. All that came out was another mouthful of old blood. Finally, under multiple provocations, Lin Yu was directly angered into a coma. As for Chen Yuan, he felt very uncomfortable. He originally wanted to take down the opponent's pet to vent his anger. But who would have thought the opponent would just play dead? Yes, in Chen Yuan's view, Lin Yu was just pretending. The blood in his mouth was probably just due to gum bleeding today. Everything was just to gain sympathy. Looking at the crowd carrying Lin Yu's body away, Chen Yuan shook his head disdainfully. Huh, you really act well. Your body seems to have gone soft. If I didn't know you liked to pretend, I might have really been deceived by you. All right, I'll let you off this time. If you dare to plot against me, we'll see. Chapter 25. Xiaoling is now second tier due to Lin Yu's fainting from spitting blood. All of Chen Yuan's classes' scheduled practical courses for today were cancelled and school was dismissed early. Naturally, Chen Yuan was very pleased with this. He was currently walking the usual path to the secret realm, which had become a fixed part of his daily routine. Just as Chen Yuan was heading to the secret realm, at the local hospital in Ning town, Lin Yu's father, Lin Pengfei, was attentively listening to Lin Yu's little brothers recounting the events leading up to this moment. At the bedside, Lin Yu's mother couldn't help but shed tears as she looked at her son, who had fallen into a coma. At this moment, the number of Lin Yu's younger brothers had already dropped to less than half of its previous scale. These were also the few who had shown disdain towards Lin Yu before. The other younger brothers had abandoned Lin Yu, their useless and ineffectual leader who could only rage at his own people. So, it's because of this Chen Yuan that Xiao Yu is now unconscious, right? Regarding this question, Lin Yu's younger brothers exchanged glances. Then they nodded at each other. All right, I understand, thank you all. Fortunately, Xiao Yu has friends like you. After that, Lin Pengfei looked at a man beside him who resembled a secretary and gestured. The man nodded in understanding. He then took out several stacks of cash from his bag and handed them to these people. Those who followed Lin Yu generally came from less affluent backgrounds. At that moment, seeing the cash, their eyes nearly bulged out. Lin Pengfei spoke up. Don't misunderstand. This is just a small token of appreciation for your previous care of Xiao Yu. Lin Yu's mother wiped away a tear and said, accept it. One of the younger brothers scratched his head, about to refuse. After all, one can be poor, but one shouldn't lose their dignity. However, the others had already eagerly reached out to take the money, thanking Lin Yu's parents. Thank you, uncle. Thank you, aunt. Only he was left standing there in a daze. He wanted to stand up and sternly admonish them. Forget it, everyone else is accepting it. If I don't take it, wouldn't that be too out of place? That would be a low emotional intelligence behavior. Yes, that's right. I'm being forced into it. It's not what I want. He gritted his teeth and stomped his foot, also taking the stack of cash. The moment he took the cash, only 2 words filled his mind. So good. After all of Lin Yu's younger brothers left, Lin Pengfei looked at his son lying unconscious in the hospital bed and said, Xiao Fei, prepare the car. We're going to the school. Yes. Meanwhile, Dong Hai's parents received a shocking news. Their son's Beast Foundation was destroyed. To put it bluntly, it was rendered useless. It turned out that Dong Hai chose to argue with Chen Yuan instead of treating his pet beast immediately or putting the blazing tiger into his space, which led to the blazing tiger losing too much blood and dying on the spot. Even if he had put the blazing tiger into the beast's space immediately, he could have prevented its condition from worsening. After all, the beast's space has a certain ability to recover and stabilize injuries. No, we need to go to the school and find out why our child was ruined for no reason. Yes, let us go find the school. Just as Dong Hai's parents decided to head to the school, a phone call came in. It was Lin Yu's parents. After Lin Pengfei learned about Dong Hai's situation through Lin Yu's younger brothers, he felt they could cooperate to pressure the school into punishing Chen Yuan. After a conversation, both parties agreed to meet at the school gate. Thus, Lin Yu and Dong Hai's parents both set off towards the school, determined to seek justice for their children. Meanwhile, the central figure of this incident, Chen Yuan, was battling an 11-level second-tier blackback cockroach. Xiaoling used the chain slap to deal with it. Shumi. Xiaoling gathered her chain slap and landed a slap right on the blackback cockroach's head, instantly exploding it. However, the blackback cockroach did not fall immediately but lunged at them again, attempting a desperate trade. Unfortunately, that was destined to fail. After receiving 2 more chain slaps from Xiaoling, the blackback cockroach finally lost its life. Looking at the nearly shattered remains of the creature, Chen Yuan couldn't help but exclaim, "Truly deserving to be called a cockroach, it can take a hit." Xiaoling nodded in agreement beside Chen Yuan. "Xiaoling, are you hungry? Do you want an energy cube?" Shumi. Seeing the little sprite's reaction, Chen Yuan chuckled and called her a glutton. Xiaoling was not angry. Instead, she started to act cutely, rubbing Chen Yuan's finger. All right, stop it. I still need to get the energy cube." Upon hearing this, Xiaoling immediately stopped. Of course, when getting the energy cube, Chen Yuan was careful to observe the surroundings to prevent the energy cube from attracting attention from others or beasts. Once he confirmed it was safe, he took an energy cube from his pocket, unwrapped it, and handed it to Xiaoling, seeing her favorite food. Xiaoling couldn't hold back and immediately pounced on the energy cube, devouring it vigorously. Soon, the energy cube was finished, and the little sprite looked up at Chen Yuan with eager eyes again. As Xiaoling's level increased, the amount she could consume also grew. Chen Yuan didn't mind. After all, for him, the more she eats, the faster she grows and becomes stronger. Of course, he jokingly said to the little sprite, "Little glutton, if you keep this up, I want to be able to afford to raise you." While saying this, Chen Yuan took out another energy cube. "Shumi." The little sprite cheered and started munching on the energy cube again. Just as the little sprite was eating the energy cube, an unexpected event occurred. Suddenly, bright light erupted from Xiaoling's body, lasting only a second. At that moment, on Chen Yuan's system panel, Xiaoling had reached level 11 and became a second-tier pet beast. At the same time, Chen Yuan felt an unprecedented surge of power enveloping him, and his mind became exceptionally clear. He understood that this was the feedback from Xiaoling becoming a second-tier beast. Moreover, because Xiaoling had leveled up, he received a substantial amount of beast mastery power in return. He could now contract his second pet. Just as Chen Yuan was still immersed in the wonderful feeling of enhanced power, a chirp interrupted him. Chen Yuan looked at the little sprite in confusion. At this moment, the little sprite was calling out to him, rubbing her belly, and looking at him with pitiful eyes. This scene made Chen Yuan laugh. He took out all the energy cubes. Chen Yuan wasn't surprised by the little sprite's behavior, because when a pet levels up, it requires a lot of energy. It meant that the energy cubes she had just eaten had already been digested in an instant. Just as Chen Yuan and Xiaoling were enjoying this warm moment, a strong tremor suddenly came from deep within the secret realm. Chapter 26, People in the Secret Realm. Trouble comes from the sky. Chen Yuan felt the continuous vibrations from the ground with uncertainty. An earthquake? 10 minutes ago, at a location near the center of the secret realm, a team was frantically riding their pet beasts to escape. Behind them, a terrifying group of enemies was chasing after them. It was a horde of gigantic ants. Among them were even giant ants the size of trucks. All the trees along the way were directly smashed to pieces by the ant swarm. Some pet beasts that hadn't managed to escape didn't even have time to let out a cry before being overwhelmed by the sheer number. Damn it, why did our concealment fail? I'm not sure. Maybe that ant queen is too strong, which is why the hidden skill of the shrouded infiltrator was discovered. Fortunately, that ant queen had just laid her eggs and was too weak to leave. Otherwise, we would have all been done for this time. That is true. But it's a pity that most of the teammates were still left behind by that leader. There's nothing we can do. That kind of monster is simply not something we can stop. Not to mention we can't even handle these ants following us. Although we suffered heavy losses this time, the gains are also the greatest, aren't they? Upon hearing this person's words, everyone nodded. Looking at the few ant eggs wrapped in golden shells in his captain's hands, a surge of excitement welled up inside. They believed that each one here could be sold for hundreds of millions. This was a team specifically formed to steal powerful pet beast offspring or eggs. They were called egg thieves due to their actions. However, such behavior often triggered a series of pet beast riots and was strictly prohibited. Even those with a criminal record would be directly expelled from the Beastmaster Association, making it impossible for them to enter the secret realm. Yet, relying on various ghost-like pet beasts or those with stealth abilities, they could still sneak into some less guarded secret realms to steal the young or eggs of powerful pet beasts. At this moment, The ant swarm was frantically chasing them because they had stolen the eggs just produced by the ant queen. If it were other ordinary eggs, it wouldn't matter. After all, those queens could produce a large group in a single day. But the ones they had stolen were different. These eggs were equivalent to royalty within the ant swarm. They were produced by consuming a massive amount of the queen's stored energy. From birth, they would possess extremely strong power. To put it simply, they were born at the leader's racial level. Moreover, their absorption of energy and growth would be faster than that of other ant species. The swarm charged towards them with even greater fervor, their massive numbers shaking the ground. This was also the reason for the vibrations felt in Chen Yuan's previous location. Upon sensing the heightened tremors, Chen Yuan immediately made up his mind to run. A gentleman does not stand beneath a dangerous wall. I better make my escape first. Just as Chen Yuan was about to take off and flee, suddenly a voice came from behind. The boss is getting closer. We can't shake them off. At this rate, we will be caught soon. It was indeed those egg thieves. During this half hour of fleeing, their numbers had dwindled again, leaving only 4. At this moment, one person suggested, how about we use one egg to attract some of the ant swarm's firepower? We're almost at the exit. We can't get taken out here. Yes. Although we would lose one egg, you need to have your life first if you want to spend money. But who would take on this dangerous task? This is a 1,000 fatal job. Just as they were debating who should be sacrificed to attract the ant swarm's attention, they suddenly spotted a figure ahead. It was Chen Yuan. This made their eyes light up. Just when they needed a pillow for their nap, this was perfect. Without any hesitation, the leader directly tossed a golden object towards Chen Yuan. Then, he and his companions vanished without a trace. Chen Yuan looked at the object flying towards him, puzzled. The speed was too fast, and he couldn't see its true form. But looking at its golden color and elongated shape, Chen Yuan's scalp tingled. Could this be a piece of shit? What kind of world is this, tossing shit on the street? Given its golden appearance, it must be fresh. What made Chen Yuan despair the most was that it was coming too fast. He couldn't dodge it. Helpless, Chen Yuan could only extend his hand, trying to block its attack range. He attempted to contain it in his hand to prevent it from exploding all over him. The moment he caught it, before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he was directly knocked away by the force of the object. Yes, he was knocked away. He even rolled on the ground like a gourd. His arm hit a nearby rock. Hiss. This made Chen Yuan take a sharp breath. Through this force, Chen Yuan immediately realized that the person who threw this object was at least a 3rd-tier beastmaster, and possibly even a mid-tier beastmaster contracted with a 4th-tier pet beast. At this moment, Chen Yuan noticed that the object in his hand was not what he thought it was. Instead, it was an elongated egg casing. Is this a pet beast egg? Looking at the shiny golden object in his hand, which was obviously a high-level exotic beast egg, Chen Yuan couldn't help but wonder why the other party would abandon such a precious item. But soon, Chen Yuan understood. Before he could get up, the trees behind him exploded open. A massive number of ant pet beasts appeared from the shattered trees. In an instant, Chen Yuan's scalp exploded. Little Ling was also shivering. As a pet beast, she could feel the strength of the opponents more acutely. This was an enemy she could not compete with. On Chen Yuan's system panel, various data was crazily jumping. Golden claw red ants, iron-eating ants, black rock giant ants, silverback spider ants, bullet-flying ants, and so on. The lowest level was already 30. There were many above level 40. Chen Yuan felt like he was done for. He simply couldn't escape from such a terrifying swarm of ants. What made Chen Yuan even more desperate was that the moment this swarm appeared, they immediately locked onto him with their gaze. Before Chen Yuan could react, they charged up and surrounded him. Following their gaze, Chen Yuan saw the golden egg in his hand. Chen Yuan understood. He understood everything. It was obvious that this was a treasure. How could it have been thrown away? So they were using me as bait. If it weren't for the fear of disturbing the ant swarm, Chen Yuan would have shouted a few curses to thank those people for their great kindness. Looking at the furious ant swarm before him, Chen Yuan decided to save himself. Although he knew it was useless, what if it worked? Would you believe me if I said this egg was thrown to me by someone else? The ant swarm showed some reaction to Chen Yuan's words. Of course, not in the direction Chen Yuan hoped for. All the ant pet beasts looked at him with disdain. Who are you trying to fool? It has nothing to do with you. How could this thing end up in your hands? Chen Yuan was dumbfounded. What is going on? Here I am, wandering in the secret realm, and suddenly I'm being blamed. I'm just a good student who brought my pet to level up and bully some weak bugs. How did I end up as the scapegoat? And now I'm surrounded by a swarm of seemingly powerful ants. Sigh, Mom and Dad. Your lovely son is probably going to meet his end here. Grandparents, it's a pity you didn't get to see little Ling evolve into a powerful form. Just as Chen Yuan was about to close his eyes and wait for death, suddenly everything dimmed. A massive figure appeared in the sky. Chapter 27. Little Ancestor. You must not get into trouble. Anning Town, Secret Realm Fortress. In the Deputy Commander's office. Deputy Commander Zhang Heng angrily slapped the table in front of him while listening to his subordinates' reports. These guys are out of control. Upon learning that egg thieves had infiltrated their secret realm to cause trouble, Zhang Heng was furious. If someone didn't know better, they would think this was due to his negligence. He was so angry that he couldn't even control the strength of his hands. The force of his slap made everyone in the secret realm fortress feel the tremor. Experienced veterans in the fortress had grown accustomed to it. They understood that their deputy commander was throwing another tantrum. After venting some of his anger, Zhang Heng asked, "What's the situation now?" The few people who came to report exchanged glances, and after a round of eye contact, one person stepped forward. This was a newcomer who had just arrived not long ago. He first stood at attention and saluted, then started to speak. "Report, Deputy Commander. After noticing the unusual activity in the ant nest, we have already closed the secret realm." At this point, the person paused, stammering. This made Zhang Heng furrow his brows. "What is it? Speak clearly, don't drag it out like a woman." This sentence made the young man reporting blush. Several other reporters saw the newcomer struggling and couldn't help but smirk. They were used to this scene, and some of them had experienced it themselves before. Of course, they still tried their best to suppress the urge to laugh out loud to avoid drawing the vice commander's ire onto themselves. The newcomer reporter, who had just been scolded by Zhang Heng, gritted his teeth and spoke up. "However, the boy you specifically mentioned before also appeared in the secret realm, and we did not find any trace of him. I suspect he may have been caught up in the troubles of this ant nest riot." Upon hearing this, Zhang Heng was furious. How could someone as upright as him show special care for a particular individual? He shouted angrily at the reporter in front of him. "What boy? The one I mentioned? Am I the kind of person who takes shortcuts?" The reporter, who was suddenly yelled at, looked aggrieved. "It was clearly you who told us to pay attention to his movements before, and now you blame me for it." After yelling, Zhang Heng felt much better. He looked at the guy who accused him of taking shortcuts with disdain. Just as he was about to say something, suddenly Zhang Heng seemed to think of something, and his expression changed. "Wait, is that boy you just mentioned carrying a little sprite?" Upon seeing the reporter nod, Zhang Heng gasped in shock and yelled, "Such an important matter, why didn't you say it sooner?" After saying that, he quickly pulled out his chair and ran off, leaving the reporter looking confused. The other reporters patted him on the shoulder. "You did well, brother. Don't be upset. We'll take you out for barbecue later." That's just how Vice Commander Zhang is. You'll get used to it. Yeah. Although Commander Zhang has a bit of a temper, he's very righteous. After leaving his office, Zhang Heng sprinted into the secret realm at a speed exceeding 100 meters. People on the way looked puzzled as they saw Zhang Heng disappear in a flash. Those who knew Zhang Heng's identity, however, changed their expressions. They speculated that something significant must have happened in the secret realm to cause their vice commander to rush in so anxiously. After all, he was a mid-level beastmaster, very close to being a high-level one. He had a true powerhouse with a 6th-tier beast under him. Once Zhang Heng entered the secret realm, he immediately summoned his beast from his beast space. It was a 6th-tier bipedal dragon. The moment it appeared, a strong pressure swept over the surroundings. Nearby low-level creatures began to tremble in fear. Zhang Heng leaped onto the back of the bipedal dragon. "Fly towards the ant nest." Following his command, the bipedal dragon flapped its wings and headed towards the ant hole. While on the way, Zhang Heng prayed, "Little ancestor, please don't get into trouble. Otherwise, I might be in big trouble." During the journey, Zhang Heng also spotted the egg thieves mentioned in the reports. They were the same 4 who had previously handed the egg to Chen Yuan. However, at this moment, Zhang Heng didn't have the time to care about these people because the ant swarm had already come into view. Thanks to the enhancements provided by his 6th-tier beasts, Zhang Heng could see everything clearly in the distance. Even more to his surprise, he spotted his target, who was surrounded by a small sprite, making them very conspicuous. The shocking part was that the target was surrounded. The happy part was that he was still alive. He didn't have to be killed by the commander and old Chen. "Quick, go protect that person. He is Commander Chen's child." To ensure that his reckless bipedal dragon wouldn't accidentally harm Chen Yuan, Zhang Heng specifically mentioned Chen Yuan's father. That's right, the commander of this secret realm was indeed Chen Yuan's father. However, Chen Yuan was completely unaware of this. He always thought his family was just an ordinary one with a bit of money. In his eyes, Chen's father was just a worker who seemed busy all day. Only his grandfather ran a huge pet cub store, making him a rich 3rd-generation heir with plenty of pocket money and red envelopes. Upon hearing that he was Commander Chen's child, the expression in the bipedal dragon's eyes changed. It was a mix of awe and fear. Although Commander Chen seemed to slack off every day, the bipedal dragon still remembered the fear it felt back then. The terror of being crushed by the other party's beast. The unparalleled power of a 7th-tier beast. Looking back at the weak Chen Yuan below, the bipedal dragon's gaze became much more serious. At that moment, a desperate Chen Yuan noticed that the sky had suddenly darkened. He looked up to see a massive creature hovering above him. Chen Yuan. Before Chen Yuan could be shocked, a torrent of flames erupted from the creature's mouth. The flames engulfed all the ants surrounding Chen Yuan, perfectly avoiding him and the little sprite. In an instant, dozens of ants beside Chen Yuan were consumed by the flames. The once aggressive ant swarm could only scream in pain under the flames. Before long, they turned to ashes. However, this was nothing for the vast ant swarm. It didn't even amount to 1/10,000th of the entire swarm. Instead of retreating, the ant swarm charged toward the sea of flames. The bullet ants also flew into the sky, planning to attack the bipedal dragon from above. As a social beast, the ant queen's orders were absolute. The ants would stop at nothing to fulfill her commands. Seeing such a massive ant swarm, Zhang Heng felt his scalp tingle. Although his beast was much stronger than these, with so many of them, he feared he might not make it out alive today. But at that moment, a silent shriek only audible to the ants echoed through the air. It was the retreat order from the ant queen. Once the command was issued, the ants ceased all offensive actions and began to retreat towards the center of the secret realm. Seeing the ant swarm retreat, Zhang Heng let out a sigh of relief. He understood that his commander had intervened. After confirming Chen Yuan's safety, Zhang Heng also flew away on the bipedal dragon. This crisis, which almost led to Chen Yuan's demise, ended while the parties involved were still in a state of confusion. Chapter 28. The windfall of a fourth-tier core and the Lin family's financial losses deep in the ant nest at the center of the secret realm. A man stood before the ant queen. He was none other than Chen Yuan's father, just as Zhang Heng had guessed. The massive sixth-tier ant queen had a razor-sharp scythe-like arm resting on her head. The owner of the arm was a mantis shrimp. If the queen made any sudden moves, that spiky scythe would immediately sever her head. Chen Yuan's father looked at the humiliated ant queen and spoke, leaving the ant queen to fume in her nest. Chen Yuan's father was unaware that this action had inadvertently saved Chen Yuan's life. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan and the little sprite were currently reflecting on their narrow escape. Mew. The little sprite nodded in fear while gazing longingly at the departing bipedal dragon. She too yearned for such powerful strength. Seeing the eager light in the little sprite's eyes, Chen Yuan comforted her by patting her head. One day, our little sprite will be like them. No, even surpass them, right? The little sprite nodded heavily in response to Chen Yuan's words. All right, let us see what we've gained. Saying this, Chen Yuan's eyes sparkled as he looked at the ashes left by the ants. He clearly remembered that among the ants that had turned to ashes, there were 3 existences of the 4th rank. When a pet beast reaches the 4th rank, a pet core will be generated within its body. This is also why beast tamers with 4th rank pets are classified as intermediate beast tamers. It is a significant watershed. As a core that stores energy, it can be said to be the most precious item of a pet beast. It has many functions, whether used in medicine or directly for strengthening a pet beast. It is a good choice. Chen Yuan naturally would not miss such a good thing. He immediately reached out to start searching through the ashes. After several attempts, Chen Yuan finally found the 3 4th rank pet cores. This couldn't help but make Chen Yuan smile broadly. It's important to know that a 4th rank pet core can sell for a high price of 1 million. Over the years, the pocket money and New Year's money Chen Yuan had saved amounted to only 300,000. At this moment, getting 3 items worth 1 million for free made Chen Yuan incredibly happy. Looking at the cores in his hands, Chen Yuan couldn't help but sigh. It really proved that old saying, surviving a great disaster brings later blessings. At the same time, Chen Yuan would not forget the pet egg that was thrown to him earlier, which had caused such a massive uproar. Without thinking, Chen Yuan understood the egg's value. This only made Chen Yuan even happier. The old saying goes, where there is joy, there is sorrow. While Chen Yuan was happy, his homeroom teacher, Xie, was feeling extremely distressed. At that moment, he was surrounded by Lin Yu and Dong Hai's parents. Why has our child ended up like this? We only asked the school to expel that boy. Why can't you do it? We entrusted our child to the school, and this is the result? This boy is a disaster. If he is not kicked out of the academy, he will harm everyone sooner or later. We only seek justice. Please handle this fairly and expel this disaster. Xie looked at the people in front of him, feeling a headache. But due to his professionalism as a teacher, he patiently began to explain to them. He explained to Dong Hai's parents, we are also very saddened by the incident between Chen Yuan and Dong Hai. But this is a normal situation. There is always a risk of accidents in pet beast duels, and the school cannot expel Chen Yuan because of this incident. Then he turned to Lin Yu's parents and said, as for Lin Yu, Chen Yuan did not physically clash with him at all, even if he fainted later. It was because Lin Yu intended to deliberately destroy Chen Yuan's foundation as a beast tamer, which caused this situation. Do you understand? With this, it became very clear. Dong Hai's parents understood that this was just an accident, and the school could not convict Chen Yuan for this. Lin Yu's parents understood as well. Their situation was even worse than Dong Hai's parents. If they pursued the matter, it would be their own child who was at fault. In fact, it could even be said that Dong Hai's incident could be blamed on Lin Yu. because it was he who instigated the duel between Chen Yuan and Dong Hai, leading to the death of Dong Hai's pet beast. Ultimately, under the premise that reason could not be argued, the school completely ignored their demands to punish Chen Yuan. They could only leave the academy with sullen faces, as continuing to make a fuss was pointless. If they angered the academy, it would not be good for them either. As soon as they walked out of the school, Dong Hai's mother couldn't help but burst into tears. Just thinking of her child, who had become dazed due to the death of his pet beast, made her heart broken. Dong Hai's father, already in a bad mood, became angry when he saw his wife crying. Crying, what good does that do? Can crying bring that boy back to life? Dong Hai's father's words did not stop Dong Hai's mother from crying. Instead, she cried even harder. Seeing Dong Hai's parents behave this way, Lin Pengfei exchanged glances with his wife. Brother Dong, in my opinion, it's impossible for us to go through the proper channels to punish that boy anymore. We can only take another route. Another route. Hearing this, Dong Hai's father immediately became alert. He was not a fool and quickly understood Lin Pengfei's meaning. Looking at Dong Hai's parents, Lin Pengfei continued to incite them. Don't you want to take action against that boy? Think about your child. He has become like this because of that Chen Yuan. What can you do? Seeing the bait taken, Lin Pengfei smiled. We can hire someone to do it. Hire someone? Upon hearing this, Dong Hai's father became somewhat flustered. He only wanted an explanation for his son, but he never thought about killing anyone. Just as he was about to refuse Lin Pengfei's proposal, Dong Hai's mother stepped in to stop him. Yes, hire someone. Lin Pengfei continued. I can provide the money, but I don't have the connections. I need you to help find someone who can take action. Before Dong Hai's father could speak, Dong Hai's mother replied, no problem. We know a few people who have some strength. They are also in need of money, but it might not be easy to convince them, and it could require a lot of money. Hearing this, Lin Pengfei smiled even more happily. He directly took out a card. This is a card that doesn't require identity verification. It has 2 million in it, and the password is 123456. Saying this, he handed the card over. Dong Hai's mother immediately took the card and put it away. Then I'll leave it to you, brother Dong and sister Dong. Seeing Dong Hai's mother nod, Lin Pengfei and his wife drove away satisfied. After the Lin couple left, Dong Hai's father hesitantly asked, are you really going to do what he said? And when did you get to know such a group of people? I don't know these people, Dong Hai's mother replied calmly. Then what were you doing just now? I was just deceiving him. That Lin wants to use us as a front to do his dirty work. I'm not so blind as to not see that. Deceiving him? Then what do you plan to do? Didn't you hear what the teacher said? It was indeed that child named Chen Yuan who killed our child's pet beast and damaged our child's foundation. After a pause, Dong Hai's mother gritted her teeth and said, but all of this was instigated by that Lin's son. So what should we do next? Dong Hai's father thought for a moment, found it reasonable, and nodded in agreement. Thus, while Lin Pengfei and his wife waited for good news from Dong Hai's parents, Dong Hai's parents had already sold all their inconvenient belongings and slipped away with the 2 million cash they received. Chapter 29. The ant egg of the thief turned black. Chen Yuan was unaware of the events happening at school. He could guess that the idiot was probably off playing mahjong again. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Yuan took out the tree fruits he had bought earlier from his room, intending to make some more energy cubes. Finally, he finished using up the stock of tree fruits he had bought. Thanks to the feedback from the second-tier sprite, making first-tier basic energy cubes had become particularly easy for Chen Yuan. He originally planned to make some basic recovery potions as well. But since those were the medicines Chen Yuan consumed the most, he chose to give up after checking the time. Using the remaining time, Chen Yuan tidied up the kitchen. Seeing Chen's mother beaming with a smile, Chen Yuan knew without guessing that she had won money today. Chen's mother was also surprised to see Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan nodded. Really? What do you want to eat tonight? Anything is fine. All right, then you should go rest for a bit. Picking up the backpack placed at the door, he took out the egg and 4th-rank cores he unexpectedly obtained today. Yes, Chen Yuan did not sell the 4th-rank cores, but chose to keep them. He just felt that keeping these 3 4th-rank cores might be better. Perhaps he would need them someday. In any case, he had such a premonition. Chen Yuan did not pay much attention to the 4th-rank cores, but chose to pick up the egg beside him and observe it. Looking at the golden shell on the surface, Chen Yuan could feel a sense of nobility. Just this eggshell alone must be worth quite a bit. After observing it for a while, Chen Yuan set the egg down and put it together with the 3 4th-level energy cores, storing them in the drawer below. He then took out a mock exam for the college entrance examination over the past 5 years and began to read. While Chen Yuan was immersed in the sea of books, the egg and the 4th-level energy cores he had hidden were undergoing changes. Streams of energy detached from the cores and surged into the nearby egg. The golden ant egg began to shine even more brightly. Meanwhile, the group of egg thieves fell into despair. Why is this happening? Can anyone tell me why the egg turned black? Did we work so hard for nothing? Damn it. This must be some backup plan left by that ant queen. At this moment, Their few golden ant eggs had already lost their luster and were gradually turning gray. They had completely lost their previous nobility and dominance, as if they were about to transform from extraordinary to ordinary. This scene left the egg thieves disheartened. They did not understand why this change was occurring, only knowing that their decision had resulted in a huge loss. If each egg was worth hundreds of millions before, now they would be lucky to sell for 10 million. Moreover, they were still in the process of changing, which meant these eggs were rapidly depreciating. This was simply unacceptable for them. The ant eggs they had risked their lives to obtain were now depreciating wildly, and just thinking about it was painful. What the group of egg thieves did not know was that these changes had a reason. The ant queen had expended a tremendous amount of energy to produce these eggs. Similarly, a large amount of energy was also needed to hatch these eggs. However, they only placed the eggs together without providing energy to nurture them. Without enough energy, in a desperate bid for survival, these ant eggs could only instinctively begin to consume their own energy to hatch. This also led to a decline in their quality. Of course, even so, they were still stronger than other ordinary ant pets. After all, their foundation was there. Chen Yuan was quite lucky. By chance, he had placed the ant egg and the fourth-level energy cores together, providing ample energy replenishment for the ant egg in his hand. Furthermore, the 3 energy cores, all belonging to ant-type pets, were easier for the egg to absorb. After reading the mock exam for a while, Chen Yuan went to bed. At this moment, the egg and energy cores continued to undergo changes unbeknownst to him. As energy was extracted, cracks began to appear on the core, and the egg became increasingly bright, even starting to emit light. Suddenly, Xiaoling woke up. It turned out that the light was shining through the gap in the drawer, directly illuminating Xiaoling's face. Upon waking, Xiaoling flew up, avoiding the dazzling light, and rubbed her eyes. Jume. As soon as she woke up, Xiaoling noticed the glowing drawer. Filled with curiosity, she flew over, grabbed the drawer handle, and pulled it open. As the drawer opened, golden light filled the entire room. Xiaoling also saw the changes in the egg. At that moment, the egg had become transparent, and inside, a golden ant baby was taking shape. The 3 fourth-level cores beside it had completely shattered, with most of their energy drained, leaving only a small amount of residual energy. Seeing this, Xiaoling immediately flew to Chen Yuan's side and shouted, Jume. 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 The meaning was clear. Something big has happened. Don't sleep. Wake up. Unfortunately, it was to no avail. Chen Yuan continued to sleep like a dead pig. With no choice, Xiaoling decided to forcibly drag Chen Yuan up. She first looked at Chen Yuan's ears, then at his hair. After thinking about it, she decided that hair would be easier to pull, so she went for it. Xiaoling immediately started her action. She grabbed a few strands of Chen Yuan's hair and pulled with all her might. The situation did not go as Xiaoling had hoped. Instead of pulling Chen Yuan up, the hair simply broke. However, she achieved her goal of waking Chen Yuan. Hiss. Chen Yuan took a deep breath, opened his eyes, and sat up in bed, saying while pressing the spot where Xiaoling had tugged his hair. Hearing this, Xiaoling quickly hid Chen Yuan's hair behind her back. Waking up, Chen Yuan noticed something was off. Why was the room so bright and golden at that? Jume. Jume. Before he could react, Xiaoling had already flown in front of him, pointing at the drawer with one hand, while the other hand was still hiding a few strands of someone's hair behind her back. Following Xiaoling's cue, Chen Yuan immediately noticed the glowing drawer. He rushed over to check it out. At this moment, Xiaoling landed on the ground, tossing the hair she had in her hand under the bed and nodding in satisfaction. When Chen Yuan approached the drawer, his first glance caught the perfectly formed ant egg. Is it about to hatch? His second glance revealed the completely shattered 4th-level energy cores. In that instant, Chen Yuan felt a heart-wrenching pain. Damn, my core. I just spent 3 million on it, and now it's gone. Thinking of this, Chen Yuan nearly blacked out. Chapter 30. Contracting dual talents of the golden ant. Without a doubt, Chen Yuan understood who the culprit was. As the ant egg absorbed energy, the fragments of the 4th-level energy core began to gradually vaporize, transforming into streams of energy that flowed into the ant egg. The core, originally made of energy, was now reverting to its original form. Xiaoling, who had disposed of the hair, flew over and hovered in midair, curiously watching the changes in the ant egg in the drawer. As the energy absorption completed, the 4th-level energy core that originally belonged to Chen Yuan had completely vanished. After the energy core was drained and disappeared, the ant pet that had already formed inside the egg began to show signs of pain. Its limbs started to thrash as if struggling. Is it lacking energy? Chen Yuan glanced at the now missing 4th-level energy core and, combining that with the disappearance of energy, came to his own conclusion. Since it was energy, then high-purity energy cubes should work too. Chen Yuan got up and went to where he stored the energy cubes, taking out all the first-level energy cubes he had made. Chen Yuan could tell that the egg was at a critical moment. If left unattended, something might go wrong. After obtaining the energy cubes, Chen Yuan hesitated for a moment while looking at the first-level energy cube in his hand. He then placed them all beside the ant egg. After all, energy cubes could be made again, but such a miraculous egg might not come by again. Sensing the energy, the creature inside the egg immediately began to absorb the energy contained in the primary energy cubes. Its previously painful expression gradually calmed down. The thrashing limbs also came to a halt. Moreover, perhaps due to the magical effects of the primary energy cubes, the golden light on its body became even more dazzling. It was as if its grade had been elevated again. Although the effect of the energy cubes was quite powerful, they were merely first-level energy nutrients and could not withstand the suction power that could completely absorb the fourth-level energy core. As time passed, the energy cubes that Chen Yuan had taken out were gradually diminishing. Xiaoling, watching from the side, wore a reluctant expression. Every time an energy cube disappeared, she would turn her head away as if she couldn't bear to witness such a cruel scene. These are all the treasures that Chen Yuan made for her. Looking at these delicious and powerful energy blocks, every one that disappears feels like a knife stabbing her heart. Xiaoling only felt that her heart was aching so much at this moment that she could hardly breathe. Chen Yuan, seeing the rapidly decreasing stock, began to feel nervous. There was nothing he could do. Even if he started making more right away, it would take time. Moreover, he had already used up all the stock of tree fruits today. Even if he wanted to make more, he couldn't. Fortunately, the worst did not happen. When there were only about 10 energy blocks left, this egg stopped absorbing energy. Seeing that the egg no longer needed energy blocks, Xiaoling immediately took action, heartbroken, gathering the remaining energy blocks around her. Seeing Xiaoling's greedy appearance, Chen Yuan couldn't help but laugh. Jumi. Xiaoling was very unhappy about this, calling out to Chen Yuan as if to say not to laugh. However, this had the opposite effect, and Chen Yuan laughed even more joyfully. Xiaoling became angry at Chen Yuan's reaction. She turned her back and ignored him. Just as Chen Yuan was about to say something, a crisp sound came. It was the sound from the ant egg, and at this moment, a tiny crack appeared on the golden egg. This movement immediately attracted the attention of both Chen Yuan and Xiaoling. In just a few seconds after the first crack appeared, a second crack also emerged. Accompanied by the continuous cracking sounds, the ant egg began to be covered with dense cracks. It seemed as if a new life would be born from it at any moment. The increasing cracks made both Chen Yuan and Xiaoling hold their breath, their eyes wide open, staring intently at the egg, afraid of missing something. Finally, after the cracks reached a critical point, accompanied by a sound like glass shattering, an ant the size of a palm crawled out from the broken eggshell. This was a completely golden ant. Each limb resembled a miniature golden spear. Although it was not large, one could feel its majesty and nobility. Xiaoling's eyes lit up as she looked at the golden ant in front of her. She even thought that riding it around in the future would definitely be very cool. Chen Yuan's panel also displayed the attributes of the golden ant before him. Just as he had guessed, this was indeed a leader-level pet. Its level was not the usual level 1 of a newborn pet, but rather level 10, the peak of the first tier. After reviewing all its attributes, Chen Yuan was even more grateful for the value of the energy blocks he had spent. Golden ant, level insufficient. Cannot evolve, attributes. Earth level, 10 species. Alien insect, fierce ant species, species level, leader talent 1. Great strength, self-strength coefficient 2, talent 2. Golden shell, reduces physical damage by 30 skills, charge. Bite, pierce, harden, earth spike, earth wall. This was the first dual talent pet Chen Yuan had seen in a long time. Although it was still tier 1, if it grew to its full size, it would probably not even be a match for Xiaoling, who was at level 11 at that moment. After being born, the golden ant turned its head to look at Chen Yuan. It directly jumped towards Chen Yuan, prompting him to extend his hand. The golden ant landed right on Chen Yuan's palm, affectionately touching its head against Chen Yuan's hand. It could sense the familiarity of the person in front of it, just like the aura from the energy before. Indeed, the energy blocks were made by Chen Yuan using his beast mastery power, so they were imbued with his aura. It was this aura that made the golden ant regard Chen Yuan as someone close to it. All of this made Chen Yuan's eyes light up. Ever since he saw the powerful attributes of the golden ant, he had been coveting it, not to mention its powerful dual talents. Chen Yuan immediately extended his other hand to pat the golden ant's head and initiated the contract. As the light enveloped the two of them, a new territory appeared in Chen Yuan's consciousness. See, this was the territory belonging to the golden ant and was right next to Xiaoling's forest territory. As the contract continued, a powerful force was transmitted from the golden ant. Although it was only 5, it still made Chen Yuan feel as if he had transformed into a super muscular man capable of lifting a cauldron. After all, unlike Xiaoling's versatility, the golden ant represented absolute strength and defense. Thus, Chen Yuan obtained his second pet in life. Chapter 31. Big brother, are you joking? After contracting the golden ant, Chen Yuan named it Golden Flash, just like he did with Xiaoling. This name was actually Chen Yuan's mischievousness. Upon seeing the all-golden ant, he couldn't help but think of a certain anime character he had seen in his past life. The freshly contracted Golden Flash was currently munching on an energy block, which Xiaoling had generously shared with it. After the golden ant became Chen Yuan's contracted beast, Xiaoling immediately treated it as her close partner or pet. After finishing its meal, Golden Flash raised its head to stare at Xiaoling, or rather the energy blocks behind her. Its swaying antennae seemed to express its love and desire for the energy blocks. Golden Flash had just been born and needed a lot of energy to grow. Only when its size grew to a certain extent could it unleash its full potential. Seeing Golden Flash so eager for energy blocks, Xiaoling didn't hold back either, picking one up and tossing it over. Golden Flash leaped up and caught it steadily. Once it had the energy block in its hands, Golden Flash immediately began to happily munch on it again. The golden antennae on its head swayed even more energetically. Watching Golden Flash happily gnawing on the energy block made Xiaoling very happy. She felt that the day she became a golden ant knight was not far away. She even began to fantasize about the majestic days of riding on Golden Flash. Lost in thought, saliva began to flow from the corner of Xiaoling's mouth. Seeing Xiaoling and Golden Flash causing a ruckus in the drawer, Chen Yuan spoke up. Xiaoling, stop messing around. Quickly let Golden Flash eat its fill, and then go to sleep. Jumi. In response to Chen Yuan's request, Xiaoling nodded. She no longer played the game of tossing energy blocks for Golden Flash to catch, but instead pushed the remaining energy blocks in front of Golden Flash. Xiaoling also took two for herself. There was no helping it. Seeing Golden Flash eat so deliciously made her crave it too. After Xiaoling and Golden Flash calmed down, Chen Yuan no longer paid attention to them and climbed into bed to sleep. The next day, early in the morning, Chen Yuan and the little spirit walked into the classroom as usual. As for Golden Flash, it was currently resting in the pet space, needing to digest the many energy blocks it had eaten the night before. Unlike other days, when Chen Yuan entered the classroom today, the entire classroom immediately fell silent, and everyone's gaze was focused on Chen Yuan and the little spirit, filled with awe and envy. After yesterday's battle with Dong Hai, Chen Yuan's strength shocked everyone and conquered everyone in the class, except for one person who was still unconscious and gritting his teeth at Chen Yuan. However, no matter how dissatisfied he was, it was useless because in the extraordinary world, everything was determined by strength. As long as you have strength, others will respect you. Even though Chen Yuan possessed a mentality far surpassing that of his peers, he couldn't help but feel a bit floaty under these gazes. As for the little spirit, it was even more so. She had always been looked down upon, so when did she ever experience such attention? It felt like eating ice-cold watermelon in the scorching summer, so refreshing. She even puffed up her chest, wanting to showcase her presence. The gaze lingered until Chen Yuan arrived at his seat and sat down. As soon as he sat down, his deskmate Zhang Hao leaned over, looking as if he were sneaking around like a thief. After seeing Chen Yuan, he opened his mouth, then paused. Noticing Zhang Hao's conflicted expression, Chen Yuan curiously asked first, "What's wrong with you, Zhang Hao? If you have something to say, just say it. Don't be so fidgety. If I didn't know better, I'd think you were constipated." As soon as these words came out, many people around couldn't help but chuckle. Zhang Hao, the person involved, had an expression of exasperation. "I'm just conflicted. You're the one who's constipated. Your whole family is constipated." Of course, Zhang Hao only dared to complain about Chen Yuan in his mind. He wouldn't say it out loud. Who knows what would happen if he did? That little elf's big move might just land on his face. However, to be fair, after Chen Yuan's interruption, Zhang Hao felt much more relaxed. After taking a deep breath, he nervously asked Chen Yuan, "Your little elf is so powerful. Is there some secret to it?" Upon hearing this, everyone in the class perked up their ears. They were also curious about how Chen Yuan managed to raise a well-known weak elf to such strength. Chen Yuan was momentarily taken aback by Zhang Hao's words and shook his head with a smile, saying, "I don't have any secret. It's mainly because little Ling is just that strong." Zhang Hao didn't believe this straightforward statement at all. His expression clearly showed disbelief, as if to say, "Are you kidding me?" Similarly, the others in the class didn't believe it either. "Your own strength? Huh. Then why are everyone else's elves weak, but yours is so outstanding?" They thought that Chen Yuan was just reluctant to share his secret. This left them not only disappointed, but also even more curious about the secret behind little Ling. Just when they thought Chen Yuan wouldn't say anything more, he spoke up again. "If I had to say there was a secret, it would be that I go to the secret realm to battle wild beasts with little Ling every day. That should count as one, right?" As soon as these words came out, everyone gasped and stared wide-eyed. Some students holding pins were so shocked that they relaxed their grip, letting the pins slip from their hands. They hadn't forgotten that Chen Yuan had just recently contracted his little elf. Zhang Hao gasped even more dramatically. "Are you kidding me? This isn't funny at all." He forced a laugh, trying to go along with Chen Yuan's supposed joke. "Haha, Chen Yuan. I have to say your joke is a bit interesting. What's wrong? Isn't it normal to go to the secret realm? Isn't everyone doing that? Hearing this, the entire class shook their heads wildly in their hearts. No, 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 man. You're the only one who would do that. What normal person would dare to go to the secret realm right after contracting an elf? This isn't bravery, it's recklessness. It's a suicidal act. Without 20 or 30 years of brain blockage, no one could do something like that. Although everyone was silently criticizing Chen Yuan in their minds, the whole class remained silent. Some who had contracted their beasts earlier felt particularly ashamed. Just thinking about how they had been contracted for over half a year without ever seeing what the secret realm looked like, while Chen Yuan had already treated it like home, visiting every day to check in, made them feel miserable. Suddenly, they felt as if they had wasted the past 6 months. Generally speaking, their thoughts were correct. They didn't have Chen Yuan's system-given scouting ability to choose suitable opponents for their beasts. For them, if they weren't careful and picked a wild beast their elf couldn't handle, they could end up out of the game right then and there. In such a situation, who would dare to easily go to the secret realm? What if they failed to train their elves and ended up as prey for the wild beasts? It was Chen Yuan who treated the secret realm like home, visiting daily. Who was truly abnormal? After learning about Chen Yuan's incredible secret, the whole class fell into a state of silence. No other reason. It was simply something that couldn't be replicated. It could even be said that it was earned with his life. Thinking of this, many people cast admiring glances at Chen Yuan. It was nothing, just the youthful exuberance of high school students showing respect for a brave person. If it weren't for the absence of the song Lonely Brave in this world, they might have even sung a song about walking alone in the dark alleys for love. In response, Chen Yuan only shivered. He didn't understand why a group of energetic classmates were looking at him with such lustful eyes. Of course, along with belief, there were also doubts. Some believed that Chen Yuan simply didn't want to tell everyone, so he concocted the lie about going to the secret realm every day. Most of these were Lin Yu's lackeys, especially the 3 who had been slapped by Little Ling Chapter 32. Chen Yuan, what are you all staring at me for? I haven't done anything. Just like yesterday, after the class bell rang, the homeroom teacher Xie led everyone back to the beast battle arena. Cough. Because of a little incident yesterday, we will continue with the practical class on pet beasts today. While speaking, Xie deliberately glanced at Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan, what does that mean? Is it my fault? To keep it brief, today we will use a lottery system. Lu Yuan, you'll be in charge of the drawing. That's it. Upon hearing the homeroom teacher's words, Lu Yuan stepped forward, took the drawing box from Xie and walked into the crowd. As the class monitor, she was already used to such things. Come on, everyone draw. Saying this, Lu Yuan held out the box in front of everyone. Each person reached in to take out their assigned number. When it was Chen Yuan's turn to draw, everyone turned their attention toward him. It wasn't anything special. They were just afraid of being drawn as Chen Yuan's opponent. Even those who had contracted their pets half a year ago didn't want to face Chen Yuan. There was no way around it. The impression Chen Yuan left on them yesterday was too deep. They simply had no confidence in defeating Little Ling. Chen Yuan was also a bit confused. As he thought about this, he reached into the drawing box. As Chen Yuan's hand went into the box, everyone holding their drawing papers held their breath. Watching Chen Yuan rummaging around in the box, their hearts grew more and more anxious. After grabbing a number he liked, Chen Yuan pulled his hand out. Under everyone's tense gaze, he revealed the number in his hand. I'm number 6. In an instant, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Except for one person. That was a girl named Lin Miao, who was the unfortunate one who drew number 6. Her face turned pale, and the image of the blazing tiger being slapped away by Little Ling flashed through her mind. Realizing that her pet was far inferior to the blazing tiger, she understood she was 100% doomed. Although the others didn't know who this unlucky number 6 was, they were already silently mourning for her. Of course, some were gloating over her misfortune. Once everyone had finished drawing, Xie clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention. All right, now that everyone has drawn, the 2 number 1s will go first, and the others will step back. After everyone stepped back, the 2 number 1s summoned their pets. Come out, carnivorous flower. Come out, iron armored tortoise. Both sides looked serious upon seeing each other's pets. One was known for defense, and the other for attack, an absolute conflict of pet types. Chen Yuan looked at the 2 pets in the arena with a strange expression. At that moment, he saw through the system that both were level 9. He really didn't know whether to say they matched well or that their attributes were countered. The beast master of the carnivorous flower was the first to issue a command. Carnivorous flower, use bite. With the command given, the man-eating flower charged towards the opponent on its 2 short legs formed by roots, resembling a corgi. The beast master of the armored turtle was naturally unwilling to back down. The armored turtle shrank and hardened. The armored turtle immediately retracted, its shell gleaming as if coated with wax. The man-eating flower rushed in front of the retracted armored turtle and opened its huge mouth, biting down. Instantly, a harsh grinding sound echoed. The man-eating flower left a scratch on the turtle's shell, but one of its teeth also broke. At this moment, the beast master began to taunt. Come out if you have the guts. Hiding is not a skill. If I don't come out, I won't come out. If you have the guts, bite me. This is infuriating. The man-eating flower is biting. The armored turtle continues to harden. For a time, the two were locked in a stalemate, unable to do anything to each other. The onlookers were stunned, experiencing both psychological and physical numbness. Of course, the physical numbness was felt by those without contracted beasts, as they did not receive the enhancements from their pets, so feeling weak could be understood. From the start of the battle until now, they had been fighting for a full 30 minutes. This 30 minutes was solely about one side biting desperately while the other side hardened. Chen Yuan watched this bladder match, speechless. He had been through many battles, but it was the first time he saw a fight last so long. In his battle career, it was either a slap from Xiao Ling or 2 slaps. At most, it would involve a few more slaps. It was usually resolved in no more than 12 minutes. Unlike what he was seeing today with these two, it was simply a real-life template of chickens pecking at each other. Finally, the homeroom teacher, Xie, could not stand it any longer and called off the match. If they continued fighting, then this practical class would be pointless. The two who were stopped were still unconvinced, exchanging harsh words. Don't leave after class. Let's see who is better. I'll compete. Who is afraid of whom? The two evenly matched competitors left the arena amidst their quarrel. The crowd, Xie, even began to wonder if there was too little homework, which was why they were so full of energy. All right, the next group, number 2. Come to the stage. The two drawn for number 2 walked out from the crowd. This time it was a boy and a girl. After arriving, they summoned their beasts. One was the black-backed cockroach that Chen Yuan had battled before, and the other was the heart-shaped rock pet favored by girls. It was a red rock beast in the shape of a heart. Since it was made entirely of rock, its defense was also exceptionally high. With the two beasts summoned, the battle immediately began. In less than 5 minutes, a winner was determined. The black-backed cockroach had no other attribute skills and ultimately lost. After this battle, no situation like the first match occurred again. Groups 3 and 4 also completed their battles at a rapid pace, determining a winner without any of the chickens pecking at each other as seen in the first match. As one of the participants from Group 5, the silver-backed snake, was knocked away by the opponent's beast, it was finally Chen Yuan's turn. Without needing Xie to speak, Chen Yuan took the initiative to step forward and walk towards the stage. When Chen Yuan arrived, everyone held their breath. They were all waiting for the unfortunate soul who would face number 6, eager to see who was so unlucky to draw Chen Yuan. However, after waiting for a while, there was no reaction from the crowd. This made Xie frown and scan the crowd, speaking up. There is still one number 6. Hearing the homeroom teacher's words, Lin Miao tremblingly raised her hand and immediately said, Teacher, can I forfeit? As soon as this was said, everyone's gaze turned back to Chen Yuan, including that of homeroom teacher Xie. Among them, Xie's gaze was the most piercing. Chen Yuan. Enough. Why is everyone looking at me? I haven't done anything. Chen Yuan felt numb. He seemed to have been inexplicably targeted. Chapter 33, Mysterious Good Person Card. Ultimately, Lin Miao's forfeit was stopped by homeroom teacher Xie. The practical class was meant to cultivate the students' combat abilities. How could one simply refuse? If everyone refused, how would this class continue? Reluctantly, Lin Miao could only walk to the opposing side with heavy steps, feeling like she was walking to the guillotine. She remembered what her teacher had said before. This is just a battle among students. You can still call for a stop. But when you are in the secret realm fighting wild beasts, can you still ask the wild beasts to stop? Only by enduring the cruelty, now can you face less cruelty in the future. Her teacher's words had always been engraved in Xie's heart, and he had been educating his students according to his teacher's teachings. But for some reason, watching others endure the same pain he once did felt somewhat satisfying. As for his dark thoughts, Xie would naturally not admit to them. I just want my students to feel the atmosphere of battle, so they can grow. There's definitely no dark intention. Everything was entirely to fulfill his obligation and responsibility as a teacher. On stage, Chen Yuan looked at Lin Miao, who was acting as if she was walking to the gallows, feeling speechless. Can you not be like this? Those who don't know might think I've done something to you. It was a small fire cat, with all orange fur. Each paw had a small flame on it. As soon as it was summoned, she immediately ordered, Little Fire Cat. Defensive stance. The little fire cat arched its back, vigilantly watching the opponent. Xie, Chen Yuan. Compared to Xie and Chen Yuan's speechlessness, most students nodded in agreement with Lin Miao's decision. Since the opponent had already reacted, Chen Yuan no longer hesitated and gave instructions to Xiao Ling. Use your paw. After a pause, he added, be gentle, don't hurt that little fire cat. Xiao Ling nodded to indicate understanding and then rushed towards the little fire cat. Xiao Ling did not use her second-tier strength, but only her first-tier speed. This was because after her breakthrough yesterday, Chen Yuan had advised Xiao Ling to hold back, not letting the opponent know her full strength. Only by doing so could she catch the opponent off guard, allowing her to defeat her opponent more easily. Although the little fire cat was on guard against Xiao Ling's attack, it still could not catch her movement. By the time it saw Xiao Ling again, it was already too late. A large paw was already in front of it. After all, the strength gap between it and the sprite was too great. One was a second-tier leader species, while the other was merely a first-tier ordinary species. Even if Xiao Ling only used first-tier speed, it was something the little fire cat could not defend against. Seeing Xiao Ling's paw about to land on her little fire cat, Lin Miao screamed in fright. She immediately dashed forward, trying to protect her little fire cat. She still remembered the scene from yesterday when the blazing tiger was in mortal danger. But how could her speed compare to Xiao Ling's? In the next second, Xiao Ling's paw had already landed on the little fire cat's face. Some timid students had already closed their eyes. In their view, this little fire cat was probably doomed. But the next scene greatly surprised everyone. The little fire cat was not sent flying. It turned out that Xiao Ling had only placed her hand on its face without striking down with force. At that moment, she turned to look at Chen Yuan and blinked, as if asking, "Is this okay?" Chen Yuan twitched the corner of his mouth. He had asked Xiao Ling to be a little gentler, but not like this. It was only at this moment that the little fire cat, who had been shocked into a daze, finally reacted and quickly distanced itself from the little spirit. It didn't make any other moves. Just stood there with its fur bristling, staring intently at Xiao Ling. This wasn't a provocation from the little fire cat. It was just scared after having danced on the edge of death. Through Xiao Ling's previous strike, it had understood the exaggerated gap between itself and the being in front of it. That blow just now, if Xiao Ling hadn't held back, it felt like it could have met its end right there. At this moment, Lin Miao rushed to the side of the little fire cat, picking it up from the ground and rubbing her cheek against it. Meow. The little fire cat looked at her with disdain and pushed Lin Miao's face away with its paw. Of course, when the little fire cat used its paw to push Lin Miao away, it had already retracted the flames and claws from its limbs. It didn't want to hurt its beast master. However, that action combined with its disdainful expression seemed to say, "Stupid human, don't come near me." Great. I'm so glad you're okay. But upon hearing Lin Miao's worried words and seeing the glimmer of tears in her eyes, it stopped struggling. Forget it, do whatever you want. Stupid human, emph. After toying with the little fire cat for a while, Lin Miao lifted her head and realized she was still in the arena. With everyone's eyes now on Chen Yuan and her. Instantly, her face turned red. She sniffed and bowed to Chen Yuan in gratitude. "Thank you for showing mercy to me and the little spirit." After a pause, she added, "I misunderstood you before. You're a good person." After saying this, Lin Miao took her little fire cat and walked out. This time, Xie did not stop Lin Miao. Anyone with eyes could see that the outcome had already been decided. If Xiao Ling's previous strike had landed, that little fire cat would have been finished on the spot. Moreover, no one present thought that this little fire cat could be a match for Chen Yuan's little spirit. As the homeroom teacher, Xie had only intended for her to experience a battle, and since his goal had been achieved, he wouldn't force Lin Miao to fight Chen Yuan to the bitter end. Additionally, when Lin Miao entered the arena, Xie was particularly tense. After the incident with Dong Hai last time, he was extremely alert to the situation in the arena to ensure he could prevent any possible accidents from happening at the first moment. As a mid-level beastmaster, Xie was confident that he could nip any danger in the bud. The previous incident with Dong Hai occurred mainly because it was too sudden, and he hadn't anticipated that Chen Yuan's little spirit would use such a powerful combo move. It led to a moment of carelessness. However, he was surprised that Chen Yuan's leniency this time was so obvious. It made him suspect whether there was something more between these two. If that were the case, he would have to step in. High school was not a place for early relationships. He decisively pulled out the little flames, forbidding any more passing of notes. Chen Yuan was unaware that Xiao Ling's misunderstanding had led to such a significant misinterpretation by the homeroom teacher, Xie Tuesday. He felt a bit bewildered. He was just minding his own business, and somehow, he had received a good person card. If he didn't know that this world didn't have such a concept as a good person card, he would suspect that Lin Miao had done it on purpose. Chapter 34. Transaction. Chen Yuan did not linger in the arena and quickly left shortly after. With his exit, the practical combat class resumed. Soon, everyone who had drawn lots completed their battles. Once everyone had finished, homeroom teacher Xie spoke up. "Very well, you all have completed a battle. I know that for many of you, this might be your first battle." As he spoke, his gaze swept over some students who had performed poorly earlier. Under the homeroom teacher's gaze, those students who had already felt defeated by their opponents lowered their heads even further. But don't be disheartened. It's normal to perform poorly in your first battle. There's nothing to be ashamed of. I was once one of them. They thought this was just a casual consolation from the homeroom teacher. There were records of this on the honor board at the school gate. To think that such a teacher was once like them. With this thought, the defeated students picked up their spirits. Suddenly, they felt that as long as they were willing to work hard, they too could achieve accomplishments like their teacher. Seeing his students regain their fighting spirit, Sietu was very pleased. In fact, the initial guesses of these students were not wrong. Sietu was indeed comforting them. As a teacher, he naturally knew how to boost his students' confidence. All of this came from his strategy. However, among the crowd, there was one person who scoffed at Sietu's words, Chen Yuan. With the experience of an adult, Chen Yuan saw through Sietu's tricks at a glance. In his eyes, such words could only fool children. Sietu did not notice Chen Yuan's unusual reaction and was instead satisfied with the effect of his words. Many might be wondering why the practical pet battle class, which was supposed to start next semester, was advanced so much. As soon as this was mentioned, everyone's spirits lifted. Chen Yuan also became interested. They were all curious about why the pet battles, which were supposed to wait until everyone completed their contracts, were happening so much earlier. Do you know about the Junior Beastmaster Cup? As soon as this was said, Chen Yuan immediately understood. Most of the students also showed looks of realization. Only a small number of people were confused and asked those around them, "Dude, what is the Junior Beastmaster Cup? Don't you watch the news? You don't even know about the chickens pecking at each other cup? This is a very famous competition aimed at newcomers like us. And this year it's being held in our Fuan province." "Oh, I see. So what exactly is it?" "Dude." Sietu did not stop the discussion among the crowd, but waited until everyone had a general understanding before continuing. "I think many of you already understand. Yes, the practical class was advanced to select students with more potential to participate in the competition. Of course, all of this is voluntary. But if you can bring glory to the academy will not hesitate to reward you." When he said this, Sietu specifically glanced at Chen Yuan. If anyone in his class had the most hope of winning, it would undoubtedly be Chen Yuan. So, the next few days would be entirely focused on battle courses. After a pause, Sietu put on a serious expression and said, "But don't worry, I will ensure your safety. However, if I have to step in, then forget about any extra points. All right, that's it for today. Chen Yuan, come with me." After saying that, Sietu took the lead and left the pet battle arena. Chen Yuan followed suit. As soon as the two left, the remaining students erupted into chatter. "We're going to the secret realm. I feel so nervous." "Don't panic. The teachers will protect us. Nothing major will happen. I wonder what the secret realm is like. I'm a bit looking forward to it. Wasn't there a report on TV about the insect forest secret realm? It should be full of bugs, right?" "You're mistaken. Although it's called the insect forest, it's not just full of bugs. There are many other kinds of pets as well. It's just named that because there are more insect-type pets. It's a shame Chen Yuan and the homeroom teacher left. Otherwise, we could have asked him about it." As soon as this was said, everyone immediately agreed. If anyone had the most experience with the secret realms, it would be Chen Yuan, who treated the secret realm like home. Of course, those who doubted Chen Yuan's earlier claims still didn't believe him. They thought Chen Yuan was a fraud. Chen Yuan intentionally claimed that he often visited the secret realm to show off, while also using it as a way to dismiss and hide the secret behind why his little spirit was so strong. As everyone was discussing this, Chen Yuan and Sietu arrived in his office. "Do you know why I called you here?" Chen Yuan asked. "No," Sietu replied, twitching his mouth. "If it weren't for that knowing expression on your face, I might have believed you. Please, when you say you don't know, can you at least pretend to have a different facial expression? You're making it hard for me." Cough, Chen Yuan. "I hope you can participate in the Junior Beast Taming Cup." "Oh, you agreed?" Chen Yuan nodded. He was already interested in this competition, and the rewards were enticing. Now that the school wanted them to participate, he certainly wouldn't refuse. It was simply delightful. Seeing Chen Yuan agree, Sietu couldn't help but smile. Taking advantage of Sietu's good mood, Chen Yuan made his request. "But I need to take a few days off to train my pet." "Okay, that's no problem." In his good mood, Sietu readily approved Chen Yuan's leave request. He understood that the classes in the next few days would be nothing more than low-level battles that wouldn't benefit Chen Yuan much. It was better to let him do his own thing. With his leave approved, Chen Yuan was also in high spirits. The two reached a pleasant agreement. However, this left other students who originally wanted to ask Chen Yuan about the secret realm in a difficult position. They thought they could secretly learn from the big shot, but little did they know he had taken leave. It was really frustrating. After getting his leave approved, Chen Yuan hummed a cheerful tune as he walked out of the school gate and headed toward the pet item trading center. He planned to buy a batch of tree fruits to make energy cubes. After last night's golden hatching and feeding, his stock was almost depleted. At this moment, Chen Yuan urgently needed to purchase tree fruits to make energy cubes. However, this time he didn't plan to buy first-tier tree fruits to make first-tier energy cubes. Even though first-tier energy cubes were very effective for second-tier little spirits, Chen Yuan intended to buy second-tier tree fruits to make second-tier energy cubes. Only in this way could the little spirits become stronger at the fastest pace. At this time, the golden spirit also needed a lot of energy to grow its size. Second-tier energy could better meet this demand. Chapter 35. With no money. I can only start selling potions. Chen Yuan frowned as he walked out of the pet item trading center, holding 2 bags of second-tier tree fruits and a bunch of small bottles. The reason for his frown was simple. He was out of money. Yes, Chen Yuan was broke. The thought of being broke made him curse uncontrollably. Damn it, Lin Yu, that bastard. He didn't even think to pay me back the 100,000 before pretending to be unconscious. Thinking about how Lin Yu was refusing to pay back his debt, Chen Yuan wanted to rush up to him and give him a couple of punches. The tree fruits he was carrying were the main reason for his poverty. Compared to first-tier tree fruits, second-tier tree fruits were way too expensive. The higher the grade of these items, the higher the risk, and naturally, the prices were much steeper. A low-quality first-tier tree fruit could be had for 500 yuan, and a good one only costs 1,000 yuan. But the starting price for a second-tier tree fruit was over 3,000 yuan. Chen Yuan spent all his remaining savings to get just over 50 second-tier tree fruits. If he could make 10 energy cubes from 5 tree fruits for first-tier energy cubes, then he could only make just over 100 second-tier primary energy cubes. Assuming the little spirit and the golden ant consumed 1 second-tier energy cube each per day, that would only last for over 50 days. This didn't account for the increase in consumption that would come with leveling up. Watching his pets nearing starvation made Chen Yuan feel anxious. As the saying goes, desperation leads to innovation. With his wallet empty, Chen Yuan began to consider selling the potions he made to earn money, which was also the reason he bought the small bottles. After all, potions weren't as precious as energy cubes. Even if he took them out, they wouldn't be a big deal. Moreover, they were not difficult to make and didn't require beast taming power. As for the market, Chen Yuan wasn't worried at all. He was confident that once others knew the effects of the potions he made, they would flock to him. After all, products from the system were guaranteed to be high quality. As Chen Yuan walked, he pondered the feasibility of his potion-selling plan and casually cursed Lin Yu's family. At that moment, Chen Yuan's mother was at home, and he first took the tree fruits to his room. During this time, the little idiot in the living room stared at the tree fruits in Chen Yuan's hand with a look of desire. Since Chen Yuan entered the house, it had sensed that rich energy. It was hoping that Chen Yuan would share one with it to taste. Unexpectedly, Chen Yuan didn't even glance at it and walked straight into his room. For Chen Yuan's behavior, the little idiot had its own way of expressing itself. Idiot. Chen Yuan looked puzzled at the door he had just closed, unsure of what the little parrot outside was going crazy about. After putting the tree fruits away, Chen Yuan collapsed onto his bed. Let's make a first-tier recovery potion. After thinking for a while, Chen Yuan concluded that the simplest and most suitable potion to make at the moment was the primary recovery potion. This recovery potion could be used by anyone, after all, who had battle pets that didn't get injured. Like the recipe for the primary energy cube, the system provided a recipe for the primary recovery potion that could be used to make recovery potions from first to third tier. As for whether the final product was first tier or second tier, it depended on the level of the materials. The recipe remained unchanged. Potions made from first tier herbs would be first tier, while those made from second tier herbs would be second tier. The same logic applied to third tier herbs. Just as Chen Yuan was contemplating how to execute his potion selling plan, his mother's voice calling for dinner came from outside. Forget it, I'll eat first and think about the rest later. Chen Yuan got up, opened the door, and walked out. After lunch in the afternoon, Chen Yuan's mother took the little idiot out to play mahjong. She was going to either dominate or get dominated. When faced with the latter situation, it would depend on whether to let the little idiot join in. After his mother left, Chen Yuan took out 5 of the second-tier tree fruits he had just bought and brought out some first-tier herbs from the side. He then headed to the kitchen to begin making second-tier energy cubes according to the established process. Chen Yuan, already very skilled, quickly completed a batch of production. Looking at the 10 freshly made second-tier energy cubes on the table, he remained calm. Indeed, using higher-grade materials consumed much more beast taming power. Chen Yuan had anticipated the increase in consumption of beast taming power. The amount consumed for making second-tier energy cubes was still within his acceptable range. He didn't feel dizzy or uncomfortable. According to Chen Yuan's own estimates, he could likely handle 2 rounds of production without side effects. And if he pushed through with side effects, he could manage 3 rounds. This was much better than the first time he made first-tier energy cubes. Although Chen Yuan could still make second-tier energy cubes, he chose to stop and did not continue. He temporarily set aside the completed second-tier energy cubes, raised his head, and spoke to the little spirit. Take these energy cubes and put them back where they were. Cheap. The little spirit saluted Chen Yuan, indicating it would definitely do it. Its cute demeanor made Chen Yuan unable to suppress a smile. After the little spirit left with the energy cubes, Chen Yuan picked up the first-tier herbs that were set aside. Yes, Chen Yuan planned to prioritize processing all these herbs into potions. This is also why he only took out 5 fruit from the tree. After all, having enough energy cubes for his own pets was sufficient. The most important thing right now is to make money, to save his already depleted wallet. Just thinking about how he was so poor that he could only rely on selling potions to earn money made Chen Yuan unable to help but greet Lin Yu's family again warmly. 3 hours later, Chen Yuan completed the potion making. Finally, it was all done. He wiped the sweat off his forehead, looked at the over 200 small bottles filled with white liquid in front of him, and smiled. These were all first-tier basic recovery potions. The potion bottles were actually very sturdy, so Chen Yuan didn't need to be so careful. However, he still chose to handle them gently. After all, Chen Yuan understood that whether he could break free from his current predicament depended on these potions. Chen Yuan believed that as long as someone tried them, they would definitely be amazed by the effects of the potions he made. Outside, the sun was already setting, and Chen Yuan canceled his plan to sell today. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Xiao Ling, who was holding a second-tier energy cube, preparing to shove it into her mouth. When she saw Chen Yuan come in, her actions froze instantly. She looked just like a child caught stealing a snack. She immediately hid the energy cube behind her back and turned her head, avoiding eye contact with Chen Yuan. Xiao Ling felt very embarrassed. After entering the house with the energy cube, she had been staring at these newly made energy cubes. She could feel that these energy cubes were richer than the ones she had eaten before, and they must taste even better. Just thinking about how they would taste better than before made her mouth water uncontrollably. But remembering that Chen Yuan told her to put it away, she forcibly suppressed her desire to eat the small cubes in front of her. However, after enduring for most of the day, she ultimately couldn't resist her desire. Her hand unconsciously reached for the energy cubes, thinking to herself, I can't be blamed. Blame it on them. They're just too fragrant. But who would have thought that just as she picked one up to eat, Chen Yuan walked in. And that's how the earlier scene happened. Xiao Ling's guilty expression made Chen Yuan chuckle. If you want to eat, just eat. They were originally meant for you and Jin Shanshan. Moi? Hearing this, Xiao Ling immediately became happy. She took out the energy cube she had hidden behind her back and popped it into her mouth. Just as she thought, the second-tier energy cube tasted much better than the first-tier ones. This made her happily squint her eyes. Xiao Ling's happy expression also greatly improved Chen Yuan's mood, who was troubled about money. Chapter 36. The fish is hooked. The next morning, Chen Yuan packed his backpack full of potions and headed out with the little spirit. He was about to officially implement his plan to sell potions. Chen Yuan understood that to sell potions, he had to go where there was a need. If there was a place where injured pets were most common, it would definitely be the secret realm. Beast tamers who frequently visited the secret realm generally needed a large number of potions. So yesterday, Chen Yuan had already determined the selling location. After arriving at the secret realm fortress, Chen Yuan found a public table and chair to sit down. He didn't shout loudly like a vendor, but instead took out a piece of A4 paper and wrote that he was selling recovery potions. Because the first-tier potions made from the system's formula were far more effective than normal ones, Chen Yuan didn't specify the tier of his potions on the paper. He printed this paper while passing by a printing shop. Chen Yuan placed the paper on the table, took out a few sample bottles, and started to rest his eyes. Yes, Chen Yuan intended to play a game of Jiang Taigong fishing. Those who are willing will bite. Soon, half an hour passed. Not a single bottle of Chen Yuan's potions was sold. During this time, it wasn't that no one saw the paper he put up. However, most people just glanced at it and walked away, and some would leave a comment or two. But most of the comments were not positive. Boss, you don't even have a label or certification. Who dares to use a product like this? Brother, let me give you a piece of advice. Don't sell fake potions here. If something happens to someone's pet after drinking it, you won't be able to take responsibility. Chen Yuan had long anticipated these words. He already knew what kind of doubts he would encounter from the beginning. This was also the reason why Chen Yuan chose to sell potions in this Jiang Taigong style. Moreover, it was indeed as others said, his products were indeed unregulated. Legitimate potions always had an identity. After all, the products made by beast tamers of different levels had vastly different effects. As for the other person's comment that no one managed the secret realm, Chen Yuan was also a bit confused. He was fully prepared to deal with inspections from the secret realm guards. However, no one came over in the end. Chen Yuan even suspected that this secret realm was too laid back, which is why no one noticed him selling unregulated products here. What Chen Yuan didn't know was that the secret realm guards had noticed him selling potions, but they didn't come over simply because they were stopped. In fact, shortly after Chen Yuan set up his stall, a guard discovered him. The guard originally intended to stop such behavior. However, just as he was about to go over, he was stopped by Lu Tao, who was directly responsible for the vice commander. The same unlucky guy who had been scolded a bit the last time for reporting that Chen Yuan was surrounded by an ant swarm. Secretary Lu, what is this? You don't need to worry about this matter, and tell others not to interfere either. But what if something happens? It's fine, nothing will happen. If something does, I will take responsibility. No, the vice commander will take responsibility. In his view, Zhang Heng had been so concerned about Chen Yuan last time. he surely wouldn't mind vouching for him. Thus, without Zhang Heng's knowledge, he unwittingly guaranteed Chen Yuan. Upon seeing the other party invoking the vice commander's guarantee, the guard no longer hesitated and nodded in agreement. All right then, I will inform others not to get involved in this matter. After resolving a trouble for Chen Yuan, Lu Tao did not leave, but instead found a hidden spot to observe Chen Yuan, ready to step in at any moment to help him out. Although Chen Yuan was puzzled by the guard's inaction, he didn't care too much. For him, it was best if the guards didn't interfere. Now he just needed to patiently wait for a fish to bite. Soon, the fish Chen Yuan wanted appeared. It was a young man who looked disheveled, covered in numerous scratches and bruises. One glance made it clear that he had encountered some mishap in the secret realm. Wang Zhe never expected that his usual trip to the secret realm would lead to such a big accident. A third-tier shadow viper had ambushed him right on his path. Fortunately, there happened to be secret realm guards nearby, which allowed him to escape. However, at this moment, Wang Zhe was not feeling grateful to be alive. On the contrary, he was very anxious, trying to buy a bottle of recovery potion. The main business of the sales area was potions and providing various pet nutritional meals. Chen Yuan selling potions here was essentially stepping on someone else's toes, but the other party didn't care about that. After all, potions were never in short supply, and there weren't even enough to sell. There were only so many beast tamers capable of producing potions, and the daily output was limited. Meanwhile, the number of people needing recovery potions was limitless, making them hard to come by. It was precisely because of the potion shortage that pet hospitals could survive. In terms of treatment effects, modern veterinary hospitals simply couldn't compete with extraordinary power potions. Pet hospitals required long periods of recovery, while potions could revive severely injured pets in just a few minutes. Only diagnosing symptoms was a strong point for pet hospitals. For all the reasons mentioned above, beast tamers definitely preferred potions. As long as they could buy them, they would usually stock up on a couple, as potions could be life-saving in critical moments. Wang Zhe rushed to the sales department just to buy a recovery potion. It turned out that although Wang Zhe had survived, his pet beast had been gravely injured while fighting the shadow viper to protect him. Even in the pet space that has healing and recovery effects, the situation was still deteriorating, as the poison from the shadow viper continued to affect it. If this continued, it would soon be beyond saving. How could he not be anxious about this? At that moment, an even worse piece of news surfaced. Impossible, in such a large secret realm fortress. You mean to say there isn't even a bottle of recovery potion? I'm sorry, sir, you know that potions are in high demand. We basically sell out as soon as we restock. Wang Zhe understood that what the other party said was the truth, but his pet beast really couldn't hold on any longer. Just when he was feeling desperate, he suddenly saw a crowd gathered around a young man who was saying something. The young man, however, was just closing his eyes and ignoring everything. What is going on up there? Wang Zhe casually asked. Oh, that's someone selling fake potions. Selling fake potions? Yeah, I heard from some passers-by that it's a recovery potion without any certification. Recovery potion. Don't the guards care? Upon hearing the words recovery potion, Wang Zhe's heart skipped a beat. He decided to go take a look. Even though he knew it was a product without certification, he still wanted to check it out. At this moment, he was like a drowning person, desperate to grasp even the slightest hope. Just like that, the fish that Chen Yuan needed took the bait. Chapter 37. Powerful effects shocked the crowd. Wang Zhe arrived in front of Chen Yuan and saw several bottles of potions placed before him, which were indeed the same as what the waiter had mentioned, products without certification. However, with no other options left, he had no choice but to consider it. If he couldn't get a potion, his pet would die, so he might as well take a chance. Boss, how much are your potions? As soon as he spoke, he was met with discouragement from others around him. Brother, are you stupid? You're really going to buy it? This guy is selling potions without any proof. If something happens, who will you turn to? Exactly, don't fall for it. This is clearly a scam. Wang Zhe ignored these people. At this point, he was at a dead end and didn't mind taking a gamble. Upon hearing someone inquire about the potion, Chen Yuan opened his eyes and looked at the man before him. When he saw that the man was covered in injuries, Chen Yuan realized that the fish he wanted had taken the bait. Chen Yuan immediately gave his price. 20,000 for a bottle, no negotiation. Hearing Chen Yuan's quote, the crowd erupted in an uproar. A product without certification, daring to sell for 20,000 a bottle, and not accepting negotiations. Why don't you go rob a bank instead? A first-tier recovery potion made by a master at an exceptional level only sells for 20,000. How dare you sell your uncertified one for the same price? Brother, you better not buy it. This is a scam. Exactly. They didn't even specify the potion's grade. It's probably a failed product, which is why they don't dare to write it down. Chen Yuan ignored the commotion, and Wang Zhe did too. He nodded in agreement to Chen Yuan's request. All right, no problem, but I have one condition. Let's test the potion on the spot. With that, Wang Zhe waved his hand, and a pet beast appeared before the crowd. As soon as it appeared, the beast leaned on its dual blades to avoid collapsing. It was a dual-blade mantis, about the height of a person, and those who saw it couldn't help but gasp. This was because the dual-blade mantis was severely injured. Its body was covered in cracks and scars, looking like a porcelain doll on the verge of shattering. One gentle touch, and it would instantly crumble. It was clear that it had been bound by a relatively strong serpentine beast. The most severe injury was around its waist and abdomen, which had turned purple and black. It was evident that the dual-blade mantis couldn't hold on much longer. The onlookers fell silent. They finally understood why, despite knowing it was likely fake. The person before them still wanted to give it a try. This was, after all, his last hope. At the same time, the onlookers began to be on guard. If the test potion caused any problems, they would be the first to stop this scammer. They wanted him to pay the price. This was also a warning to other fake potion sellers, to prevent them from falling victim to fake potions themselves. However, when Chen Yuan saw the dual-blade mantis appear, he was not surprised but rather delighted. Seeing that the person before him was covered in injuries, Chen Yuan understood that his pet must be severely wounded. But he didn't expect it to be this bad. But this was exactly what made Chen Yuan happy. After all, nothing has more promotional effect than healing such severe injuries. He decisively agreed. Sure, let it drink half, and apply the rest to the wounds. Saying this, Chen Yuan handed over a bottle of potion. This was a potion he specifically selected, rated as an excellent first-tier recovery potion by the system. Its effects could even reach the level of a second-tier recovery potion. When it comes to promotion, one naturally needs the best. Wang Zhe took the potion, gritted his teeth, and opened it. When the potion was opened, there was no unusual smell, but this instead made Wang Zhe's face turn pale. The crowd began to shake their heads. Those who had used potions before knew that there should be a refreshing fragrance when a potion is opened. But this potion had no scent at all. Not even the smell of herbs, further confirming to everyone that this potion was not just a failed product, it was completely a counterfeit. These people didn't know that the reason Chen Yuan's potion had no scent was that the formula provided by the system could fully activate the power of the herbs, completely locking in the essence. This was also why system potions were much stronger. Because they didn't know this, the crowd had completely regarded Chen Yuan as a scammer, preparing to teach him a lesson. Wang Zhe also hesitated with the potion in hand. At that moment, Chen Yuan spoke up, glancing at the dual-blade mantis. Aren't you going to use the potion? If you don't, your pet beast might really die. Wang Zhe looked at his dual-blade mantis, then at the suspected counterfeit potion in his hand. Gritting his teeth and stamping his foot, he thought, not drinking means death. Drinking also means death. So I might as well give it a try. What if it works? With that mindset, Wang Zhe directly fed the potion to the dual-blade mantis. As he saw that half of the potion was gone, he didn't stop. Chen Yuan reminded him, you still have half to apply to the wounds. At this point, Wang Zhe noticed that he had already consumed more than half of the potion. He began to pour the potion into his hand, preparing to apply it to his pet beast. As soon as the potion touched his hand, he felt something unusual. When it came into contact with the liquid, he sensed a warm current flowing from his hand throughout his body. It felt as if he was soaking in a hot spring, incredibly comfortable. Watching Wang Zhe, who was standing there in a daze, Chen Yuan was very speechless. He was quite dissatisfied with this promotional tool for his potion, and helplessly reminded him again. Stop daydreaming. If you keep staring, you'll absorb all the potion. Ah yes. Wang Zhe snapped back to reality, and his expression completely changed, with hope rekindled in his heart. His voice when responding to Chen Yuan became much more respectful. He immediately applied the potion to the dual-blade mantis. The dual-blade mantis trembled in pain from the direct contact with the wound. The onlookers felt pity for it. They increasingly found Chen Yuan, the fake potion seller, despicable. This dual-blade mantis was already suffering so much, yet it had to endure such torment. It was simply heartless. They planned to wait for something to happen to this dual-blade mantis to prove that this was a fake potion. And then they would secretly give this despicable fake potion seller a good beating. Let us see if he dares to come out and do this again. These outraged people didn't know what the dual-blade mantis was thinking at that moment. It felt utterly fantastic. At first, Wang Zhe found the wound he touched to be extremely painful. However, after that, a wave of comfort washed over him as he felt his wound beginning to heal rapidly. The shattered carapace also started to slowly recover, and even the numb body from the snake venom in his abdomen began to regain feeling. A sense of rebirth spread throughout his body from the area where the potion was applied. Wang Zhe had just finished applying the potion to all the wounds of the mantis. The next moment, under the astonished gazes of the crowd and Wang Zhe's surprised expression, it stood up. It began to flap its wings vigorously, producing a continuous chirping sound. As the mantis shook its body, the chunks of its own green blood began to fall off, revealing an intact body underneath, with even the black-purple abdomen restored to its original state. Clearly, the poison it had suffered from had been purged. This scene left those who had initially planned to teach Chen Yuan a lesson wide-eyed. Many people found it hard to believe what they were seeing. They glanced at the mantis, then at the potion in front of Chen Yuan, and couldn't help but swallow their saliva, their eyes filled with desire. At this moment, even the dullest person knew they had stumbled upon a treasure. Chapter 38. The crowd competing for the potion at this moment, those staying near Chen Yuan, witnessing all this, had their expressions change. The atmosphere became tense. It could be said that everyone present had used recovery potions before. Because of this, they were even more shocked by the effects of Chen Yuan's 3-no potion. Generally speaking, recovery potions take at least 5 to 10 minutes to take effect. Yet, Chen Yuan's potion seemed to work instantly. Even accounting for the time spent applying it to the wounds, it definitely wouldn't exceed 2 minutes. Anyone who wasn't foolish could understand its power. Chen Yuan was very pleased with the promotional effect this mantis had on his potion. The reason he was confident that the potion would sell well was precisely because it acted quickly. This was a matter of life and death for those racing against time. It was truly a life-saving item. Watching the mantis come back to life before his eyes, Wang Zhe couldn't help but shed tears. He truly did not want to experience the despair of almost losing his pet again. So he directly spoke to Chen Yuan. "Boss, no, master. I want all the remaining bottles on the table." Saying this, he prepared to take out his phone to make the payment. At this moment, in Wang Zhe's heart, Chen Yuan was no longer an unknown nobody. Anyone who could produce such a potion was undoubtedly a master of pet cultivation. However, as soon as Wang Zhe said he would buy them all, it instantly incited the anger of the crowd. Everyone was eyeing this batch of treasures. "What do you mean by taking them all for yourself? Don't you know to leave some for your brothers?" They immediately interrupted. "Brother, what you're doing isn't fair. Yeah, if you buy them all, what are we supposed to buy?" "Exactly, we should distribute it fairly. How about this? I came first, so I should buy first." "Nonsense, you clearly came later. I was first." "No way, it was me. And you guys just said the master sells fake potions. I should be the one to buy?" "Shut up, I didn't say that. I knew from the first time I saw the master that he sells miraculous potions. You're the one who said the master was a fraud." "Damn, the one who said the master sells fake potions was you. And when did I ever call the master a fraud?" "Watch out, I want to be polite. Stop arguing. You all said the master was a fraud, so I should be the one to buy?" "No way, you said it too. It should be me." Wang Zhe looked at the crowd arguing like a pot of porridge, confused. "Wow, earlier everyone clearly advised me not to buy, saying it was a scam. Now that they know the master is amazing, they're all turning their backs and blaming each other, right? Can you at least have some face?" As the crowd argued. Suddenly, a change occurred. The mantis, which was flapping its wings, suddenly shone with a burst of light. The sudden brightness caught everyone's attention, causing the previously chaotic fortress to fall silent in an instant. When the light from the mantis faded, its aura suddenly intensified. It had advanced to the 3rd tier. Although everyone knew this was just a healing potion and couldn't actually help a pet advance, this scene still poured another bucket of hot oil on the fire. The scene exploded once more. "I want to buy? Everyone move aside. Get lost. I came first. Ligu, let me buy first. We're still good brothers." "Damn. I don't need you as a brother. I just want the Master-S potion." "Shit, I was clearly the first to come. You bunch of bastards, move aside. What does it matter if you came first? I'll pay more. I'll pay more too. Master sells to me. I'll pay more too. Damn. If you keep this up, I want to be polite. Not being polite is fine. Who's afraid of who?" As the situation looked like it was about to spiral out of control, a guard in a standard black trench coat from the Mystic Fortress walked over. "Everyone stop arguing. This is the Mystic Fortress. It's not a place for you to run wild." The person spoke very seriously, directly shouting loudly. Seeing the guard intervene, everyone stopped arguing. However, the next second, the crowd exploded again. The guard, who had looked serious just a moment ago, turned to Chen Yuan with a grin and said, "Master, how about you sell me this potion? I'll pay 30,000 per bottle." "You old woo, you're really something. I thought you were here to uphold justice. But you're actually sneaking in for a deal." "Exactly. You're already a mid-level beast master. What do you need this low-level potion for?" Hearing this, the guard Wu Laolu showed a disdainful expression. "Who said that mid-level beast masters don't need low-level potions? Even if a pet advances and its resistance increases, low-level potions are still effective, okay? At most, it just slows down the recovery speed. It just means needing a few more bottles." After saying this, Wu Laolu pointed dismissively at a few people. Him, and him. Aren't they all mid-level beast masters fighting over it too? Why can't I come?" Then he shifted his tone. "And I'm doing this for your harmony. Seeing you old friends arguing, I really can't bear it. So let me help you resolve this trouble." While saying this, he posed as if he was the one sacrificing himself for the greater good. "Damn it, that sounds nice. I don't need you to manage it. I just want this trouble." "Exactly. You do your thing. Don't linger here. Wu Laolu, you're abandoning your post like this. You wouldn't want your superior to find out, right?" LV Tao, who had been observing the chaotic scene below, was also a bit confused. Or rather, very confused. He had been watching everything unfold from the beginning and understood the whole situation better than anyone. He was also shocked by the power of Chen Yuan's potion. Such an almost instant effective potion was immensely helpful for Beastmasters, especially for junior Beastmasters. Even if its effectiveness decreased for higher-level pets, it was still a decent healing item. The price was not high, at least compared to its effect, it was very cheap. As the secretary to the deputy commander, he began to think about whether he could negotiate a deal with Chen Yuan to provide this potion for the Mystic Fortress. For those of them who were always striving to rescue others and protect the Mystic Fortress from being overwhelmed by beasts, the temptation of this potion was immense. It would greatly increase the survival rate of the new guards, those who had just become junior Beastmasters. He decided to discuss this matter thoroughly with the deputy commander later. However, right now, it was time to put a stop to this farce. Just as LV Tao was about to take action, Chen Yuan spoke up. "All right, everyone stop." Instantly, the noisy hall of the fortress fell silent. A few intermediate Beastmasters pointed out by Wu Laolu were grabbing Wu Laolu by the collar, planning to give him a beating. But they stopped when they heard Chen Yuan speak. Chen Yuan scanned the crowd with a blank expression, and those who were met with his gaze couldn't help but feel tense, especially those who had previously accused Chen Yuan of selling fake medicine and deceiving people. For them, even if Chen Yuan directly scolded them, it would be fine. They were just afraid that he wouldn't sell this miraculous medicine to them. Chapter 39. People eagerly offering money. Chen Yuan looked at the now quiet crowd, feeling very calm inside. Even when he faced doubts and ridicule earlier, he didn't have much emotional turmoil. Chen Yuan understood that the crowd's skepticism was normal. If it were him, he wouldn't have a good impression of a product with no brand either. In contrast to Chen Yuan's calmness, the little spirit beside him was very angry. Watching those who had mocked her master made her furious. If it weren't for Chen Yuan stopping her, she would have gone up and slapped each one of them. The subsequent scramble among these people made her feel quite pleased. Watching this group fight over Chen Yuan's creations, the little spirit couldn't help but puff out her chest, feeling deeply proud of her master. "Stop fighting." Seeing Chen Yuan speak, the crowd exchanged glances. "But master, this potion." The crowd looked at the few remaining bottles on the table and fell silent for a moment. However, Chen Yuan had already spoken, and they didn't dare say much more. If the other party got angry and walked away, they would really have no chance left. "I know what you're worried about. Don't worry, I have plenty of this medicine." As Chen Yuan spoke, he picked up a backpack from beside his feet and opened it wide. Under the gaze of the crowd, he took out all the potions. There were over 200 bottles, and seeing so many made everyone's eyes light up, and they breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, there were only about 30 to 40 people surrounding Chen Yuan, and so many potions meant that everyone could buy some. After taking out the potions, Chen Yuan didn't stop. Instead, he divided them into 3 parts. This action puzzled the crowd. Chen Yuan didn't keep them guessing and directly explained, "This batch is ordinary, priced at 11,000 per bottle," pointing to the pile with over 140 bottles. "This batch is of good quality, priced at 15,000 per bottle." He pointed to the pile with over 60 bottles. "This batch is of exceptional quality, like the one used by that dual blade mantis earlier, priced at 21,000 per bottle." He pointed to the smallest pile, which had only around 20 bottles. Chen Yuan didn't raise the price, but chose to stick to the prices he had set from the beginning. After his explanation, the crowd understood that there were enough potions to distribute, but the exceptional ones were limited, so they still needed to compete. The crowd looked at each other and became vigilant again, noticing the rising tension. Seeing that there was a trend of unrest, Chen Yuan pointed to one side and spoke. "You all go discuss over there. I don't want to hear you arguing here." The crowd nodded and walked to the side together. "How should we split them? Do you have any ideas? How about this? If you take the exceptional ones, you need to take 2 fewer bottles. If you take the good ones, take 1 less. How does that sound?" "That works, but we need to know how effective the other 2 types are first. If the difference is too big, wouldn't it be a loss to take the other 2? Let's ask Master first." "All right, Master, may I ask what the effects of the good and ordinary potions are?" Chen Yuan smiled slightly. He had anticipated they would ask this question and had already prepared his answer. As for the ordinary ones, they would take over 4 minutes. And similarly, the effects would be weaker compared to the good quality ones. Finally, Chen Yuan added, "Also, these potions will be less effective on Tier 3 beasts. The recovery time might increase by 2 to 3 times, and the effects will diminish. However, if you use them on Tier 1 beasts, the recovery time will be significantly shortened, and they can basically achieve the exceptional effect." Upon hearing Chen Yuan's explanation, the crowd gained a basic understanding of the potions before them. In summary, they were incredibly strong, stronger than any other potions in the same price range. Everyone exchanged glances and went to discuss again. The first to step forward was Wang Zhe. He took 1 exceptional and 2 good quality potions. He then took out his phone and transferred 100,000 yuan to Chen Yuan. Immediately, Chen Yuan's phone rang. Ding, received 100,000 yuan. Looking at the number on his phone, Chen Yuan frowned. It wasn't that Wang Zhe had underpaid. He had overpaid by 30,000 yuan. You've overpaid. Give me your phone, and I'll refund you. To his surprise, Wang Zhe shook his head. Master, I didn't overpay. I feel like I got a bargain, so let me pay a little extra. It makes me feel better. Before Chen Yuan could respond, the crowd waiting in line chimed in. Master, just accept it. If you don't charge a bit more, we won't feel secure about our purchase. Exactly, such good stuff, sold so cheap. We feel like we got a huge deal. Chen Yuan was shocked. He didn't expect people to be eager to give him money. However, seeing the crowd's enthusiasm, he couldn't refuse again and could only accept it by default. The crowd was extremely happy to see Chen Yuan accept it. Just as they said, they genuinely felt that Chen Yuan's products were too cheap and were a bit guilty about it. Even if they paid more, they still felt they were getting a great deal. This was also their little scheme. They understood that such a young Chen Yuan, able to produce such powerful potions, had an unlimited future ahead. If they could build a good relationship with him, when the time came, they might be able to get a priority purchase. Thinking about it excited them. Thus, each person got the recovery potions they wanted, and when it came time to check out, everyone paid a little extra. Soon, all the potions in front of Chen Yuan were cleared out. In exchange, his previously emptied bank account surged to over 4 million. More than 10 times what it was before he contracted Little Spirit. This made Chen Yuan sigh. Selling potions really was a lucrative business. The cost of the various first-tier herbs needed for one formula was about 4,000 yuan, and making one batch could produce around 10 bottles. Calculating it out, the cost of one potion was less than 500 yuan. Yet, even the most ordinary bottle sold for over 10,000. After buying the potions, the crowd didn't leave immediately. Seeing that these people were lingering after their purchases, Chen Yuan couldn't help but wonder, what's wrong? Is there something else? The crowd exchanged glances, and in the end, it was Wang Zhe who stepped forward. Master, will you come here to sell potions again? Indeed, this was what they were concerned about. If Chen Yuan didn't come to the secret realm to sell anymore, they at least wanted to know where they could buy his potions. Chen Yuan nodded. Of course. After all, this secret realm needs these, right? I don't want to spend too much time selling potions. After speaking, he picked up his backpack and took Little Spirit with him, leaving the secret realm fortress under the joyful gazes of the crowd. Chapter 40. The family learns about the potion business not long after Chen Yuan left the secret realm fortress. Zhang Heng also received the news. Are you saying that Chen Yuan has produced a potion far superior to what's on the market and is selling it in the secret realm fortress? Lu Tao nodded. Deputy Commander Zhang, I think we can reach a cooperation with him. This potion can greatly reduce the casualty rate of our new recruits' beasts. All right, I understand. You can leave now. Seeing that his deputy commander didn't take this matter seriously, Lu Tao opened his mouth, wanting to say something. Zhang Heng looked at Lu Tao, who stood there like a wooden post, and frowned in displeasure. What's wrong? Is there anything else? Seeing that Zhang Heng was about to lose his temper, Lu Tao got scared. He didn't want to be inexplicably yelled at again, so he quickly left. He planned to find another opportunity to have a good chat with Zhang Heng next time, leaving Zhang Heng alone in the vice commander's office. Zhang Heng had a strange expression on his face. His commander's child was selling potions, and his secretary wanted to cooperate with him. What was going on? In his view, these potions were most likely given to Chen Yuan by his commander, or even by old Chen to save his life. It might be that Chen Yuan was short on money and didn't understand the value of these good things, which is why he was selling them for such a low price. Just thinking about it made Zhang Heng feel a bit distressed. He wished he had been on site, otherwise, he would have definitely taken them all. To him, anything given to Chen Yuan by the commander and old Chen was absolutely good stuff. As for the option that Chen Yuan made himself, Zhang Heng didn't consider it at all. What kind of potions can a 16-year-old kid make? If he made them, Zhang Heng would even dare to swear that he would eat what he had just excreted that morning. After thinking about it, Zhang Heng felt it was better to call his commander first. At least let him know what his wasteful child had done. Otherwise, if something went wrong because Chen Yuan didn't have these potions, he would have to bear the blame for not reporting it. That was absolutely not what he wanted to see, his child getting beaten up. No, definitely not. On the other side, in the pet cub store, Chen's father was with old Chen and Grandma Chen. The three were discussing something. Suddenly, the phone rang. Chen's father took out his phone, saw it was Zhang Heng's call, and frowned. What happened? What is going on? It's just Zhang Heng's call. That might mean something happened in the secret realm. You should answer it quickly. Okay. Chen's father answered the call and put the phone to his ear. Hello, Zhang Heng, what's wrong? Did something happen in the secret realm? Okay, I understand. Not long after the call was connected, Chen's father put down his phone with a strange expression. Old Chen looked at his father's expression and frowned. What's wrong? Did something big happen in the secret realm? Your expression looks strange. Chen's father shook his head. Not really. But Dad, did you secretly give Chen Yuan something? As he spoke, Chen's father revealed a suspicious look. To him, this seemed like something old Chen would do. Moreover, he knew that recently, his old dad had been secretly collecting quite a few good things of the first to third tier. No. Why would I do something like that behind your back? Old Chen was startled and thought about what Chen's father said. He indeed had prepared some good things for Chen Yuan, but he hadn't had the chance to give them to him yet. But then he became anxious. Could it be that my good grandson has encountered something? Oh, that is not it. It's just that Chen Yuan somehow got a hold of some very powerful potions to sell in the Secret Realm Fortress. Hey, I thought something happened. It's probably your mother who felt sorry for her grandson and gave him something. Hearing that it wasn't Chen Yuan who was in trouble, old Chen immediately breathed a sigh of relief and waved his hand dismissively, looking at Grandma Chen. Chen's father's gaze also turned to her. Grandma Chen directly shook her head in denial. I didn't give Xiao Yuan any potions either. I wouldn't dare go against the family rules. He probably got them from somewhere else. Suddenly, old Chen's eyes lit up, and he spoke. There's another possibility. Old Chen's words attracted both of their attention. He said seriously, could it be that my good grandson made these himself? Do you remember the Shadow Cat incident? I thought he had the potential to become a pet beast trainer. Hearing this, Grandma Chen also felt it made some sense. However, Chen's father held a contrary opinion. Impossible. Zhang Heng said that those potions are much stronger than those on the market. They're definitely master-level works. Chen Yuan hasn't even learned how to make these. As soon as those words were out, old Chen became displeased. What's wrong? Is my good grandson not allowed to be better than others? Do you still consider yourself his father? All you do is pour cold water. Go away. Seeing you annoys me. All right, stop arguing. The top priority now is to find out the source of these potions, not for you two to quarrel here. Grandma Chen's words immediately received agreement from both of them. Without hesitation, Chen's father took out his phone and started contacting people to investigate. Relying on his connections as a local commander, he quickly found a lead. Okay, I got it. After hanging up the phone, Chen's father still had a look of disbelief on his face. He turned to old Chen and said, Dad, you might be right. Recently, Chen Yuan bought a lot of tree fruits and herbs at the pet goods trading center next door. Upon hearing this, old Chen was also surprised. He had just said it casually, and didn't he really believe that a child who hadn't studied cultivation would be able to make potions? Are you saying that batch of potions could really have been made by my good grandson? Chen's father nodded directly. Instantly, the three of them fell silent. Old Chen was the first to break the silence. I suddenly understand why our ancestors set the rule that descendants must be at least 20 years old before they can learn about their family heritage. It's all to force the children to grow up. To this, Chen's father couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He had always thought his family was poor until he turned 20, only to find out that they were actually wealthy. His father, whom he always thought was just a nobody, turned out to be a big shot. Who could understand the confusion he felt then? And all of this was due to the ancestors' rule that children must be raised in poverty. Now that he knew the truth, he wanted to grab the ancestor who set this annoying rule and ask him how bored he was to come up with such a rule. Of course, now that he had finally made it, he was fully supportive of it. He was always waiting for his child to turn 20, so he could tell him and enjoy Chen Yuan's bewildered expression, just as old Chen had enjoyed his bewilderment back then. So what do we do now, Dad? What to do? Just let it be. It's a good thing for the child to have talent. And you, as the father, should also be careful not to let some little pests target the formulas that your child worked hard to develop. Chen's father nodded. Don't worry, I understand. That's good. Now you can go back to your own business. After saying that, old Chen stood up and walked toward the second floor. When he reached the door of a room, old Chen stopped. He took out a key and unlocked the door. As he opened it, there was a pile of various tree fruits from the first to third tier. Each one was of very high quality, even perfect. Not far away, there were also boxes of various top-notch potions from the first to third tier. These were all prepared by old Chen for Chen Yuan. After taking a glance, old Chen sighed. Good grandson, I finally understand. The ancestors were right. Only this way is for your own good. Saying this, he closed the door. Upon discovering that Chen Yuan actually knew how to refine potions, old Chen had made up his mind to strictly follow the ancestral teachings and no longer secretly give these things to Chen Yuan. In his view, only in this way could Chen Yuan's true potential be stimulated. At this moment, Chen Yuan had no idea that he had inadvertently missed out on a large amount of resources. Chapter 41, Golden Ant Knight, Xiao Ling. In the following days, Chen Yuan did not sell any more potions, but instead took his pet beast into the secret realm for practical training. In a deserted area of the secret realm, he commanded, Golden Shiny, jump up and use piercing. With that command, a half-meter tall, 1 meter long, golden ant jumped high into the air. It was none other than Golden Shiny. With the unlimited supply of Chen Yuan's second-tier energy cubes, Jin Shanshan began to grow rapidly, receiving ample energy replenishment. In just a few days, its size had increased dramatically. At this moment, it was engaged in its own battle. Its opponent was a level 17 ordinary grayscaled snake. However, in front of the already level 12 Jin Shanshan, the grayscaled snake's strength was simply inadequate. After all, Jin Shanshan belonged to the leader species level. And even more terrifying was that it possessed dual talents. As Jin Shanshan leaped and descended, it raised one of its front limbs, resembling a long spear, and thrust it down at the grayscaled snake's head. The grayscaled snake immediately tried to dodge. It succeeded, but also failed. The snake's head successfully avoided the attack, but its tail was struck. In an instant, Jin Shanshan pinned the grayscaled snake's tail to the ground. Hiss! The grayscaled snake let out a painful roar. It turned its head and opened its large mouth, trying to bite down hard on Jin Shanshan's front limb, while its venomous fangs began to secrete poison. It attempted to poison Jin Shanshan or drive it away to free its tail from the restraint. Unfortunately, this was destined to be in vain. As soon as the venomous fangs made contact with Jin Shanshan's front limb, a cracking sound was heard. Snap! The grayscaled snake's fangs broke. One must say that this grayscaled snake had encountered its nemesis. Being a ground type, Jin Shanshan inherently had high defense. Not to mention the 30 physical damage reduction from its golden shell talent. The grayscaled snake, which could only attack with venom, impact, and entanglement, truly could not inflict much damage on it. With an absolute advantage, Jin Shanshan made no other moves. It simply curiously observed the creature it had pinned to the ground, wondering what else it could do apart from scratching it. After failing to land a hit, the grayscaled snake immediately changed its attack strategy. It planned to entangle Jin Shanshan, but it had no opportunity to do so. Jin Shanshan attacked its vital point, the spot where its head thickened. Chen Yuan issued the second command, adding a clarification to ensure Jin Shanshan understood the target. Once Jin Shanshan received its master Chen Yuan's order, it raised its other front limb without hesitation and thrust it down at the grayscaled snake's vital point. This time, the grayscaled snake could not dodge, or rather, it was completely immobilized and unable to evade. After struggling for a while, the grayscaled snake became completely still. Well done, Jin Shanshan. Chen Yuan watched this scene with delight, patting Jin Shanshan's back, generously praising it. Witnessing this one-sided crushing battle, Chen Yuan, as a beast master, was happier than anyone else. At the same time, he gained a deeper understanding of Jin Shanshan's defensive capabilities. Also sharing in Chen Yuan's joy was Xiao Ling, who had been observing the battle. After the fight ended, she flew onto Jin Shanshan's head, plopped down, and imitated Chen Yuan by reaching out to pat Jin Shanshan's head, as if she too was praising it. Naturally, Jin Shanshan was very happy about the compliments from its master and companion. Its antennae shook even faster, a sign of its happiness. In the same way, Xiao Ling had also leveled up twice in the past few days, reaching level 13, thanks to the abundant supply of second-tier energy cubes and ample battles. Once she levels up 2 more times, she can evolve. At that time, Xiao Ling will also experience a qualitative leap. Just taking the known evolution of the fire spirit as an example, her strength far exceeds many pet beasts that have evolved once. Sitting on Jin Shanshan's head, Xiao Ling's heart surged with excitement. After Jin Shanshan's growth over the past few days, she had finally realized her little dream of being a golden ant knight. Whenever there was no battle and Chen Yuan released Jin Shanshan, Xiao Ling would stay on its head to fulfill her little dream of being a golden ant knight. Of course, Xiao Ling also felt a bit regretful. That was the lack of other spectators. Chen Yuan only released Jin Shanshan when there were no people around. When he noticed outsiders approaching, he would immediately retract Jin Shanshan. This was because Chen Yuan did not want others to know that he had contracted such a powerful pet beast. He even didn't want others to know that Xiao Ling had reached the second tier. This was one of the reasons for not revealing Jin Shanshan. Otherwise, as long as they saw Jin Shanshan, everyone would know Xiao Ling had reached the second tier. Additionally, there was another reason. Jin Shanshan was too eye-catching. Its entirely golden appearance exuded an air of nobility. This was also why Xiao Ling liked to stay on its head. Because as long as she stood on Jin Shanshan's head, she would radiate prestige and dazzling golden light. Chen Yuan checked his phone and found there was still time. He decided to continue battling with Xiao Ling and Jin Shanshan for a while longer. Relying on the system's scouting capabilities, Chen Yuan selected equally matched opponents for both pets. Jin Shanshan and Xiao Ling successfully completed their respective battles. Carrying Xiao Ling, he walked towards the exit of the secret realm. To avoid the crowd, Chen Yuan ventured a bit deeper into the area. After some time, he finally reached the vicinity of the secret realm entrance. By this time, there were more pedestrians. Some passers-by greeted Chen Yuan with waves, and he nodded in acknowledgement. This scene puzzled the companions of those greeting Chen Yuan. Some of the more curious ones directly spoke up. Zhao Gu, who is that person? Why are you specifically greeting him? Shu, remember the potion I used yesterday? Of course. I haven't forgotten. Where did you get that treasure? The effect is so good. I've said it many times, it was bought in the Secret Realm Fortress. Huh. I'd be crazy to believe that. The stuff sold in the Secret Realm Fortress can't compare to the effect of your bottle. If you don't want to say, just forget it. Weren't you just wondering why I greeted the master? Saying this, he pointed at Chen Yuan. Master? You mean he is the creator of that potion? The one who raised the question looked incredulously at Chen Yuan's back, muttering to himself. A potion master at such a young age? This scene had been playing out every day for the past few days. As the sale of potions gained traction, more and more people learned about Chen Yuan and understood that he was a potion master. Many wanted to get closer to Chen Yuan. Even on the second day of selling potions, when Chen Yuan visited the secret realm again, some people followed him, trying to save him in case he encountered danger to win the favor of this potion master. Chen Yuan was furious about this. These people were following him, making it hard for him to train Jin Shanshan. He directly confronted them and sent them all away. However, considering they meant well, Chen Yuan didn't say much, just expressing that he didn't want to be followed. Realizing that their actions wouldn't earn Chen Yuan's favor, most people left. Only a small portion remained, claiming they were just passing by. They had actually seen that Chen Yuan's pet was a low-tier spirit and thought he would likely be unable to handle danger, planning to take a gamble to earn a saving grace. Of course, they quickly abandoned this idea. It was nothing. Just seeing Xiao Ling take down wild pet beasts one by one with a slap. They were shocked and numb. For the first time, they realized how powerful the low-tier spirit slap actually was. Chapter 42 finally caught you, huh? Chen Yuan walked along the road with Xiao Ling, heading towards the school. After several days of taking leave, Chen Yuan was finally going back to school today. The homeroom teacher, Xie had approved Chen Yuan's leave request just yesterday. This was actually a plan that Xie had carefully devised. Today was the day the entire class was going to the secret realm together. He hoped that Chen Yuan could experience the secret realm with everyone else to enhance his combat awareness. Of course, all of this was just Xietu's own idea. He had no idea that Chen Yuan was already a regular visitor to the secret realm. As Chen Yuan leisurely walked with Xiao Ling on the way to school, some events were unfolding in his class. Zhang Hao looked at the empty seat next to him and couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Chen Yuan has been absent for the past few days, and today is the day the teacher takes us to the secret realm. I wonder if he will come. Yeah. It would be great if Chen Yuan were here. He has been to the secret realm so many times and must have a lot of experience. Unfortunately, Chen Yuan hadn't been around lately. If only they could ask him for advice, they could learn more about the secret realm. Zhang Hao and his friends didn't lower their voices. Their conversation immediately caught the attention of a pale-faced individual not far away. This person was Lin Yu, who had disappeared for several days. Sitting at his desk, he felt displeased hearing them discuss Chen Yuan. Naturally, Lin Yu, who harbored animosity towards Chen Yuan, didn't want to hear any good words about him, especially such flattery. Without hesitation, Lin Yu interrupted their conversation. That kid Chen Yuan has only contracted his pet beast for a short while. How could he go to the secret realm? You guys actually believe this nonsense? In my opinion, he won't come today. If he does, he will just expose himself. They acknowledged that Chen Yuan was indeed strong, but scoffed at the idea that he frequented the secret realm. They felt that what they couldn't achieve, Chen Yuan certainly couldn't either. Among them, the most eager were those who remained loyal to Lin Yu. Seeing their leader speak up, they immediately chimed in. Lin Xiao is right. That kid Chen Yuan is just a fraud. How could someone who just contracted a pet beast go to the secret realm every day? It sounds completely unbelievable. Exactly. Who goes to the secret realm right after contracting a pet? That's impossible unless they're out of their mind and looking for a freebie. In response to the skeptics, those who believed in Chen Yuan immediately retorted. Then tell me, why is Chen Yuan's little spirit so strong and his combat awareness so good? Yeah. If Chen Yuan had never been to the secret realm, how could his little spirit be so much stronger than ours? Lin Yu's expression darkened at their rebuttals, and his eyes burned with anger. It was because he noticed that among those refuting him, there were a few who had once been his underlings. Every time these former subordinates countered him, Lin Yu felt as if he was being slapped in the face, which made him grit his teeth. His hatred for Chen Yuan rose once again. It was all because of him that his influence in the class began to wane. Walking on the way to school, Chen Yuan had no idea what Lin Yu was thinking at that moment. Otherwise, his mood would surely be as bad as a dog ass. You little trash. Getting slapped by your former subordinates and blaming me? You must be sick. Get yourself treated. After suppressing his anger, Lin Yu continued to retort. I don't deny that Chen Yuan's little spirit is strong, but that doesn't mean what he says is true. So what if you guys have seen him in the secret realm? He paused, scanning everyone in the class. And just because that bastard's pet is strong doesn't prove anything. There are known discrepancies between pets, and that's a fact everyone knows. After saying this, Lin Yu added silently in his heart, that bastard Chen Yuan's pet is an oddity. It's just too strong. When he thought this, he felt an extreme bitterness. He couldn't understand why Chen Yuan had such good luck to encounter such a peculiar little spirit. Regardless of Lin Yu's inner thoughts, his words did gain some agreement from others since the existence of discrepancies among pets was indeed a recognized fact. A classmate who believed Chen Yuan was a regular at the secret realm nodded in response to Lin Yu's statements. What Lin Yu said does make sense. I have a cousin who contracted a violent tiger much stronger than others. Just after breaking through to the second tier, he could already fight against a violent tiger that had been at the second tier for a long time. However, he then shifted his tone. But that doesn't mean Chen Yuan is lying. Chen Yuan has always said that his little spirit is inherently strong, and even if it's strong, there is still a limit. Clearly, Chen Yuan's little spirit is way too strong. Lin Yu was unaware that Chen Yuan had said this. When Zhang Hao asked if Chen Yuan had any secrets to training pet beasts, he was still lounging around. At that moment, Lin Yu didn't care about that. He stood up, his gaze sweeping over everyone who spoke up for Chen Yuan. But you guys also can't prove that what Chen Yuan says is true, can you? When he emphasized the words can you, Lin Yu tried to make his words more powerful and convincing. As soon as he said this, everyone fell silent. Because indeed, no one could prove anything. All the statements were just Chen Yuan's words, and no one could verify them. If one were to think rationally, Lin Yu's viewpoint seemed more credible. Some skeptics still believed that Chen Yuan had some secret he wasn't willing to share. So he deliberately used the secret realm as an excuse. After all, a new beast master wouldn't casually enter the secret realm without definitive guarantees. Seeing the crowd fall into silence, Lin Yu felt triumphant, reveling in the moment. Nothing felt better than undermining Chen Yuan. Even just slandering him as a fraud behind his back felt as refreshing as drinking a cold beverage on a hot summer day. Just as the entire class was plunged into quietness, someone walked in. Why is it so quiet today? It was Chen Yuan. As soon as he entered the classroom, his gaze was drawn to the only person standing up in the class. There was no way around it. As the only one standing, this person's presence was like a firefly in the night, capturing Chen Yuan's attention. Lin Yu, who had his back to Chen Yuan, turned around upon hearing the sound at the classroom door, and their eyes met. Instantly, Chen Yuan became furious. You little brat, I finally caught you. Chen Yuan charged over aggressively. Seeing Chen Yuan storming towards him, Lin Yu was a bit taken aback. Just as he was bewildered, Chen Yuan was already in front of him, grabbing Lin Yu by the collar. You bastard, pay up. Chen Yuan raised his fist. As if Lin Yu dared to say no, that fist would come crashing down immediately. Chapter 43, $100,000. A lot of energy cubes looking at the fist that was less than half a meter away from him. Lin Yu felt a bit panicked, but he still stubbornly retorted. I can give you 100,000, but you have to beg me first. Just beg me, and I'll give it to you right away. After saying this, he arrogantly raised his head. Lin Yu said this on purpose. He knew that with Chen Yuan's personality, he would never do something so embarrassing. He was deliberately making things difficult, just to avoid giving Chen Yuan the money, even if it was burned or thrown into the water. He wouldn't want that money to fall into Chen Yuan's hands. At the same time, this statement was also meant to give himself a way out in front of everyone in the class. After all, he hadn't outright refused. It was just a precondition. At least that's how he felt. Seeing Lin Yu's defiant demeanor, Chen Yuan laughed. Oh wow, not only do you owe money, but you also act so self-righteous, huh? Although this money wasn't much for Chen Yuan now, Lin Yu's attitude successfully disgusted him. Originally, Chen Yuan was just trying to slightly threaten Lin Yu and had no real intention of attacking. However, now he changed his mind. Chen Yuan tightened his fist, which was already aimed at Lin Yu, and directly punched him in the face. The moment his fist made contact with Lin Yu's face, a loud sound echoed. Chen Yuan, who had contracted 2 second-tier pet beasts, had quite a heavy punch. Even if it was only 5, the boosts from Xiao Ling and Jin Shanshan were significant. Chen Yuan's physical condition was now at least 23 times better than before he contracted his pet beasts. Fortunately, Lin Yu had also contracted the golden armored rhinoceros, known for its excellent physique and resilience. Otherwise, Chen Yuan's punch might have sent Lin Yu flying. Even with the golden armored rhinoceros's support, Lin Yu still felt a sharp pain in his face, accompanied by a strong numbness from the heavy hit. This sensation even made him doubt if he would end up with facial paralysis. Chen Yuan, you bastard. I'm going to fight back. In front of everyone. After taking a solid hit to the face, Lin Yu's eyes turned red instantly. If he didn't fight back, he would lose all his face. Just as Lin Yu attempted to retaliate, he was hit again. This time it was Xiao Ling who struck. Of course, she controlled her strength and only used a small portion. Xiao Ling didn't quite understand what money was, but she knew it could be exchanged for many things. To make energy cubes, money was needed to buy materials. So, money equated to energy cubes. 100,000 yuan could get a lot of energy cubes. To her, Chen Yuan's energy cubes were just her energy cubes. This made Xiao Ling very angry. How dare someone owe her and Jin Shanshan for their meals? In a fit of rage, she gave Lin Yu another slap, this time with a bit more force. Ah! After taking another hit, Lin Yu let out a miserable scream. Seeing Lin Yu interrupted by Xiao Ling, Chen Yuan naturally wouldn't hold back and gave him another punch. When Lin Yu was attacked, his underlings immediately prepared to come to his aid. Lin Xiao, we're here to help you. Chen Yuan, let Lin Xiao go. Chen Yuan, I warn you. This is bullying. The last statement made the entire class's expression turn strange. It was a group of people who had always been like a tumor in the class accusing Chen Yuan of bullying. Just thinking about it was a bit ridiculous. Those underlings of Lin Yu successfully attracted Xiao Ling's attention, and she raised her palm, looking at those who spoke up. It was nothing. They couldn't beat Chen Yuan, let alone summon pet beasts. What if Chen Yuan and his little spirit didn't play fair and directly took out their pet beasts? There would be nowhere to cry. Didn't they see their boss getting beaten up like this and not daring to summon? Lin Yu was furious at these spineless guys. I've been beaten up like this. And you just sit there saying a few light words. At least come and help. Even if you can't win, at least attract some fire. It was as if nothing had happened. Just then, Xie walked in from outside. He heard the sounds of fighting from outside. As soon as he entered the classroom, he saw Chen Yuan grabbing Lin Yu, with his fist still landing on Lin Yu. His pet spirit was also occasionally hitting Lin Yu. This scene left Xie stunned, wondering if he had entered the wrong way to see this. Of course, he quickly reacted and tried to stop Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan, let Lin Yu go. Hearing the homeroom teacher's voice, Chen Yuan couldn't help but be taken aback. They hadn't even started class yet, and the homeroom teacher was already here. The teacher was being a bit unreasonable today. Lin Yu was excited about Xie arrival. He even looked at Chen Yuan with a provocative gaze. The expression on his bruised face, combined with that look, was truly infuriating, and Chen Yuan couldn't help but punch him in the face again. At this, everyone was convinced. Even Lin Yu's underlings showed looks of awe. The homeroom teacher came, and he still hit him. That's bold. Xie was also dumbfounded. He didn't expect that even after he spoke, Chen Yuan would still strike. However, after this punch, Chen Yuan let go of Lin Yu and turned to shrug. Sorry, teacher, I was startled by a sudden voice behind me and accidentally threw a punch. For this explanation, not to mention Xie, even the other students didn't believe it. Of course, for the excellent student Chen Yuan, Xie decided to overlook this small mistake. After Chen Yuan let go of Lin Yu, he finally saw Lin Yu's miserable state. His face was indeed tragic. So what happened? Upon hearing the homeroom teacher's inquiry, Lin Yu got excited and immediately spoke up. Teacher, I was at my position, you shut up. Before Lin Yu could finish, Xie interrupted him and pointed at Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan, you tell. Lin Yu. Oh, here's the thing. Lin Yu owed me some money before. As Chen Yuan spoke, he frowned. Teacher, you know that the competition is coming up soon, and to make pet beasts stronger quickly, it requires a lot of money. I went to ask him for it today, but he not only refused to pay me back, but also provoked me. Upon hearing the word competition, Xie nodded in agreement. His expression was very serious. Chen Yuan was the seed player of his class. Whether the class could achieve good results depended on him. If Lin Yu's behavior caused him to fail, what would they do? As Lin Yu's homeroom teacher, he knew about the family rules of Chen Yuan's family. They wouldn't provide help until he turned 20. At this moment, the money Lin Yu owed Chen Yuan was of great help to him. With that in mind, Xie didn't hesitate to turn to Lin Yu with disdain. Lin Yu, pay back the money you owe Chen Yuan quickly in the next few days. It's your fault for not paying your debts. After saying that, Xie ignored Lin Yu's face, which had turned the color of pig liver, and turned to Chen Yuan with a smile. Chen Yuan, don't worry. Lin Yu will definitely pay you back in the next few days. You just focus on training. All right, all of you gather on the playground. Today several teachers will accompany you to the secret realm. After announcing this, Xie turned and left. Chapter 44. The stars gather around the moon. After Xie left, everyone started to stand up and head to the playground. Chen Yuan took the lead, walking at the front. When they arrived at the playground, many teachers were already there, including the homeroom teacher Xie, who had just appeared. The other teachers were from subjects like Chinese and mathematics. Due to the existence of pet beasts, these subjects didn't carry much weight in high school. They would also lead the expedition. Although they were all liberal arts teachers, that didn't mean their strength was lacking. Each teacher had a fourth-tier pet beast, and even the weakest among them had a third-tier pet beast that was very close to the fourth tier. Seeing that the students had all arrived, Xie clapped his hands to gather everyone's attention. All right, quiet down. I have some things to say, just like I mentioned before. Today is the day to go to the secret realm. This time, I and several teachers will lead you, and you will be divided into several small groups. During this period, the teachers will not intervene. We will only step in when you encounter crises that you cannot handle. As for those students who do not have contracted pet beasts, you will also go along. Visiting the secret realm is beneficial for you as well. That is basically it. Does anyone have questions? As soon as he said this, many hands shot up. Xie was surprised to see so many hands raised. He randomly pointed to a student. You go first. Teacher, can we choose our own teams? Sure, as long as the number of people doesn't exceed 8. After answering this student's question, Xie pointed to another student. What about you? Teacher, I have no questions now, he already asked. Xie nodded and turned his gaze to the other students who had raised their hands earlier. What about you all? Everyone shook their heads, indicating that they had no questions. Seeing this scene, the teachers exclaimed, wow, you all have the same question, right? Xie was also a bit confused. He didn't dwell on it too much, but exchanged glances with the other teachers. All right, so it's settled. A group of 8 people, divided into 5 groups. Let's start forming teams. In the past few days, several students had celebrated their birthdays and contracted their pet beasts. With the addition of these individuals, the number of contracted students in Chen Yuan's class reached exactly 40. They could be divided into 5 groups of 8. Just as Xie finished speaking about forming teams, a strange scene unfolded. At least more than half of the students rushed towards Chen Yuan, most of whom were from the group that had just raised their hands. Hey, Chen Yuan, let's team up. Girls, go away. Chen Yuan will definitely team up with us boys. Haha, what are you talking about? Compared to you smelly guys, Chen Yuan would definitely prefer to be on our team. Exactly. This statement received agreement from almost all the nearby girls. Girls only slowed down the sword-drawing speed. Chen Yuan, don't be fooled by them, right? Boys should play together. Don't go astray. That's right. Good brothers are meant to fight together. Suddenly, a strange remark interrupted the arguing crowd, causing everyone to stop. Both boys and girls took a step back from the person who spoke. In an instant, a vacuum zone appeared around him. His friends looked at him in disbelief, suddenly realizing how close they were to danger. The good brother they thought he was turned out to be this kind of person. I considered you a brother, and you actually had other thoughts. Chen Yuan, the person in question, was also shocked to discover that someone in his class had such unique tastes. Looking at everyone's disdainful, contemptuous, and shocked expressions, this guy was almost in tears. I said I misspoke earlier. Do you guys believe me? While saying this, he revealed a sincere look, hoping everyone would trust his words. The others just smiled, but they still took another step back. He could only turn his gaze to his good brothers. Good brothers, you believe me, right? His friends only gave him a smile that was uglier than crying and nodded. You really are good brothers, he said, wanting to come in for a hug. In response, the other person quickly stepped back a few paces. Then he tried to hug another person, but received the same reaction. The next person also had the same result. Watching the actions of these guys, he fell silent. His good brothers also fell silent. He looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, feeling a bit melancholic. Forget it. If that's the case, what kind of good brothers are we? Before he could finish, they chimed in. All right, from now on, you're not our bro. Yeah, you said it, not us. Great. No, it's too sad. I didn't expect you to abandon our brotherhood. The teachers also looked at the farcical scene with strange expressions. Although they were a bit far away, their enhanced senses thanks to their pet beasts allowed them to clearly capture everything. Xie was not surprised to see everyone going to find Chen Yuan. Although he didn't know Chen Yuan was a veteran in the secret realm, he knew about Chen Yuan's strength. Undoubtedly, being with Chen Yuan meant a higher chance of successfully completing the secret realm journey. The teachers began discussing Chen Yuan. After all, they weren't present during the practical classes. That was all handled by the homeroom teacher, Xie Tuesday. So they were unaware of Chen Yuan's strength. However, at this moment, they had their own speculations. It seems Chen Yuan is quite strong. He's so popular. Yeah, just the fact that so many people want to team up with him speaks volumes. Xie, Chen Yuan must be the seed for this competition, right? Xie nodded directly, confirming the teacher's guess. With that confirmation, the way the teachers looked at Chen Yuan changed. Although apart from Xie, the homeroom teacher, and Principal Gao Hong, the others were unaware of Chen Yuan's family background. Being a seed player in this newcomer cup indicated that the other party had unlimited potential. As long as nothing unexpected happened, he was destined to be a strong contender. However, Lin Yu, who had a different opinion about Chen Yuan, glanced at his small group of subordinates and then at the star-studded Chen Yuan, clenching his teeth. In his mind, this treatment was something he should enjoy, not like this. The stimulation of this scene was even more painful than the beating Chen Yuan had just given him. Lin Yu could endure the pain, but he could not accept what was happening in front of him. All of this was caused by that damn Chen Yuan. He was the one who took away everything he should have had. Lin Yu gritted his teeth, looking at the star-studded Chen Yuan, his gaze filled with resentment. And the negative emotions in his heart reached a peak. Chapter 45. The big shot leads the way no matter how unwilling and resentful Lin Yu's heart was. It couldn't change the fact that Chen Yuan was surrounded by admiration and popularity. Ultimately, the farcical scramble to become Chen Yuan's teammate came to an end with the intervention of homeroom teacher Xie Tuesday. There was no way around it. If he hadn't intervened, this farce might have gone on for much longer. Too many students wanted to be Chen Yuan's teammates, whether because they believed in his experience in the secret realm or not. After all, who doesn't like a strong teammate? Even if the stories about frequently visiting the secret realm were false, Chen Yuan's strength was absolutely real and beyond doubt. The people who became Chen Yuan's teammates included Zhang Hao, his deskmate, and Lin Miao, who had battled Chen Yuan in the pet beast class before. There were also the 2 students who had just contracted their pet beasts and the class monitor Lu Yuan, making up the 8-person team. As for the others, they could only return disappointed and form teams with others. After the teams were formed, under the leadership of several teachers, the group set off towards the secret realm. What is the secret realm like, Chen Yuan? Zhang Hao asked Chen Yuan. As soon as he said this, he immediately received the approval of Lin Miao, who was also on the team. I'm curious too, can you tell us? Although the other team members didn't speak, they looked at Chen Yuan with eager, inquisitive eyes. Chen Yuan smiled. I can, but actually, the secret realm isn't anything special. Although Chen Yuan said that the secret realm wasn't special, it did not quell everyone's curiosity. They all looked at him with expectant eyes. Some nearby people who heard this also perked up their ears, as they were equally curious about the secret realm they had never visited. Of course, Chen Yuan's words not only attracted those nearby, but also caught the attention of several teachers. Their pet beasts were all at the 4th level or close to it, so they could hear the conversation between Chen Yuan and his group clearly. Xie Tu was particularly surprised. He didn't expect Chen Yuan had already been to the secret realm. The other teachers were also shocked. At the same time, the teachers were a bit skeptical, wondering whether this was true or just kids boasting among themselves. As everyone was either curious, expectant, or doubtful, Chen Yuan spoke up. Actually, you all think too highly of the secret realm. It's not that mysterious. It's just like its name implies. Most of it is forest terrain, along with some small hills and lakes. Most people know this, but hearing Chen Yuan describe it, everyone nodded in agreement. Uh-huh, is there more? He continued, most of the pet beasts inside are insect type. You need to be careful because some of them can blend into the environment and launch sneak attacks. It's not just insects that can disguise themselves, snakes can too. So, be particularly cautious in this insect forest. As soon as he said this, the nearby students' eyes lit up because this information was pure gold. Just this reminder could help them pay more attention to their surroundings and reduce the threat of attacks. Even the teachers nodded along, as what Chen Yuan brought up was indeed very important for newcomers. They also confirmed that Chen Yuan had indeed been to the secret realm, and judging by his experience, it was definitely not his first time. He was a seasoned veteran. By the way, you also need to watch out for threats from the trees. The disguises I mentioned are not limited to the ground. Sometimes they can hide in the trunks or leaves. If you can't confirm safety, try to stay away from trees. Besides that, you should avoid groups of social insect-type pet beasts. Chen Yuan said this with particular seriousness. He still vividly remembered being surrounded by a swarm of ants. He looked at his group, his face grave as he continued. Trust me, you definitely don't want to face the consequences of provoking those social pet beasts. At this moment, a student raised a question. Are social pet beasts very strong? To this, Chen Yuan shook his head. Not necessarily. Some are strong, while others are not that strong. Although their differences are vast, none of them are easy to deal with. You can imagine it. Your pet beast is of the 1st rank, and theirs is also of the 1st rank. You have just one pet beast, while they have a whole swarm. The nearby students, under Chen Yuan's narration, fell into their imagination. They seemed to see themselves surrounded by a horde of pet beasts. Just thinking about this scene sent chills down everyone's spine. The student who had raised the question looked a bit pale. He was frightened by his own imagination. And then he asked a question that everyone was concerned about. What if we can't avoid them? In that case, there are only 2 options. One is to fight desperately. But this is actually the hardest, because it requires you to have strength greater than that of the opposing group, which is basically impossible for us newcomers. As soon as these words were spoken, the students nodded in agreement. The second option is to escape. If you have a pet beast that is faster than theirs and can be ridden, then there's no problem. If not, there's another method. Find a river or a mud pit to jump into. But this requires luck. Is this useful? Yes, water can refract light and can also block sense. Some pet beasts rely not on sight but on smell. Of course, not all of them do, which is why I said it requires luck. The same goes for mud pits, but there's a prerequisite. The river and mud pit must not have an owner. If they do, at this point, Chen Yuan did not continue, but everyone understood his meaning. If there is an owner, jumping in would just be offering a meal to the other side. After all, wild pet beasts aren't picky. They don't mind what it is, as long as it's edible. Seeing the slightly pale faces of everyone, Chen Yuan smiled and reassured them. Of course, these situations only have a very small probability of occurring, so you don't need to be too nervous. Plus, this time there are teachers leading the way, so don't worry, nothing will happen. That's true, after all. There are teachers around, but just thinking about what Chen Yuan said makes me a bit scared. The secret realm really is a terrifying place. I feel the same. Just thinking about it gives me goosebumps. I really envy you guys for being on the same team as Chen Yuan. I wish the teacher would let me team up with him." Hearing these envious remarks, those who were on Chen Yuan's team naturally smiled. They were also very grateful to have a big shot leading them. Not far away, Lin Yu looked at the situation over by Chen Yuan and sneered. Keep blowing, keep blowing. It's just a bunch of nonsense. As if anyone can't come up with a story. Even those who originally didn't believe were swayed by Chen Yuan's well-founded words. They began to think that perhaps Chen Yuan had indeed been to the secret realm many times. As for Lin Yu, he naturally didn't believe it, or rather, he was unwilling to believe it. Even at this point, he was still engaging in self-deception. He preferred to stay in his own fantasy rather than acknowledge Chen Yuan. Chapter 46. A Master's voice at the entrance of the secret realm fortress in Anning Town. Class teacher Xie Tu stopped. "All right, everyone, wait here for a moment." After saying this, he walked toward the guards to greet them. Yesterday, the school had already communicated with the secret realm guards about today's matters. After confirming Xie Tu's identity, the guard nodded. "Okay, everyone, let us head into the secret realm." After that, Xie Tu waved his hand, pointing towards the secret realm fortress, and walked at the front with a few teachers. Chen Yuan and the others quickly followed. As they approached the fortress gate, all the students felt a sense of unease. They were both curious about what would happen next and fearful of the dangers that lay ahead. Of course, Chen Yuan was an exception. He remained calm. Since the school had communicated in advance, the guards didn't ask the students to present their Beastmaster certificates, but instead chose to let them all pass. Suddenly, one of the guards at the entrance seemed to recognize a familiar face. As if witnessing something unbelievable, he opened his mouth wide and reached out to pat his companion next to him. The companion looked confused. "What's wrong? Your mouth is so wide open." "If I didn't know better, I'd think you saw a ghost." The guard who was patted chuckled. "You little rascal. Are you trying to play dumb with me?" Following the direction of his finger, the other guard's eyes widened. In his line of sight was a young man who was chatting and laughing, accompanied by a small sprite. Such obvious features made him immediately recognize the person in front of him. Isn't that the master? How did he end up in high school? Before he could finish his thought, he realized, and his scalp tingled. He already had the answer in his mind. But this answer was so terrifying. A 16-year-old master alchemist. Yes, everyone inside the secret realm fortress who knew Chen Yuan recognized him as a master alchemist. But they had never known his age. In their imaginations, Chen Yuan was at least over 20, or even some old monster. After all, the stronger the contracted pet beasts, the longer a beast master's lifespan, which also made them appear younger. Therefore, outward appearance could not be a standard for measuring a beast master, especially a high-level beast master. As for the small sprite, some people saw it as a smokescreen thrown by Chen Yuan. Of course, most still thought that Chen Yuan was not an old monster, but a relatively talented young master alchemist. This was also the reason why, on the second day of selling potions, so many people wanted to gain Chen Yuan's favor by protecting him when he entered the secret realm. These were the mainstream views of Chen Yuan, the well-known master alchemist in the entire secret realm fortress. Since there is a mainstream, there are certainly also oddballs. For example, a certain vice commander believes that Chen Yuan is actually stealing the life-saving potions left for him at home and selling them. As more and more teachers and students gradually enter the fortress, their team also attracts the attention of an increasing number of people. Some sharp-eyed individuals have spotted Chen Yuan in the crowd. "Look, isn't that the master?" "Where?" "Oh, I see it. It really seems to be the master." "What do you mean seems? It's obviously him, isn't it? She's right there." After saying this, they pointed at the little sprite, following the direction pointed out by this person. Everyone saw the little sprite, and they all nodded in agreement. Being able to bring a little sprite and walk openly in public, there's no doubt it's the master. As more and more people's gazes focused on them, the students felt an increased pressure. Some with weaker psychological endurance were sweating nervously, while others swallowed hard. Some students kept clenching and relaxing their fists, trying to relieve the pressure brought by these gazes. However, compared to their nervousness, the students were even more curious. They were curious about who the person at the center of these gazes really was. Following these gazes, the students quickly locked onto their target. It was the head teacher, Xie Tu, and several other teachers standing at the front, along with the 8-person team that included Chen Yuan. Previously, while waiting at the entrance, Chen Yuan's 8-person team had swapped positions with the small team that was originally at the front. Seeing the magnificent secret realm fortress and thinking about the secret realm they were soon to step into, the 8-person team at the front felt a bit nervous. Their captain approached Chen Yuan, hoping that this experienced secret realm driver could lead the charge. Chen Yuan's team did not refuse and readily agreed. This is why Chen Yuan's team was currently the closest to the teachers. The students completely overlooked Chen Yuan's group and focused their attention on the teachers in the front row. They did not think that these gazes had anything to do with Chen Yuan's group. The focus of attention was on the teachers, particularly on the head teacher, Xie Tu's day. In their minds, if anyone could command such attention, it had to be head teacher Xie. After all, he was a well-known and outstanding teacher in the area. Not only the students, but even the other teachers were quite surprised. They looked at Xie with shock, as if they were meeting him for the first time. The other teachers had never expected that their colleague would be so esteemed in the secret realm. Just arriving here had garnered him so much attention. The respect reflected in their gazes was genuine. If the other teachers were surprised, the students were even more so. They never imagined their head teacher would be so impressive. Just stepping into the secret realm had drawn so many eyes. The thought of learning under such a teacher made them puff out their chests, as if that would make them more worthy of being students of such an excellent teacher. As for the shock, disbelief, and admiration from others, the person in question, Xie was a bit bewildered. Or rather, he was perhaps the most confused individual at that moment. Other teachers and students had found reasons to convince themselves, but he had no idea what was happening. He didn't understand why so many people were looking in his direction. In his state of confusion, a young man stepped out of the crowd. He was young, with a look of respect and admiration on his face. He slowly walked up to Xie, slightly bowed, and spoke. Master. This address immediately ignited the emotions of the students. Wow, our head teacher is so impressive. Yeah, I always thought he was just an honorary teacher. But I didn't expect so many people in the secret realm to admire him. Same here. The students did not notice that the young man was not actually addressing Xie, but was slightly off to the side, where Chen Yuan was standing. Chapter 47, Master Chen Yuan. This young man who bowed and spoke was none other than Wang Zhe. Ever since that day when Chen Yuan's potion saved his pet beast, Wang Zhe had been incredibly grateful to Chen Yuan. Even though he had already paid for it, he still felt thankful. He understood that without Chen Yuan's potion at that time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Not only would his pet have died, but his own foundation would have been damaged. Therefore, this gratitude had not faded with time. Instead, it had grown stronger. Xie looked at the young man in front of him, wanting to say something, but he didn't know what to say at that moment. He was still filled with questions. Just then, a voice came from behind him. What's up? Is there something? It was Chen Yuan's voice. The moment this sentence came out, it attracted the attention of all the teachers and students. Aside from the confused Xie, the other teachers felt displeased with Chen Yuan's interruption. They thought that it was very inconsiderate of Chen Yuan to speak up in such a situation. At the same time, the goodwill they had initially felt due to Chen Yuan's strength diminished significantly. After all, no one likes someone who interrupts casually, especially in such circumstances. The students also didn't understand why Chen Yuan would act this way in this situation. They suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. However, there was one exception, Lin Yu. Seeing Chen Yuan make a mistake, he was overjoyed. Chen Yuan, what do you mean? Do you have any place to speak in this situation? Not only Wang Zhe, but the onlookers were also stunned. Some even looked at Lin Yu with admiration. These looks made Lin Yu feel elated. Unfortunately, Lin Yu did not understand what the admiration behind those gazes represented. Some people, at this moment, were already getting excited. Look, now there's a perfect opportunity presenting itself. Recovering from his confusion, Wang Zhe's expression darkened immediately. He pointed directly at Lin Yu and shouted, What do you mean by that? Do you have any place to speak here, Lin Yu? Lin Yu's inner thoughts felt like they were being trampled by tens of thousands of grass mud horses. Before he could comprehend why the other party suddenly turned on him, the words of the onlookers came through. I really don't know whether to admire or ridicule this guy. Indeed, me too. He has quite the audacity. Haha. In this secret realm fortress, who doesn't know that the master is one of the most untouchable existences? This kid is really bold. Hearing this, aside from Chen Yuan, all the teachers and students were a bit bewildered, because these words indicated that the master they were referring to seemed not to be who they thought it was. Xie, but someone else. The words seemed to be pointing at Chen Yuan, who had just spoken. Now all eyes were on Chen Yuan. But upon seeing Chen Yuan, everyone shook their heads in denial. No way, that is too hard to believe. How could a 16-year-old boy command such respect? Though they thought that the master mentioned by others could not possibly refer to Chen Yuan, the previous words seemed to point to him. This left all the teachers and students in confusion. Compared to the confusion of others, Xie had a strange expression. Knowing Chen Yuan's family background, he was thinking more than the others. He wondered if Chen Yuan's background had already been exposed, which was why people were reacting this way. After all, as the son of the lord of this secret realm fortress, it wouldn't be surprising for Chen Yuan to be treated this way. Chen Yuan's identity could definitely explain all of this. Just as the teachers and students were bewildered, Wang Zhe moved again. He stepped forward, directly bypassing Xie and the other teachers. Amidst the shocked and disbelieving gazes of everyone, he walked up to Chen Yuan and said, Master, do you need me? As Wang Zhe spoke, he pointed at Lin Yu and made a fist gesture. This confirmed it. The master was referring to Chen Yuan. The teachers who were previously dissatisfied with Chen Yuan's interruptions were stunned, and Chen Yuan's classmates were also shocked. They had thought Chen Yuan was just an experienced explorer, but they never expected him to be this impressive. It was like a little cow flying on a plane, utterly amazing. Regardless of what Chen Yuan's current teachers and classmates were thinking, Lin Yu knew that he was probably doomed this time. He began to regret why he had rushed out, thinking it would have been better to let things settle for a while. Why did he have to be the one to stick his neck out? At that moment, the onlookers were rubbing their fists in anticipation, as if at Chen Yuan's command, they would rush in to teach this little brother a lesson. Oh, it's nothing serious. I'm used to this guy being like this. No need for fighting, that's not good. The master was indeed the master, with a broad mind. Exactly. We should all learn from the master. Yes, fighting is not good. We should promote friendship and peace. Seeing this scene, the teachers who were initially dissatisfied with Chen Yuan's behavior also changed their attitudes upon realizing that the master was referring to him. They felt a sense of relief at Chen Yuan's words and were glad to be teachers of good students. However, the class teacher Xie and other classmates looked at each other in confusion. Lin Yu, the person involved, was even more incredulous. Chen Yuan actually let him off just like that. Just as Lin Yu thought, Chen Yuan suddenly changed his tone and continued, "He still owes me money. If something happens to him, what will happen to the money he owes me?" After saying this, Chen Yuan spread his hands and made a gesture of helplessness. "I told you, this guy has a shifty look and is clearly not a good person." Exactly, just look at him. He must have swindled a lot of money. Otherwise, how could he end up like this? Damn it, swindling others is one thing, but to dare swindle the master. That's like looking for death in a latrine with a flashlight. These people not only spoke out, but also started moving towards Lin Yu's direction. However, the high school students had never seen such a scene and did not dare to stop this group of people, instead making way for them. The crowd smiled and nodded at these students. After all, they were with the master, and who knows, they might even be good friends. Better not to provoke them. They were here to gain the master's favor, not to earn his dislike. Sensing the friendliness from the others, the anxious students felt a little relieved. However, this did not include Lin Yu and his group members. Lin Yu's group was mostly made up of his little brothers. Seeing their loyalty, Lin Yu felt a bit touched. He began to think he might have misunderstood these people earlier in the morning. But the next second, his mood crumbled. He saw his little brothers retreating and even making a gesture of "you go ahead." They had no idea what Lin Yu was thinking. They only knew that sticking with this guy had no future. Besides, with so many muscular men closing in, they were scared too. Although there were some pretty girls among them, those girls also had fierce expressions. They felt it was better to stick with the boss. At this point, a vacuum formed around Lin Yu, and the next second, he was surrounded by a group of muscular men. Chapter 48. I didn't expect you, with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, to be such a good flatterer. Seeing Lin Yu surrounded by the big men, it was clear that something bad was about to happen. Xie and the other teachers quickly stepped forward. Although they didn't want to get involved in such matters, they had no choice since they were teachers. However, with so many people on the other side, the teachers could only try to reason with them. "Everyone, listen to me. This is just a small matter. I mentioned Lin Yu this morning and told him to pay Chen Yuan back as soon as possible. Yes, it's just a small matter. There's no need to escalate it like this." Considering the relationship between these people and the master, everyone exchanged glances and nodded. After all, they were just there to gain the master's favor. As long as the goal was achieved, it was fine. A bald man stepped forward, pointing at Lin Yu with a look of disdain, and said, "We want to make things difficult for him. As long as he pays back the money he owes the master on the spot, we can let this matter go. How about that?" The bald man's words immediately received a response from everyone. Exactly, as long as this old debtor pays back the money he owes the master, that is fine. If he doesn't pay, then we want to go easy on him. That's right, no one dares to swindle the master in this realm. Looking at the crowd supporting Chen Yuan, the teachers exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock. A first-year high school student who had just contracted a pet beast actually had such high prestige in this realm. While they were shocked, the teachers also had a question. How did Chen Yuan achieve this? The teachers were surprised, but the students were even more so. The admiration from the students towards Chen Yuan was like a continuous flow of water. Those who had initially believed Chen Yuan's claims about going to the realm walked with their heads held high, looking like proud roosters. Their gazes directly swept over the group that had debated with them before. Meanwhile, those who had doubted Chen Yuan's claims about visiting the realm lowered their heads in shame under the gaze of the believers. They suddenly felt like complete clowns. Chen Yuan, the senior, not only hadn't lied, but he was also so humble. He hadn't even mentioned how respected he was in the realm. Amidst the shame, jealousy arose among these people. It was jealousy towards Chen Yuan's group. In fact, not just them. All the students in the class felt jealous of the other members of Chen Yuan's group. They were envious of how they had latched onto such a strong ally. They had known Chen Yuan was impressive, but they never expected him to be this remarkable. The thought of missing out on the opportunity to team up with such an impressive figure made the students feel heartbroken. Compared to these people, the members of Chen Yuan's group were the happiest. Sai, what can we do? The joy of being carried by a senior is just so delightful. Regardless of how shocked the teachers were or how much the students admired him, Lin Yu felt nothing but dread inside. Looking at all these big men around him, he realized he probably wouldn't be able to maintain his status as a deadbeat. The thought that he had been beaten up earlier in the morning for not paying Chen Yuan back, and now, less than an hour later, he had to cough up the money made him feel miserable, and the injuries on his face throbbed painfully. But the situation was pressing. With so many big men surrounding him, he was scared, unable to resist under the fierce gazes of the muscular men. Lin Yu surrendered and could only choose to take out his phone. With a sour expression, he approached Chen Yuan. This sour expression was his last bit of defiance. Scan to pay. All right. Seeing the deadbeat willing to pay back, Chen Yuan immediately nodded and took out his phone. Ding, received 100,000 yuan. Seeing the payment notification on his phone, Chen Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Although this amount wasn't too much for him now, as Lin Yu finished the payment. Everyone nodded in satisfaction. It would have been better if you had done this earlier. At least you're sensible now. All right, master, we're leaving. After saying this, everyone greeted Chen Yuan and prepared to leave. To gain favor, naturally, they had to establish a familiar presence. Otherwise, the favor wouldn't mean anything. Seeing Chen Yuan happy, those who had assisted him were also pleased, knowing that this group effort to gain the master's favor had been perfectly accomplished. This also gave them a slight sense of goodwill towards Lin Yu. What a good person, if it weren't for this big fool. I wouldn't know when I could gain the master's favor. He understood that he had lost all face today. But just at that moment, a voice came from beside Chen Yuan. It was Wang Zhe. Wait a minute. At the same time, Chen Yuan was also confused, not knowing why Wang Zhe stopped everyone. Wang Zhe didn't waste words. He pointed at Lin Yu with a serious expression and said, apologize. Lin Yu. Big brother, I'm already like this. What else do you want? You've paid back the money you owe the master, but you haven't apologized for offending the master just now. With this sentence, the crowd, who were about to leave, suddenly realized. That's right, this kid just now had indeed offended the master by shouting at him. Everyone secretly scolded themselves for being foolish. And their gazes toward Wang Zhe also carried a bit of seriousness. What a good kid. I didn't expect this guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes to be so adept at flattering. No, we can't fall behind either. Thinking of this, everyone began to speak up. I almost forgot, this kid shouted at the master just now. Wang Zhe was right, he must apologize. That's right, the master didn't say anything. But you should take the initiative, right? As they spoke, everyone's gaze turned back to Lin Yu. Lin Yu's already gloomy face darkened even more, showing signs of turning black. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't beat these guys, he would have rushed up to fight with them already. Is there such bullying? I'm already like this, and you still want me to bow my head. The more Lin Yu thought about it, the angrier he became. And his face grew darker. He glanced around and saw that no one was speaking up for him. Everyone was siding with Chen Yuan. Even the teacher was the same. Under pressure, Lin Yu lowered his head again. He lowered his head to Chen Yuan and said, I'm sorry. Before Chen Yuan could say anything, Wang Zhe shouted loudly. Too quiet. I can't hear you. Lin Yu clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, enunciating each word. I am sorry. This time, everyone heard Lin Yu's apology. And Wang Zhe finally nodded in satisfaction. Chen Yuan was also very satisfied. After all, nothing was more enjoyable than seeing someone who always picked on him suffer. Chen Yuan would not sympathize with Lin Yu. He hadn't forgotten that this guy had previously tried to harm Xiao Ling and destroy his beast cultivation foundation. At this moment, no one noticed the madness in Lin Yu's bloodshot eyes. And this madness would bring a storm during this secret realm trip. Chapter 49. Shocked to numbness, the crowd that came to help Chen Yuan greeted him and then left. After chatting a bit with Chen Yuan, Wang Zhe also left. With these people gone, Chen Yuan's classmates let out a sigh of relief. After all, their pressure was immense while those people were around. With the incident over, the entire team began to move forward again. Taking advantage of being Chen Yuan's deskmate, Zhang Hao directly asked his question. He couldn't help it. He was too curious. Chen Yuan, why do they call you master? And why are they so enthusiastic? All right, Zhang Hao, I thought you would still look constipated like last time. But I didn't expect you to be so smooth this time. As soon as these words came out, everyone around burst into laughter. Even the girls, who usually cared about their image, covered their mouths, their eyes crescent-shaped. Chen Yuan's teasing made Zhang Hao's face turn red, especially the laughter of those girls, which made him feel embarrassed. Come on, seriously, why bring that up? Can you not talk about this? Seeing Zhang Hao getting anxious, Chen Yuan stopped joking and shrugged, saying calmly, fine, there's actually nothing much. I just made some potions and sold them to them, and the effects of the potions are a bit good, which is why they call me master. When he mentioned the potions being a bit good, Chen Yuan even gestured with his hand, as if measuring. Although Chen Yuan spoke very casually, the keywords in his statement shocked everyone again. This included the teachers in the front row, who had been paying attention to this side since Zhang Hao spoke. They knew someone would inevitably ask Chen Yuan. Sure enough, it didn't take long before Zhang Hao jumped out. For the first time, the teachers thought Zhang Hao, this academic underachiever, was so adorable. However, this feeling was quickly replaced by shock. They didn't even know how many times they had been shocked today. There was no way around it. Chen Yuan had given them too many surprises in one day. So much so that they were starting to feel numb. Even though Chen Yuan spoke very lightly, what he mentioned was potions. Potions that all beast tamers needed and were in short supply. Just by looking at how those people defended Chen Yuan earlier, everyone understood that Chen Yuan's potions were definitely not as simple as he claimed. Thinking about Chen Yuan's age, the teachers' scalps went numb collectively. The students were also stunned. However, while being stunned, many of them had shining eyes. A potion maker was definitely a hot commodity. It should be noted that not everyone has the potential to become a beast cultivation master. Nor do all beast cultivation masters become potion makers. People had attempted to use machines to produce potions, but they all failed. The potions produced had inexplicably poor effects, as if they had lost their soul. The effects were even worse than the original herbs, which was simply a waste of materials. Because of this, people gave up on the idea of using machinery for large-scale potion production. Of course, it wasn't a complete abandonment. Various countries were still conducting relevant research behind the scenes. After all, if this could be achieved, then with enough materials, everyone could have free access to potions. Whoever figures it out first would see their national power surge. Unfortunately, there has been no progress. To this day, all institutions cannot understand why potions made by machines just do not work. In fact, it's quite simple. What machines lack is the power of beast taming. Chen Yuan did not know that every time he focused on making potions, he also needed to consume the power of beast taming. What is consumed is precisely this portion of attention that gathers the power of beast taming, but because it is minimal, he has never noticed it. It is this trace of beast taming power that activates the medicinal properties, allowing various herbs to combine and play a significant role. And why can only a few beast cultivation masters become potion makers? The issue lies also in the power of beast taming. Everyone's power of beast taming is different. Only a special group of people has the ability to create potions. Because of this, it limits the production of potions. This has led to both restorative potions and strengthening potions, as well as potions that enhance pet strength, becoming coveted treasures in the eyes of all beast tamers. Yes, there are indeed potions that can enhance strength. Chen Yuan did not create them simply because there was no need. Energy cubes can achieve this perfectly. And because the energy from energy cubes is extremely pure, the effects are even better, and they can also be used as food for pets. During non-combat times, one can last for several days. Upon learning about Chen Yuan's identity as a potion maker, many girls looked at him with wolf-like gazes. They exchanged glances with each other and suddenly felt immense pressure. No, we can't let these seductive girls get close to Chen Yuan. He is absolutely a super invincible golden son-in-law. Chen Yuan didn't realize that he had already caught the attention of a group of girls. In fact, it wasn't just the girls. One could say that Chen Yuan was being watched by everyone. The boys had also made up their minds that they would definitely try to get closer to Chen Yuan whenever they had the chance. Even the teachers felt the same way. After all, he was a 16-year-old pharmacist. Anyone with sense could see how high his future achievements would be. Of course, Lin Yu, who hated Chen Yuan, was not among them. Perhaps because of the explosive information Chen Yuan had revealed, everyone fell into silence for a moment. They continued walking. The hall inside the fortress, though spacious, was not anything special. Soon, they arrived at the entrance to the secret realm. Looking at the mirror-like gate reflecting the forest scene, the students who were seeing it for the first time were all amazed, and the girls couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, it's so beautiful. Is this the legendary mirror gate to the secret realm? It's really stunning. It seems like the entire forest is reflected in this gate." The teachers stood at the entrance to the insect forest. The homeroom teacher, Xie stepped forward, cleared his throat, and said to all the students, "Ahem. Just as you guessed, this is the mirror gate to the secret realm, but I need to say a few more things here. Students without contracted pet beasts should stay close to the teachers, while the others will split into teams as previously assigned. Since this is a training exercise, the teachers will not accompany you. Each group will be provided with 2 signal flares. If you encounter an insurmountable danger, you must use the flares immediately, and the teachers will come to rescue you. Your goal is to work together to kill a second-tier pet beast, or use your wits to obtain a second-tier fruit or herb. As mentioned before, those who perform exceptionally will receive rewards from the school. Is that clear?" "Clear." Xie nodded in satisfaction. Chen Yuan had a strange expression. After all, this was as easy for him as drinking water. As if sensing Chen Yuan's expression or recalling his differences, Sietu added before stepping through the mirror gate. Oh. Chen Yuan, you don't need to follow the same rules as them. As soon as this was said, the classmates looked at him with envious eyes. The treatment for the big shot was indeed different. However, Sietu's next sentence immediately made their envy disappear. Your group only needs to obtain 10 times what they do. Don't thank me. This is what you deserve. Chapter 50. The real challenge regardless of how difficult it is for his group. Chen Yuan had no objections to the targets set by Sietu's day. His little spirit at the first tier could already fight against ordinary second-tier pet beasts. Not to mention now, Chen Yuan understood that this goal was specifically set for him by Sietu based on little spirit's strength. However, unfortunately, this goal was still too simple for Chen Yuan at present. As the teachers had already entered the secret realm, let's go too. Chen Yuan was so calm. Yeah, he seems to not care about the tenfold goal set by the homeroom teacher. In fact, there was a reason for the homeroom teacher to set this goal. Think about Chen Yuan's little spirit's strength before. If he were to feel pressured, it would have to be at a higher level than others, right? Class monitor Lu Yuan interrupted their conversation, pointing at the mirror gate and saying, "All right, enough talk. Let's go. We don't want to keep anyone waiting. And everyone is waiting for us to go in first." After finishing, she signaled the group members behind them. Only then did the group members realize, "All right, the other classmates are still waiting behind." They no longer wasted time and stepped through the mirror gate. After a dizzying spin, the group members stepped into the secret realm. As soon as they arrived in the secret realm, they inhaled the refreshing air that invigorated them. However, this was soon followed by a wave of discomfort. A teasing voice came from in front of them. "How is it? Not feeling well, huh? Does your stomach feel like it's churning?" The speaker was Chen Yuan, grinning mischievously. Zhang Hao held his stomach, suppressing the urge to vomit. "Chen Yuan, you guy, such an important thing. Why didn't you mention it in advance?" Before he could finish his sentence, he fell silent, as he felt he could no longer suppress the urge to vomit. For the sake of his image, he had to endure it no matter what. Seeing Zhang Hao's amusing expression, Chen Yuan laughed even more happily. "It's useless to say it. No matter what, you'll still feel uncomfortable. Don't worry, it'll only be like this for the first few times. Once you get used to it, it won't happen anymore. And don't worry, there will be others behind." Just as he finished speaking, a few more people stepped out from the mirror gate. Wow, such refreshing air. The girl hadn't finished her sentence when she felt the same discomfort as the previous few and immediately shut her mouth. Although she was also suffering, for some reason. Seeing others in the same situation made Zhang Hao and the others feel much better inside. As time passed, the students entered the insect forest secret realm one by one, each experiencing the churning feeling in their stomachs. A small number of them even vomited. After waiting for everyone to recover a bit, Sietu clapped his hands. "All right, groups line up." As soon as he finished speaking, the 8-member groups immediately gathered together. "One last time, if you encounter danger, remember to use the signal flares immediately." Seeing everyone nod, he said, "Then let's begin." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Yuan took the lead and walked in a direction. Zhang Hao, Lu Yuan, Lin Miao, and the others were momentarily stunned but quickly followed suit. Seeing Chen Yuan leave, the other 4 groups also chose a direction to leave. Lin Yu, however, took a deep look at the direction Chen Yuan had gone. After all 5 groups had left, a student couldn't contain his curiosity and asked, "Teacher, do you think setting a tenfold limit for Chen Yuan is too high?" Upon hearing this, the teachers exchanged glances and all laughed. Seeing the teachers' expressions, the students without contracted pet beasts were momentarily confused. One teacher stepped forward and asked in response, "Who do you think is most likely and fastest to pass this trial?" "That must be Li Yan's group. After all, he has had his contracted pet beast the longest, and his strength is only slightly weaker than Chen Yuan's. Plus, he doesn't have a tenfold limit like Chen Yuan." This statement was reasonable and immediately gained the agreement of other classmates. However, the teachers shook their heads. "What if we say that only Chen Yuan's group can complete the task, while the others will all fail? Would you believe it?" But the expressions of the students clearly indicated that they found it impossible. "All right, don't overthink it. You'll find out the results soon enough. Let's go. I'll take you around this area to get a good look at the secret realm." Thus, these students without contracted pet beasts began to tour the secret realm under the guidance of the teachers, filled with doubt. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chen Yuan and the others were walking through a forest. The ground was covered with fallen leaves shed by nearby trees. As they stepped on the leaves, they made a crunching sound. Thanks to Chen Yuan's previous reminder, everyone was paying close attention to the surrounding environment, alert for any potential ambush. Suddenly, Chen Yuan said, "Stop. Lin Miao, don't move." This statement made Lin Miao freeze and made the others tense up. Everyone began to vigilantly look around, but found nothing. They could only cast puzzled looks at Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan didn't say much. Instead, he directed Little Spirit to attack. "Little Spirit, use your slap." At the same time as giving the command, Chen Yuan pointed to a spot about a meter away from Lin Miao's feet. Upon receiving the command, Xiaoling immediately flew over and launched an attack at the location Chen Yuan indicated. The other members of the group were a bit confused, but they understood that Chen Yuan would not act without reason. Soon they got their answer. As Xiaoling's attack approached, a serpentine pet beast leapt high from the ground, preparing to bite the oncoming Xiaoling. Unfortunately for it, it failed. Xiaoling swiftly slapped it away, sending it crashing down. Realizing it was no match for Xiaoling, the serpentine pet beast quickly fled. Chen Yuan explained to the visibly frightened Lin Miao that the focus of this trial was not as the teacher had said. Killing second-tier pet beasts was not the main challenge, and outsmarting the second-tier tree fruits and herbs guarded by pet beasts was also not difficult. At this point, Chen Yuan paused and looked at everyone, saying, "The real challenge I mentioned from the beginning was the various threats encountered along the way, and when killing second-tier targets. Are they really alone? Could there be other pet beasts lurking, waiting for us to weaken each other before they strike?" This trial was primarily about survival, which was also why the teacher repeatedly emphasized the signal flares. Chen Yuan's words caused the members of the team to change their expressions. After saying this, Chen Yuan looked up at the sky and added, "Just wait. Those teams that rely on their decent strength may soon be eliminated." Both signal flares were launched from the same location, which was precisely where the Li Yin team, previously favored by other students, was heading. It was clear that they were in extreme danger. Otherwise, they wouldn't have launched 2 flares in quick succession. Seeing this, a few members of the team couldn't help but admire Chen Yuan greatly. Chapter 51. The Just Group Assault. Just as Chen Yuan had said, the Li Yin team encountered 2 second-tier pet beasts while battling one. Yes, not 1 but 2. In this situation, the originally favorable scenario collapsed in an instant. If it weren't for the decent strength of the Li Yin team, they might not have survived at all. The other 3 teams, while not as severely impacted as Li Yan's, also faced various situations as Chen Yuan had described, and their circumstances were not particularly good either. For instance, they encountered wild pet beasts ambushing them, losing some combat power, or they faced constant harassment from first-tier pet beasts. Such situations were numerous. Compared to them, Chen Yuan's team was in an incredibly good position. The several members were cautiously advancing through the forest, having become more careful and prudent after the previous incidents. At Chen Yuan's request, all pet beasts were fully alert and focused. Under such cautious operations, Chen Yuan's team encountered several attacks, but managed to fend them off without any danger. Even the backbone of the team, Chen Yuan, did not need to intervene, as his teammates handled it themselves. Satisfied with his teammates' growth, Chen Yuan nodded. Everyone remained silent, watching Chen Yuan and waiting for his explanation. They knew that he must have a reason for stopping. Everyone needs to be careful. Second-tier pet beasts will slowly start appearing ahead. Remember, protecting your own safety is the priority. This trial is about survival, not the so-called goals that the teacher mentioned to mislead you. Then let's continue moving. At that moment, 2 more signal flares shot up into the sky and exploded. Seeing these flares, everyone understood that another team had been eliminated. It seemed to remind them that the journey ahead was fraught with danger, and they had to be even more cautious. Except for Chen Yuan, all members wore increasingly serious expressions. Soon, Chen Yuan's team encountered their first second-tier pet beast. It was a level 12 vicious mantis. It looked very similar to an ordinary mantis, about the size of an adult wolf dog, with a pattern on its back resembling a furious expression. Vicious mantis, level insufficient for evolution. Attributes, none level, 12 species. Alien insect, mantis species, species level, ordinary talent. Vicious, inflicts psychological pressure on timid opponents, causing multiplied stress. Skills, slash, wing strike, cut off. Vicious glare. Chen Yuan glanced at the mantis's panel data and closed it. It was too weak to catch his interest. However, just because it didn't catch Chen Yuan's attention didn't mean the other team members dared to underestimate such an opponent. They were not like Chen Yuan, who had 2 second-tier pet beasts, both at the leader level. At this moment, they felt as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Of course, there was another reason for their tension. They didn't know Chen Yuan's true strength. In their minds, or rather in everyone's minds, Chen Yuan's little sprite was only first tier. They watched the vicious mantis warily. The mantis, seeing the large number of opponents, felt a bit intimidated and did not dare to attack first. For a time, both sides were in a standoff. I suggest we attack quickly. Otherwise, if a second wild pet beast joins in later, it could be troublesome. Don't worry. I'll hold the line for you, Chen Yuan said. Hearing Chen Yuan's assurance, they no longer hesitated. They trusted Chen Yuan's strength, after all. It wasn't long ago that a first-tier sprite had easily defeated a second-tier fiery tiger. In the next moment, everyone launched their respective attacks. Little fire cat, use spark. Man-eating flower, bite it. Iron shield turtle, use harden to block its attacks. Activated vines, bind and restrain it. Slime, use acid to attack its legs and restrict its movement. Rock baby, use stone toss. Big claw bug, cut at its head. The sudden onslaught of attacks momentarily stunned the vicious mantis as it faced multiple attacks coming its way. It hurriedly dodged, while simultaneously launching a slash attack aimed at the man-eating flower that had rushed in front of it. Seeing this, Zhao Wu, the pet master of the man-eating flower, tensed up instantly. However, what he feared did not happen, as the vicious mantis's attack was blocked by the Iron Shield Turtle's defense. This scene made Zhao Wu breathe a sigh of relief, looking at the Iron Shield Turtle's pet master, his old rival Sun Li, with a complex expression. Thanks. In response to Zhao Wu's gratitude, Sun Li simply snorted and turned away, but the smile at the corner of his mouth revealed his good mood. The vicious mantis wouldn't be able to speak. Otherwise, it would surely curse the opponents for not following the rules of engagement and suddenly attacking all at once. Relying on its second-tier strength, the vicious mantis not only countered the attack from the man-eating flower, but also dodged the little fire cat's flames. It then twisted its body to evade the big claw bug's rapid cut. After dodging these attacks, the vicious mantis was still hit. It was bound by the activated vines. Noticing the mantis had left its original position, the activated vines quickly adjusted their attack range. The next second, they ensnared the vicious mantis, restricting its movement. Naturally, the vicious mantis would not sit idly by. It immediately waved its forelimbs and used the cut-off skill to sever all the vines wrapping around it. However, this also meant it could not evade the subsequent attacks. The slime's acid directly hit its legs, causing significant burns. The strike left the vicious mantis in great pain. However, there was something even more painful to come. Stone Baby gathered earth elements to form a stone the size of a human head, which smashed down onto its head the next second. This hit left the vicious mantis dazed. In an instant, it experienced a strong sense of dizziness. The others brightened at this moment. Seizing the opportunity, they wouldn't let this good chance slip away. They all issued commands. Little fire cat, another spark. Man-eating flower. Take the chance to bite it. Iron armored turtle, don't use hardening. Go straight for a spinning attack. Activate the vines, whip. Slime, another acid spray. Stone Baby. Continue with the stone throwing attack, still aim for the head. Giant claw worm, giant claw thrust. This series of coordinated attacks made Chen Yuan exclaim in excitement. It might be the effect of the previous practical combat lessons. Everyone's combat awareness was quite good, and their cooperation was excellent. This greatly surprised Chen Yuan. Under the combined efforts of the group, the second-tier vicious mantis ultimately couldn't bear the burden and fell down in humiliation. Chapter 52. Ignorance is truly scary. Looking at the fallen vicious mantis. Apart from the commanding Chen Yuan, the others who participated in the battle all showed joy. Although they had killed this second-tier beast through a group attack, it was also their first time killing a second-tier creature. How could they not be excited? However, at the same time, they faced a dilemma. How to carry such a large corpse? If they didn't take it, how would they prove they had killed a second-tier beast? As if sensing the group's confusion, Chen Yuan spoke up. His words made everyone nod in agreement. This was indeed the best solution for the moment. It wouldn't make sense to carry such a corpse while hunting other second-tier beasts. The white blood flowing from it would likely attract a lot of trouble. Thus, Chen Yuan's suggestion was the most suitable in the current situation. After they left, some first-tier carnivorous beasts hiding not far away cautiously emerged. Once they confirmed there was no danger, they frantically rushed to the corpse on the ground. Soon, the vicious mantis was completely devoured by these creatures that were originally weaker than it. Following this, Chen Yuan's group began steadily progressing through their trials. Whenever they encountered a second-tier beast, they would follow the old routine. Chen Yuan leading the charge while the others fought the second-tier creature. Of course, they couldn't always defeat the second-tier beasts on their own. After all, even if the levels were the same, different types of beasts had significant power differences. At such times, it was Xiaoling's turn to step in. Whenever this situation arose, Xiaoling would rush forward and deliver a slap to the opponent. Often, that slap would leave the opponent dazed, allowing the other members' beasts to focus fire and take down the enemy again. Of course, Xiaoling still controlled her strength as per Chen Yuan's request, and didn't use her true second-tier power. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be dazing the opponent, but rather directly killing them. After each battle, Chen Yuan's team would collect a small part of the defeated beast's body as proof of their kill. After they killed their fifth second-tier beast, another signal flare rose into the sky, indicating that another team had failed their trial. At this point, only two teams remained in the trials, Chen Yuan's group and, coincidentally, Lin Yu's team. As another group that had not been eliminated, Lin Yu's team's strength was actually not impressive. However, they were lucky enough not to encounter any beasts that could threaten them. This also meant they had yet to complete their task. However, Lin Yu, who was supposed to be the backbone of the group, was not having a good time. The reason was that he had been isolated. Even as everyone betrayed their leader, they became even closer. This caused the group, which should have revolved around Lin Yu, to naturally exclude him and turn into a group that isolated him instead. Lin Yu felt helpless about this. He could only watch the 7 people in front of him with a dark expression. As he saw them laughing and chatting, his heart twisted even further. At this moment, he not only hated Chen Yuan, but also resented those former subordinates. Even if he wanted to teach these traitorous subordinates a lesson in this desolate place, he didn't have the strength to do so. After all, he was alone, while they had 7. His golden armored rhino was indeed a powerful beast, but it was still first tier. If a fight broke out and he was surrounded, he might not be a match for them. Thus, he could only suppress the resentment and anger in his heart. The golden armored rhino accompanying Lin Yu seemed to sense the emotions of its beast master. It let out a cry, extended its head, and nudged Lin Yu, as if trying to comfort him. Lin Yu didn't appreciate it. His heart was already filled with anger and hatred, leaving no room for anything else. Look over there. That feeling must be a second-tier beast. But what kind of beast is it? It doesn't seem very strong. Who cares what beast it is? Let's go chase it. As long as we take it down, we can complete our trial. What about that guy behind us? Hey, don't worry about him. Let us go? If he is not an idiot, he'll follow us. These words were said loudly enough that Lin Yu could naturally hear them. The veins on his forehead bulged, but he felt helpless, with no choice. Even if he was unwilling in his heart, he could only choose to follow. Thus, Lin Yu's group began to chase the unexpectedly discovered second-tier beast. It was a large bee, primarily yellow, about 20 centimeters long, shimmering with a metallic sheen. The group found that although this beast was small, its speed was not slow. No matter how fast they tried to catch up, they could only trail behind it. At this moment, the group hadn't noticed that wherever this large bee went, many beasts were hiding. If they had paid a little more attention, they would have realized they hadn't encountered any obstructing beasts along the way. All of this clearly indicated that the target they were pursuing was definitely not a harmless creature. Unfortunately, this important information was elegantly ignored by the group. If Chen Yuan were here, his expression would have changed drastically. Forget about chasing. They should run as far away as possible. Because this was a golden armored bee. The honey Chen Yuan used when contracting the little sprite was produced by this bee. But that is not the main point. The main point is that the golden armored bee is a social beast. Just like an ant colony, they are led by a queen who issues commands. Generally, the queen's strength is at least 1 tier stronger than her subordinates. Only in this way can she maintain her rule. This also means that if the group continues to chase, they will not only encounter a large swarm of first-tier and second-tier golden armored bees ahead, but also a powerful third-tier queen waiting for them. Even more importantly, although these golden armored bees eat honey, that is only when they are in the larval stage. Adult golden armored bees eat meat. Collecting honey is merely to feed their larvae. It can be said that if this continues, these guys are just going to provide a feast for the entire golden armored bee colony. It must be said that ignorance is truly scary. A few academic underachievers, who usually do not pay attention in class, ended up not even recognizing the social golden armored bees and foolishly followed along. The result of this will undoubtedly be one thing: certain death. The golden armored bee being chased is not a fool. It has long noticed the group following it. Although it doesn't know where they got their courage from, it doesn't want to waste too much energy thinking about it. While buzzing and flapping its wings, it has quietly released its pheromones. The spread of the golden armored bee's pheromones is extremely rapid, with a diffusion rate that is even twice its flying speed. At this moment, it is very close to the hive, and the pheromones quickly reach the hive. The alerted bee colony becomes excited, ready to pounce on the delicious lunch that is about to arrive. Chapter 53. Betrayal and Diversion. As they approach the nest, the golden armored bee's speed begins to slow down. This sends a jolt of energy through Lin Yu's team members. They think that the other party has been fleeing for so long that they are starting to tire. Indeed, in their eyes, the golden armored bee is fleeing. They, the pursuers, are about to become the real prey. This truth will soon be laid bare before everyone. After passing through a thicket that obstructed their view, several trees come into sight. The scene before Lin Yu's team leaves them frozen in place. They suddenly feel a chill in their bones. In fact, these trees are not unusual. They are just like the nearby trees. The difference is that there is a huge beehive among them. Its size is at least as tall as a floor. These trees are the supports for this beehive. However, the reason Lin Yu's team feels a chill is not because of this, but because of the golden armored bees that have gathered due to the pheromones. At this moment, they are hovering in the air, flapping their wings. Upon seeing the few people and their pets, they become agitated, flapping their wings even faster. The buzzing reaches a piercing level. Looking at the swarm of at least 1,000 bees before them, the team understands that they are likely to meet their end here. Quick, shoot the signal flare. One person suddenly reacts and shouts. The member carrying the signal flare does not hesitate. He immediately takes out the flare and aims it at the sky, ready to launch. Just then, an unexpected situation occurs. A stone flies in from behind them and smashes onto the beehive. The swarm, which was still confused about what the food in front of them was trying to do, instantly becomes furious. How dare the food provoke them? They immediately charge towards these people. There is no need to say who threw the stone and initiated this behavior. Everyone knows very well. The few people who were set up angrily curse out loud. Lin Yu, damn your ancestors. Damn it, you won't have a good end. Lin Yu, you bastard. If I die, even as a ghost, I won't let you go. Whether Lin Yu hears these words, only heaven knows. The few people have already lost sight of him. In this moment of crisis, someone remembers what Chen Yuan had said earlier and reminds, stop talking, run. Remember what Chen Yuan said before? In this deadly situation, these words undoubtedly bring hope for survival. The few people immediately react. River, lake, marsh. Thinking of this, they start to run while also paying attention to whether there is terrain they need around them. Due to the urgency of the situation, they can no longer care about direction and can only choose a random direction to run wildly. Seeing the few people fleeing, the swarm of golden-armored bees immediately follows suit. However, not all of them. Only half of the golden-armored bees chase after the fleeing group, while the other half stays behind to guard the hive. Moreover, the half of the swarm pursuing the fleeing individuals does not all head directly towards them. About 200 golden-armored bees break away from the main group and head in Lin Yu's direction. From this direction, they have caught the same scent as the stone that attacked the hive. They will not let the food escape. Naturally, they will not let the enemy that attacked the hive escape either. In a thicket far from the hive, Lin Yu is riding on his golden-armored rhinoceros. At this moment, the rhinoceros is still panting heavily, clearly exhausted from the frantic escape with Lin Yu. Hearing the distant cries of pain, Lin Yu's twisted heart feels a sense of pleasure. Look at you traitors, die, all die. Just right, you can attract the attention of these bees for me. It's also a way to recycle waste. At this moment, immersed in the thrill of survival and revenge, Lin Yu does not realize that he has not yet escaped danger. Although he thinks he can sacrifice his teammates to save himself, he has overlooked one detail. The stone he threw has also carried his scent. Just as he and the golden-armored rhinoceros are resting in place, a continuous buzzing sound approaches. The noise makes Lin Yu's face change drastically, and the rhinoceros feels the impending danger and becomes restless. Quick, golden-armored rhinoceros, run. Hearing Lin Yu's words, the rhinoceros, already sensing danger, immediately starts to move. Just as it begins to run wildly, a swarm of golden-armored bees bursts out from behind the thicket. The sheer number sends chills down Lin Yu's spine. Damn it! Why are they chasing me? Those useless fools. Can't even attract fire away. While running, Lin Yu curses angrily. However, this does not change his dangerous situation. During this time, many hidden beasts waiting for prey to come by plan to ambush Lin Yu and the golden-armored rhinoceros. After all, in the insect forest, there are not many weaklings running around. However, soon these ambushing beasts abandon their plans. The large number of first and second-tier golden-armored bees behind them makes these wild beasts feel their scalp tingle. In an instant, they hide as well as they can and disguise themselves as much as possible, fearing to attract the attention of the golden-armored bees. Watching Lin Yu and the swarm of bees move further away, these beasts are filled with dread. Goodness, I thought you were prey. I didn't expect you to be bait. Luckily I'm smart. Otherwise, I would have fallen for it. Lin Yu is unaware of the thoughts of these ambushing beasts. He only knows one thing. He is in deep trouble. The speed of the golden-armored bees is much faster than that of the golden-armored rhinoceros. As he sees the distance closing in step by step, his anxiety grows. The cold sweat on his forehead continuously drips down his face. Unfortunately, he has no choice. He can only keep urging his golden-armored rhinoceros to go faster. Hurry, faster. However, no matter how much he says, it is useless. This is the rhinoceros's limit. It is already running at 120 effort. It can be said to be exhausted. If it could talk, the golden-armored rhinoceros would want to curse. Damn it. It's easy to talk when you're standing. Why don't you come down and try running? If it weren't for the swarm of golden-armored bees behind, it would have just given up and laid down. Looking at the increasingly close swarm, Lin Yu realizes he may not escape this fate. Even if he wanted to call for help, he couldn't because the 2 signal flares were in the hands of the 7 people. Isolated, he got nothing. He might not even make it a tenth of the way before being caught, thinking that he might die here. A strong sense of unwillingness arises in Lin Yu's heart. Damn it, why should I die here? If anyone should die, it should be those traitors and that bastard Chen Yuan. At this thought, Lin Yu suddenly has a flash of inspiration. That's right, Chen Yuan. Even if I have to die, I will drag that guy Chen Yuan down with me. Lin Yu immediately commanded the golden-armored rhinoceros to change direction. Run over there. Although the golden-armored rhinoceros was puzzled by Lin Yu's sudden change of direction, it still faithfully executed its master's orders. Lin Yu remembered very clearly that the direction he pointed to was the same one Chen Yuan had taken when he left. According to his estimation, Chen Yuan was roughly in that direction now. As for whether he could successfully encounter Chen Yuan in the vast forest and bring this group of golden armored beasts to him, Lin Yu no longer cared about that. He had no other way out, so he could only choose to gamble. Even if he lost, it would be no different from before. If he won, at least he could drag Chen Yuan down to hell with him. And what if, just what if, he not only won? What if the swarm of bees went directly to find Chen Yuan and his group? Could he escape from this hell? Thinking of this, Lin Yu's heart burned with excitement. He was even more determined to lead this disaster to Chen Yuan. Chapter 54. Lin Yu is dead. Just as Lin Yu was executing his sinister plan, Chen Yuan and his team members were methodically carrying out their mission to hunt second-tier pet beasts. They had already taken down 8 second-tier pet beasts. During this time, they unexpectedly obtained a second-tier herb. It was indeed a pleasant surprise. It must be noted that finding herbs and fruit in this outer area was quite difficult, as these places had basically been stripped bare by others. Even if there were any left, they were occupied or eaten by wild pet beasts. Thanks to this herb, they were one step closer to their goal. At this moment, they only needed to take down one last second-tier beast to complete this trial. The thought of completing this trial, which they initially thought was impossible, filled everyone with excitement. Who would have thought that a group with no second-tier beasts could achieve this? Of course, this excluded Chen Yuan. However, Chen Yuan could be considered to have completed it with first-tier strength, as Xiaoling had not used her second-tier power. Soon, they encountered their last target. Chen Yuan recognized it, having seen it just yesterday. It was the grayscale snake he had fought against yesterday with Jin Shanshan. Of course, it was not the same one, as that one had already been taken down by Jin Shanshan, and now it was mostly just a meal for some other beast. Compared to the one from yesterday that even Jin Shanshan couldn't break through its defense, this one was 4 levels lower, only level 13. However, this did not mean it was weaker than the one from yesterday. In fact, it could be slightly stronger, as this grayscale snake was an elite. The grayscale snake did not have any special attack methods, but it was poisonous, so they needed to be careful of its fangs and binding attacks. Hearing Chen Yuan's reminder, everyone nodded and immediately began the battle with the grayscale snake according to their previous cooperation. In the end, with a stone throw from Shirbao, they secured victory. Even Chen Yuan couldn't help but glance at Shirbao a few more times. This was not the first time, apart from Xiaoling's assistance. It was mostly this pet that knocked out the opponent, securing victory for them. Its performance made Chen Yuan want to give it the title of strongest support. Of course, this achievement was made possible because several pets restricted the opponent's movement. After successfully hunting the last second-tier beast, everyone was filled with joy. Finally completed. Yes, I thought we definitely wouldn't make it. Who would say otherwise? I thought we were done for 2, and didn't expect we actually did it. Although killing second-tier pet beasts was nothing for Chen Yuan, seeing everyone so happy, he couldn't help but feel a bit infected. And the corners of his mouth slightly curled up. After all, they were still in a dangerous secret realm, so Chen Yuan reminded them. Lu Yuan glanced at the nearby forest and nodded. Chen Yuan was right. It was still too early to celebrate. Indeed. Let us wait until we gather with the teachers to celebrate. Sure, that's what we say, but a smile still unconsciously hung on their faces. After all, relying only on first-tier pets to kill second-tier beasts, even if it was a group effort, they felt they could brag about it for a lifetime. However, just as they were celebrating, some situations arose. Little Flame Cat suddenly had its fur standing on end and began to growl lowly. Seeing her pet in this state, Lin Miao squatted down to pick up Little Flame Cat, trying to soothe its emotions. What's wrong? Are you hurt? While speaking, Lin Miao started to check Little Flame Cat to see if it was injured, but she found nothing. The others also noticed Lin Miao's situation. What's going on? Has something happened? Concerned, everyone looked at her, and Lin Miao shook her head. It's nothing. This kid just suddenly tensed up for some reason. As she spoke, worry appeared on her face. Lu Yuan, being a fellow female, was about to comfort Lin Miao, but her pet also showed signs of distress. The active vines became alert just like Little Flame Cat. As if by contagion, the next moment, all the pets present became vigilant and looked in one direction. Even Xiaoling showed a serious expression as she looked in that direction. At this moment, even the dullest person would feel something was off. The group turned their heads and nervously watched that direction. Soon, a slight tremor was felt, as if some large beast was running towards them. Along with the tremor came a buzzing noise. Not far from where Chen Yuan and the others were, Lin Yu's golden armored rhinoceros was running towards them. Lin Yu's luck was indeed quite good. He had guessed correctly. It really did lead him in Chen Yuan's direction. However, at this moment, Lin Yu and the golden armored rhinoceros were not in a good situation. It would not be an exaggeration to say they were on the brink of death. As a rich second generation, Lin Yu naturally carried some potions. However, he had used them all during his earlier escape. It was thanks to those potions that he and the golden armored rhinoceros had managed to hold on until now. But that was it. At this moment, the golden armored rhinoceros was covered in various wounds, with several deep injuries that could be seen down to the bone. Every time it took a step, its wounds would spray blood. It could still run, relying entirely on its survival instincts. As Lin Yu's pet and mount, the golden armored rhinoceros was in such a state. And Lin Yu, as a beast master, was naturally not in a much better position. In fact, he could be said to be in a worse situation. He did not have the powerful defense of the golden armored rhinoceros. Riding on it, he could be considered a living target, especially since the golden armored bees were still tracking his scent. Lin Yu had received even more attention. At this moment, he was no longer in human form, covered in numerous large welts caused by the poisonous stings of the golden armored bees. He also had many injuries, with some wounds on his back even exposing his vertebrae. He could no longer straighten his back and could only helplessly lie on his pet's back. Lin Yu's gaze began to gradually fade, and he understood that his time was short. He no longer fantasized about escaping. He even hoped to die quickly to avoid enduring such intense pain. However, the unwillingness and hatred in his heart still supported him. His only obsession now was to meet Chen Yuan and drag him down to hell together. Lin Yu had gradually lost hope. He thought he might never see Chen Yuan again. Just when Lin Yu believed he was about to die with regret, some figures suddenly appeared in front of him. The sudden appearance of these figures made Lin Yu's spirit lift. He used his last bit of strength to raise his head. When he saw the person he hated the most in the crowd, Lin Yu was ecstatic. Chen Yuan. After shouting this name, Lin Yu died in front of everyone. His face, which had been stung by the golden armored bee into a swollen mess, still wore a strange smile. After Lin Yu's death, the golden armored rhinoceros also fell. Just as the death of a pet affects its beastmaster, the death of a beastmaster also causes great harm to the pet. Lin Yu's death became the last straw that broke the camel's back for the golden armored rhinoceros. Chapter 55. Come out. Golden Flash looking at Lin Yu's lifeless body in front of them. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. The two girls, Lu Yuan and Lin Miao, were so scared that they screamed. Zhang Hao looked at the disfigured body in front of him, bloodied and with visible bones, and swallowed hard, trembling as he spoke. Is this Lin Yu? No one mocked Zhang Hao for his appearance because everyone was in a similar state. Whether it was Lin Yu's last shout of Chen Yuan or the horrifying sight of the golden armored rhinoceros, it all indicated the severity of the situation. Even Chen Yuan, who had lived 2 lifetimes, had never seen someone die in front of him, especially in such a tragic manner. If it weren't for Chen Yuan's strong mental fortitude, he might have vomited right then. The sight of these 2 bodies was simply too gruesome. Chen Yuan didn't vomit, but that didn't stop others from doing so. The 2 girls, Lu Yuan and Lin Miao, immediately threw up. Seeing this, the other few couldn't hold back anymore and also started to vomit. However, it wasn't like they actually expelled anything. Their breakfast had long been digested. At most, it was just dry heaving and a bit of stomach acid. But after the vomiting, they felt much better. Zhao Wu, whose complexion was still pale, but whose expression had relaxed somewhat, turned to Chen Yuan and asked, "Can you tell what caused this?" The other classmates also looked at Chen Yuan curiously, wanting to know if he had any idea what could have caused Lin Yu's tragic fate. In response to everyone's expectations, Chen Yuan shook his head solemnly. The range is too broad to determine, but judging by the injuries on him and the golden armored rhinoceros, they were likely caused by a small-sized pet. At this point, Chen Yuan paused. He suppressed his nausea and carefully examined the injuries on Lin Yu and the golden armored rhinoceros. Suddenly, he realized something and widened his eyes. Chen Yuan had guessed who the culprit behind all of this was. If nothing unexpected happened, they would arrive in 1 or 2 minutes at most. There was no chance to escape. They could only face the enemy head-on. If they fled recklessly and encountered other pets, they would be in even greater danger. Seeing Chen Yuan's sudden change in expression, everyone was startled. What happened to Chen Yuan? Your face looks terrible. Yeah, Chen Yuan, did you discover something? In response to Lin Miao's inquiry, Chen Yuan nodded directly, his expression very serious. Listen to me. I mentioned earlier that Lin Yu's injuries seemed to be caused by a small-sized pet, right? Upon hearing this, everyone nodded. So, what kind of small-sized pet could cause such deep injuries that expose bone? A powerful one. Before Chen Yuan could speak, Lu Yuan reacted. Her face changed instantly. No, it's not just a matter of strength. The depth of the wounds varies. These injuries weren't caused by the same creature. At this moment, everyone realized and looked at the 2 bodies lying nearby with disgust. They all noticed that Lin Yu's injuries were severe, but he only had a 5 enhancement from the golden armored rhinoceros, making any injury significant for him. His body was covered in lacerations. However, the injuries on the golden armored rhinoceros were much more obvious. Some were just minor scratches, while others had cut deep into the flesh. The patterns of these wounds indicated they were caused by a single strike, not multiple attacks that had cut into the flesh. Otherwise, the wounds would have mostly turned to mush. Seeing this situation, everyone had some guesses, but this speculation was terrifying. Chen Yuan saw the expressions on their faces and understood they had guessed correctly. He nodded to confirm their thoughts. That's right, this wasn't caused by a single creature. Chen Yuan paused for a moment, gritting his teeth as he continued. This kind of damage, with similar wound sizes, undoubtedly indicates that this was caused by the same type of pet. The only possibility for such coordinated and non-conflicting pets is that they are pack animals. With Chen Yuan's guess validated, the group fell into a brief silence. Zhang Hao, unable to endure the oppressive atmosphere, forced a smile and said, "All right, everyone. Stop looking so grim. Those pack pets haven't come here yet. So why are we all frowning? Yeah, since those pack animals haven't come, doesn't that mean we're safe? Exactly. If they were going to come, they would have done so by now. That makes sense." As they spoke, it seemed that these comforting words had a positive effect, and everyone's expressions relaxed. Seeing the people around him relax, their spirits lifted as well. However, they noticed that Chen Yuan's expression had not changed much. He still looked heavy-hearted. Zhang Hao stepped forward and patted his shoulder. "Chen Yuan, what's wrong? Those guys didn't follow Lin Yu here, did they?" Before Zhang Hao could finish, he was interrupted by Chen Yuan. He looked at the crowd with a serious tone and said, "No, you're wrong. They have already arrived." As soon as he finished speaking, a buzzing sound echoed nearby, seemingly validating Chen Yuan's words. Ignoring the changed expressions of the others, Chen Yuan continued, "Pack pets have a behavioral characteristic where, after inflicting damage, they allow their prey to escape a certain distance." Chen Yuan glanced at the two bodies of Lin Yu and the golden-armored rhinoceros on the ground and continued. "They wait until the prey tires out or bleeds excessively and becomes unable to resist before capturing their loot with minimal casualties, much like ancient humans hunting." Chen Yuan remembered this characteristic very well. Coincidentally, he had read about it in a book on pet beasts last night. He also realized that Lin Yu had deliberately brought this upon himself. Both his last shout of Chen Yuan and that twisted smile indicated everything. If Lin Yu were still alive, Chen Yuan would have kicked him. But now, looking at Lin Yu's bloodied corpse, Chen Yuan dismissed that thought. Forget it. It wouldn't be good if I got my shoes dirty. Hearing that the culprit behind Lin Yu's tragic fate was nearby, the expressions of everyone who had just relaxed changed dramatically again. "Then should we hurry up and leave?" "Yeah, let us escape first." As they spoke, they turned their gazes toward Chen Yuan. But Chen Yuan shook his head. It's too late. The fact that they dared to let Lin Yu go such a distance means they have absolute confidence in their speed and are not afraid of his escape. Moreover, we have been here with Lin Yu for a while, and this area now carries our scent. In their eyes, we are Lin Yu's accomplices, or in other words, their enemies. Upon hearing this, everyone fell into despair. Seeing this scene, Chen Yuan sighed. "Let's launch the signal flare first. I'll take care of the rest." The few who had no choice could only do this. They took out the signal flares and shot them into the sky. At the same time, they stood guard, believing that Chen Yuan would handle it. Everyone thought it was just his goodwill. However, the next scene shocked everyone present. "Come out, Golden Flash." Chapter 56. I'm not pretending anymore. I'm laying it all out. As Chen Yuan's voice fell, a giant ant, seemingly forged from gold, appeared before everyone. The moment Golden Flash made its entrance, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. There was no way around it. Golden Flash was just too impressive. The first glance brought a sense of majesty. Just by looking at it, everyone could feel the power of this pet beast. Whether it was the imposing aura or its spear-like limbs, everything spoke of its extraordinary nature. Regardless of what others were thinking, Little Ling was very happy. "Chummy." Seeing Golden Flash appear, Little Ling cheered and immediately ran to the top of Golden Flash's head. Although danger was approaching, Little Ling was extremely excited to be on top of Golden Flash for the first time in front of others. This opportunity somewhat made up for the regret of not having an audience as a Golden Ant Knight. However, there was one thing Little Ling was dissatisfied with. The number of people was too small. "Hiss, Chen Yuan, is this your pet beast?" Looking at the pet beast that appeared before him, Zhang Hao's tongue felt tied. There was no way around it. Golden Flash was just too majestic and too luxurious. Simply put, its prestige was too high. Zhang Hao felt this way, and the other team members were no better off. Moreover, they could clearly sense the level of the pet beast in front of them. It had the aura of a second-tier creature. They never expected that Chen Yuan had hidden this so deeply. He actually had a second pet beast, and it was clearly the kind that exuded high status and immense power. While looking at Golden Flash, everyone couldn't help but glance at Little Ling atop its head. If Chen Yuan had two pet beasts, then without a doubt, his first pet beast must also be second tier. Because a beast tamer can only contract a second pet beast after having one second-tier pet and receiving feedback. Coincidentally, to match the aura of her Golden Ant Knight, Little Ling released her second-tier aura. "Wow, I couldn't believe you were hiding this so well. I thought you were like our pet beasts, all first tier. It turns out the trash was just us few, and you, the sixth one, are so strong." "That's right, Golden Flash is my pet beast. Receiving affection from her beast tamer, Golden Flash proactively nudged Chen Yuan with its head, just like a little dog trying to win its owner's favor. Feeling Golden Flash's intimacy, Chen Yuan smiled and turned to the others. Next, Golden Flash will block these enemies. All you need to do is protect yourselves. Hearing Chen Yuan's words, everyone displayed incredulous expressions. They exchanged glances, doubting whether they had misheard. They couldn't believe Chen Yuan intended to rely on this one pet beast to block the attack of a group of pet beasts. As if sensing the group's doubts, Chen Yuan continued, "Don't worry, I wouldn't say this if I didn't have confidence." Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. After all, if it were possible, no one wanted to die. They looked at Chen Yuan with hopeful eyes. Although they had only teamed up with him for half a day, they understood that since Chen Yuan said this, he must have his own assurance. Glancing at the corpse of Lin Yu and the armored rhinoceros nearby, Chen Yuan spoke up. First, the opponents did not directly kill Lin Yu and his pet beast with absolute strength, which shows that Lin Yu's counterattack could also inflict damage on them, indicating that their strength difference is not very large. After saying this, Chen Yuan shrugged and added, "Of course. It could also be that the opponents were toying with Lin Yu. Perhaps they have such maliciously playful pet beasts." This statement made everyone nod in agreement because it was indeed the case. With absolute strength, the opponents had no need to waste time. Hearing Chen Yuan's follow-up comment, the team members displayed relaxed smiles. However, this did not mean they agreed with that statement. On the contrary, everyone present did not think there would be such a boring pet beast. This also implied that the opponent's individual strength would not be too formidable. When they heard Chen Yuan's analysis, several people forced themselves to look at the corpses on the ground again and found that, as Chen Yuan had said, there were no signs of attribute attacks. It was all physical damage. Even the swelling caused by poison had a small hole at the center of the bump. Amazing. Chen Yuan, if you hadn't pointed it out, we wouldn't have noticed. Yeah, is this the difference between a top student and us struggling students? You're incredible, Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan ignored his teammates' praises and continued. Third, I have a rough guess about what kind of pet beast group this is. Based on the clues, they should be a group of bee and scorpion-type pet beasts, as only they would leave such poison needle wounds. At this point, Chen Yuan paused. Do you hear that buzzing sound from not far away? Did you sense anything from it? Following Chen Yuan's words, everyone listened carefully. Isn't that the sound of insect wings flapping? Is there anything else? No, wait. It sounds like there's a metallic clanging too. Lin Miao's words immediately received Chen Yuan's affirmation. He nodded in confirmation. Just as Lin Miao said, the metallic clanging sound, combined with the analysis of the poison needles. Do you see what I'm getting at? Lu Yuan, who didn't do poorly in her studies, immediately realized what Chen Yuan was referring to. It's the golden armored bee. The homeroom teacher mentioned it a month ago. A pet beast that produces high-grade honey, but is weak in power. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's words, everyone suddenly understood, except for Zhang Hao, who remained puzzled. Like the struggling student from Lin Yu's team, Zhang Hao was also the type who didn't pay attention in class. He wanted to ask what it was, but seeing the enlightened looks on the others' faces, he dismissed the thought. Although everyone had guessed it was the golden armored bee, they still looked to Chen Yuan, hoping to get a confirmation from him. To this, Chen Yuan directly nodded, affirming Lu Yuan's guess. That's right, it's the golden armored bee. This is also why I am confident that Golden Flash can block them. Golden Flash is a second-tier Earth attribute. With this, everyone understood. The golden armored bee only had physical attacks, and the Earth attribute was known for its defensive capabilities. Generally speaking, an attack of the same tier would find it very difficult to break through Earth attribute defenses. Looking at Chen Yuan's pet, named Golden Flash, with a body seemingly made of gold, it was clear that it was extremely tough. Suddenly, everyone gained great confidence. There was one more thing Chen Yuan hadn't mentioned. Golden Flash was also a dual-talented leader-level pet. Compared to other ordinary second-tier Earth attribute pet beasts, its defense was at least several times tougher. Moreover, the golden armored bee's individual attack power was not strong. It was only fearsome due to its group combat capabilities. Chen Yuan was confident that as long as the opponent did not have any 3-star or above golden armored bees, Jin Shanshan would be able to fend them off. Chapter 57. Golden armored bee skewers. After Chen Yuan mentioned that Jin Shanshan was of the Earth attribute, he put his hands in his pockets and did not speak further. The group members also did not ask any more questions. Everyone began to focus, waiting for the impending enemy. Soon, the first enemy appeared, a 2-star golden armored bee. Seeing that the enemy was indeed the expected golden armored bee, everyone's confidence surged. They admired Chen Yuan's insight and accuracy even more. Chen Yuan also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, it was just a guess, and he was not sure if it was a golden armored bee. Seeing that the opponent was exactly what they had speculated, Chen Yuan felt much more relaxed. Meanwhile, the panel of the golden armored bee appeared before him. Golden Armored Bee. Level insufficient for evolution. Attribute. None level. 15 species. Alien insect. Swarm type. Species level. Elite talent. Golden Shell. Defense increased by 10 skills. Claw Strike. Wing Flap. Poison Needle. Self-destruct. The Golden Armored Bee is a swarm-type pet evolved from 5 Golden Armored Bee larvae. Although its individual strength is slightly weak, it usually acts collectively, possessing extremely strong cooperative combat abilities. After reading the panel, Chen Yuan let out a big sigh of relief. He released the first-tier Burst Potion and Speed Potion that he had been holding in his pockets because they were no longer needed. If even the leader was of this caliber, Chen Yuan was completely confident that with Jin Shanshan's powerful attack and defense, they could annihilate these creatures. Moreover, the burst-type potions also had side effects. Once the burst effect wore off, it would weaken Jin Shanshan's state. If they had not dealt with the swarm by then, or if the teacher's rescue did not arrive in time, they would be in danger. From the moment the first Golden Armored Bee appeared, more and more swarms began to surge from the bushes. The panel in front of Chen Yuan, which only he could see, started to display various data information. The number of Golden Armored Bees directly flooded Chen Yuan's system panel. He quickly scanned the data on the panel, just as he had thought. The first appearing 2-star elite Golden Armored Bee was indeed the leader of this swarm. It was also the strongest one, while the others were all ordinary Golden Armored Bees. In fact, the level of the first Golden Armored Bee that appeared was the highest, with the rest not exceeding level 13. Most were even first-tier Golden Armored Bees at levels 6 to 10. However, despite this, their massive numbers were still quite intimidating. Chen Yuan estimated that there were about 200 of them. Taking advantage of the fact that they were currently gathered together, he planned to launch a big attack. Little Spirit, sing. Jin Shanshan, use Earth Wall combo. You all protect yourselves. Chen Yuan commanded his pet, while reminding the other members of his group. Upon hearing Chen Yuan's words, they all nodded seriously. They understood that the upcoming battle was no longer something they could intervene in. They could only watch Chen Yuan's performance. However, they were also curious about the Earth Wall combo, as they had never heard of this skill before. As Little Spirit song began, Chen Yuan's group and their pets felt revitalized. In contrast, the situation of the Golden Armored Bees became chaotic. They started to wobble around, and the weaker ones even fell to the ground. Now's the time, Jin Shanshan, go. In an instant, an earth wall rose up. Everyone was puzzled. Wasn't this just an earth wall? How could it be called an earth wall combo? However, this question was quickly answered. Jin Shanshan repeated the previous process, and another earth wall rose up. With a roar, after the second earth wall rose, Jin Shanshan began to exert force and control over the 2 earth walls. As Jin Shanshan's strength gathered, the earth walls gradually closed in and merged, instantly burying the 5 or 6 dozen Golden Armored Bees that could not escape in time. Wow, the earth wall skill can be used like this. It must be said that this was truly impressive. Chen Yuan had showcased the earth wall beautifully. Did those Golden Armored Bees die? Chen Yuan shook his head at the last question. No, at least those 2-star ones will be fine. The fate of the first-tier ones is uncertain, but it's enough. At least we now have to face 5 or 6 dozen fewer Golden Armored Bees. Taking advantage of the other Golden Armored Bees still being disoriented, Chen Yuan gave Jin Shanshan a second command. Jin Shanshan, use random piercing. Due to the small size of the Golden Armored Bees and their decent defense, Chen Yuan abandoned the idea of using ground spikes. Ground spikes were more suitable for large creatures, while the effect on small ones was not significant. Those of you with ranged skills can also use them now, but stop as soon as the Golden Armored Bees regain their senses. Little Fire Cat, Spark. Activate Vines, Vine Whip. Slime Acid. Stone Baby, Throw Stone. As for the 3 melee-only pets, the Man-Eating Flower, Iron Shell Turtle, and Giant Clawworm, they could only watch. After all, they did not have Jin Shanshan's defense, and if they rushed in, they might end up in danger once the swarm escaped from the abnormal state. Compared to these ranged attackers, the real main force was still Jin Shanshan. It leaped into the air with power from its hind legs, extending its 2 forelimbs to pierce 2 Golden Armored Bees in midair. The Golden Armored Bees under the negative status of Little Spirits singing were utterly powerless to evade this attack. In one go, 4 Golden Armored Bees were pierced through. Their golden shells, thanks to their talent, were as flimsy as paper under Jin Shanshan's immense strength and sharp limbs. The fact that it could take down 4 at once was also due to their dense formation, allowing Jin Shanshan to hit 2 with each limb. Naturally, Jin Shanshan did not stop after taking down these 4. Having received the command for random piercing, it began its rampage. Every piercing resulted in 1 Golden Armored Bee going down. If luck was good, it would be like the first time, piercing 2 at once. In no time, Jin Shanshan's forelimbs were covered with the corpses of Golden Armored Bees. As Jin Shanshan went on a killing spree, Little Spirit's song continued, and her voice seemed to have become one with Jin Shanshan. Seeing Jin Shanshan's slaughter, everyone was amazed by the power of Chen Yuan's new pet. Lin Miao and the others looked at their pets, who could only take down a single golden armored bee with concentrated fire, and then looked at Jin Shanshan, who could easily pierce through the swarm, feeling envious. They all thought about when their pets could also be like Chen Yuan's, rampaging through the swarm. While they envied, their expressions were a bit strange, and Chen Yuan felt the same. Because upon seeing Jin Shanshan's forelimbs covered with the corpses of golden armored bees, they couldn't help but think of skewers. There was no helping it. They looked just too similar. A few of them even wondered if a sprinkle of chili and cumin would make it taste like crispy chicken. At the thought of this, they felt tears of regret threatening to spill from the corners of their mouths. As the 30th golden armored bee was pierced by Jin Shanshan, the 2-star golden armored bees finally broke free from Little Spirit Song and regained their senses. At this point, less than half a minute had passed since Little Spirit Song began. This meant that on average, Jin Shanshan had taken down a golden armored bee every 2 seconds. This did not even include those that had been trapped or crushed by the earth walls at the beginning. Seeing that the golden armored bees had escaped the control of her song, Little Spirit stopped her singing skill. By this time, she was drenched in sweat. It's impossible to use the singing skill on so many targets at once. The burden on Xiao Ling is tremendous. If she weren't at the leader level and most of the gold armored bees were only first tier, Xiao Ling might have collapsed long ago. Thank you for your hard work, Xiao Ling, but you still need to block the other gold armored bees attacking us. Mwah. Xiao Ling nodded, indicating that she understood. As the singing stopped, all the gold armored bees woke up. Upon waking, they saw Jin Shanshan with many gold armored bee corpses in hand, instantly attracting a tremendous amount of hatred from the bees. However, after the previous wall attack and Jin Shanshan's frantic killing, along with the long-range ambushes from Lin Miao and others, the number of gold-armored bees had nearly been halved. But the real battle was just beginning. Chapter 58, Sacrificial Strike. Xietu rode on his 4th-tier pet, the Icehorn Horse, and sped ahead. The low-tier wild pets along the way sensed the 4th-tier aura of the Icehorn Horse and quickly hid, moving as if they regretted not being born with 2 extra legs. Xietu's destination was the location of Chen Yuan and others. He didn't expect that the well-regarded Secret Realm veteran Chen Yuan would also have an accident. At this point, it could be said that no one had completed the trial. Xietu vividly recalled the shocked expressions of his colleagues when they saw the signal flare rising from Chen Yuan's group. In their minds, someone so familiar with the Secret Realm as Chen Yuan shouldn't fail this trial, even if its difficulty was slightly higher than others. Of course, while surprised, they were also curious about what problems Chen Yuan had encountered, or what kind of formidable enemy had led this least likely group to call for help. Just like their teacher, the students were also surprised and amazed by the veteran's failure. If even Chen Yuan failed, didn't that mean the failure was due to the trial's difficulty rather than their lack of skill? Meanwhile, another teacher had already rushed to rescue the other 7 members of Lin Yu's team, unaware of the surprises these guys had left him, not knowing if he would curse upon seeing them. After all, their signal flare had been sent up right in front of the hive. By the time Xietu arrived to provide assistance, Chen Yuan and the others were already embroiled in a tough battle. Although most of the gold-armored bees were heading towards Jin Shanshan, some were still attacking Chen Yuan and the others. Fortunately, their numbers weren't many, and their levels weren't high. With the 2nd-tier Xiao Ling as the main force and the other pets assisting, Chen Yuan and the others successfully fended off these attacks. In contrast, the situation for Jin Shanshan on the main battlefield wasn't great either. Covered in gold-armored bees, Jin Shanshan had become the primary target of this swarm. It was under constant attack from the bees. Various claws and poisonous stings kept landing on it. Although Jin Shanshan wasn't afraid of such attacks, it was starting to accumulate more and more scratches. Clearly, if this continued, Jin Shanshan's defense would eventually be breached. As a member of the Ant Royal family with great pride, Jin Shanshan naturally wouldn't let those attacking it go unpunished. It swung its spear like limbs fiercely, trying to take down the attackers, but the results were not ideal. Most of the attacks were sneak attacks from behind, with only a few drawing Jin Shanshan's firepower in front. Whenever Jin Shanshan turned, the swarm would follow suit. Sometimes, just as Jin Shanshan intended to attack those behind it, the opponents had already darted to the front. This situation made Jin Shanshan quite frustrated, like countless flies buzzing in one's ear, and when one tried to swat them, they couldn't catch them. It was quite unpleasant. Overall, Chen Yuan and the other situation was improving. After all, the number of gold-armored bees was steadily decreasing. Although they couldn't eliminate them in one hit as before, a few unfortunate ones still got hit by Jin Shanshan's rapid swings. Coupled with the gold-armored bees that had split off to attack Chen Yuan and the others being taken down by Xiao Ling and the other pets, the scene made the team members smile. They began to feel that perhaps they wouldn't need their teacher's rescue to deal with this swarm of gold-armored bees. Perhaps the heavens saw these guys still daring to smile in such a battle and decided to intervene unexpectedly. It was said to be unexpected, but it wasn't really a surprise. With a cracking sound, the gold-armored bees that had been sealed inside the earth wall broke free, flying out. After about 20 gold-armored bees emerged from the earth wall, there was no further movement. Clearly, those with slightly weaker strength had been permanently trapped inside by Jin Shanshan's earlier wall attack. However, this also meant that the gold-armored bees that escaped the earth wall had decent strength. Otherwise, they wouldn't have survived the previous onslaught. The freed bees did not use the previous swarm's attack method. Instead, they straightened their bodies and aimed their poisonous stingers at Jin Shanshan on the ground, launching themselves like bullets with intense momentum. It was as if they wanted to vent the anger they felt while being trapped earlier. Seeing this different attack method from the previous claws and stingers, Chen Yuan's expression changed. The name of the fourth skill of the gold-armored bee, Sacrificial Strike, flashed through his mind. Realizing that the upcoming attack from the gold-armored bees was extremely dangerous, Chen Yuan immediately shouted to Jin Shanshan, harden. With a crack. Upon hearing Chen Yuan's command, Jin Shanshan did not hesitate and immediately activated the hardening skill. As soon as the hardening skill was activated, Jin Shanshan's golden shell shimmered as if coated with a layer of film. The next moment, the gold-armored bee's sacrificial strike came, followed by a series of clanging sounds. All the gold-armored bees aimed at Jin Shanshan were deflected by its sturdy shell. Of course, Jin Shanshan didn't come out unscathed at that moment. It had more than 10 small dents on its body. The pain radiated from these dents throughout its body, marking the first time it had sustained such significant damage since the battle began. Pain was visible on its face. It was easy to imagine that if Chen Yuan hadn't timely commanded Jin Shanshan to use the hardening skill, the consequences would have been unimaginable. While feeling the pain in its body, Jin Shanshan became furious. With a roar, it charged towards the gold-armored bees on the ground. Such a powerful attack naturally came at a cost. The gold-armored bees, now paralyzed from the violent impact, all fell to the ground, their poisonous stingers broken. Watching Jin Shanshan rush towards its companions, the other gold-armored bees naturally wouldn't just stand by and started their own attacks. In its current state of rage, Jin Shanshan ignored everything else, choosing to directly withstand the attacks from the oncoming gold-armored bees. It swiftly swung its spear-like limbs, brutally slashing and piercing through these bees that were in a paralyzed state due to the strong impact. The other gold-armored bees certainly wouldn't stand by and watch as Jin Shanshan slaughtered their kin. Perhaps realizing that sacrificial strike was more effective than claws and stingers, they split off a portion of the swarm to mimic the previous gold-armored bees and launched their own sacrificial strike. Jin Shanshan activated hardening once more. Hearing Chen Yuan's voice, Jin Shanshan suppressed the anger in his heart and activated the hardening skill again. The next moment, a strong impact akin to a bullet struck again. Chapter 59. The retreat of the golden-armored bees. Just as Jin Shanshan was enduring the second wave of self-sacrificing attacks from the golden-armored bees, their homeroom teacher, Xie, arrived nearby. Upon arriving, he heard the sounds of battle from Chen Yuan and the others, especially the clanging sound of the golden-armored bees bombarding Jin Shanshan. Following the sound, Xie reached the edge of the battlefield where Chen Yuan and the others were engaged. With his strength as a mid-level beastmaster, Xie could clearly see everything happening inside. When he saw the situation surrounding Chen Yuan and the others, his mouth dropped open in astonishment. That large group of golden-armored bees made even him feel goosebumps. Of course, this didn't mean Xie couldn't handle them. As a mid-level beastmaster with a beast capable of area attacks, he wasn't afraid of such quantity-based beasts. However, compared to these golden-armored bees, he was more surprised that Chen Yuan and the others could hold on for so long. Moreover, looking at the ground, it seemed they had killed quite a few golden-armored bees. At the same time, Xie also noticed Jin Shanshan, who was being directed by Chen Yuan in battle. As a mid-level beastmaster, seeing such an exceptional beast like Jin Shanshan made him envious to the point of feeling detached. It was precisely because of his extensive experience that he understood the value and rarity of Jin Shanshan more than the other less knowledgeable members of Chen Yuan's group. In Xietu's view, this beast must have been a super ultra-rare one specially prepared by Chen Yuan's grandfather for his grandson. Of course, aside from this, Xie also noticed the two corpses not far from Chen Yuan. Lin Yu's corpse had been punctured by poisonous needles so many times that it was swollen beyond recognition. But through the nearby golden-armored rhinoceros, Xie could roughly guess who the owner of the corpse was. This made his heart sink. Without needing much thought, Xie understood that Lin Yu's group was probably doomed. Seeing that Chen Yuan and the others still had some strength left, Xie decided not to intervene for the time being. He intended to observe their strength, or rather, to see Chen Yuan's strength. After all, Chen Yuan had been too secretive. If it weren't for this crisis, No one would have known that his little sprite was already at the second level and had contracted a second beast, also at the second level. As for Lin Yu, it was no longer important. Xie believed that he, who was already beyond saving, wouldn't care about this moment. So Xie decided to fulfill his primary duty as a teacher. He believed that Lin Yu, who was in the sky, would understand his intentions for educating his students. Because they were focused entirely on the battle, Chen Yuan and the others did not notice that their homeroom teacher had actually arrived here and was secretly observing them. Or rather, observing Chen Yuan. If they had known, it would be hard to say how the others would react, but Jin Shanshan would definitely curse loudly. Because at that moment, its condition was very poor. After taking another 20 to 30 self-sacrificing hits from the golden armored bees, the number of dents on its body increased by more than 10. As for why 20 to 30 plus more than 10, it was because some first-level ones, like those at level 67, were too weak. They couldn't inflict damage at all. Instead, these little weaklings ended up colliding with themselves and getting knocked out. In this way, although Jin Shanshan was under attack, the opponent ended up losing around 10 of their own, which could only be described as a sad story. While cooperating with the others, Chen Yuan commanded the little sprite to block the golden armored bees coming toward them and simultaneously gave orders to Jin Shanshan. Jin Shanshan, use Earth Wall to crush those immobile golden armored bees on the ground. Upon receiving Chen Yuan's reminder, Jin Shanshan immediately struck the ground, raising an earth wall in front of itself and controlling it to fall toward the immobilized bees. Of course, Jin Shanshan wouldn't be foolish enough to crush itself. It had already dodged when the earth wall came down. However, this earth wall did encompass all those golden armored bees that were temporarily unable to move due to launching their self-sacrificing attacks. Boom. When the thick earth wall fell, everyone felt the ground tremble violently. It was needless to say that the golden armored bees, which were already half dead beneath, were likely completely finished. Because of this strike, the number of golden armored bees was once again reduced. As their numbers dwindled, their fighting spirit also began to decline gradually. Even though their intelligence was low, they understood that with their current numbers being less than a third of what they started with, they could no longer do anything to the enemy in front of them. The golden armored bees began to show signs of retreat. Biological creatures will seek other methods when faced with insurmountable challenges. If they do not learn to adapt, it signifies they are reaching the end. Clearly, these golden armored bees were not that foolish. After entangling with Chen Yuan and the others for a while, they began to retreat one by one, breaking away from the battle with Chen Yuan and Jin Shanshan. When the battle ended, Zhang Hao looked at the numerous corpses of golden armored bees on the ground, unable to believe his eyes as he muttered to himself, "Is it over? Did we win?" Beside him, Zhao Wu nodded solemnly. "Yes, it's over. We won. It's unbelievable that we survived this battle solely on our own strength. Who would have thought, right? Suddenly, punch me to see if I'm dreaming." Bang. Ouch, I was just joking. You really hit me. And so hard. Huh, really? I thought you were just joking and having fun. Damn, you're the one joking. Your whole family is joking. As the class monitor, Lu Yuan saw the two rivals, Zhao Wu and Sun Li, or rather, good friends, starting to argue again, and she intervened to mediate. All right, you two. Let's not argue over such a joyful occasion after surviving a disaster. Just as everyone was immersed in joy, they suddenly realized that it was only their group talking, while the main person, Chen Yuan, had not made a sound. Hey, where's Chen Yuan? As soon as the words left their mouths, a heavy thud was heard nearby. Thud. They turned to see that Jin Shanshan had collapsed on the ground, and Chen Yuan was squatting beside it, stroking its head. This scene made everyone worried. They all understood that if it weren't for Chen Yuan's beast, they would have been doomed long ago. They approached, with Lin Miao being the first to speak. Her face filled with worry. Chen Yuan, is it okay? Upon hearing Lin Miao's question, Chen Yuan turned his head and shook it. This made everyone's hearts leap. They thought Jin Shanshan was in trouble. The boys lowered their heads, while the two girls' eyes turned red instantly. To them, Jin Shanshan was in this condition because it had saved them. Of ta-ha-ha. Seeing everyone's expressions, Chen Yuan couldn't help but laugh out loud. What are you all thinking? When I shook my head, I didn't mean that. Jin Shanshan is just too tired, so it's lying down to rest. Besides, did you forget that I'm a pharmacist? I have plenty of potions on me. As Chen Yuan said this, Jin Shanshan was also looking at the group with its eyes. They happened to meet Jin Shanshan's gaze, and for some reason, they felt that those big eyes seemed to be speaking. However, what they felt wasn't good. Rather, it was a message that conveyed 7 big words. Huh, foolish creatures. Chapter 60. Rewards. Chen Yuan took out a first-level premium recovery potion he had with him and fed it to the collapsed Jin Shanshan. After taking the potion, the scratches on Jin Shanshan's body and the many dents caused by the self-sacrificing hits from the golden armored bees began to visibly heal at a rapid pace. In less than 10 seconds, Jin Shanshan's originally injured shell had completely returned to its original state. Watching this scene, the other members of the group, along with Xie, who was hiding in the shadows, almost had their eyes pop out in disbelief. Because this was just too outrageous. They even thought about what Chen Yuan had said before, that the potions he made were slightly stronger than those on the market. Thinking of this made them feel a sharp pain in their teeth. How is this just a little bit? This is clearly a billion little bits. Feeling the power within them once again surging, Jin Shanshan raised its head and let out an excited roar towards the sky. Crack! Under Chen Yuan's calm gaze, Jin Shanshan leveled up. It was nothing. Chen Yuan had anticipated this. After all, going through such a great battle was naturally beneficial for Jin Shanshan. Battling could inherently enhance a pet's strength. In fact, some scientists had conducted research on this and established a topic on why pets could level up through battles. After a series of studies, they speculated that it might be because the victor receives a small portion of the defeated or even the deceased's power in return. Of course, all of this was merely speculation. However, it was a solid fact that strength would increase after a great battle. And facing the swarm and killing a large number of golden-armored bees would surely lead to Jin Shanshan rapidly leveling up again until it fully digested the results of this battle. Of course, it wasn't just Jin Shanshan. It was like a chain reaction. After Jin Shanshan leveled up, all the pets present also experienced a boost in their levels. Xiaoling reached level 14, just one level away from evolution. Zhao Wu and Sun Li's rival pets, the man-eating flower and the armored turtle, also reached level 10. One more level, and they would step into the second tier. This chain reaction naturally drew everyone's attention. Although they didn't have an attribute panel like Chen Yuan to clearly see all the pet data, they could feel that their pets had become stronger in response to them. Little fire cat, you've become stronger? Activated vines, you too? Slime. Soon, several people received positive responses from their pets. Everyone was naturally overjoyed about this. Just then, a round of applause came over. Clap, clap, clap. This immediately attracted everyone's attention, and everyone became vigilant. Because in the secret realm, sometimes humans could be more dangerous than pets. This point had been mentioned by Chen Yuan to them several times before. However, upon seeing the newcomer, everyone relaxed. Because it was their homeroom teacher. Xie looked at the ground covered in golden-armored bee corpses, marveling. Incredible, truly incredible. Your strength has greatly exceeded my expectations. As he spoke, Xietu's gaze lingered on Chen Yuan and Jin Shanshan for a moment. This gaze was precisely captured by Chen Yuan, who began to suspect that this old schemer had arrived long ago but had been watching from the sidelines all along. Otherwise, why would he have deliberately looked at him and Jin Shanshan? The others didn't think too much about it. Receiving the teacher's praise made them extremely happy. After all, no one dislikes compliments. However, they certainly didn't dare to truly accept this praise. Hee, it's really nothing. It's mainly Chen Yuan's credit. We just helped a little. Yeah, it's mostly because of Chen Yuan. We just supplemented a few attacks. That's right. If it weren't for Chen Yuan, we might have already been done for. Hearing these words, Xietu pretended to be very surprised. Is that so? Is Chen Yuan really that amazing? Upon hearing this, everyone immediately nodded. As for Chen Yuan, he had already confirmed that the old schemer had been here for a long time, just not revealing himself. Just like when Chen Yuan took leave, Xietu's inner thoughts were similar. At this moment, Chen Yuan also wanted to say a word. Can you make your expression a little more convincing? It's full of holes. It could only fool those in front of him who weren't paying close attention. Regardless of what Chen Yuan thought, at least Xietu was very satisfied with his performance, which had to be said to be a case of a person with low skills having high ambitions. Ahem. Let's not talk about that for now. What is going on over there? Xietu changed the subject, his expression turning serious as he pointed to two bodies lying on the ground, questioning the group. Following the direction pointed by their homeroom teacher, everyone saw Lin Yu's corpse not far away. For a moment, they fell into silence. They had been too happy earlier, causing them to forget about this matter. No matter how much they disliked Lin Yu, seeing a classmate die in front of them was still unsettling. Watching the silent crowd, Xietu did not urge them. He understood that these kids were under immense psychological pressure at that moment. Just as the scene fell into silence, Chen Yuan spoke up. Having lived through 2 lifetimes, his ability to bear stress was naturally much better than that of these 16-year-old high school students. Here's the thing. We had just killed the last second-tier beast and completed the task when Lin Yu. As Chen Yuan recounted the events, Xietu gradually understood everything that had happened and the outcome. However, his expression also became very grim, especially upon learning that the golden-armored bees had followed Lin Yu here. He knew that the other members of Lin Yu's team were likely in grave danger. Originally, Xietu had wondered how Chen Yuan, who had previously warned everyone to be cautious of pack animals, had provoked them. Now everything made sense, and Xietu could only look at the others with sympathy. Excluding Chen Yuan, he wasn't foolish. He quickly noticed a suspicious point. That was, Lin Yu had been running towards Chen Yuan and the others. not towards the entrance of the secret realm where their teacher was. This indicated certain issues. Considering Chen Yuan and Lin Yu's grievances, one could say Lin Yu had been heading straight for Chen Yuan. He might have even intended to use him as a shield to escape. But unfortunately, he had not achieved his goal and instead met his demise. After hearing all this, Xietu nodded. All right, I understand everything now. Let's call the other teachers over and discuss. Saying this, Xietu took out a signal flare and fired it into the sky. Upon seeing their homeroom teacher shoot the signal flare, Zhang Hao asked a question that everyone was concerned about. Teacher, does this mean our trial has failed or passed? This question immediately drew everyone's attention. They also wanted to know if they had passed their trial. Although the teachers hadn't intervened, they had indeed fired the signal flare. In response, Xietu smiled and said, "Don't worry, your trial has definitely passed. If anyone disagrees, let them deal with these." After saying this, Xietu pointed at the corpses of the golden-armored bees on the ground. Naturally, everyone was all smiles at such a result. If it weren't for the fact that someone and their pet were still lying nearby, they might have jumped up and cheered. However, what made them even happier was yet to come. And in light of your excellent performance, I represent the school to announce that each of you will receive a reward that will surprise you. The group was momentarily stunned, then immediately erupted in cheers. At this moment, they no longer cared about the guy lying nearby. Chapter 61, The Golden Wall. Seeing the signal flare rise again in the sky from Chen Yuan's direction, all the teachers' expressions changed. They left one teacher behind to guard the students and began to rush towards Chen Yuan and the others. They understood that something must have happened. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible for another signal flare to be launched. Watching the departing teachers, the students at the entrance of the secret realm began to speculate about what might have happened on Chen Yuan's side. They wondered if a significant event had occurred that caused the homeroom teacher to summon the other teachers after heading over there. Do you think something happened to Chen Yuan and the others, which is why the homeroom teacher fired the signal flare again to gather the teachers? You know, I feel the same way. Otherwise, with the strength of the homeroom teacher, they wouldn't need to call for help. Sigh, I hope Chen Yuan and the others are okay. Yeah, my friend is also in their group. I hope they are fine. I have to say, these students guessed correctly, but they just got the target wrong. Just as everyone was discussing, several teachers arrived at the location of Chen Yuan and the others. Upon arriving, they saw the ground covered in the remains of the golden-armored bees, which immediately caught their attention. With just one glance, they could tell that the injuries on these golden-armored bees were not caused by Xietu's pet beasts. After being colleagues for so long, they could still distinguish this. Before they could observe closely, Xietu had already noticed them. You guys are here. The teachers nodded, pointing at the golden-armored bee corpses. What is this? Oh, this is what Chen Yuan and the others took down. They had already finished the battle by the time I arrived. After saying this, Xietu winked at them. The teachers knew that this old friend was once again playing his secret observation game, and they all shook their heads with smiles. Of course, they were secretly surprised that Chen Yuan's group could take down so many golden-armored bees. They could sense the lingering aura emanating from the remains. Although the number of second-tier ones was not many, there were still a certain quantity. This made the arriving teachers feel a bit ashamed. They just thought back to their own performance in their first year of high school. Back then, they couldn't even handle 2 or 3 first-tier ones, let alone defeating so many golden-armored bees. At this moment, they suddenly noticed the big ant next to Chen Yuan. One teacher exclaimed, "Wow, an ultra-rare pet beast. The golden ant. Hiss, isn't that the ant species princess that the ant queen spent who knows how many years of energy to give birth to? Is that Chen Yuan's pet beast? Is he that extravagant? This thing should be extremely, extremely expensive, right? Expensive? There are not many of these in the whole world. And they are very proud. Not everyone can contract one." Chen Yuan heard this and looked at the teacher who said it with a puzzled expression. Proud? I don't think so. I feel like the golden one was very easy to contract. It jumped right into my hand. If the teacher knew Chen Yuan's thoughts at that moment, his jaw might just drop to the ground. Xietu looked at the shocked expressions of his colleagues and felt a bit pleased for some reason. Haven't you seen the world? A bunch of bumpkins. Chen Yuan has a very impressive grandpa and dad, but I'm just not going to tell you, just to see if it annoys you. Although Xietu was feeling mischievous inside, he still maintained a serious expression. He nodded and confirmed their thoughts. Yes, that golden ant is indeed Chen Yuan's pet beast. And it was this golden ant that blocked the attacks of those golden-armored bees. No wonder. I thought, how could this group of little guys withstand so many golden-armored bees? Yeah, with a defensive pet beast like the golden ant, it's not surprising. The nickname Golden Wall is really not given for nothing. After learning that Chen Yuan and the others had taken down all the golden-armored bees, everyone had another question. That is, since the crisis had been averted, why did Xietu signal them to come? As if sensing their confusion, Xietu showed a serious expression and pointed to the side. Look over there. The group looked in the direction he was pointing and saw 2 bodies lying there. One was a humanoid corpse, but due to being swollen with lumps all over, it was impossible to tell who it was. The other was a pet beast corpse, which, from its appearance, could still be identified as a golden-armored rhinoceros. The teachers showed serious expressions. Just as they had expected, something had indeed happened. One observant teacher even counted the number of members in Chen Yuan's group. 8 people. Wait, 8 people? No, aren't Chen Yuan and the others all fine over there? Because only Xie, who was a pet beast science teacher, had seen everyone's pet beasts. The other teachers were unaware. Therefore, they did not recognize that the one lying on the ground was Lin Yu. It was not a member of Chen Yuan's team, but Lin Yu. Next, Xie explained the sequence of events to the others. When they learned that the golden armored bees were attracted by Lin Yu, everyone changed their expressions. Without needing to say more, they all understood that Lin Yu's team was in grave danger. Just as Xie was explaining everything to the other teachers, Jin Shanshan and Xiaoling, the 2 little ones, snuggled up to Chen Yuan. Jin Shanshan rubbed against Chen Yuan's pant leg, while Xiaoling was in front of Chen Yuan, rubbing her little belly. Seeing this, Chen Yuan understood what they wanted. However, regarding this request, he directly shook his head and said softly, no. Xiaoling and Jin Shanshan could only lower their heads in disappointment. They knew it wasn't the right time to take out energy cubes, so they didn't insist further. Meanwhile, Xie had finished explaining the whole incident to the teachers. That's how it is. So now we need someone to stay here to guard Lin Yu's body, while the others need to search for the situation of those students. After a pause, Xie continued. Hearing this, the teachers nodded, indicating they understood. Then I'll stay. I don't have a riding pet beast anyway. It would be troublesome to tag along with you. All right, then we'll go. After saying this, they wasted no time and immediately began to act. With Xie present, everyone put away their pet beasts. Of course, Xiaoling still stayed outside, sitting on Chen Yuan's shoulder, pressing her hands on her belly, looking pitiful. This action stirred the sympathy of the 2 girls in the group. If they hadn't brought any food, they might have already started feeding her. In fact, not only Jin Shanshan and Xiaoling, but even Little Fire Cat and the others felt the same way. After all, every time they used a skill, it was a real energy consumption. However, it was unclear if Little Fire Cat and the active vines would curse their master for wanting to feed someone else's pet when they were still hungry themselves. Am I your pet beast, or is she the pet beast in your eyes? I'm tired, let's break up. You go find your little spirit. Chapter 62. Encouragement and praise. They all thought something had happened to the group. But looking at their appearance, it seemed like nothing had happened. Not to mention looking disheveled. Even their hair was not messy, and their clothes were clean. Of course, this was not because these students wanted something to happen to Chen Yuan and the others. They were just puzzled. They were confused as to why Chen Yuan's group didn't look like they had encountered danger, yet the teachers were rushing in that direction. Regardless, seeing that the group had returned safely, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Friends who knew them immediately rushed over to greet them and inquire about what had happened. However, the members of the team just shook their heads, indicating that everything was fine. They didn't want to amplify the negative impact of the situation, especially since they didn't know the life or death of the other group members. They were not immature kids who didn't know the seriousness of the matter. Everyone nodded in agreement. Seeing that their friends were unwilling to elaborate, the students could only put aside their curiosity. Homeroom teacher Xie pulled the remaining teacher aside, whispered a few words, and then walked back. All right, that's it for today. Everyone, let's leave the secret realm and go home. This statement raised even more questions among many. However, upon seeing the serious expressions on their 2 teachers' faces, the confused students did not ask any further. Of course, the main reason was that Lin Yu's group was not well liked in the class. After all, who would like to gather in a small group that causes trouble? Thus, the students began to leave the secret realm one by one under the watchful eyes of their teacher. After confirming that all the students had left the secret realm, Xie nodded towards the teacher who remained behind. Xie then stepped into the secret realm, just as he had agreed with his colleagues earlier. Next, he had many things to do. After leaving the secret realm, Chen Yuan quickly walked away from the secret fortress. So much so that the other group members, wanting to find him to discuss what rewards the teacher would give them later, did not notice his absence. He was unaware that a few of them wanted to discuss what the rewards might be. For him at that moment, his top priority was to fill his pet's stomach. While running on the road, Chen Yuan also realized one inconvenient thing. He did not have a riding pet. In fact, Jin Shanshan could also take on this task. After all, one person's weight was nothing for Jin Shanshan. At most, it would just be a bit slower, since Jin Shanshan was not a speed-type pet. However, when Chen Yuan thought about riding on a Jin Shanshan that was about the size of a wolf dog, he immediately rejected that idea. If he didn't want his feet to touch the ground, becoming a foot brake for the entire journey, he would undoubtedly have to sit in a swaying position. The image was simply too beautiful. Just imagining it made Chen Yuan feel unable to look directly at it. As Chen Yuan continued running, he began to consider whether his next pet should be one that could be ridden. As for what Chen Yuan hoped for, it would certainly be something cool and eye-catching. Upon reaching his doorstep, Chen Yuan took out his keys and opened the door, finding the house empty. This actually relieved him, seeing that no one was home. Xiaoling immediately perked up, no longer looking dispirited as before. Looking at the sparkling big eyes in front of him, Chen Yuan couldn't help but smile. You really are a little glutton, so eager. Kiss. Xiaoling pressed against Chen Yuan's face, rubbing her little face against him excitedly. With such a display of affection, Chen Yuan had no choice but to raise his hands and surrender. All right, stop messing around. You're not a little glutton, right? Seeing Chen Yuan yield, Xiaoling nodded her small head in satisfaction. Wait a moment, I'll call Jin Shanshan out so you can eat together. Kiss. Xiaoling naturally had no objections to this. Chen Yuan waved his hand, summoning Jin Shanshan from the pet space with his thoughts. In the next second, Jin Shanshan appeared in front of Chen Yuan and Xiaoling. Just summoned, it looked as lethargic as before. This also meant it could finally eat that delicious, energy-filled food. Thinking of this, its antennae began to wave happily. Seeing Jin Shanshan's appearance, Chen Yuan couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Another little glutton. However, this time he did not delay. He directly took out the second-level energy cube he had brought with him. He handed one to Xiaoling. After Xiaoling happily accepted it, he held the other energy cube in his palm and extended it towards Jin Shanshan's mouth. Although Jin Shanshan was puzzled about why its master was feeding it today, it didn't think much of it in the presence of food and immediately began to munch happily, while Jin Shanshan was eagerly chewing on the energy cube. Chen Yuan reached out to stroke its back, praising it. Thanks to you today, we would have been in danger without you. Those golden-armored bees' self-sacrificing attacks must have hurt, right? Hearing these words, Jin Shanshan understood why its master was so nice today. It was because of its excellent performance. Feeling praised by Chen Yuan, Jin Shanshan became even happier. Even feeling that the energy cube it was eating today tasted better than the ones before. Seeing Chen Yuan praise Jin Shanshan, while Xiaoling hugged her energy cube to munch on, she suddenly felt that the food in her hands wasn't as appealing anymore. Naturally, Chen Yuan noticed all of this. He would not make such a low-level mistake. If it led to Xiaoling's harder-and strong mentality collapsing, that would be a huge loss. So he immediately looked up at Xiaoling and said, Xiaoling, you too. It must have been tiring to use your singing skill earlier. But you did a great job holding off that group of golden-armored bees for so long. Thanks to your help, Jin Shanshan was able to successfully use the Earth Wall combo and kill a large number of golden-armored bees. Otherwise, the subsequent developments might not have gone so smoothly. Hearing Chen Yuan's praise, Xiaoling's expression immediately brightened from a gloomy day to a sunny one. Kiss, kiss, she shouted while patting her chest with her hand, as if to say everything would be fine with her in charge. That little adult look made Chen Yuan laugh out loud. Perhaps it was because the previous battle had indeed drained Xiaoling and Jin Shanshan. After eating one second-level energy cube, they still looked at Chen Yuan with eager eyes. Chen Yuan naturally wouldn't skimp on these second-level energy cubes and immediately took out two more. The two little ones immediately became excited. Xiaoling cheered and snatched her energy cube away, while Jin Shanshan's was still handed to it by Chen Yuan, just like before, to its mouth. Chapter 63. This time, thanks to Chen Yuan, while Chen Yuan enjoyed a warm mealtime with Xiaoling and Jin Shanshan, several teachers also breathed a sigh of relief. They had finally found the 7 missing students. Although they were disheveled and covered in injuries, they were fortunate to have survived. It turned out that while searching for lakes and mud puddles, they had indeed stumbled upon a small lake that was half dry, and it was located near the beehive. This was not surprising, as the insect forest had many lakes and rivers. Otherwise, such a dense forest and vegetation could not be sustained. Because it was half dry, calling it a small lake was more like calling it a small mud puddle. Upon discovering this mud puddle, the group jumped in without hesitation. They dared not delay or wait for their breathing to calm down after the strenuous exercise. They took a deep breath and plunged headfirst into the mud. They prayed that what Chen Yuan said was true and also hoped that the mud puddle had no owner. If either side encountered a problem, they would truly be done for. Unbeknownst to them, the goddess of luck seemed to have heard their prayers, as they really managed to avoid a calamity this time. When the golden-armored bees tracked the scent of the group to the mud puddle, they found that the scent of their prey had disappeared. After circling in the air a few times and not finding them, the golden-armored bees flew away. Since the prey had already escaped, there was no need to waste time. With that time, they might as well go catch other prey. After all, this forest had plenty to eat. After the golden-armored bees left for a while, the mud puddle erupted, and one by one, the mud people stood up. The few who had hidden in the mud puddle could no longer hold it in. This time, to survive, they all pushed their breath-holding abilities beyond their limits. Normally, holding their breath for a minute was tough, but this time, they managed to endure for 2 minutes after strenuous exercise. It must be said that the limits of humans are indeed pushed out of necessity. These guys had no idea that the golden armored bees had already left this place over a minute ago. They would probably be shocked if they knew. Hoo. As soon as they left the mud puddle, they began to take deep breaths of air. This caused the mud clinging to their mouths to be sucked in. But at that moment, they couldn't care less. With oxygen flooding back into their lungs and reaching their brains, their minds became active once again. The first reaction was to look around. The swarm of bee-like pets didn't chase us? Did we escape a disaster? As soon as this sentence was uttered, several people immediately reacted and cheered. Ha, we escaped a disaster. While they were happy, a few of them also excitedly embraced each other. Who would have thought we could survive like this? Who says otherwise? I thought I was doomed. This time, it's really thanks to Chen Yuan. If it weren't for his generous sharing of knowledge with everyone earlier, we would have been in danger. As soon as this was said, the others were momentarily stunned. However, they quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, we definitely owe Chen Yuan a favor this time. That's right. Although I admit I'm not a good person, I still understand that I need to repay a favor. Yes, if it weren't for that damn sudden attack, we wouldn't have been so embarrassed. Suddenly, a sharp scream came from the direction of the swarm. This made the few who had just escaped look at each other in shock. Did someone else enter the hive like us? Judging by the direction the sound came from, it was highly likely. What a poor guy, we escaped. But we don't know what will happen to him. Just as a few of the 7 were gloating, a voice suddenly came from behind them. Do you think it's possible that it's our teacher coming to rescue us? Did you feel that this voice seems a bit familiar? As soon as this was said, the faces of those who were still gloating changed. Signal flare. Hive. It's been launched. Hiss. No way. The teacher is so strong. It shouldn't be that way, right? Exactly. Don't underestimate the teacher. This swarm is nothing for them. At this moment, the one who spoke earlier said again. So, do you think it's possible that the teacher was careless and got ambushed? Just as this person said, when their teacher arrived at the scene to rescue them. He was stunned by the enormous hive and the swarm of golden armored bees flying everywhere. Upon sensing the momentum of this person and their pet, the golden armored bees guarding the area regarded him as a formidable enemy, charging directly at him without a second thought. They knocked this teacher around so badly that he had a head full of bumps. If it weren't for his body, which had been enhanced by his pet, being strong enough, he would have been done for. Under the intense pain, he let out a loud cry and woke up. He immediately began summoning his other pets to fend off the attacking swarm of golden armored bees. At the same time, he warmly greeted all the members of Lin Yu's group in his mind. He was determined that these little rascals would have to super double their language homework from now on. Lacking area attack pets, this language teacher spent a lot of time finally taking down the swarm of golden armored bees. He still remembered the mission he came for and didn't care about the massive spoils of the hive or the queen inside. He began searching nearby. Perhaps sensing that the fight was indeed against their teacher, he soon saw the teacher, who was covered in bumps and had a serious expression. At that moment, they understood that their school life might become slightly more challenging and turbulent. Meanwhile, the other teachers who had come to rescue them also arrived at the scene late. Seeing that these guys were fine, they all breathed a sigh of relief. However, when they saw the language teacher's face, this group of shameless colleagues couldn't help but laugh. With some even laughing out loud. Isn't this our language teacher? This look is quite unique. To be honest, this appearance would definitely turn heads. I didn't laugh. I really didn't laugh. You have to believe me. I'm professional, All of this made the language teacher's originally dark face even darker. The rescued few were stunned. They exchanged glances, and without needing to say anything, they all understood that their good days were about to come. Just as they fell into confusion about their upcoming good days, the Lin family received a thunderous phone call. Lin Yu's mother, upon receiving the call, fainted before she could finish hearing the contents. Fortunately, a servant at home discovered it and quickly called for an ambulance. At this time, he still didn't know what had happened, as the school didn't have his phone number. All the parent meetings were attended by Lin's mother. So it was only after arriving at the hospital that he learned what had actually happened. Upon hearing the news, his first reaction was that his wife was joking. However, looking at his wife's hollow eyes, as if she had lost her soul, Lin Pengfei understood that this might be real. His only son had actually died. Just thinking about this made Lin Pengfei feel as if the whole world was spinning. Chapter 64. Father and son's mutual performance. Lin Pengfei and his wife took a car to the secret realm fortress. Under the guidance of the staff, they arrived at the body collection area of the fortress. At this moment, Lin Pengfei still harbored some hope. What if the teachers recognized the wrong person? However, all of this beautiful expectation and fantasy was completely shattered when he saw the 2 corpses placed in the morgue, belonging to Lin Yu and the golden-armored rhinoceros. Although the body was unrecognizable and covered in bumps, he and his wife were too familiar with the clothing. This was one of his son's favorite outfits. He understood that this was indeed his son, and he had truly died. The glimmer of hope was completely shattered, and Lin Pengfei's body felt as if all his energy had been drained at once. He just stared blankly at the familiar, yet strange corpse in front of him, motionless. Meanwhile, Lin's mother had already rushed over, embracing the disfigured Lin Yu and crying heart-wrenchingly. "Child, my child, open your eyes and look at mommy, okay?" Watching the performance of Lin Yu's parents, the teacher guarding Lin Yu's body also felt a deep sorrow. "Excuse me, can I ask how my son died?" Lin Pengfei turned his head to look at the teacher guarding his son's body and voiced his question, his voice incredibly hoarse yet extremely calm. Like the calm before a storm, Lin Pengfei's words seemed to provoke his wife, who released her hold on their son's body and lunged at the teacher. With red eyes, she grabbed the teacher's arm and shouted hysterically, "It's you, right? You killed my son, right? Why did you kill him? Why?" The teacher frowned, although somewhat displeased. Considering the other party had just lost their only child, he said nothing. In the end, it was Lin Pengfei who restrained his wife and then signaled the teacher to step outside for a chat. The two walked out of the morgue, and just as they were about to close the door, Lin's mother's heart-wrenching wails echoed again from inside. Lin Pengfei once again asked the question he had just posed. "Can I know how my son died?" Thus, the teacher began to recount the cause of Lin Yu's death and a series of events. Suddenly, Lin Pengfei heard a familiar name. "You mean, one of the kids present at that time was named Chen Yuan, right?" Since he wasn't aware of the grievances between Chen Yuan and Lin Yu, he didn't think much and simply nodded. If Xie were here, he wouldn't have nodded at all. He wouldn't even mention Chen Yuan's name. Unfortunately, this time, it wasn't Xie handling the matter. After hearing Chen Yuan's name, Lin Pengfei lost all desire to continue listening. He looked at the teacher in front of him and gave a bitter smile. "That's enough. Could you please leave for a moment? I want to say my final goodbye to my child." The teacher naturally wouldn't refuse this request. He nodded and turned to leave. Just as he turned around, Lin Pengfei's expression changed, becoming incredibly ferocious. His fists were clenched so tightly that some blood even oozed from his hands. It must be him. He deliberately lured the golden-armored bee to kill my child. With a grim face, Lin Pengfei opened the door behind him and walked inside. He did not intend to tell his wife about this news. The death of their son would be too much of a blow for her. He feared she wouldn't be able to bear it. He decided to bear it all himself, regardless of the cost, even if it meant losing everything. He vowed to make Chen Yuan pay 1,000-fold for his son's death. He must make him suffer like never before. Chen Yuan was still unaware that Lin Yu's father had already developed a killing intent toward him. At that moment, he was focused on studying hard with his 5-year college entrance examination and 3-year simulation materials. This secret realm journey had made him increasingly aware of the importance of knowledge. It also made Chen Yuan more interested in this divine book. While Chen Yuan was diligently studying, Xiao Ling and Jin Shanshan had already fallen into a sweet slumber. There was no helping it. When they were full, they just wanted to sleep, especially after experiencing a fierce battle. By the time Chen Yuan stopped studying, it was already time for his mother to call him for lunch. Stepping out of the room and into the kitchen, Chen Yuan found that his father was surprisingly there today as well. After his father picked up a piece of meat and put it in his mouth, he shot a sideways glance at Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan scratched his head and sat down at his place. After saying that, his father casually brought up, "By the way, I heard you guys formed a team to go to the secret realm for trials today. How did it go? Need I say? Your son definitely passed with flying colors." "Haha, don't be too arrogant. With your little first-tier spirit, against something stronger, I'm afraid you wouldn't stand a chance." This made Chen Yuan's expression turn strange. Seeing Chen Yuan's face, his father asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Did I say something wrong?" "Oh no, you're absolutely right." After thinking for a moment, Chen Yuan decided not to tell his father for now, planning to surprise him and his grandfather later. Both his father and grandfather were indeed unaware that Chen Yuan's spirit had already reached the 2nd tier and that he had also contracted a golden ant. After all, when Chen Yuan went to the secret realm alone, he had no one around him. Although Xie already knew, the information hadn't reached their ears. In Xietu's view, as Chen Yuan's family, his father and grandfather should be the ones who understood Chen Yuan's strength the best. "But Dad, how did you know about the trials at our school today?" This question made Chen Yuan's father's heart skip a beat. It truly caught him off guard. He certainly couldn't say it was because something had happened and that his homeroom teacher sought help from that kid Zhang Hong to find someone. With no other choice, Chen Yuan's father could only laugh it off. "Haha, it just so happened that I heard colleagues at work talking about it. They said there was an incident in the secret realm and it was related to your homeroom teacher." Although Chen Yuan found his father's behavior a bit suspicious, he didn't think much of it and nodded in confirmation. "Oh, I see. Just as he said, there was indeed a small incident today, but it's not a big deal." To avoid worrying his parents, Chen Yuan didn't mention that someone had died in the trials. Chen Yuan's father also nodded as if he understood, pretending to be clueless. "Is that so? That's good. Well, I'm full now, so I'll be going. Be careful when you go to the secret realm." "Don't worry, I know that." As he reached the door, Chen Yuan's father paused and added, "It's always better to be cautious." Chen Yuan, Remember that living is the most important thing. This left Chen Yuan feeling confused. He couldn't shake the feeling that his dad was acting strangely today. Chapter 65. The Forest Blessing Ceremony. He picked up a pen and began to write and draw on the paper, muttering to himself. Xiaoling has so many evolution paths. I feel like I might have a case of analysis paralysis. Indeed, Chen Yuan was contemplating Xiaoling's evolution path. After the fierce battle with the golden armored bee, she had already reached level 14. Not only that, but Chen Yuan had a feeling that within the next couple of days, she might reach level 15. After all, many of the golden armored bees had perished at her hands. To prepare for the future, he started to plan Xiaoling's evolution path in advance. Looking at Xiaoling's long evolution list made Chen Yuan feel a headache coming on. However, there was one particular evolution path that caught his attention. This evolution path had requirements that were particularly unique. Other elemental evolution paths only required a level 15 spirit along with a specific environment or second-tier herbs of the same attribute to achieve. But this evolution path required a ceremony called the Forest Blessing. This left Chen Yuan dumbfounded. He had never heard of an evolution needing a ceremony. However, Chen Yuan understood that this path must be powerful. Just the distinctive evolution condition showcased its extraordinary nature. The only trouble was that he had no idea what this ceremony entailed. After thinking for a moment, Chen Yuan took out his phone and searched for the Forest Blessing Ceremony. As he expected, the search results were filled with irrelevant information. What exactly was this ceremony? Just as Chen Yuan was deep in thought, Xiaoling woke up. She stretched her little hand to rub her sleepy eyes and let out a big yawn. This caught Chen Yuan's attention. Huh, Chen Yuan suddenly thought, could Xiaoling know something? Xiaoling, come here, I want to ask you something. Although she didn't know what Chen Yuan was up to, Xiaoling obediently flapped her little wings and flew in front of him. I want to know, do you know anything about a ceremony called the Forest Blessing? As soon as he said this, Xiaoling froze. For some reason, when she heard the words Forest Blessing, she felt a shiver run down her spine. It was as if the 4 words spoken by Chen Yuan had stirred something deep within her soul. Seeing Xiaoling standing there in a daze, Chen Yuan widened his eyes in excitement. You know? This left Chen Yuan bewildered. Then why did you react like that just now? After several explanations, Chen Yuan finally understood Xiaoling's meaning. So you mean that the name Forest Blessing feels special and familiar to you, but you don't know what it is? Seeing that Chen Yuan finally understood her, Xiaoling was excited and nodded repeatedly. Chen Yuan, who was initially happy, felt disappointed. He sighed and said, "Oh, I thought you would know." Saying this, Chen Yuan glanced at Xiaoling. This made Xiaoling unhappy. What is it my fault? Xiaoling put her hands on her hips, striking a pose as if to say, "I'm angry, come and comfort me," loudly exclaimed. All right, I'm not blaming you, don't throw a tantrum." After calming Xiaoling down, Chen Yuan began to ponder once more about this ceremony called the Forest Blessing. He took out a pen and circled the word forest. Although he didn't know what this ceremony was, one thing was for sure, it was definitely related to the forest. The word blessing should mean a blessing for the evolving spirit. Now, the only thing left to figure out was the ceremony. After thinking for a while and finding no clues, he had to take out his phone again to search. This time, instead of searching for the Forest Blessing Ceremony, he only searched for the word ceremony. Most of the information that popped up was still useless. Just when Chen Yuan thought he would once again gain nothing, a message caught his eye. Chen Yuan read the title aloud, The Origin of the Ritual. With a glimmer of hope, he clicked on it. Soon, one sentence drew his attention. The ritual originally evolved from dance and song, and after years of evolution, it became a ritual. This sentence sparked an idea in Chen Yuan's mind. Singing skills. If the earliest rituals evolved from dance and song, then could the Forest Blessing ritual be related to Xiaoling's singing skills? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Just as Chen Yuan was happy about the progress he made regarding Xiaoling's evolution path, Lin Pengfei began his own actions. He sat silently on the sofa at home, waiting for his secretary's return. Before long, the doorbell rang. "Come in." As Lin Pengfei spoke, a man opened the door and entered, slightly bowing. "Mr. Lin, the funeral arrangements have all been made according to the highest standards." This man was Zhou Ping, Lin Yu's secretary, who had appeared in the hospital room during Lin Yu's coma. Seeing Lin Pengfei, who seemed to have aged 10 years, Zhou Ping spoke very cautiously. He understood that the person before him was like a volcano, and any mistake on his part could lead to an eruption. Hearing Zhou Ping's report, Lin Pengfei nodded and slowly spoke. Zhou Ping, you did well." This was his old habit. As expected, after praising Zhou Ping, Lin Pengfei continued to stare at him. "I need you to do one more thing. Mr. Lin, please go ahead. I need you to collect information about a classmate of Xiao Yu's named Chen Yuan, including details about his family, etc." Zhou Ping didn't ask why. He simply nodded in agreement. He understood that some things were better left unknown. After saying that, Lin Pengfei closed his eyes and leaned back against the sofa. Zhou Ping understood this was a hint to leave. Mr. Lin, then I will take my leave. After saying goodbye, he straightened his back and turned to leave. Once outside, Zhou Ping immediately began investigating Chen Yuan and his family as per Lin Pengfei's request. After starting the investigation, he quickly found some information, such as which elementary school and middle school Chen Yuan graduated from, and other publicly available basic information. Furthermore, it was noted that Chen Yuan's father was unemployed, seemingly doing nothing all day. However, one piece of information made Zhou Ping frown slightly. Chen Yuan's grandfather actually owned a large pet breeding shop. Although he didn't understand why Lin Pengfei wanted him to investigate this high school student named Chen Yuan, he sensed that it couldn't be anything good. Thus, learning that Chen Yuan's grandfather ran a pet shop made him feel particularly tricky. After all, not everyone could run such a shop. Unbeknownst to Zhou Ping, while he was gathering this surface information, his investigation into Chen Yuan was also obtained by Zhang Heng, who was in the secret fortress. Chapter 66. Revenge that ended before it began. Listening to LV Tao's report, Zhang Heng felt a headache coming on. Are you saying Fading Company is investigating Chen Yuan? Yes. Commander Zhang, Lin Pengfei's secretary Zhou Ping is investigating Master Chen Yuan's information. Because you specifically reminded us to pay attention to this matter, we received the news immediately. Zhang Heng merely twitched his mouth at LV Tao's words. A special reminder? It's all because your commander, who has been absent from the fortress for years, asked me to do this. Otherwise, I wouldn't care about this nonsense. Thinking of this, Zhang Heng felt a wave of sadness. Usually he worked alone, earning the deputy commander's salary while handling both the commander and deputy's tasks, and now he had to help look after kids and clean up messes. Just thinking about it made him feel overwhelmed. Rubbing his temples, Zhang Heng frowned and said, "All right, enough of this nonsense. Just tell me your opinion. Why do you think Pengfei Company is investigating that kid Chen Yuan?" LV Tao's spirit was lifted. He understood it was time to perform. He immediately shared all his speculations before coming here. Based on my investigation, there are two possibilities. The first possibility is that Pengfei Company is seeking Master Chen Yuan's potion formula. Upon hearing this, Zhang Heng's mouth twitched. At this moment, Zhang Heng still didn't know that the potion was actually made by Chen Yuan. After all, Chen Yuan's father had instructed Zhang Heng to pay attention to others investigating Chen Yuan without mentioning this matter. Therefore, Zhang Heng continued to believe that the potion was something the mischievous Chen Yuan secretly took out and sold. The thought of having to clean up a mess over a fabricated formula made Zhang Heng feel irritable. Okay, that's the first possibility. What about the other possibility? Upon hearing this, LV Tao's face became very serious. The second possibility is that Lin Pengfei intends to harm Master Chen Yuan. Hearing this, Zhang Heng suddenly stood up, staring intensely at LV Tao and shouted, "What did you say?" Seeing his deputy commander looking as if he wanted to eat someone, LV Tao couldn't help but swallow hard. Ahem, if you say that, there must be some basis for it. Tell me. Not daring to be negligent. LV Tao immediately pieced together what he knew and laid it all out. After hearing LV Tao's analysis, Zhang Heng found it very reasonable. He was also aware of the incident that occurred in Chen Yuan's class that morning, but he had not expected so many connections to be involved. Sitting in his position, Zhang Heng immediately made a decision. Upon realizing that someone was planning to target the commander's son, Zhang Heng felt a wave of panic. He could hardly imagine the severe consequences if this were to happen. However, one thing was clear, he would definitely be in trouble. Even if the commander didn't come after him, Chen Lao would certainly take him out, whether for the sake of avoiding severe consequences or for his own life. He couldn't let such a thing happen. Therefore, Zhang Heng stared at LV Tao and said in a deep voice while making a cutting motion across his neck. Understood. All right. Let's leave it at that. You can go. Yes. After a while, Zhang Heng raised his head and looked at LV Tao, who was still in front of him. What's wrong? Do you have any more questions? Commander Zhang, are you really not considering collaborating with Master Chen Yuan? That potion would be a great help for the newcomers at our secret fortress. Upon hearing LV Tao bring up the old topic, Zhang Heng's veins bulged. Damn it. Do I not know the potion works well? It's for your commander's son. How could it not be good? I want it too. Young man, are you courting death? You want to get half killed, but don't drag me into it. Seeing his deputy commander showing signs of anger, LV Tao didn't dare to stay any longer, immediately slipping away without a second word. Watching the door close behind him, Zhang Heng coldly snorted. Good thing you ran fast. At this moment, Lin Pengfei was unaware that he had already been targeted by the secret fortress. As long as he made any slightly unfavorable move against Chen Yuan, he would be in serious trouble. One could say that all his thoughts of revenge against Chen Yuan had ended before they even began. The person involved, Chen Yuan, was completely unaware of all this. At this moment, he was still immersed in the joy of finding the evolution ritual for his sprite. He even wanted to rush to the secret realm to find a rival for Xiao Ling to speed up her leveling up. Of course, All of this was just a thought, as both Xiao Ling and Jin Shanshan had just experienced a brutal battle that day. No matter how eager he was, he wouldn't deny his pet the time to rest. It's just like learning. Excessive pressure is not a good thing. Moreover, tomorrow is Saturday, so there's plenty of time. That's right, tomorrow is Saturday again. The Secret Realm trial being scheduled for Friday was intentional on Sietu's part. He actually hoped that the students could rest and recover well in the following 2 days. After considering various reasons, Chen Yuan decided to abandon the idea of entering the Secret Realm today. Time passed quickly, and soon it was the next day. Due to his high expectations for the evolution of the little spirit, Chen Yuan woke up before dawn. As soon as he woke up, he got out of bed and washed up. After finishing his hygiene routine, he opened the door and stepped outside. He headed towards the kitchen, and upon arriving, he skillfully opened the refrigerator, took out some milk and bread, and devoured them in haste. He then retrieved several bottles of potions and a few energy cubes from his hidden stash and placed them on himself. While taking the energy cubes, Chen Yuan thought for a moment and decided to take more, so he grabbed a dozen or so energy cubes. This filled his pockets to the brim. The reason he carried so many second-tier energy cubes was that the ritual always reminded him of the magic array. Considering the possibility that he might need energy replenishment later, it was best to have some on hand. After doing all this, Chen Yuan scooped up the little spirit, who was still fast asleep in the room. This startled the little spirit awake, and she almost slapped Chen Yuan in response. However, upon realizing it was Chen Yuan, she relaxed and looked at him in confusion, not knowing what he was up to. Chummy? Looking at the little spirit, who still had a sleepy expression and a puzzled look, Chen Yuan smiled and teased, "Little lazy bug. It's time to get up. We're going to the Secret Realm early today. Chummy." Chapter 67. The Golden Devourer. When Chen Yuan arrived at the entrance of the Secret Realm fortress, the sky was just beginning to brighten. Although it was early morning, there were already guards on duty at the fortress entrance. Chen Yuan was not surprised by this. After all, the Secret Realm has guards on duty 24 hours a day. This is to prevent wild pets from suddenly invading the human world. To some extent, the beast tamers who come to the Secret Realm for training can be considered sentinels of the Secret Realm. Whenever high-level pets from the inner areas approach the outskirts, these people can detect it right away or encounter it directly. With the appearance of these inevitable enemies, it often leads to a large number of flares being launched for help. The rescue teams of the Secret Realm guards can also immediately notice the changes within the Secret Realm. This is one of the reasons why the Secret Realm is open to everyone. Additionally, their training can effectively reduce the number of wild pets, lowering the threat posed by the Secret Realm. Another point is that there are simply too many Secret Realms. It is impossible to guard them all just with the fortress. There are over 10,000 Secret Realms in Dragon Country alone, each nurturing countless pets. Of course, under normal circumstances, pets in the Secret Realm do not attack the human world for no reason. Such occurrences, apart from a few special cases, are mostly due to human actions. For example, egg thieves. However, they are usually just after money or powerful pet babies. Nonetheless, their actions sometimes trigger riots in the Secret Realm, leading to them being blacklisted from the fortress. But they are still better than some other crazies. The most dangerous are those inexplicable antisocial personality lunatics among humans who are always looking to cause trouble. The infamous Casus fire was caused by these guys. To this day, that tragedy remains the greatest scar on the country of Europa. The dragons in the Casus high-level Secret Realm were angered by them in unknown ways, breaking out of the Dragon Cliff Secret Realm and bringing destruction to the entire Casus. Not only that, but surrounding cities were also affected. Post-incident statistics revealed that this event led to the deaths of at least several million Europeans. The madman responsible for this painful outcome naturally did not have a good ending. He was found by the dragons, and all his pets were killed. He didn't care at all, instead watching the nearby ruined houses and laughing maniacally. His eyes filled with excitement, as if he were an artist admiring a beautiful artwork he had poured all his effort into. His mad laughter only ceased when the giant dragon's paw came down, and after he died, the dragons seemed not to be satisfied. They breathed fire and incinerated his body, which had turned into a pile of flesh. It is precisely because this group of lunatics keeps causing such incidents that they have all made it onto the kill list of various countries. There is even a high-level Beast Tamer joint task force formed by multiple countries specifically to eliminate these lunatics. The guard at the entrance noticed Chen Yuan walking towards the fortress entrance and greeted him with a smile. "Master Chen Yuan, you're here so early today." This was a young guard, and Chen Yuan estimated his age to be around 20. Although it's hard to tell a person's age from their appearance when they are powerful, Chen Yuan could feel the youthful energy unique to the young man. He also deduced that the guard was likely still a student, perhaps here for training as a guard in the Secret Realm fortress. "Well, it's Saturday and a day off, so I came early." "Oh, I see. By the way, master, about that." Seeing the guard hesitating to speak, Chen Yuan was puzzled. What's the matter? If you have something to say, just say it directly. The guard scratched his head and showed a shy smile. It's just that, Master, when will you sell potions again? Hearing this, Chen Yuan was slightly taken aback, then laughed. What's the matter? Do you need something? The guard didn't speak, but nodded vigorously. As a guard, he could still buy potions that came into the fortress first. However, the cost-effectiveness was much lower compared to Chen Yuan's. Chen Yuan's potions were not only affordable, but also had great recovery effects, so if possible, he naturally wanted potions made by Chen Yuan. Looking at the expectant gaze of the guard, Chen Yuan chose not to refuse. Upon hearing this, the guard immediately became excited. However, he also had a question in his mind. What was Chen Yuan busy with? Wasn't he always leisurely running to the secret realm every day? Considering this was Chen Yuan's private matter, the young guard didn't ask further and thanked Chen Yuan. Thank you for that. It's no trouble. I was planning to do that anyway. This was not just polite talk. Chen Yuan indeed planned to sell potions again. The evolution route for the little spirit had already been determined, and it didn't require much money. However, Jin Shanshan was different. This was the Golden Devourer. Whether it was the heavily armored golden ant that needed a large amount of gold to evolve, or the extremely rare radiant golden ant, both required a lot of money to evolve. The other routes for the golden ant were all similar. Fortunately, Jin Shanshan needed to be level 20 to evolve, so Chen Yuan was not in a hurry for now. The key at this moment was still the evolution of the little spirit. After bidding farewell to the guard, Chen Yuan stepped into the fortress and headed towards the secret realm. Perhaps because it was still early, the entire secret realm fortress was quite deserted, except for a few guards on duty. The guards who recognized Chen Yuan would nod and greet him when they saw him. After passing through the gate to the secret realm, Chen Yuan once again stepped onto the land of the insect forest. Taking a deep breath, Chen Yuan sighed. The air here is really good. Chummy. The little spirit nodded in agreement beside him. Let's go find those second-tier pets. Chummy. Chen Yuan set off with the little sprite towards a location he often visited. Since he hadn't encountered anyone along the way, he felt as if he had claimed the entire secret realm for himself. Of course, there were still some wild pet beasts that dared to ambush him, but they were all discovered in advance by Chen Yuan. After all, no matter how well you hide, as long as a part of your body appears in Chen Yuan's line of sight, the system panel will notify him. Naturally, Chen Yuan would not go easy on these creatures attempting to ambush him. He directly commanded the little sprite to take them out one by one. Haha, they thought they could ambush him at the first stage? Pathetic. Thus, the wild pet beasts that initially wanted to ambush Chen Yuan ended up becoming stepping stones for the little sprite, significantly contributing to its upgrade. Chen Yuan soon arrived at his usual hidden spot, but he did not stop. Instead, he continued deeper into the forest. At this moment, Chen Yuan focused his attention, scanning the nearby trees and the fallen leaves on the ground to guard against any potential ambushes. Jin Shanshan had also been summoned by Chen Yuan. Even if it scared off some second-stage pet beasts, it didn't matter. After all, Lin Yu's previous tragic experience was still fresh in his mind, and he couldn't afford to be careless. Chapter 68. Chen Yuan under direct attack in the forest. The little sprite was engaged in battle with a wind wolf. Using its speed to dodge the wind blades aimed at it, the little sprite delivered a slap that sent the second-stage wind wolf crashing to the ground. With a loud bang, the wind wolf's head made close contact with the ground. The wind wolf felt dazed for a moment, but quickly regained its senses. It began to push itself up with all four limbs, but it seemed to have injured its nerves. Its legs twitched, but did not respond further. The wind wolf started to realize that something was wrong, frantically trying to stand but failing each time, resulting only in more twitching on the ground. Realizing it couldn't control its body, the wind wolf began to whine in fear, trying to call for its companions for help. Yes, there was not just one wind wolf, but three. It was a small team of wind wolves. As the little sprite fought this wind wolf, Jin Shanshan was also battling the other two wind wolves. The two wind wolves felt immense pressure facing Jin Shanshan. Their attacks couldn't break through the defenses of this monster before them. Only the wind blades could inflict some minor damage. However, the opponent's attacks were terrifyingly powerful. The evidence was in the many trees that had fallen around them. All because the two wind wolves dodged Jin Shanshan's strikes. The wind wolves, leveraging their speed far exceeding that of Jin Shanshan, avoided the attacks, but the trees behind them suffered greatly. The fallen trees made the two second-stage wind wolves even more cautious. They understood that they could not afford to take any of the opponent's attacks. In the presence of such a monster, any attack could be fatal. Yes, to them, Jin Shanshan was a monster, a creature of terrifying strength and frightening toughness. They even believed that just being grazed by Jin Shanshan's attack could lead to serious injury. Soon, they confirmed their suspicions. If given the choice, the two wind wolves would undoubtedly prefer to never know the answer to this question. A sudden series of whines caught the attention of Jin Shanshan and the two other wind wolves. The two wind wolves, hearing the cries of their comrade battling the little sprite, became distracted. Seizing this opportunity, Chen Yuan's eyes lit up as he shouted, "Now, Jin Shanshan." Without Chen Yuan needing to say more, Jin Shanshan understood this was the chance. As the two wind wolves exposed their vulnerabilities, it charged at them, swinging its front limbs to strike the two wind wolves simultaneously. The commotion caused by Jin Shanshan's charge immediately drew the attention of the two wind wolves, but it was already too late. The distracted wind wolf, caught up in its teammates' cries for help, was destined to pay an unbearable price. The two wind wolves, unable to dodge in time, took the full brunt of Jin Shanshan's strike. Instantly, a tremendous force transmitted through their bodies from the point of impact. The next second, they were sent flying, crashing into a tree with a loud boom. The moment they hit the tree, both wind wolves simultaneously spewed blood from their mouths. And after sliding down the tree trunk, they lay motionless on the ground. The two trees that had absorbed the impact of the wind wolves also fell. This scene made Chen Yuan's mouth twitch. No matter how many times he witnessed it, he was always shocked by Jin Shanshan's power, especially when facing enemies of similar size. This was particularly evident. While Jin Shanshan finished its battle, the little sprite dealt with the paralyzed wind wolf as well, ending its terror and pain, sending it off to the afterlife. The little sprite displayed an envious expression, admiring the immense power that Jin Shanshan possessed. The little sprite couldn't help but wonder if it could also have such strength. Could it too break a tree with a single slap? Noticing the little sprite's envious gaze, Chen Yuan asked her, "What are you thinking about?" The little sprite shook her head in response. Seeing that she didn't want to talk about it, Chen Yuan didn't press further. He simply patted her little head. "You should know that today's main character is not Jin Shanshan, but you. Jin Shanshan is just here to help you fend off other threats. Both Jin Shanshan and I are looking forward to your evolution." Hearing Chen Yuan's words, Jin Shanshan beside him also encouraged the little sprite with a sound, as if cheering her on. "Ka." The gesture seemed to be cheering the little sprite on. "Chiumi." Encouraged by Chen Yuan and Jin Shanshan, the little sprite immediately adjusted her mindset. She clenched her hands at her chest, making a gesture to pump herself up. Watching the little sprite regain her spirits, Chen Yuan smiled slightly, and Jin Shanshan happily waved its appendages. "Let's go and find the next enemy." With that, Chen Yuan led the little sprite and Jin Shanshan forward once more. After walking a short distance, Chen Yuan encountered another pet beast. This was not surprising. After all, the secret realm was filled with various pet beasts. The appearance of the pet beast caused the panel in front of Chen Yuan to flicker again. After seeing the information, Chen Yuan was quite surprised. It was an evolution form of an old friend. Ghostback moth, level insufficient for evolution, attribute, psychic level, 20 species, aberrant insect, mutant, species level, elite talent 1. Soft, reduces a portion of physical damage. Talent 2. Scale powder, creatures that come into contact with the ghostback moth have a chance of being paralyzed. Skill, psychic impact, object manipulation, ghostback moth. A mutant aberrant insect pet beast, evolved from a larva, possessing strong psychic power but a relatively weak body. Although it only had 2 skills, Chen Yuan did not dare to underestimate it. He was well aware of what these 2 skills could do. As the name suggested, one used psychic power to directly impact the opponent, causing dual damage to both body and mind. The other allowed for the manipulation of objects, which included various items and even hostile pet beasts. Of course, there were still limitations. The weight of the objects that could be controlled depended on the ghostback moth's own strength. Even so, this skill was very powerful. Moreover, not only the skills, but the 2 talents of the ghostback moth were also very targeted against the little sprite's close combat. One weakened attacks, and the other induced abnormal status effects. As for why only the little sprite was mentioned and not Jin Shanshan, it was because Jin Shanshan couldn't reach it. Dealing with flying enemies has always been a weakness for Jin Shanshan, unless this ghost moth decides to act like a golden beetle and engage in close combat. It would be difficult for Jin Shanshan to pose a threat to it. Of course, Jin Shanshan could also use the trees as a springboard to leap and attack with her powerful strength. But Chen Yuan didn't think the ghost moth would foolishly stay in place to be hit by Jin Shanshan. Once it fails once, the opponent will be on high alert, and Jin Shanshan 1T have a second chance to attack. Not to mention that the ghost moth also has object manipulation skills. Even if it can't fully control Jin Shanshan's monstrous strength, it can at least suppress her for a moment, enough to evade an attack. As Chen Yuan was considering whether to retreat, the ghost moth looked at him. Chen Yuan's expression changed. In that instant, a mental shockwave surged directly towards him. Yes, the ghost moth did not attack Xiaoling and Jin Shanshan, but instead locked its attack onto Chen Yuan. It sensed the powerful auras of the other 2 beasts. As the weakest among the 3, the ghost moth planned to take Chen Yuan out first. This was also the first time Chen Yuan directly suffered an attack from a beast. Of course, This doesn't mean that he hadn't been attacked before. Rather, those beasts that tried to attack him were intercepted by Jin Shanshan and Xiao Ling before they could reach him. This time was different. This time, it was an intangible mental attack, and neither Xiao Ling nor Jin Shanshan could help Chen Yuan. In the blink of an eye, the mental shock hit Chen Yuan, sending him flying. Accompanying him was the blood that splattered from his body. Chapter 69 Xiao Ling is level 15. Chen Yuan being sent flying caught the eyes of Xiao Ling and Jin Shanshan. Much of the splattered blood landed on Xiao Ling and Jin Shanshan, who were beside Chen Yuan. Jumi? Xiao Ling, whose green dress was stained red, looked confused at what was happening before her. She couldn't understand why Chen Yuan, who seemed fine just moments ago, was suddenly sent flying. However, one thing she knew was that it was all caused by that creature that had just appeared. Watching Chen Yuan, who had been chatting and comforting her, now lying on the ground, unconscious, filled Xiao Ling with rage. This was the first time she felt such intense anger. She felt her fury burning away her rationality. She turned around and charged towards the ghost moth in the distance with all her might. Jumi, fueled by her anger, Xiao Ling burst forth with a speed far beyond her usual capabilities. But Jin Shanshan was even faster. With a powerful push, Jin Shanshan leaped high into the air. Although she jumped very high, it still wasn't enough. Jin Shanshan's response was similar to what Chen Yuan had just considered, using the trees to propel herself with a strong kick. The immense force shattered the tree limb she pushed off, providing her with tremendous momentum as she shot towards the ghost moth. It was too fast. Whether it was Xiao Ling's explosive speed or Jin Shanshan's speed gained from smashing through the trees, it was all too fast in the eyes of the ghost moth. It didn't understand why the two beasts reacted so strongly after knocking down a weak one. However, it was clear to it which was the greater threat. In an instant, the ghost moth unleashed a mental shock at Jin Shanshan, a wave of power striking her accompanied by a sharp pain in its head. This did not stop Jin Shanshan, but it did weaken part of her momentum. But that wasn't enough for the ghost moth. Jin Shanshan was still able to reach it. It followed up with an object manipulation skill, attempting to control Jin Shanshan. But the next moment, Jin Shanshan broke free with immense strength. But it was already enough. The momentum Jin Shanshan gained from smashing through the trees was completely exhausted by the ghost moth's two skills. Without the drive, Jin Shanshan began to fall towards the ground under the pull of gravity. Watching the ghost moth, which had harmed the most important being in her heart, gradually retreat, Jin Shanshan let out an enraged roar. Huh! Seeing this monster plummeting to the ground, the ghost moth let out a sigh of relief. It was scared just by witnessing Jin Shanshan smash through the trees. After all, it didn't think its fragile body would be as tough as wood. The ghost moth had blocked Jin Shanshan, but at that moment, Xiao Ling had already reached its side. It naturally wouldn't forget about Xiao Ling's presence. After neutralizing the threat from Jin Shanshan, it immediately turned to Xiao Ling and unleashed a mental shock. However, it was still a moment too late. As it launched the attack, countless phantom hands from Xiao Ling came crashing down upon it. Both were sent flying, with Xiao Ling being knocked back by the ghost moth's mental shock, while the ghost moth was struck away by one of Xiao Ling's slaps. The ghost moth had been careless. It focused too much on Jin Shanshan and overlooked Xiao Ling. It didn't know that Xiao Ling's barrage of slaps had a record of defeating second-tier beasts even at the first tier. The moment the ghost moth was hit by Xiao Ling's continuous slaps, it shot out like a cannonball, crashing into an innocent tree. This strike, filled with Xiao Ling's anger, directly crushed the ghost moth through the tree. However, the ghost moth was not dead yet. Thanks to its soft talent, it was still alive. But it was nearly as good as dead. Just as the ghost moth was about to stand up and escape, a shadow loomed over it, the shadow of Jin Shanshan. The last thing it saw was a pair of spear-like forelimbs coming down towards it. Watching the ghost moth turn into mush before it, Jin Shanshan still felt unsatisfied and hit the mushy remains a few more times. The enormous noise and vibrations frightened some nearby timid creatures. Meanwhile, Xiao Ling, who had been sent flying by the mental shock, stabilized her form in the air. Watching the ghost moth being finished off by Jin Shanshan and recalling her own strike that had crushed the tree, she did not feel happy. She hurriedly flew towards Chen Yuan's position below. At that moment, Chen Yuan was leaning against a tree, coughing. Each cough caused him great discomfort. However, compared to the physical injuries caused by the mental shock, what bothered Chen Yuan more was the impact on his brain from the skill. He felt a splitting headache. Chen Yuan fumbled for a recovery potion at his waist and drank it down. Instantly, a cooling sensation swept through his body. Yes, the potion could be used on humans. However, it wasn't as effective as using it on beasts. Therefore, most people wouldn't use potions on themselves. Of course, this was an exception when it came to life and death. The potion made Chen Yuan feel much better. He leaned against the large tree and tried to stand up. Looking at the ghost moth, which had been smashed into a pulp by Jin Shanshan not far away, Chen Yuan couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. Damn it. If that guy were just a bit stronger, I would really be done for this time. After venting his anger on the corpse, Jin Shanshan, like Xiaoling, rushed towards Chen Yuan. Seeing Chen Yuan leaning against the tree, both beasts were very excited. Jumi, ka. Chen Yuan smiled at the two little ones. Suddenly, he showed a look of astonishment. Just because at that moment, Xiaoling's panel indicated that she had reached level 15. Chen Yuan should have felt the feedback strength from Xiaoling much earlier. However, due to his injuries and the pain in his head, he hadn't noticed this. Xiaoling came over and hugged Chen Yuan's face. Jin Shanshan also came over to rub against Chen Yuan's leg. Don't worry, I'm fine. Chen Yuan reassured the two little ones, smiling at Xiaoling. Congratulations. You have reached level 15. Moi? Chen Yuan's words made Xiaoling pause for a moment, as she, like Chen Yuan, had not noticed her level up. After all, her mind was filled with anger and worry at that time, leaving her no room to think about anything else. It was only after Chen Yuan's reminder that Xiaoling realized she seemed to have indeed become stronger. She experimentally clenched her fist. She definitely felt more powerful. Chen Yuan had initially planned to leave and come back in a couple of days. But since Xiaoling had reached level 15, he decided to push forward. With that thought in mind, he took out a bottle of potion and drank it again. Chen Yuan had to ensure his own condition because he did not know what Xiaoling's evolution ceremony would be like. If the commotion turned out to be too great, he at least didn't want to become a burden to his own pet beast. After drinking another bottle of potion, Chen Yuan felt he was almost back to normal. Xiaoling, let us start the evolution ceremony. Jin Shanshan, keep an eye on the surroundings. Hearing Chen Yuan's words, both Xiaoling and Jin Shanshan nodded. Chen Yuan took a deep breath. Xiaoling, use your singing skill. Chapter 70, Xiaoling's Evolution. Following Chen Yuan's command, Xiaoling used her singing skill. As the audience, both Chen Yuan and Jin Shanshan couldn't help but feel a sense of inner peace. However, after singing for a while, nothing seemed to happen, which made Xiaoling cast a puzzled glance at Chen Yuan. In response, Chen Yuan simply said 2 words, keep going, although she was doubtful about whether this would work. Seeing Chen Yuan's insistence, Xiaoling had no choice but to continue. Xiaoling did not know that Chen Yuan was also quite nervous, as this ceremony was merely his guess. If it didn't work, he would have to choose another evolution path for Xiaoling. Fortunately, soon the facts proved that his anxiety was unnecessary. As Xiaoling's beautiful singing echoed through the area, changes began to occur around them. Numerous small green light orbs started to appear in the surroundings. These orbs varied in size, some as big as a fist and others as small as beads. The different sized light points were drifting out from various plants around. Whether it was big trees, flowers, or even small grass, they all emitted little green lights. In an instant, the area was filled with these light orbs, illuminating the space where Chen Yuan was with vibrant greenery. Seeing this scene, Chen Yuan finally let out a sigh of relief. He understood that he had guessed correctly, but at the same time, a complex smile appeared on his face. Looking at the green light orbs in front of him, Chen Yuan sighed. They look quite nice, just a bit too green, and the noise is a bit much. Jin Shanshan beside him nodded in agreement. All right, Jin Shanshan. Get ready. A pet beast might come over soon, so wait for my command. Jin Shanshan nodded again, signaling that she understood. As Xiaoling continued her song, more and more green light began to gather around her. While maintaining her singing, Xiaoling curiously watched the little light orbs floating in. Driven by curiosity, Xiaoling touched one of the small light orbs. Instantly, the orb merged into Xiaoling's body upon contact. Suddenly, a warm and comfortable feeling spread throughout Xiaoling. It was as if it was a signal. All the light orbs started to converge towards Xiaoling and gradually wrapped around her. Xiaoling showed no signs of resistance, as she felt incredibly comfortable. As time passed, the light orbs formed a pure green energy bud centered around Xiaoling. A powerful energy aura also began to spread outwards. Chen Yuan understood that Xiaoling's evolution had officially begun. Next, it was time to protect her. However, before that, Chen Yuan made a move that made Jin Shanshan feel heartbroken. He took out all the energy cubes he had brought this morning and threw them all towards the energy bud wrapping Xiaoling. Chen Yuan had his reasons for doing this. The commotion here would undoubtedly attract nearby wild pet beasts, that was for sure. In case wild pet beasts arrived and Xiaoling lacked energy for her evolution, it would be difficult for him to pull out the energy cubes then. After all, that kind of behavior was akin to taking out a piece of delicious meat in front of a pack of carnivorous beasts, definitely a suicidal act. Given that, it was better to throw all the energy cubes in right now. At most, he would lose a couple dozen second-tier energy cubes, which would cost him a few tens of thousands. At least it would ensure a much safer situation later on. The thrown energy cubes, upon touching the bud, transformed into pure energy that merged within. With the addition of more than 20 energy cubes, the bud erupted with a strong light. At the same time, As Chen Yuan had anticipated, the commotion from Xiaoling's evolution attracted the attention of numerous wild pet beasts nearby. They began to speculate whether some treasure was being born, which was causing such a significant disturbance. With this thought in mind, most of the wild pet beasts that could sense the commotion started heading towards Chen Yuan's location. However, not many could reach Chen Yuan and Jin Shanshan. The weak ones were directly eliminated along the way, with some even already in the bellies of carnivorous beasts at this moment. Soon, the first wild second-tier pet beast appeared in Chen Yuan and Jin Shanshan's sight. It did not directly attack Jin Shanshan and Chen Yuan but stayed nearby, watching the energy bud with eyes full of desire and obsession. Like this pet beast, Chen Yuan also did not let Jin Shanshan attack, because at this moment, taking the initiative would only benefit other pet beasts. After the first pet beast arrived, just a few seconds later, the second pet beast appeared in Chen Yuan's view as well. As time passed, more and more wild pet beasts began to appear around them. The dense gaze from all sides made Chen Yuan feel an increased pressure. He understood that even someone as strong as Jin Shanshan could not guarantee she could withstand so many second-tier pet beasts, not to mention having him, a burden, with her. These pet beasts weren't like the Iron Fool, which had low attack power and only physical attacks. Among them were quite a few that could use attribute attacks. Moreover, there were plenty of pet beasts in this group with extremely high attack power. The Iron Fool couldn't break through their defenses due to insufficient attack power. But what if the attack power was sufficient? In summary, Chen Yuan did not dare to act rashly against this group of pet beasts. However, as the saying goes, when the bamboo stick strikes the wolf, both sides are afraid. Just like Chen Yuan, those wild pet beasts were also in the same situation. They only dared to salivate while watching the pure energy bud in the field. All the pet beasts could sense that something was being nurtured inside the bud, and the pure energy it emitted deeply attracted them, making them feel obsessed. Just by being around, they felt invigorated, and anyone with sense understood that this was a good thing. However, none of the pet beasts dared to act first. They not only feared Jin Shanshan in the field, but also remained vigilant against other pet beasts nearby. After all, these were all competitors, and if one wasn't careful, they might pay with their lives and end up making someone else the beneficiary. It was also possible that they would be ambushed and directly become food for other pet beasts. Thus, due to mutual suspicion, the situation reached a stalemate. No one dared to act first. Chen Yuan naturally hoped for this outcome the most. After all, time was on his side. The longer it drags on, the more advantageous it is for him. It would be even better if it could last until Xiaoling's evolution is complete. Of course, Chen Yuan could only think about such things. He understood that sooner or later, some pet beasts would lose their patience. After all, even humans, who pride themselves on being high IQ beings, have their share of fools and hotheads. Not to mention the pet beasts with varying levels of intelligence. As long as one fool takes action, it could trigger an all-out battle. Soon, this fool appeared, and with its actions, the previously balanced situation was immediately shattered. The great battle began. Chapter 71. Chaos and Crisis. The first fool to escalate the tense situation was a berserk tiger. The berserk tiger is also an alternative evolutionary path of the violent tiger. Unable to suppress its inner desire, the berserk tiger charged towards Chen Yuan and Jin Shanshan, heading for the flower bud. Before it could take 2 steps, it was attacked. The attackers were not Jin Shanshan, but the pet beasts behind the berserk tiger. Attribute attacks like flames, lightning, and wind blades landed directly on it. Ow! The berserk tiger cried out in pain. This round of concentrated fire almost took half of its life. The pain rendered the berserk tiger immobile, and it collapsed to the ground. At that moment, the wild earth-type pet beasts behind the berserk tiger also made their move, causing numerous spikes to erupt from the ground, delivering a chilling blow. The berserk tiger never understood why these creatures attacked it first. Shouldn't they have dealt with the giant flower buds, ants, and humans first? With this question in mind, the berserk tiger slowly closed its eyes. Until death, it never grasped the principle that the gun shoots the head bird. However, after this incident, the observing pet beasts started to become restless. The death of the berserk tiger intensified their suspicion and distrust towards the other pet beasts nearby. Some of the more cautious pet beasts began to choose to retreat. After all, no matter how good something is, one must have their life to obtain it. The retreat of these cautious ones resulted in the remaining ones being ambitious. With the example of the berserk tiger, everyone wanted to charge towards Chen Yuan, but they were also fearful of being backstabbed by other pet beasts. Amidst this suspicion, the great battle began in a comical manner. A monkey-shaped pet beast accidentally brushed its tail against another pet beast while turning around. Startled, the other pet beast thought it was under attack and immediately unleashed a powerful strike, sending it flying. As it flew away, the monkey pet beast wore a bewildered expression. It wasn't until it was about to hit the ground that it realized it had been attacked. Angry, The monkey immediately charged at the creature that had attacked it after landing. This conflict spread to the nearby wild pet beasts. Various skills began to be unleashed everywhere, and more observing pet beasts were caught in the crossfire. The battle expanded and became chaotic. A grand melee belonging to wild pet beasts had begun. Chen Yuan was speechless at the scene before him, but as a beneficiary, he was naturally pleased and couldn't help but exclaim, "This is great. If only it could be like this all the time." Click. Jin Shanshan also expressed deep agreement. For their current situation, nothing could be better than dogs biting dogs. However, just as Chen Yuan finished speaking, something that made him feel a headache occurred. Some wild pet beasts that had not yet been drawn into the chaos seized the opportunity of the confusion and charged towards Chen Yuan and Jin Shanshan. They intended to take advantage of the other pet beasts being preoccupied to sneak in and eliminate the middleman to seize the treasure. Chen Yuan sighed as he watched the pet beasts charging towards him, then revealed a determined expression and said, "Jin Shanshan." Click. Soon, the first pet beast rushed in front of Jin Shanshan, who simply retaliated with a powerful strike. In an instant, 3 pet beasts turned into rolling gourds. The one that was directly hit by Jin Shanshan lost half of its life. The remaining half was only preserved because 2 pads absorbed and shared part of the damage. However, it was of no use, as the next second it was decapitated by a mantis-shaped pet beast. Humph, take advantage of your illness to kill you. Kill one less competitor. Chen Yuan gave a thumbs up for Jin Shanshan's strike. What a great bowling ball. Jin Shanshan couldn't understand what Chen Yuan meant by bowling ball, but it thought it should be something strong. So it puffed out its chest. The other pet beasts that charged in were startled by Jin Shanshan's ferocity and instinctively avoided it, turning their attention towards Chen Yuan instead. After all, it's easier to pick the soft persimmon. Seeing this scene, Chen Yuan didn't need to speak. He was already on high alert for any threats around him. Suddenly, Chen Yuan's expression changed. Jin Shanshan, to the left. Although there was nothing to the left, Jin Shanshan showed no hesitation and swung a limb towards that direction. Boom. As Jin Shanshan's attack landed, grayish-white blood splattered out. A shadow-type insect pet beast was instantly killed, its head blown off, and it slowly fell to the ground. Before being killed by Jin Shanshan, this pet beast was filled with 2 questions. Isn't it a weakling? How could it find me? This shadow pet beast would never understand that there is something in this world called a system, which is the bane of those who play tricks and do sneak attacks. Taking advantage of the gap when Jin Shanshan was attacking, a pet beast rushed over and bit Jin Shanshan's other forelimb, pulling back with all its might. But it didn't budge. This left the beast stunned, and trying again with more force yielded the same result. This involuntarily made it release Jin Shanshan's forelimb and look at it. At this moment, Jin Shanshan, who had just killed the shadow pet beast, was also looking at it. Before it could make any other moves, Jin Shanshan's forelimb, which had just struck down the shadow pet beast, smashed into it, sending it flying. Possibly due to the angle of the hit, this pet beast performed a spiral ascent in midair, while Jin Shanshan was attacking this pet beast. Another pet beast charged towards Chen Yuan. In response, Jin Shanshan acted again to stop it. However, this resulted in Jin Shanshan being attacked by several other pet beasts. As the battle continued, more and more pet beasts began to join the fray, and the situation became increasingly unfavorable for Chen Yuan. Jin Shanshan was exhausted from trying to protect Chen Yuan. However, as Jin Shanshan's formidable power was displayed, it gradually attracted the attention of almost all the pet beasts. The pet beasts that were originally in chaos began to pause. They started to realize that if they couldn't eliminate this golden giant ant first, even if they took down their competitors, they might not be able to obtain the treasure in front of them. The flower bud, which had been completely closed, began to slightly open. Denser energy began to permeate the air. All of this further stimulated the nearby pet beasts. Chen Yuan sighed deeply at this scene and took out the signal flare given by the secret realm, intending to call for help. Originally, Chen Yuan wanted to rely on stalling for time to resolve the situation. But unexpectedly, Xiaoling had not completed her evolution after such a long time. Moreover, judging by the situation, it would likely take quite a bit longer. If this continued, Jin Shanshan would eventually be unable to hold on. There was no choice but to expose it, Chen Yuan thought as he pressed the button on the signal flare. But nothing happened. Chen Yuan. Unconvinced. Chen Yuan pressed the button twice more, but still nothing happened. Damn it, a dud. Infuriated, Chen Yuan threw the signal gun to the ground and stomped on it hard. He never expected to encounter such a low probability event. Seriously, what the hell? No matter what thoughts were racing through Chen Yuan's mind, the wild pet beasts wouldn't stop. The brawling pets began to converge around Chen Yuan, coming to a consensus to prioritize dealing with the golden shiny pets, surrounding both Chen Yuan and the golden shiny. Just as Chen Yuan felt that he was about to meet his end in this secret realm, several pets in front of him were suddenly sliced in half. They wore expressions of shock. Their last thought was, damn it, These guys really can't be trusted. They promised cooperation, but ended up backstabbing us. Chapter 72. There's no time to explain. Hurry and follow me, revealing the pet beast that had ambushed them from behind. Dual Blade Mantis. Level insufficient for evolution. Attribute. None level. 21 species. Alien insect. Mantis. Species level. Elite talent. Combo. Attack power increases continuously during sustained attacks, until reaching 3 times the normal level. Skills. Slash. Cleave. Sever. Wing Beat. The Dual Blade Mantis, an alien insect mantis species, evolved from a ferocious mantis. Possesses an extremely fast attack speed. If its combo cannot be interrupted, it becomes very dangerous. Chen Yuan looked at the familiar Dual Blade Mantis with a strange expression. The next moment, a very familiar voice came through. Master, are you okay? Following the sound, Chen Yuan saw Wang Zhe and a burly man walking towards him. The burly man was an old acquaintance named Xiang Ming, who had supported Chen Yuan in the fortress yesterday and had tried to collect debts from Linyu. Although he was referred to as a burly man, Xiang Ming was quite young, just built sturdily. He and Wang Zhe were very good friends. As for why the two appeared here, we need to rewind a bit in time. A few minutes ago, Wang Zhe and Xiang Ming were fighting back to back. Dual Blade Mantis, sever it. Rockman, use rock throw. At that time, they were surrounded by a group of pets. Fortunately, these pets were all second tier, completely insignificant in front of their third tier pets. Xiang Ming was puzzled by the suicidal behavior of these second tier pets. Are these guys crazy to dare to charge at us? No, they shouldn't be charging at us. There must be something ahead or a change that's attracting them. After thinking for a moment, Wang Zhe continued. Aren't we also brought here by our own pets? Upon hearing Wang Zhe's analysis, Xiang Ming's eyes lit up. So there's treasure ahead. Wang Zhe hesitated for a moment before nodding. After all, he couldn't be sure there was treasure ahead, but it was highly likely. Logically speaking, it should be that way. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a commotion. Xiang Ming fully agreed with Wang Zhe's statement. What are we waiting for? Let's quickly take care of these guys. Okay. After defeating the surrounding pets, Wang Zhe and Xiang Ming cautiously followed the pets forward. As they got closer to their destination, their pets became increasingly restless and excited. They exchanged glances. Xiang Ming, wait here for a moment. I'll climb the tree and see the situation. All right. Be careful not to get targeted by flying pets. By the way, take this binoculars. Wang Zhe took the binoculars Xiang Ming handed him and started climbing the tree. Using the strength given by his contracted pet, Wang Zhe easily climbed to the top of the tree. Once on the tree, he immediately noticed a place that was out of place with the surrounding environment. That area was filled with broken trees, as if the forest had been shaved. Because of this, Wang Zhe quickly discovered the gigantic green bud in the center. At first glance, Wang Zhe realized this was definitely not an ordinary item. Wang Zhe hurriedly took out the binoculars that Xiang Ming had given him and looked through them. Now Wang Zhe could see the whole picture. It was a flower bud made entirely of pure green energy. Wow, we've really found a treasure, and a big one at that. Wang Zhe's heart ignited with excitement. However, this didn't mean he became reckless. Instead, he became more cautious and began observing the surroundings of the bud with the binoculars. The scene over there was extremely chaotic. Various pets were fighting together in large numbers, making his scalp tingle. Suddenly, a pet was sent flying out, crashing into a tree. This caught Wang Zhe's attention, and he followed the trajectory of the pet. The next moment, his eyes widened. He saw a giant golden ant. But that wasn't the important part. What mattered was that he saw Chen Yuan. Master. Wang Zhe lowered the binoculars, uncertain, suspecting he had misidentified Chen Yuan. He shook his head and picked up the binoculars again to look in the direction he had just seen. This time, it was confirmed. It was indeed Chen Yuan. Wang Zhe's expression changed. He immediately put away the binoculars and climbed down the tree. As soon as Wang Zhe landed, Xiang Ming came over and asked, "What's up? Is there treasure?" "Yes, but there's no time to explain. Hurry and follow me." With that, Wang Zhe took the Dual Blade Mantis and headed forward immediately. This left Xiang Ming bewildered, and after realizing what was happening, he shouted at Wang Zhe's back. "Damn it! Wang Zhe, wait for me. Why are you running so fast? Hurry, we need to catch up." Seeing Wang Zhe not stopping, Xiang Ming shouted to the Rockman and immediately began to run forward. Catching up to Wang Zhe, who was in a battle, Xiang Ming asked, "What's wrong? Why are you in such a hurry? The master is up ahead. He's surrounded." Upon hearing Wang Zhe's words, Xiang Ming's eyes widened, and his voice rose significantly. "You said the master is up ahead and surrounded." Wang Zhe nodded. Quickly, Rockman, take out that blocking guy. This second-tier pet was already desperate when facing a third-tier mantis, and now with a third-tier Rockman intervening, it was utterly hopeless. The second-tier pet was left dumbfounded, thinking, "I'm just passing through. What did I do to you all?" Regardless of what the second-tier pet thought, it couldn't change the fact that its doom was imminent. If this second-tier pet knew it was being treated as an obstacle and was killed, it would surely die with grievances. After dealing with the blocking pet, The two continued to rush forward. They had only one thought. They must not let anything happen to Chen Yuan. Otherwise, they would lose the good and cheap potions. Besides, Chen Yuan was also a great benefactor to Wang Zhe, having saved the dual blade mantis. Even if they settled accounts, Wang Zhe would still be grateful to Chen Yuan. Seeing Chen Yuan in danger made Wang Zhe even more anxious than if he were in danger himself. This was why he didn't bother to talk to Xiang Ming after climbing down the tree and rushed straight over. After running wildly, the two finally arrived at the scene. At this moment, the pets had stopped their chaotic fighting and were all surrounding Chen Yuan. Seeing that Chen Yuan was unharmed, Wang Zhe and Xiang Ming let out a sigh of relief. However, looking at Chen Yuan surrounded by pets, their previously relaxed hearts tightened again. Seeing Chen Yuan's predicament, Wang Zhe immediately commanded the dual blade mantis. Dual blade mantis, sever them. The dual blade mantis obeyed the command and headed straight for the direction Wang Zhe pointed. Facing the group of creatures that were focused on Chen Yuan and ignoring the ones behind, he went straight in for a slash. This led to the scene at the beginning where several pet beasts were directly cut in half. Chapter 73. The potion in hand flew away. Wang Zhe and Xiang Ming commanded their pet beasts to attack the group of beasts surrounding Chen Yuan. With their third-tier strength, the dual-bladed mantis and the stone golem led Wang Zhe and Xiang Ming into the wild beasts. They opened a path leading directly to Chen Yuan. Following this path, Wang Zhe and Xiang Ming ran towards Chen Yuan. As they got closer, they noticed that Chen Yuan's clothes were stained with blood, which made their expressions change slightly. They also noticed Jin Shanshan beside him. Wang Zhe had already seen Jin Shanshan on the big tree, knowing that it was Chen Yuan's pet beast. He was surprised to see the golden ant, a prestigious pet beast, but at that time, he was too worried about Chen Yuan's safety to think too much about it. Now seeing it again, he seemed to have lost that initial sense of surprise. Xiang Ming was different. He hadn't climbed the tree and hadn't seen Jin Shanshan. At this moment, seeing it, he widened his eyes and secretly marveled. Truly worthy of being a master, he could even obtain such a pet beast. When they reached Chen Yuan, Wang Zhe asked again the question he had asked earlier. Master, are you okay? In response to Wang Zhe's concern, Chen Yuan shook his head. I'm fine, thanks to your timely arrival. Otherwise, I would have been in real danger. After saying this, Chen Yuan kicked the signal gun beside him. Seeing this action from Chen Yuan, Wang Zhe and Xiang Ming understood instantly. After all, it wasn't the first time that a signal gun malfunctioned. Every year in the secret realm, many unfortunate souls encountered this. Most of the reasons were due to sweat causing the gunpowder to get damp, or the signal flare being left out for too long, among other reasons. However, dampness was the most common occurrence. Combined with the bloodstains on Chen Yuan's clothes and the blood scab-like substance on the signal gun, Wang Zhe speculated that the blood was likely the cause of the signal flare malfunction. Chen Yuan hadn't noticed this at first, but later he realized it. He really didn't expect that not only had he almost been taken out by the ghostly moth, but it had also sent him such a big gift. If he hadn't run into Wang Zhe and Xiang Ming, he would have been in real danger this time. By the way, how did you know? Chen Yuan asked vaguely, but Wang Zhe and Xiang Ming understood. Well, we saw the group of pet beasts coming this way, so out of curiosity, we followed, they explained. With the addition of the two, the surrounding beasts became more cautious and did not immediately launch an attack. However, since they were still in danger, the two chose to keep it brief. I see, but your arrival has really been a great help. If possible, I hope you can assist me in fending off these beasts. Of course, I will offer a reward that will satisfy you, Chen Yuan said. Upon hearing this, Xiang Ming's eyes lit up. This was a reward from the renowned master Chen Yuan of the secret realm. Xiang Ming seemed to see countless potions beckoning to him. Come on, come play with me. Just thinking about it made Xiang Ming's mouth water. Just as Xiang Ming was fantasizing about a bright future, Wang Zhe repeatedly waved his hands at Chen Yuan. No need, master, helping you is what we should do. Xiang Ming feels the same. Xiang Ming. No way, bro, don't do this. I don't want to miss out. In an instant, Xiang Ming felt as though a pile of precious potions was slipping away from him. However, since Wang Zhe had already expressed his stance, what could he say? He certainly couldn't say he really wanted it. Wouldn't that be losing face? So, Xiang Ming had to nod in agreement with Wang Zhe, saying, Yes, master. You don't need to do that. We are not those kinds of people. While saying this, Xiang Ming's heart ached. Ah, my potions. Damn you, Wang Zhe. If you don't treat me to a good meal this time, I won't let it go. To their goodwill, Chen Yuan just smiled. After all, whether they wanted it or not was their business. Whether you give it or not reflect your attitude. Then I'll trouble you. Wang Zhe and Xiang Ming both nodded. They then began to command their pet beasts to fight. While directing the battle, Wang Zhe and Xiang Ming also summoned their other pet beasts. Wang Zhe's second pet beast was a second-tier earth dragon, which was also a relatively powerful type of pet. However, although it was called a dragon, it resembled more of a lizard, or rather, a Komodo dragon. Xiang Ming's second pet beast was a tree, or rather, a treant. Its name was quite simple, just called treant. It was generally an old tree that had absorbed enough energy to transform into a pet beast. Once summoned, the treant felt the call and joy of nature, as if some kind of feast was being held in nature. The strong aura was coming from behind it. The treant immediately turned its body to look back. What it saw was the huge flower bud enveloping Xiaoling. At this moment, the flower bud had opened up a lot. As a plant-type pet beast, it felt more than the other beasts. This was a grand ceremony. No, it had to guard it. Without Xiangming's command, the treant took action on its own. Treant. At the same time, Jin Shanshan, beside Chen Yuan, became alert at the approaching treant. It absolutely could not allow anyone to harm its companion. However, at that moment, Chen Yuan reached out and placed his hand on its head. Don't worry, it means no harm. Although Jin Shanshan didn't understand why Chen Yuan came to that conclusion, since its master spoke, it had to put down its hostility. Why was Chen Yuan so certain that the treant meant no harm? Naturally, it was because of the system. The treant was currently evolving. Yes, it was evolving. Because of its determination to guard nature and the pure natural energy radiating from the flower bud, it was evolving into a guardian treant. This was the reason Chen Yuan allowed it to approach the flower bud enveloping Xiaoling. In a sense, protecting the flower bud was also protecting itself. After arriving in front of the flower bud, the treant's feet began to differentiate and rooted into the ground below. Soon, it transformed into a tree. This did not mean it lost its combat power. The continuously waving roots indicated its danger. At this moment, Xiangming was still confused about the treant's actions. The usually obedient and honest treant was acting strangely today. Just as Xiangming was puzzled, a voice reached his ears. Congratulations, Xiangming. Xiangming looked towards the source of the voice and saw it was Chen Yuan. However, at this moment, Xiangming was still baffled. He didn't understand why the master was congratulating him. It was Wang Zhe who reacted first, his eyes widening. Master, are you saying? Chen Yuan smiled at Wang Zhe, who had already guessed the answer. You guessed it right, it's going to evolve. Upon hearing this, Xiangming's mouth dropped open. The next second, he started grinning like a fool. Chapter 74. Evolution completed with the help of Wang Zhe and Xiangming's two third-tier combat powers. The situation finally showed signs of easing. The dual-bladed mantis, utilizing its combo talent, continuously accumulated its attack power and swiftly slaughtered the surrounding pet beasts. Xiangming's third-tier stone golem guarded around it, helping to block attacks and providing a better output environment for the dual-bladed mantis. However, the concentrated fire from countless second-tier pet beasts was too powerful, even shattering half of the stone golem's body in one go. If it weren't for the fact that he was an elemental creature, he wouldn't die as long as his core wasn't shattered. Now he was completely finished. Soon, the shattered parts of the stone golem were absorbed again, and the originally broken areas were restored. This concentrated fire attack also resulted in casualties among some melee wild pets. This disregard for the casualties of teammates greatly reduced the melee attacks that Chen Yuan and the others faced. No one wanted to be shot by sneaky old players in the back line while charging forward. On the other side, the treant and earth dragon were also working together. The treant wrapped its roots around the enemies while the earth dragon dealt the finishing blows. Whenever any pets attempted to surround the earth dragon, they would be knocked away by the treant's roots. However, their situation was the worst. The third-tier stone golem was shattered under concentrated fire, let alone the second-tier treant. Nevertheless, with the recovery power of the wood attribute and the gifts of nature, the treant held on. At this moment, it was receiving the blessings of nature. The situation for Golden Shiny was not much better. However, compared to the other two groups, it was the easiest. After all, both the treant and stone golem were very large, helping to attract a lot of firepower. Watching the situation in the arena, Xiangming was anxious, as it was his pets taking the damage, and from the looks of it, they might not be able to hold on much longer. This made him suggest, why don't we retreat first? Continuing like this isn't a solution. If we lose this treasure, then so be it. However, in his heart, Wang Zhe agreed with Xiangming's suggestion. After all, no matter how good something is, one must have their life to enjoy it. Chen Yuan understood their thoughts and sighed deeply. Why don't you guys leave first? Upon hearing this, Xiangming frowned slightly. He didn't expect Chen Yuan to be willing to risk his life for the treasure. This made him feel a bit emotional, and his tone became somewhat heavier. Master, is this thing more important than life? Do we have to fight to the death here? He thought Chen Yuan would suddenly realize his mistake, but to his surprise, it was the opposite. Chen Yuan nodded. It is very important. Would you abandon your pets and leave? While saying this, Chen Yuan reached out to touch the root of the flower bud. It wasn't that he didn't want to touch the flower bud. It was just that at his height of 1.8 meters, he could only reach the root of this huge flower bud. However, Chen Yuan's words left the two stunned. What? This is a pet? The master's pet? Combining some known information, Wang Zhe immediately reacted, pointing at the huge flower bud in front of him, his mouth agape. Seeing Wang Zhe's ghostly expression, Xiang Ming couldn't help but nudge him. What's wrong with that expression? Wang Zhe ignored him and looked at Chen Yuan in disbelief. Master, do you mean this flower is a little spirit? Before Chen Yuan could speak, Xiang Ming's eyes widened. The little spirit is dead, right? Little spirit? As soon as these words were spoken, Xiang Ming immediately realized and covered his mouth. Chen Yuan looked at him with a pained expression, not understanding how he came to that conclusion. However, Chen Yuan didn't mind Xiang Ming's slip of the tongue. Instead, he nodded to Wang Zhe. Yes, this is little spirit. She is evolving. Wang Zhe and Xiang Ming exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock. They didn't expect that what they had always thought was a treasure turned out to be the little spirit they believed was already dead. As for why they had such an idea, it was because of the bloodstains on Chen Yuan and the absence of little spirit. They assumed little spirit had died, and Chen Yuan had suffered backlash, hence his current state. This was also the reason they didn't inquire further about little spirit's absence, as it was sensitive and could be seen as a low emotional intelligence behavior. But they didn't expect they had been wrong from the very beginning. What they thought was a treasure was merely the commotion caused by little spirit's evolution. Looking at the huge flower bud, both of them felt a mix of emotions. At the same time, they were struck by immense shock. Wang Zhe thought a lot more. Did the master choose the little spirit because he already knew about this evolution route that no one else was aware of? Did the master know about other routes as well? Could he request the master to help find the evolution route for his own pets in the future, and so on? On the other hand, Xiang Ming, who had a simpler mind, thought quite straightforwardly. That is, a little spirit that evolved with such a big commotion must be very strong. At the same time, he understood Chen Yuan's actions. Putting himself in Chen Yuan's shoes, he wouldn't choose to abandon his own pets either. After all, for most beast masters, their pets were not much different from family. I understand now, master, don't worry, we will stay with you. Xiang Ming changed his previous stance and expressed his commitment. Wang Zhe nodded in agreement. Chen Yuan felt warmth in his heart at their goodwill. You actually don't have to do this. Just helping me call a rescue team would be the greatest help. Wang Zhe shook his head at Chen Yuan's words, pointing at the flower bud. It's not good for this scene to be seen by others. Chen Yuan fell silent. Indeed, as Wang Zhe said, it was not good for this scene to be seen by others, especially by those with ulterior motives. If he were a high-level beastmaster or a legendary beastmaster above that, he naturally wouldn't fear those petty characters. Even a mid-level beastmaster could loosen up a bit. But as a low-level beastmaster, he had to be cautious. After all, not everyone follows the rules, and if someone unscrupulous came along to sneak attack, that would be troublesome. If it were just an attack on him, it would be fine. But what Chen Yuan feared most was that this trouble would affect his family. Chen Yuan didn't know that his worries were unnecessary. No one would dare to target his family because that would be a sure way to die. No one would dare interfere with his matters. Any news would be suppressed. After all, this secret realm belongs to the Chen family. Unfortunately, Chen Yuan was unaware of this, so he could only choose to be careful. As for the goodwill of Wang Zhe and Xiang Ming, Chen Yuan didn't say much more, silently keeping their help in mind. With the retreat route abandoned, everyone had to put all their thoughts into the battle. However, as the battle continued, the situation on the scene began to gradually deteriorate. Golden Shiny, the dual knife mantis, and the earth dragon were all starting to show signs of exhaustion. The Treant, on the other hand, was still full of vitality thanks to the feedback from nature, although its appearance was somewhat worse for wear, with broken branches and roots scattered on the ground. The stone golem remained the same, as an elemental creature. It had no concept of fatigue. However, after being shattered multiple times under concentrated fire, its recovery speed was slowing down. It was evident that it was nearing its limit. Just as the crisis was at hand, the flower bud that everyone was guarding began to bloom. A powerful aura began to sweep across the entire battlefield. Little Spirit had finally completed her evolution. Chapter 75. The revived forest. The flower bud bloomed, emitting an extremely rich energy. Instantly, it attracted the attention of all creatures present. A figure slowly stood up from the center of the energy flower in Chen Yuan's delighted gaze. It was Little Spirit. Her changes were not very significant. Her size had slightly increased, but not by much, and it was barely noticeable. In addition, she now wore a flower crown on her head and had a grass chain woven from green grass around her wrists. The strength she possessed was even more formidable than when she had contracted with Golden Shiny. Forest Spirit, insufficient level for evolution, attribute. With level, 15 species, fantasy type, fairy type, species level, Lord Talent 1. Child of the Forest, gains a 20 boost to all attributes when in a forest environment. Talent 2. Blessing of the Forest, increases the power of wood attribute skills by 30 skills. Chain Slap, Sing, Plant Summon, Plant Activation. Wrath of the Forest. The Forest Spirit is a fantasy-type fairy pet that evolved from a level 15 Lord level Forest Blessing ritual. It is a powerful wood attribute pet. A child of nature, capable of summoning and activating plants. Yes, this ritual evolution requires a Lord-level fairy. This is one of the main reasons why Chen Yuan finds this route impressive. After evolution, the species level of the little spirit has also been elevated. The original Lord species level has changed to Lord. The previously useless cute talents and adorable skills have disappeared. However, the slap and singing skills have been retained. Due to the slap being enhanced once, it has been hidden, only displaying chain slap. Upon completing its evolution, the little spirit immediately saw Chen Yuan being besieged. She became furious on the spot. Chirp! With her shout, the area suddenly began to shake. The unexpected tremor startled Xiang Meng and Wang Jia, who were staring blankly at the little spirit. The next moment, they witnessed a shocking scene. The nearby forest came to life. Trees rose from the ground, transforming into ants that began walking towards the little spirit. All wild pets blocking the way were attacked. Not only that, the grass by the roadside began to sway, instantly reaching out to bind the wild pets nearby. Beautiful flowers started to release toxic pollen, spreading into the group of wild pets. In an instant, many wild pets were caught off guard. The approaching ants chose to stomp on these weakened pets. As more and more plants awakened, the situation turned around. The wild pets, which originally had a numerical advantage, began to fall into a disadvantage. Normally, the little spirit would not be able to awaken so many plants. It would have been impressive for her to activate a few trees at once. The reason she could accomplish all this was mainly due to the ritual not being interrupted. She was still connected to the power of the entire forest, combined with the pure energy overflowing from the energy cubes directly invested by Chen Yuan. The exaggerated scene was created under many influences. Regardless of the reason, at least at this moment, this powerful force was under the little spirit's control. Chirp! The little spirit shouted again. A red light spread out. Wrath of the forest activated. All activated plants were covered in a layer of red light. The ants roared at the sky. Roar! They began attacking the wild pets at double their previous speed. The grass waved even faster. The speed at which the flowers released pollen increased significantly. Watching the scene before them, everyone was left in awe. The only thought in their minds was 3 words: too strong. Even Chen Yuan, the initiator of this evolution, was incredibly shocked by the little spirit's current power. And master, what level is this little spirit? This is just too strong. Xiang Meng stuttered in disbelief at the little spirit's power. Judging by the displayed strength, it should be level 4. Hiss! Xiang Meng gasped. From the aura they sensed, both of them could detect the 2nd-level aura on the little spirit. A 2nd-level spirit exhibiting the power of a 4th-level spirit shattered their worldview. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, who would dare believe such a thing existed? It's important to note that the 3rd and 4th levels are a watershed. The difference between the 4th level and the 3rd level is not just a small gap. All pets that enter the 4th level will generate an energy core within them. Combat power, vitality, defense, and all other attributes will see tremendous increases. One can say that a level 30 3rd level pet and a level 31 4th level pet are like children and adults apart. This is also why those at the 3rd level are all junior beast masters, while those at the 4th to 6th levels are intermediate beast masters. This explains why Xiang Meng and Wang Jia reacted this way. At that moment, Chen Yuan spoke up beside them. Actually, it's not as exaggerated as you think. The little spirit is just in a somewhat special state right now. Through the system, Chen Yuan could see the little spirit's status clearly. Connecting with the forest, all attributes and energy are greatly enhanced. Hearing Chen Yuan's words, the two let out a sigh of relief. I see, that was close. I almost lost my composure. While they were talking, the little spirit continued its slaughter of the wild pets. In the face of absolute power, they began to feel fear. The wild pets, which were not on the same side, started to scatter and flee. For them, if they didn't run now, they might not have the chance to escape later. Most importantly, after a terrifying monster burst out from the treasure, the enticing scent was gone. Now, only fear and death remained. Thus, the wild pets that had gathered here began to flee in all directions. However, even so, most of the pets could not escape. They were either tripped by the grass or poisoned and weakened from inhaling too much pollen. When the battle, or rather, the massacre, ended, the ground was already covered with thick piles of corpses. It was foreseeable that once Chen Yuan and the others left, there would be a feast for the wild pets here. Looking at the ground covered with pet corpses, the little spirit still felt unsatisfied. These guys dared to attack Chen Yuan. Just thinking about it made her angry. Although she was unwilling, the battle was over, and there was no point in kicking the dead. She began to withdraw her power. Activating such a large area was quite a burden for her, who had the entire forest assisting her at this moment. The ants began to root themselves back into the ground, returning to ordinary trees. The flowers stopped releasing pollen. The grass ceased to sway. Everything seemed to return to calm. Only the piles of corpses on the ground seemed to narrate everything that had just happened. Chapter 76. Preparing to make potions, happily hugging Chen Yuan's head, the little spirit rubbed her tiny head against Chen Yuan's face. This warm scene made Wang Zhe and Xiang Ming twitch their mouths, looking at the corpses scattered around, then at the little spirit at this moment. They truly couldn't connect the current little spirit with the killing machine from earlier. No matter how they thought, to Chen Yuan, the little spirit was still that familiar little spirit. Hee, little spirit, stop it, it tickles. Hearing Chen Yuan's words, the little spirit obediently stopped. Looking at the little spirit, so close, chirp. After causing a ruckus beside Chen Yuan for a while, the little spirit began to head towards the shiny golden one. She plopped down right on top of the shiny one. She reached out and patted it, signifying, thank you for your hard work. Seeing the two little ones getting along harmoniously, Chen Yuan smiled. Chen Yuan turned to Wang Zhe and Xiang Ming, expressing his gratitude once again. This time, I really owe you both for your help. Wang Zhe and Xiang Ming exchanged glances and forced a smile. Master, please don't say that. Actually, we didn't do much. It's all your. Wang Zhe paused, glancing at the little spirit who was on top of the shiny one. The meaning was quite obvious. Xiang Ming nodded in agreement with Wang Zhe's words. Yes, it's thanks to this flower bud. Your little spirit evolved, and my treant only evolved because of it. I even benefited from it. As for the two of them, Chen Yuan did not agree with their statements. It was indeed Xiao Ling who ultimately resolved this crisis. However, without their assistance, he probably wouldn't have been able to hold on until Xiao Ling completed her evolution. Chen Yuan was clear about this. Coincidentally, he had also promised to sell potions to the guards this morning. He decided to bring them some small gifts later. For now, he should at least help their beasts recover. With this in mind, Chen Yuan took out 4 bottles of recovery potions and handed them to the two. Since he only brought 6 bottles when he left home this morning, and after drinking 2 himself, it meant that these 4 bottles were given to Wang Zhe and Xiang Ming, leaving no recovery potions for Jin Shanshan. Fortunately, Jin Shanshan was still in good condition and did not have any serious injuries. After all, most of the damage was actually taken by Xiang Ming's pet stone golem and treant. No, it should now be called the treant guard. Compared to the previous treant, he had become more robust after evolving. In his treant form, he also had a wooden armor. Wang Zhe and Xiang Ming were momentarily stunned when they saw the potions Chen Yuan handed over. Wang Zhe cautiously asked, Master, what is this? Take it. This is a top-grade recovery potion, the same one you used before. After all, your pets got injured because of me. That can't be wrong, Chen Yuan replied. The two felt a warmth in their hearts and said nothing more, silently accepting the potions and heading towards their pets. Just as they were about to apply the potions to their beasts, Chen Yuan crouched down and gently stroked Jin Shanshan's head, saying softly, Cack. Jin Shanshan also understood that those 4 potions were needed more by the other 4 pets than by herself. Chen Yuan's words were light, but they were still heard by Wang Zhe and Xiang Ming. Their bodies trembled slightly, and they gritted their teeth, saying nothing more, just silently remembering this in their hearts. Compared to the double-bladed mantis and earth dragon swallowing and applying potions, the way the stone golem and treant guard used the potions was a bit special. The stone golem's body had a crack in the center, revealing its core inside. Many tiny cracks could be seen on the core, caused by previous injuries. Xiang Ming poured the potion Chen Yuan had given onto it. The potion was quickly absorbed by the core, and the cracks closed up. The treant guard absorbed it through a small root. After using the potions, Wang Zhe and Xiang Ming's pets began to recover at an extremely fast speed. The treant guard and earth dragon recovered in less than 10 seconds. However, the double-bladed mantis and stone golem took much longer. After all, these potions were only first-tier recovery potions, and even if they were of top quality, they would be significantly weakened when used on third-tier beings. Nevertheless, even so, the recovery speed of the potions made by Chen Yuan greatly amazed Wang Zhe and Xiang Ming. No matter how many times they watched, they couldn't help but marvel at the power of the potions created by Chen Yuan. After applying the potions, Wang Zhe and Xiang Ming put away the earth dragon and treant guard respectively. Master, do you have any plans next? Wang Zhe and Xiang Ming asked. Chen Yuan shook his head. No, I've already achieved my purpose today. Is there something wrong? Hearing Chen Yuan's words, the two quickly waved their hands. Oh, is that so? Then shall we go together? As soon as Chen Yuan said this, the two immediately nodded. Upon arriving at the fortress, Chen Yuan stopped. Seeing him suddenly halt, the two were puzzled. Master, what's wrong? Oh, I want to go over there for a moment. What about you? He pointed towards the sales area for secret realm items. The two exchanged glances. They wanted to follow, but since the sales area was primarily for selling items, they had to consider whether it would be inappropriate for them to go along. As if sensing their concerns, Chen Yuan said, if you have time, feel free to come over. It just happens to be related to you as well. After saying that, he walked towards the sales area. Seeing Chen Yuan say this, the two exchanged glances and followed him. Upon arriving at the sales area, The counter girl immediately stood up with a smile upon seeing Chen Yuan. Master Chen Yuan, is there something you need? Oh yes. I would like to buy some herbs and tree fruits directly from the secret realm fortress. I wonder if that is possible. After all, if he could buy directly, he wouldn't need to make another trip to the pet item trading center. Hearing this, Wang Zhe and Xiang Ming immediately understood. The master was going to make potions again. Their hearts ignited with excitement. The counter girl showed a troubled expression in response to Chen Yuan's inquiry. After all, secret realm resources were primarily provided to secret realm guards or sold to trading centers. Generally, private transactions were not conducted. Seeing the girl's troubled expression, Chen Yuan understood and was about to say goodbye when she spoke up. She cautiously looked at Chen Yuan and said, "How about this? Let me call and check." Hearing that there might be a breakthrough, Chen Yuan quickly nodded. "Thank you. No problem." After saying that, the counter girl dialed her superior's number. Coincidentally, it was Zhang Heng's secretary, Lu Tao, who answered the call. Upon hearing that Chen Yuan wanted to buy herbs and tree fruits, he naturally opened the green light. He quickly stated that whatever the master needed, he could have at a 20% discount. Seeing the smile on the counter girl's face, Chen Yuan understood that it was promising. After hanging up, the counter girl looked at Chen Yuan with a happy smile. "Master Chen Yuan, Secretary Lu agreed to your purchase and said everything would be at a 20% discount. Just write down what you need, and I'll go get it." While saying this, she pushed over some paper and a pen. Hearing that they agreed and offered a discount, Chen Yuan beamed with joy. He took the pen and began writing on the paper. He not only bought the herbs for recovery potions, but also for other potions, along with a batch of tree fruits. This was also to prevent the attention of some scheming individuals. After receiving the list Chen Yuan wrote, the counter girl handed it to a nearby staff member who was responsible for organizing supplies. He took the list, nodded after checking it, and walked into the back room. After a while, he came out carrying the herbs and tree fruits that Chen Yuan had purchased. After payment, Chen Yuan carried the large and small bags, leading Wang Zhe and Xiang Ming out of the secret realm. Chapter 77. The conditions for Xiaoling's second evolution after purchasing the materials they needed. The three of them left the sales area together and walked toward the outside of the secret realm fortress. On the way, they encountered many people who knew the three of them. They all greeted Chen Yuan. Of course, most of them were addressing Chen Yuan, the potion master. Those who recognized Wang Zhe and Xiang Ming looked surprised, not knowing when these two guys had gotten close to the master, and they seemed quite intimate. Coupled with the bloodied clothes on Chen Yuan, everyone seemed to understand something. Damn, these two guys actually backstabbed us. Secretly built a good relationship with the master. At the same time, everyone noticed the large and small bags that Chen Yuan was carrying. The herbs peeking out caught the attention of many interested people. They began to speculate whether the master was about to start making potions again. Thus, the three of them walked out of the secret realm fortress amidst the jealousy and speculation of the crowd. Upon exiting the fortress, Wang Zhe and Xiang Ming let out a sigh of relief. They felt the gazes of some friends were particularly piercing. After leaving the secret realm fortress, it was time for the three of them to part ways. Just as they were about to say goodbye, Chen Yuan spoke first. "If you have time the day after tomorrow, come to the secret realm at 2 p.m. While saying this, Chen Yuan lifted the bag containing the herbs. The meaning is quite clear. Both of them are not fools and naturally understand Chen Yuan's intentions, quickly nodding in agreement. "Definitely. Let's do it this way. See you the day after tomorrow. Goodbye, master. Take care." Chen Yuan turned to leave, waving at them while walking away. The two just watched until Chen Yuan's figure disappeared before they turned to leave. They felt a burning excitement inside, filled with anticipation for the day after tomorrow. Before heading home, Chen Yuan made a special trip to a clothing store near the secret realm. It must be said that this clothing store thoughtfully offered washing services. Of course, for an additional charge. For Chen Yuan, who was covered in blood scabs, they were quite accustomed to it. After all, most of the people who come here to buy clothes are those who have come out of the secret realm. Who doesn't have some injuries or blood? Compared to others whose clothes are in tatters, Chen Yuan was doing pretty well. After changing into the new clothes he bought, Chen Yuan took the big and small bags he had purchased and started walking home with Xiaoling. When he reached his doorstep, Chen Yuan took out his keys and was about to open the door when it swung open first. Standing behind the door was his mother, Chen Mu, holding a basket of vegetables, looking like she was about to go out to buy groceries. Chen Yuan instinctively hid the things he was carrying behind him. He didn't expect to run into his mom at such a convenient time. Sure enough, if you walk too much at night, you will always meet a ghost. Seeing Chen Yuan's sneaky appearance, Chen Mu sneered. "Don't hide it. Do you really think your little actions are unknown to others?" Chen Yuan was startled and laughed awkwardly. "Mom, what are you talking about? I don't understand." In response, Chen Mu just looked at Chen Yuan as if he were a fool. Chen Yuan was shocked. "No way. Didn't he always open the windows for ventilation? Are you thinking that since you opened the windows, there shouldn't be any smell?" Chen Yuan was shocked again. "Wow, Mom. Did you develop mind reading or something? You're guessing so accurately. It's not that I'm bragging. The smell is very faint, but I can still smell the medicine. Chen Mu had one more thing she didn't say, which was that even after he became a mid-level beast tamer, she would still be able to smell it. However, Chen Yuan also guessed it. After all, he had seen the level of the idiot parrot before. Seeing that Chen Mu had already found out, Chen Yuan stopped pretending. Mom, when did you find out? Oh, it was when you contracted Xiaoling. While saying this, she looked at Xiaoling beside Chen Yuan. This glance made her eyes light up, almost forming a shape of love hearts. Not bad, son. Did you weave this flower crown and grass chain? You have some skill. Xiaoling seems to have become cuter. Saying this, she hugged Xiaoling and rubbed her cheek against her. This was met with strong disdain from Xiaoling. She stretched out her hands to try to block Chen Mu's actions, but it was in vain. Because this was Chen Yuan's mother. Xiaoling didn't dare to push back with force. Chen Yuan ignored Chen Mu's reaction and actions towards Xiaoling, feeling a toothache instead. Wow, so my first time making potions was discovered by you. I thought I was hiding it well, waiting to amaze you all, but you already knew. Moreover, it was one thing that she knew, but she didn't say it directly. You're really my mom. Chen Yuan sighed and weakly asked Chen Mu, Mom, does my dad know about this too? To this, Chen Mu shook her head. Don't worry, this is only known to your mom. You're trying so hard to hide it. Your mom isn't that unromantic. Of course, if your dad knows, that's none of my business. Chen Mu thought of the conversation she had with her husband a few days ago about their son selling potions and couldn't help but chuckle to herself. Silly child. I wonder what your expression will be when you find out your dad is the leader of the insect forest secret realm. Sighing, she felt an unexpected sense of anticipation. While Chen Mu was lost in her thoughts, Xiaoling quickly seized the opportunity to break free. After escaping, she patted her chest, still feeling a bit scared. Chen Mu didn't mind this and turned to Chen Yuan. All right, I won't talk to you, this unlucky child, for too long. I need to go buy groceries. While saying this, Chen Mu walked out. Halfway, as if she remembered something, she turned back and added to Chen Yuan. By the way, be careful while doing those things. Don't blow up the kitchen. Just like before, clean up the mess after you're done, not like last time when I found out, and you didn't clean up. This made Chen Yuan's face twitch. Watching Chen Mu walk away, he shook his head. He didn't expect that he had already been discovered making potions. But that's fine. At least he wouldn't have to secretly make potions anymore. Just as Chen Yuan was thinking this, Xiaoling's feedback towards Chen Yuan strengthened once again. Both Chen Yuan and Xiaoling appeared quite calm because this was not the first time. Indeed, at this moment, Xiaoling's level was not 16 but 18. Chen Yuan speculated that it should be due to the residual energy from the ritual or from the large amount of energy blocks invested before the evolution. Or perhaps because Xiaoling had defeated many second-level pet beasts. In any case, this was a great thing for both Chen Yuan and Xiaoling entering the house. Chen Yuan directly placed the herbs he had bought in the kitchen. Later, he went to his room and took out a recovery potion. He summoned Jin Shanshan and used it on her. Chen Yuan's panel also displayed Jin Shanshan's level, 16. Yes. After yesterday's battle against the golden armored bees and today's attack from second-level pet beasts, Jin Shanshan had also reached level 16. This was still not fully digested. Once the results of the battles from these 2 days were digested, Xiaoling and Jin Shanshan's levels would rise again. After applying the potion to Jin Shanshan, Chen Yuan collapsed onto the bed. Reflecting on everything that had happened today, he couldn't help but sigh. What a narrow escape. Today was even more thrilling than yesterday's golden armored bees. It's all thanks to Wang Zhe and Xiang Ming. While he was lamenting, Chen Yuan suddenly remembered something. He hadn't yet checked Xiaoling's subsequent evolution route. Thinking this, he looked over at Xiaoling. In an instant, Xiaoling's panel information appeared before Chen Yuan's eyes. He clicked on Xiaoling's evolution route and was taken aback. There was only one evolution route. Although many pets have fewer evolution routes as they evolve, Chen Yuan didn't expect that Xiaoling's evolution route would only have one. Forest Spirit 35 Lord Level Nature Heart Nature Spirit. Seeing the conditions for the Nature Heart, Chen Yuan's expression changed as he thought of something. He hurriedly took out his phone and searched for the news about the Beginner Beast Tamer Cup. After finding it, he directly clicked on it and scrolled down. A sentence caught his eye. The top 3 in the finals can receive rare evolution items such as dragon scales, ancient carapaces, and nature hearts as prizes. Chen Yuan clenched his phone tightly. The only evolution route meant he had no choice. To evolve Xiaoling, Chen Yuan must win this Beginner Beast Tamer Cup. After all, nature hearts are too rare. If he misses this opportunity, who knows when the next one will come. Chapter 78. School Distributed Rewards. Chen Yuan lay on the bed for a while, lost in thought, before sitting up again. Forget it, why think so much? First, I need to make money, at least to secure Jin Shanshan's evolution. That way, the chances of winning will be a bit greater. That said, Chen Yuan felt a tremble in his liver just thinking about the evolution materials Jin Shanshan needed. The radiant gold ant needed 10 pounds of radiant gold plus 10 pounds of gold. The heavy armored gold ant required 100 pounds of gold. Among them, radiant gold is an extremely precious metal, the gold among golds, worth 4 to 5,000 per gram. Gold also costs around 400 per gram. As for the other evolution routes, Chen Yuan directly ignored them because, from his observations, these two were the best evolution routes available. The only downside is that it's expensive and burns money. The Yaojin ant costs around 30 million, while the heavy golden ant costs around 20 million. Thinking of this, Chen Yuan couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, he had mastered the money-making skill of potion making. Otherwise, he really wouldn't be able to afford the shiny gold. And this was just the first evolution. Who knows how much more money it would burn afterward. Chen Yuan stood up and opened a drawer, which contained a large number of potion bottles left over from before. Taking out about 100 empty bottles, Chen Yuan went to the kitchen. The herbs he purchased this time included 10 portions of first-tier recovery potion materials, 10 portions of second-tier recovery potion materials, 3 portions of second-tier burst potion materials, and 2 portions of second-tier energy potion materials. 1 portion of materials can produce about 10 bottles of potions. These herbs cost Chen Yuan around 200,000. And that was with a discount from the secret realm. Otherwise, he would have to spend at least 300,000 at the pet item trading center. Among them, the first-tier recovery potion herbs cost a little over 30,000. The majority of the cost was from the second-tier herbs. The price difference between tiers was a full 35 times. Chen Yuan first took out the herbs for the first-tier recovery potion to start making them. After all, this potion was the one he made the most and was most familiar with. With plenty of experience, Chen Yuan quickly completed the first batch of first-tier recovery potions. He immediately began the next batch. For the next period of time, Chen Yuan was continuously making potions. Unlike the first-tier potions, he was particularly careful when making the second-tier potions. This was because he had made a small mistake while making the second-tier recovery potion, resulting in 1 portion of materials being wasted. Finally, by the afternoon of the second day, Chen Yuan finished making all the potions and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He was finally done. Looking at the energy potions he had just completed, he smiled. Over the past 2 days, Chen Yuan had made 105 bottles of first-tier recovery potions, 89 bottles of second-tier recovery potions, 28 bottles of second-tier burst potions, and 20 bottles of second-tier energy potions. Each potion bottle had different labels on it. Yes, unlike the potions Chen Yuan sold before, this time he labeled the potions to indicate their tiers. Taking out the backpack he had used before, Chen Yuan also placed the newly made 20 bottles of energy potions inside. Of course, not all potions went into this bag. Chen Yuan kept 20 bottles of second-tier recovery potions and 8 bottles of burst potions for personal use. Naturally, he chose the best quality for himself. As for the energy potions, they were essentially a lower-tier version of energy cubes, so he didn't keep any. Immediately afterward, Chen Yuan collapsed onto his bed, pulled the blanket over himself. He was tired and wanted to rest well. After all, making potions was quite energy-consuming. The next day, Monday, Chen Yuan arrived at school. Before he even reached the classroom door, he heard everyone discussing excitedly. "I'm telling you, last Friday the teacher let us leave early because something happened with Lin Yu's group." "Is that true? Where did you hear that? Did you not see that these few people didn't come to class today?" Hearing this, everyone looked around and saw it was indeed the case. The members of Lin Yu's team were all absent. This immediately piqued everyone's interest, and they urged, "Do you have any news? Hurry up and tell us." Seeing everyone so curious, this student's desire to show off surged. "Come a little closer, I'll tell you secretly." Driven by curiosity, everyone leaned in closer. "I heard my cousin say that the Lin family is preparing for a very grand funeral recently. He just happens to work at Lin Yu's company, and my cousin's team leader has been asking them to work overtime for rehearsals these days to please the higher-ups. He complained about this in the family group, and that's how I found out." As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. "Is it true? Does that mean Lin Yu is dead?" "It's almost certain." Just as several people were discussing, Chen Yuan stepped into the classroom, causing the class to fall silent. It was as if the pause button had been pressed. It wasn't until Chen Yuan sat down at his desk that everyone returned to their senses. At his desk, Zhang Hao leaned over. Just as he was about to say something to Chen Yuan, the homeroom teacher, Xie Tu, walked in. He knocked on the door to attract everyone's attention. When he said this, everyone didn't have any special reaction. After all, it was common for a teacher to substitute classes. And this was also thanks to the 7 who were still lying at home recuperating and didn't come to class. Time flew by quickly, and soon it was time to leave school. "All right, today's class ends here. Chen Yuan, a few from your group stay behind, the rest can leave." The members of Chen Yuan's group exchanged glances. The rewards were coming. They quickly packed their bags. After Xie Tu organized the teaching materials, he spoke to the few of them. "Let's go." After saying that, he turned around and left, and the few of them immediately followed. Upon arriving at their exclusive office, Xie took out 8 packages. These are the rewards we discussed earlier, prepared according to the items you will need later, he said while handing them out to the group. To prevent any mix-up, the packages had their names written on them. Everyone was very curious about the items in their hands, but it seemed a bit awkward to open them directly in front of the homeroom teacher. After thinking for a moment, they dismissed that idea. All right, the rest of you can go out. I have something to discuss with Chen Yuan. Hearing this, the others exchanged glances but still complied with Xie wishes and left the office. After the others left, Xie gestured to Chen Yuan, "Open and take a look." Since the homeroom teacher had spoken, Chen Yuan naturally wouldn't be coy, and he was also quite curious about what was inside. It felt like opening a blind box, with a sense of inexplicable excitement. Opening the package and taking out the items, Chen Yuan's expression changed. It was simply too valuable. It was a 3-pound piece of Yaojin. Seeing Chen Yuan's expression, Xie was very satisfied. This is a special reward from the school for you. The school hopes you can use this piece of Yaojin to evolve your golden ant and win the championship of the Junior Beast Master Cup to bring glory to the school. Chen Yuan noted the advance and competition mentioned by Xie day. It meant the school was prioritizing investment in him, this potential stock, to gain honor. However, Chen Yuan felt a bit frustrated. He really wanted to tell Xie, "Who told you that evolving the golden ant only requires 3 pounds of Yaojin? It starts at 10 pounds, okay." Chapter 79, Brothers, Beat 'em Up. The school learned about the Yaojin requirement for the golden ant's evolution from a wealthy individual. This wealthy individual happened to raise a golden ant, and to give his golden ant more prestige, he specially crafted a crown made of Yaojin for it to wear. Its weight was precisely 10 pounds. He also spent a large amount of gold to create a small nest for the golden ant in his mansion. One day, his golden ant evolved into a Yaojin ant, and the crown on its head disappeared. Based on the Yaojin patterns that appeared on his golden ant, the wealthy individual concluded that it was the Yaojin that caused his golden ant to evolve. Regarding this matter, he chose to announce it publicly. This was an excellent bragging material. How could he hide it? However, he did not mention how much Yaojin he had spent. He only stated that it only required a small amount of Yaojin to evolve the golden ant. Yes, this wealthy individual only spoke about Yaojin. In his view, the evolution of the golden ant was solely due to Yaojin. He didn't even notice that the golden nest he made for the golden ant was also missing quite a bit of gold. One could only say that he was excessively extravagant. In Xietu's view, a little bit shouldn't be too much. A pound should be enough. After all, how much can you spend on a pet's first evolution? Spending a few million on a golden ant should be sufficient, right? It's worth noting that some other pets don't even cost anything for their first evolution. He thought this way, but when applying to the school, fearing it might not be enough, Xietu specifically requested an extra pound, which totals to 2 pounds. Unfortunately, the little bit that the wealthy dog owner thought was sufficient was quite different from the common understanding. One could only say that poverty limited his imagination. Upon learning of this, Principal Gao Hong, after understanding Chen Yuan's performance in the secret realm, made a decisive decision to change the 2 pounds to 3. Like Xietu, he was also worried it might not be enough. Moreover, even without a competition, having a good relationship with Chen Yuan wouldn't be a mistake. After all, he was the grandson of Chen Lao. One could say he would definitely be a big shot in the future, so making a good connection now was definitely worthwhile. Investing a little more now would yield great returns later. If it weren't for the ancestral teachings, there wouldn't even be a chance to invest. However, like Xietu, he was also limited in imagination by poverty. He never thought about how wealthy the dog owner who publicly announced the evolution of the golden ant truly was. Chen Yuan could only accept the 3 pounds of radiant gold with a smile. He couldn't say he still needed 7 more pounds, since the school was investing. Shouldn't the teacher chip in a bit more? How could he explain to others how he knew that? Would he have to say that he could see the evolution path and information, which meant he still needed 7 more pounds? What's the difference from courting death? It's fine to talk casually when you have strength, but speaking recklessly without it is just asking for trouble. Helplessly, Chen Yuan could only take the 3 pounds of radiant gold and walk out of the school. Upon reaching the school gate, he found several members of his team waiting for him. Zhang Hao saw Chen Yuan and immediately waved. "Hey, Chen Yuan, over here. What's up? Why haven't you guys left?" "Well, we don't have class this afternoon, so we're just waiting for you." "Did the homeroom teacher keep you for something?" "Not much. Just talked about the competition in over 10 days. Everyone nodded in understanding. After all, it would be strange if the teacher didn't ask someone as strong as Chen Yuan to participate. "Is there anything else? If not, I'll head off first." Seeing Chen Yuan about to leave, everyone exchanged glances, hesitant to speak. "You say it." "No, you say it." Watching the boys push each other, class monitor Lu Yuan stepped up. "Sai, let me say it. I really don't know what you guys are hesitating about. It's just a single sentence." Lin Miao nodded in agreement with Lu Yuan's words. After venting about the boys, Lu Yuan turned to Chen Yuan and said, "So, Chen Yuan, do you have time this afternoon? Everyone wants to go to the secret realm together. We were just waiting to ask if you're going." With Lu Yuan's words, everyone looked at Chen Yuan with eager eyes, hoping he would agree. However, Chen Yuan shook his head. "Sorry, I actually have something to do this afternoon. So it might not be convenient." "Oh, I see. Then there's nothing we can do." Hearing that Chen Yuan wasn't going, everyone felt a bit disappointed. After all, if Chen Yuan was there, they could delve deeper into the secret realm and be much safer. Now that Chen Yuan wasn't going, they could only choose to fight at the outer perimeter, pecking at each other like novice chickens. After waving goodbye, Chen Yuan headed home. When he got home, his mother had already prepared a sumptuous meal. Chen Yuan immediately dropped his backpack and sat down at the dining table. This action earned him a look of disapproval from his mother, who tapped his head. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Chen Yuan sat on the sofa in the living room, playing with his phone. It wasn't until 1:30 p.m. when the alarm rang that Chen Yuan got up, grabbed his backpack filled with potions from his room, and said, "Xiaoling, let us go to the secret realm." Moi? Opening the door, Chen Yuan walked out. The afternoon sun was particularly glaring. However, since it would soon be November, the weather was just right, not too hot or too cold. When Chen Yuan arrived at the entrance of the secret realm fortress, he immediately attracted a lot of attention. "Master, are you selling potions?" The guards let Chen Yuan and the small spirit on his shoulder pass without inspection. Just a few steps later, a commotion arose behind him. A guard directly blocked a group of people trying to re-enter the secret realm. "No, you've already been out today, you can't come back in. You can only enter the secret realm once a day." This left the people waiting in line stunned, and they quickly reacted, their faces darkening. "Once a day? When did the secret realm fortress have this rule?" "Exactly. You're just talking nonsense. I went back and forth 2 or 3 times yesterday." To this, the guard couldn't be bothered to pretend and directly laid out the facts. "Just set it in place. It was just established. Is there a problem? Damn. You just want to monopolize the Master-S potions. Brothers, what do you think?" "Exactly. Stop talking nonsense. Let us through quickly. I still want to buy the Master's potions." "That's right. Quickly move aside. We're all old friends. Don't make us take action." Faced with the threats, the guard felt a bit flustered but still warned sternly, "You're accusing me of wanting to monopolize. That's slander. And don't act recklessly. I'm a guard. And the consequences of fighting are serious. Don't get yourselves in trouble." "Damn, you're still pretending, right?" The other guards have all disappeared following the master. Facing the crowd in front of him, the lone guard's face turned ugly. However, thinking of the promise made by his teammates to bring him 2 bottles of potions for free, he gritted his teeth. "Damn it, it's just a bit of pain. Come on. I said, no one can enter." Seeing this guy like this, the crowd didn't hold back. "Brothers, let us take him down." Chapter 80. The potion market is too deep, you can't control it. The noise from outside the fortress attracted the attention of those inside, including Wang Zhe and Xiang Ming, who had been waiting there for a while. Although Chen Yuan had told them to meet at 2, they had arrived an hour early and were sitting around the table where Chen Yuan had sold potions last time. Some keen individuals chose to imitate them and also sat around where Chen Yuan had sold potions before. They remembered the intimate scene from 2 days ago when these two were with the master, plus the master had many herbs in his hands that day. Coupled with the fact that these two usually didn't stay in this spot, it was suspicious that they were here today. There must be something going on. They must have some insider information. The next scene directly confirmed their suspicions. Chen Yuan walked in with a backpack. This backpack looked familiar to everyone. It was the one Chen Yuan had used when selling potions before. However, the waiting crowd, including Wang Zhe and Xiang Ming, frowned slightly, because a few guards were accompanying Chen Yuan. At this moment, the guards beside Chen Yuan were fawning over him. "Master, this looks heavy. Let us help you carry it." Yes. Carrying such a big bag must be tiring for you, master." The crowd observing this scene had ugly expressions. "Damn, those pathetic sycophants." Ignoring the guard's kindness, Chen Yuan smiled and declined. "No way, with my current physique, even if you bring 10 of these bags, it's no problem." Surrounded by a few guards, Chen Yuan walked over to the crowd. Upon seeing so many people, Chen Yuan was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and said, "Looks like everyone is here today." In response to Chen Yuan's inquiry, the crowd exchanged glances, forcing themselves to speak. Actually, it's like this, we just happen to be a bit tired today. So we're resting here." "That's right, I feel the same, my legs are a bit sore." "Me too." No matter whether Chen Yuan believes it or not, Wang Zhe and Xiang Ming definitely don't believe it. Damn, just now they were desperately asking if the master was going to sell potions. Now they're pretending to be innocent, right? A bunch of old schemers. However, Chen Yuan didn't care. For him, selling the potions as quickly as possible was what mattered. He began to open his backpack, took out the potions inside, and placed them on the table. This caught everyone's attention. The few people who were already waiting here provocatively glanced at Wang Zhe and Xiang Ming. Look at you two. Refusing to admit it just a moment ago and playing dumb. If it weren't for my cleverness, I would have been fooled by you. Compared to these guys' arrogance. Wang Zhe and Xiang Ming felt very uncomfortable. At the same time, they worried that Chen Yuan might blame them. Alright, same old routine, everyone line up. By the way, half of this batch of potions are second tier, so they will be more expensive than last time, but the effects are better. I've written everything down. As Chen Yuan spoke, he took out a pre-written paper. It listed the prices and effects of the second tier potions. The price for second tier recovery potions is 3 times that of first tier ones. 30,000 for a regular, 45,000 for a good one, and 60,000 for an excellent one. The price for a regular second tier burst potion is also set at 30,000. The second tier energy potion, also of regular quality, is priced at 50,000, as it requires tree fruits, making it much more expensive. After Chen Yuan finished speaking, the guards who had been following him entered and lined up in front of him. This operation stunned the others. What the hell, what are you doing? Aren't you supposed to be guarding your posts? Why are you here? Damn, another group of idiots. No matter what everyone said, the guards remained unmoved. Their team leader pointed at the guards outside who were blocking others. I advise you to hurry, or else if they come in later. Whether you can buy anything is uncertain. He added, moreover, there are plenty of guards inside the fortress, you don't need to worry about that. I've already informed my brothers behind. Yes, upon learning that Chen Yuan was selling potions today, he had already notified the other guards. Even if someone with ill intentions sneaked in, they wouldn't get past the checkpoints behind. After all, the secret realm inspection involves more than just the entrance. When the people present followed the team leader's gaze, they immediately saw the crowd blocked outside the fortress, and they obediently kept quiet and lined up. Now is not the time to argue. Buying the potions first is the right thing to do. Otherwise, if that group of hungry wolves comes in, who knows if they can still buy anything? Just looking at their expressions, they don't seem like the type to adhere to martial ethics. Perhaps due to the external pressure. Everyone quickly bought the potions they wanted. They looked as if they would lose them if they delayed even a second. The actions of taking the goods and making payments were seamless and fluid. Soon it was Wang Zhe and Xiang Ming's turn. Master, we want, before they could finish. Chen Yuan interrupted them. You two go wait over there. This surprised the two, not understanding if it was because of the crowd that the master was upset. Which was why he said this. The others showed expressions of glee. Look at you two, trying to sneak away and not reporting it. Now you're getting your comeuppance. However, since Chen Yuan had spoken, the two could only walk dejectedly to the side. Watching others buy the master's potions one by one, they felt even worse. The ones who had finished buying the potions didn't leave. They stayed to watch the show, eager to see how the master would deal with Wang Zhe and Xiang Ming. Soon, all the potions Chen Yuan brought out were sold out. At this time, a large group of people rushed in from outside, along with a guard who had a bruised face. Seeing that the potions were all sold out, this group could only leave in disappointment. They had originally wanted to get closer to the master before leaving. However, upon seeing the potions in others' hands and their smug expressions, those who rushed in chose to leave directly. It's nothing, just feeling frustrated seeing the expressions of these little people who have achieved success. Before leaving, they still gave the guard blocking the way a few hits. After this group left, the other guards walked over to the beaten guard, looking at his bruised face. The team leader patted him on the shoulder. Good job, brother, this is what I promised you. Saying this, he took out 2 bottles of first-tier recovery potions. This made the guard's eyes light up. He quickly took them and put them away, repeatedly waving his hands. Not hard at all, Captain. Remember to call me next time there's such good fortune. Definitely. At this moment, the guard still didn't know that his captain and teammates had bought second-tier potions. If he knew, he probably wouldn't be so happy. The guard team leader sighed inwardly. Sigh, brother, second-tier potions are too deep, you can't handle it. Let me, your captain, take care of it. Meanwhile, on Chen Yuan's side. Alright, the potions are sold out. Wang Zhe, Xiang Ming, you two come over. Hearing Chen Yuan's words, the two, who were feeling down, walked up to him. They looked like withered eggplants. This immediately piqued the interest of those still present. They wondered if the good show was about to start. However, the next scene greatly surprised them. Chen Yuan pulled out 2 bags of packaged plastic bags from his backpack. Inside were 5 bottles of second-tier recovery potions, 5 bottles of second-tier burst potions, and 5 bottles of energy potions. While speaking, he handed them over to the two. You two take these. Chapter 81. Jealousy drives a wedge between people. The onlookers were dumbfounded. Shouldn't the master be teaching them a lesson? How did it turn into the master giving them reserved potions? Was there a mistake here, or were they actually dreaming and hadn't woken up? No matter what others thought. At least Wang Zhe and Xiang Ming were deeply moved. They quickly took out their phones, preparing to transfer money to Chen Yuan. Seeing their actions, Chen Yuan waved his hand. No need for money. These are my thanks to you for your previous help. Upon hearing this, the two were stunned. Others were even more envious and jealous. They suddenly felt that the potions in their hands weren't as appealing anymore. The master not only reserved potions for them, but also gave them away for free. Meanwhile, they had worked hard just to snatch 2 or 3 potions. Just thinking about it made them feel miserable. However, they were feeling miserable too early. Soon they would feel even worse. Regarding the bags, Chen Yuan handed over. Wang Zhe was the first to wave his hand. We really didn't do anything last time. It was all solved by the master himself. Xiang Ming nodded repeatedly. That's right. It was all solved by the master himself. Speaking of which, it was thanks to you that my tree evolved. How could I dare to accept your thanks? As soon as Xiang Ming said this, the crowd of onlookers widened their eyes. What did they just hear? Evolved. Because of the master. The already jealous crowd immediately turned red-eyed, glaring at Xiang Ming. Damn it, it turns out these two didn't just sneak away. It seems they also gained quite a bit behind the scenes. Now the master is even giving them potions for free. Thinking about this, the onlookers felt a pang in their hearts. What exactly were they staying for? Wasn't it to watch the fun? How did it turn out like this? Wang Zhe's teeth ached. You idiot. Is that something you can say? Consider this a plea. Lock your mouth. Don't blurt everything out. Xiang Ming, the instigator, also sensed something was off. He felt a bit of a chill behind him. Turning his head, he saw a group of people looking at him with murderous intent. The red light in their eyes was particularly eerie and terrifying. When they noticed Xiang Ming turning around, they all revealed amiable smiles. Xiang Ming swallowed hard. He felt as if he might be in trouble. Chen Yuan, seeing Xiang Ming's thoughtless behavior, was also speechless. Chen Yuan shook the bag containing the potion in his hand and said, "All right, take it. My hand is sore." Wang Zhe and Xiang Ming understood that given Chen Yuan's pet strength, the enhancement provided was such that even if he held it for half a day, he wouldn't get tired. This was just Chen Yuan's way of wanting them to accept it. This warmed their hearts once again. Considering that it would indeed be inappropriate to refuse again, the two reached out to take the bag from Chen Yuan's hand. However, they still felt guilty and wanted to transfer money to the master. They didn't put away their phones. As if sensing their thoughts, Chen Yuan said, "Don't think too much. This is a token of gratitude for you. Of course, if you find the gift too light, then just pretend I didn't say anything." Wang Zhe and Xiang Ming quickly waved their hands in response. "No way, master, you're overthinking it. Yeah, these things are too precious. Then just accept it. If you don't want it, you can throw it in that trash can over there." Saying this, Chen Yuan pointed to the trash can at the entrance of the secret realm fortress. Although he knew these two wouldn't be foolish enough to waste such things, some onlookers still moved toward the trash can. What if someone really was that stupid? However, these unrealistic expectations were bound to be disappointed. After all, no one was that foolish. At least, Wang Zhe and Xiang Ming weren't among them. Seeing Chen Yuan so resolute, the two no longer insisted and silently kept the master's kindness in their hearts. Satisfied with their acceptance of the token of gratitude, Chen Yuan nodded. "That's more like it. Let's call it a day for now." While saying this, Chen Yuan picked up his backpack. Everyone understood that the potions were sold out and the master was about to leave. However, what Chen Yuan did next was not what they had expected. He walked to the sales area. Before long, he came out again with a large pile of bags filled with various herbs. There was no choice to evolve Golden Flash. Chen Yuan still had a significant funding gap. With the 5 million earned today, plus the previous 4 million, there was still a gap of over 13 million. This was still based on the premise that the school rewarded him with 3 gene of radiant gold, saving over 7 million. No matter how Chen Yuan thought about it, everyone present was wide-eyed with excitement. As long as they saw Chen Yuan like this, they understood that the master would definitely come back to sell potions in a few days. Some who only managed to buy a first-tier recovery potion due to being at the back of the line were even more determined to guard this spot for the next 2 days. Next time, they would get second-tier potions no matter what. Meanwhile, a few people, including Zhang Hao, witnessed the entire process from a distance. They were originally preparing to enter the secret realm through the mirror gate, but were attracted by the commotion at the entrance. Turning their heads, they saw Chen Yuan carrying a backpack, surrounded by several guards, walking in. Driven by curiosity, they didn't immediately enter the secret realm, but became part of the onlookers. Albeit at a more peripheral position, they still witnessed the whole process. Once Chen Yuan's figure completely disappeared, they sighed. Chen Yuan is really amazing. Yeah, not only strong, but also able to make potions. Did you hear? Chen Yuan even helped that person's pet evolve. Yeah. I wonder when we will achieve what Chen Yuan has now. Alright, enough talk. Let's go. What's the use of thinking so much? If we want to catch up with Chen Yuan, we need to take action to become stronger. Saying this, Lu Yuan stepped into the secret realm first. Hearing her words, everyone exchanged glances and nodded. Yeah, why think so much? Only action is the hard truth. With this in mind, they all followed suit and stepped into the secret realm. After Chen Yuan left, the group that had been buying potions did not disperse. They had now surrounded Wang Zhe and Xiangming. Wang Zhe, Xiangming. Honestly confess what you did. Yeah, don't try to gloss over it. It's one thing that the master gave you potions, but you even let your pet evolve, right? Quickly clarify. Don't think you can fool us. Our eyes are sharp. Looking at the crowd surrounding them, Wang Zhe sighed deeply. These were familiar faces, and some were friends of the two, with good relationships. Xiangming lowered his head, feeling that it was all due to his big mouth that led to this. Helpless. The two ultimately chose to confess. Of course, they completely concealed the matter of the little spirit's evolution and significantly downplayed the situation, only saying that they happened to pass by and help the master a bit. The crowd chose to believe them, but knew this wasn't the whole truth. However, seeing that the two were adamant about this, everyone had no choice but to let them off the hook. Meanwhile, LV Tao arrived outside Zhang Heng's office door and knocked. Come in. He stood at Zhang Heng's desk and reported, Report. Zhang Heng put down the pen in his hand, crossed his arms, and looked up at LV Tao, saying, Speak, what's the matter? It's like this, Commander. We've confirmed that Lin Pengfei indeed has plans to strike at Master Chen Yuan. I've arranged for the strongest personnel in the ghost system within the secret realm to go for assassination. We should have results in about 1 or 2 hours. Hearing this, Zhang Heng nodded in satisfaction. Good. All right, I understand. You can go. Saying this, Zhang Heng picked up his pen again and started reviewing documents. After waiting for a while, Zhang Heng did not hear the sound of the door closing. He looked up in confusion and found that LV Tao had not left. For some reason, Zhang Heng felt this scene was particularly familiar. He frowned and asked, What's wrong? Do you have something else? Seeing the expression on his commander's face, LV Tao gritted his teeth. Commander, are you really not considering cooperating with the master? Zhang Heng revealed an expression of I knew it would be this question. At the same time, the veins on his forehead throbbed slightly. Damn it, is my speech useless? You keep bringing this up again and again. If I weren't afraid of scaring you, I'd just tell you directly that you are targeting your own commander. Let me ask you, are you scared? Are you flustered? If you're not scared or flustered, that's fine. I believe once you see his 18-pack abs of the 7th tier shrimp, you'll definitely change your mind. Seeing that his commander was about to explode again, LV Tao hurriedly said, It's like this, Master Chen Yuan just came to sell potions again. As soon as these words came out, they immediately extinguished Zhang Heng's anger. He looked astonished, his face saying, Are you kidding me? Are you saying that kid Chen Yuan is here to sell potions again? LV Tao didn't speak, just nodded. All right, I understand. You can go. Commander, won't you consider it? In response, the hot-tempered Zhang Heng's reaction was very straightforward. The veins on his forehead throbbed again. What's wrong? Do I need you to teach me how to do my job? Seeing his commander about to explode again, LV Tao thought for a moment and chose to do the same as before. A wise man doesn't suffer immediate losses. He slipped away. After LV Tao left, Zhang Heng took out his phone. He planned to notify the troublemaker's parents as he did last time, to prevent the troublemaker from causing issues here, as he would have to bear the consequences. The call to Chen's father quickly went through. Hello, is this Zhang Heng? What is the matter with your call? Damn it. If it weren't for your son causing trouble, would I even want to call you? Zhang Heng thought this, but dared not say it out loud. Instead, he spoke softly. Oh, Commander, it's like this. Your son has been selling the medicine from home at the fortress. Do you know about this? As he said selling, Zhang Heng lowered his voice, afraid of provoking his commander and bringing trouble upon himself. After all, if he had a son like that, he would have slapped him half to death long ago. However, Zhang Heng soon changed his perspective. Oh, your son Chen Yuan is selling medicine again? Yes. I heard from El Tao that he sold quite a bit. Oh, let him sell then. After all, that kid is doing it himself. Didn't I mention this to you last time? Zhang Heng. What do you mean doing it himself? Isn't he's stealing from home? Are you out of your mind? When did you ever tell me this? Zhang Heng was frustrated. If he weren't afraid of being outmatched by Chen's father, he would confront him directly. He suddenly felt like an idiot for rejecting El Tao's suggestions so many times. After all, the guardians of the secret realm were also in need of potions, as evidenced by the empty shelves whenever the goods arrived. At the same time, he felt his son was losing his charm. He used to think his son was quite exceptional, but now, compared to the commander-esque kid, he felt somewhat lacking. Zhang Heng began to ponder whether this was the power of raising a child in poverty. Maybe he should cut back on his son's allowance. Meanwhile, someone far away had no idea that Chen Yuan's excellence had caused his once ample allowance to take a nosedive, from a carefree rich kid to counting pennies. He wondered if he would ever thank Chen Yuan, this butterfly, for flapping his wings and sending his allowance crashing down. Just as Zhang Heng was lost in thought, Chen's father spoke again. Is there anything else? If not, I'm hanging up. Zhang Heng. Damn it. Isn't this fortress mine too? Don't you care at all? Zhang Heng put down the phone and sighed. What could he do? Having such a commander left him feeling quite hopeless. After calming down a bit, Zhang Heng picked up the phone again and called El Tao. He didn't say much on the call, just asked El Tao to come over. Soon, El Tao received the message and arrived at the Deputy Commander's office again. As he walked in, he saw Zhang Heng with a gloomy expression, which made El Tao's throat tighten. He had a bad feeling. Even a blind person could see that Zhang Heng was in a bad mood. El Tao, you said Chen Yuan has been selling potions, right? He sold some today, didn't he? El Tao forced a smile and nodded. Yes, Commander. He just sold some potions not long ago. Zhang Heng nodded, and the next second, he slammed the table. Damn it, he is selling potions. And you didn't collect any? You know how much we need potions. El Tao. This left El Tao completely bewildered. What is going on? But he quickly reacted. Commander, I mentioned it before, but you disagreed. As he continued, El Tao's voice grew softer. What do you mean I disagreed? Just because I disagreed, you didn't collect? What's wrong? Do you need to ask me for permission to eat and drink too? What could El Tao say to such a Zhang Heng? He could only take it. Fine, you're the boss. Whatever you say is right. After venting a few frustrations, Zhang Heng felt much better. Suddenly, he seemed to understand his commander a bit. All right, that's it. You can go now. Remember to collect all that kid's potions next time. After saying this, Zhang Heng closed his eyes and leaned back in his chair. El Tao also breathed a sigh of relief. He just wanted to leave to avoid being scolded again. He didn't waste time and took out the newly bought herbs to start making new potions. Chapter 83. Outwitting the air in the next 2 days. Chen Yuan stayed at home making potions. Since he had to go to school in the morning, he could only make potions in the afternoon. Just like 2 days ago during the holiday, Chen Yuan completed the production in just 2 days. With the increase in the number of potions made, Chen Yuan had significantly improved his speed and quality in making second-tier potions. After checking his backpack filled with potions and confirming everything was in order, he picked it up and slung it over his shoulder. Xiaoling, let us go. Meow. Chen Yuan put on his shoes, closed the door, and set off toward the secret realm fortress. On the way, he was calculating the profits from this batch of potions. After a rough estimate, he realized that this time he didn't keep any potions for himself, didn't give any away, and didn't have any failures. Therefore, he expected to earn about 8 million, which was 3 million more than the previous 2 days. Moreover, because he was more skilled, the quality had improved a bit. While calculating the profits, Chen Yuan couldn't help but exclaim, damn, alchemists really make money, or rather, they rob people. Spending over 200,000, nearly 300,000 on materials and turning it into 8 million worth of goods was mind-blowing, yielding a 30-fold profit with a return rate of 3,000. If capitalists saw this, they would be drooling. At that moment, Chen Yuan had no idea that the high price of potions was not just due to their rarity, but also because of their low success rates. Generally speaking, it takes years for an alchemist to learn how to make potions and successfully produce even the most basic ones. Some people never learn to make potions in their lifetime. This ties back to the previously mentioned beast mastery, which refers to soul power. These people waste time, money, and a lot of herbal materials in the process. On the other hand, those who succeed in mastering the craft and successfully produce potions only have a success rate of 10 to 40. Achieving 40 is something only masters who have been making potions for many years can do. This is speaking of low-tier potions. Higher-tier potions see an exponentially decreasing success rate. Chen Yuan's high success rate is mainly due to the system's recipes and his unique talent or soul power. Because he is self-taught and hasn't thoroughly understood all this, Chen Yuan is not too aware of these insider details. Since his success rate is extremely high, he naturally assumes that others are the same. Fortunately, so far, no one has noticed Chen Yuan's outrageous success rate. However, as soon as someone knowledgeable in these matters collects data and observes closely, they will certainly discover Chen Yuan's extraordinary qualities. After all, the rate at which he buys herbs and sells potions is alarmingly high. Fortunately, Chen Yuan's material sources have shifted to the secret realm. Even if someone notices something off, Zhang Heng will help suppress it all. Zhang Heng wouldn't even suspect Chen Yuan. He would only associate it with Chen's father and the old man Chen. After all, if you tell him this is the work of a 16-year-old kid, you're the one being foolish. Don't drag me into this. Just like last time. As soon as Chen Yuan arrived at the entrance of the secret realm fortress, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. The crowd lit up. Those who had suffered at the door last time quickly reacted and rushed to the entrance, preparing to enter. And he looked at the guards with a provocative gaze. You think you can block me? If the master can't get in, you won't have it easy either. The guards showed no reaction. They simply checked their identification with blank expressions and let them pass. The group that had been blocked at the door strutted in like victorious roosters, then immediately stopped, excitedly waiting for Master Chen Yuan's arrival. It was settled. Today would definitely be the day to buy the master's potions. Chen Yuan arrived at the entrance of the secret realm and, relying on his identity as a potion master, was able to pass through with a facial recognition check. Unlike the treatment others received, Chen Yuan was welcomed with smiles from everyone and the guards. Master, you're here. Master, please come in. Master, be careful. That bastard dropped a plastic bag here. If you accidentally step on it and fall, can you hold them accountable? As Chen Yuan passed through the checkpoint, the crowd waiting behind the door became excited. They rushed to greet him, while several others kept an eye on the checkpoint outside, waiting for the guards to perform their blocking act again. Of course, those who had already entered were in a good mood, ready to enjoy the show. Being blocked was unpleasant, but thinking about others being stuck outside gave them a bit of excitement. However, the next scene greatly exceeded their expectations. The guards did not put on the blocking act at all. They simply checked the proof and let everyone through. Those who had been blocked yesterday were confused. What the hell? Why aren't they blocking? Were they targeting us yesterday? This ignited their anger. However, seeing Chen Yuan walking in, they suppressed their fury. Damn it, the master is here. I'll let it go for now. Once the master leaves, I'll settle the score with you bastards. As soon as Chen Yuan stepped into the secret realm fortress, the previous guard captain approached cautiously and said, Master, our secretary LV wants to see you. Chen Yuan did not know LV Tao, even though LV had helped him a few times in secret without personally showing up. What is the matter? He wants to discuss some potion matters with you. Hearing this, Chen Yuan's expression changed slightly as he thought of some unpleasant scenarios, like the coercion, price suppression, and forced buying often depicted in dramas and novels. However, after some consideration, he nodded. All right. After all, he was still too weak and shouldn't offend such a big shot. So even if he really encountered forced buying, Chen Yuan didn't mind temporarily backing down. Let them know what it means to have 30 years east of the river and 30 years west of the river. It must be said that Chen Yuan was overthinking. The situation was not at all as he imagined. Just as he mentioned LV Tao, he arrived. As soon as Chen Yuan reached the door, LV Tao received the notification. He couldn't afford to keep Chen Yuan waiting. Although LV Tao did not know Chen Yuan's identity, he could see something from Zhang Heng's attitude toward him. At the very least, he was definitely someone impressive. Not to mention, he needed something from Chen Yuan. When LV Tao arrived at the scene, the guard captain had just finished telling Chen Yuan that Secretary LV wanted to meet him. As soon as he finished speaking, the captain saw LV Tao walking out of the fortress. This made the captain feel a sense of admiration. A master is a master. Face matters. Since Chen Yuan was facing away from LV Tao, he did not notice him. However, seeing the captain's astonished expression, he curiously turned around to look. A well-mannered man wearing glasses approached him with a smile. Hello, Master Chen Yuan. I am LV Tao, Secretary to Deputy Commander Zhang. I would like to discuss some matters regarding potions with you. This scene made Chen Yuan realize that his earlier assumptions about Secretary LV were wrong. At the very least, a person who resorts to cunning wouldn't be so polite. Chen Yuan also noticed that when LV Tao extended his hand, he slightly bent his back. Understanding that he had overthought the situation, Chen Yuan extended his hand and shook LV Tao's hand. Of course. Chapter 84. Deeply touched crowd, Chen Yuan followed LV Tao into his office. LV Tao first poured a glass of water for Chen Yuan and then sat down opposite him. Chen Yuan thanked him as he took the water, then fell silent, waiting for LV Tao to speak. LV Tao got straight to the point without any small talk. Master Chen Yuan, we hope to purchase all the potions you have, and for that, we are willing to offer a 10 premium. Yes. LV Tao directly said they were willing to pay a premium for the purchase. After all, the secret realm had plenty of money and could be said to be overflowing with wealth. Although the insect forest was just a beginner secret realm, its output was astonishing. Every day, the secret realm made a fortune just by purchasing and reselling resources sold to it by others. The secret realm lacked money but needed potions. Or rather, everywhere in this world lacked potions. He also had his own little scheme, which was to get on Chen Yuan's good side. Both Chen Yuan's potion-making skills and the unknown forces behind him were worth doing so. If he weren't just a secretary with insufficient power, he would even want to offer more. Chen Yuan did not expect the other party to offer a premium right off the bat, which left him somewhat stunned. Wow. While others usually try to lower prices for bulk purchases, you're doing the opposite, huh? But it must be said that this action of LV Tao significantly boosted his standing in Chen Yuan's eyes. The originally well-mannered image, now coupled with the willingness to voluntarily increase the price, turned him into a big benefactor. If Zhang Heng saw this scene, he would definitely pat LV Tao on the shoulder and say, young man, you're paving a broad path for yourself. The offered premium was quite tempting for Chen Yuan. After all, who would want to earn less if they could earn more? However, after a moment of silent contemplation, Chen Yuan only said 2 words. No deal. LV Tao was very confident in the price he offered, so as soon as Chen Yuan spoke, he immediately responded, you can. But then he quickly realized that Chen Yuan was saying no deal, which surprised him. He couldn't understand why Chen Yuan would refuse. The price was high, and it could save him a lot of time. Why wouldn't he want to do it? Master, may I ask why you refuse? To be honest, Secretary LV, The price you offered is indeed very tempting. Then what do you mean? It's nothing. I just feel that if I agree to you, it feels like betraying everyone who bought my potions before. Although at first, everyone had their doubts about Chen Yuan's potions, that was normal behavior. Even Chen Yuan would have the same attitude towards products without a brand. They had all left a deep impression on Chen Yuan. Although he loved money, he did not want to give up something for the sake of money. This statement left LV Tao silent, and he looked at Chen Yuan with a newfound respect. A phrase flashed through his mind. Wealth cannot corrupt, poverty cannot move, and power cannot bend. This is what it means to be a true gentleman. However, he was soon troubled again. He indeed admired Chen Yuan's actions, but what should he do now? If this deal fell through, he would likely be scolded by Commander Zhang. And being scolded by Commander Zhang was a minor issue. The real concern was those secret realm guards who died due to a lack of potions. Perhaps due to the pressure, an idea suddenly struck LV Tao. The master suggested this. How about the Mystic Fortress uniformly purchases your potions, still at the original 10 premium, but taking out 50 to sell at the Mystic's potion sales place to everyone coming to the Mystic at your original price? Chen Yuan was surprised that Lu Tao would propose such a condition unfavorable to himself. However, even so, Chen Yuan still felt a bit hesitant inside. As if sensing Chen Yuan's hesitation, Lu Tao continued, Master, we are taking 50 for the benefit of everyone coming to the Mystic. Our Mystic has the task of exterminating beast pets and rescuing others in danger, needing potions more than anyone else. Sometimes, a potion on the battlefield can determine the lives of those on the battlefield and those being rescued. For their lives, I implore you to sell the potions directly to us. While speaking, he made a gesture of bowing in supplication to Chen Yuan. This speech touched Chen Yuan's heart. He initially thought the other party wanted to monopolize the potions, but unexpectedly, it was like this. This greatly increased Chen Yuan's favorability towards Lu Tao. Since that's the case, let us do it this way, and there's no need for the markup. Master, you can take this money to reward those rescue teams. I don't want to earn money from these heroes. It would make me feel guilty. While speaking, Chen Yuan smiled. He directly took out all the potions from his backpack and placed them on the table. Lu Tao's eyes lit up at the sight of these potions. These are all life-saving items. After exchanging the potions and payment, Chen Yuan prepared to get up and leave. Lu Tao hurriedly stood up. I'll see you off. Chen Yuan naturally refused, but under Lu Tao's insistence, he had no choice but to accept. Originally, the crowd waiting to buy potions saw Chen Yuan entering the fortress, accompanied by someone in a Mystic member uniform, starting to walk towards the exit of the Mystic. And the Master's bulging backpack suddenly deflated, which made their faces turn pale. There was no doubt that all of the Master's potions had been purchased by the Mystic. It's over. The Master's potions have all been bought by the Mystic. Will we not be able to buy the Master's potions in the future? Sigh, hard to say, but it's likely. Why did the Master sell all the potions to the Mystic? Can't he leave a little? Some conspiracy theorists even speculated whether the Mystic had threatened the Master, which is why he sold the potions to the Mystic Fortress. Just when this little complaint was made, Lu Tao, who had just finished seeing off Chen Yuan, overheard it. His face darkened immediately. He walked directly to this person. Apologize. Lu Tao, who had just witnessed Chen Yuan's noble character and was deeply impressed, could not tolerate these people's complaints about Chen Yuan. His words made the faces of those present turn very ugly. After all, it is uncomfortable for anyone to be inexplicably asked to apologize. Moreover, this person voiced the thoughts of many. What do you mean? Is the Mystic Fortress so overbearing? Buying all the potions is one thing, but I can't even complain a bit. Isn't he just saying a word? You're acting like this. Is it that you also threatened the Master? That's right, you must have forced the Master. Noticing the situation, some guards began to approach. In response, Lu Tao waved his hand to stop them. Then he turned to these people and continued, I'm not asking you to apologize to the Mystic Fortress, but to the Master. This sentence stunned everyone. Lu Tao didn't give them a chance to react and continued, what you said about threatening the Master is nonsense. I bought the Master's potions at a price 10 higher than the Master's price. The reason I asked you to apologize is that the Master refused because he considered you, but you guys are here talking bad about the Master. As he spoke, Lu Tao scanned the group of people in front of him with his gaze, and those who were met by his gaze lowered their heads. The people present were greatly shocked. They did not expect the Master to make such sacrifices for them, and they were doubting the Master here, making everyone feel ashamed in an instant. However, at that moment, someone noticed a point of doubt. Wait, you said the Master refused. So why did the Master's backpack deflate? Don't tell me it wasn't you who threatened the Master. As soon as this was said, everyone immediately reacted. The feelings of gratitude for Chen Yuan's actions all turned into anger, looking at Lu Tao with fierce eyes. If he didn't give an explanation, the crowd would immediately make him pay. The crowd's gaze put immense pressure on Lu Tao, but he bore the pressure and spoke. That's because, at the Master's insistence, I proposed a compromise. Then Lu Tao began to explain the arrangements made with Chen Yuan and stated that the Master S potions would be sold at the potion sales place. He also explained that the mystic needed potions to provide to the rescue team to save more lives. It was precisely for this reason that the Master agreed to his request. In fact, the Master even refused the 10 markup because it was to reward the rescue team. This is the situation. Do you have any questions? The more emotional women's eyes turned red instantly. Meanwhile, some men raised their heads, not wanting others to see the corners of their eyes. Most of the people present had been helped by the rescue team, or their relatives had experienced being rescued. After all, although the mystic seemed harmless, it was actually fraught with danger. How could one grow stronger without encountering a few dangers along the way? Therefore, they had no objection to the allocation for the rescue team and dared not voice any dissent. Seeing this scene, Lu Tao no longer said much. He simply left the sentence and departed. Remember not to act like this. The Master is much broader-minded than you think. They silently kept the Master's goodness in their hearts. After this incident, Chen Yuan's prestige was once again elevated, even leading to the formation of many small groups supporting Chen Yuan, including quite a few members of the Mystic Guards. Chapter 85. The Hidden Trait of the Forest Elf. The next day, after lunch, Chen Yuan went to the Mystic again. Unlike yesterday, Chen Yuan was not there to sell potions today, but to train in the Mystic. After a few days of rest, Xiao Ling and Jin Shanshan had fully absorbed the results of the previous 2 battles. At this time, Xiao Ling's level had reached level 20, just 1 level away from the 3rd tier. Jin Shanshan had also reached level 18, and after leveling up 2 more times, it could begin its first evolution. Although Jin Shanshan still had a gap of several million in evolution resources, Chen Yuan didn't mind. After all, making another batch of potions was a small matter. It was better to let Jin Shanshan and Xiao Ling fight first, accumulate enough combat experience, and slowly digest it before making potions. This way, he could maximize the use of time to strengthen his pets. Arriving at the entrance of the Mystic, Chen Yuan noticed that the Mystic Fortress was different from before. It wasn't that the fortress had changed overnight, but rather that people's gazes had changed. Chen Yuan noticed that many people were looking at him with great respect. The guards were especially so. Although people had respected Chen Yuan in the past, it was not to the extent seen today. This left Chen Yuan puzzled, as he had no idea about Lu Tao's angry reprimand towards the crowd after he left yesterday. If previously everyone respected Chen Yuan for his abilities, now they admired his character even more. As Chen Yuan passed through the inspection point and entered the fortress, everyone who saw him stopped what they were doing and paid him their respects. This left Chen Yuan even more confused. Everyone seems a bit strange today. They don't speak or greet each other, just stare at me intently. Just like that, under everyone's gaze, Chen Yuan walked towards the mirror gate. When he reached the mirror gate, the several guards in front of it saw Chen Yuan and all bowed to him. Master, we represent all the brothers of the rescue teams to thank you. This made Chen Yuan feel relieved. After all, he had been under the intense scrutiny of everyone. The psychological pressure on Chen Yuan was immense. As for the gratitude from the few people, he took it as a thank you for the priority in providing potions. It must be said that Chen Yuan was mistaken. Or rather, while they were indeed thankful for this, more importantly, they were grateful for Chen Yuan's 10 funding. Eltao did not take that 10 for himself just because Chen Yuan didn't want it. Instead, he distributed it to the members of the rescue teams, and also to the families of those who had fallen in the rescue teams. Although the amount divided was not much, only a few hundred for each person, it still warmed everyone's hearts. Chen Yuan glanced at the people behind him and quietly asked the guards in front, "What is going on?" This question stunned the guards, and then they all laughed. This left Chen Yuan even more confused. "Master, don't overthink it. This is just everyone showing respect for you." Although Chen Yuan didn't quite understand what they meant, he took it as they said. He shook his head, no longer thinking about it, took a step forward, and crossed into the mirror gate. After a dizzying spin, Chen Yuan found himself back on familiar grass. This time, he didn't choose his usual spot, but opted for a different route. This was because Chen Yuan subjectively felt that the beasts on that route had been nearly wiped out by the recent evolution of the little spirit. In fact, things were as he thought, but also different. The original beasts had indeed been mostly cleared out by that battle, but there was one difference. The ecosystem in that area had already recovered by this time. Other beasts had migrated to that area, filling the vacancies left behind. After all, the secret realm lacked everything but beasts. Walking on this alternate path, Chen Yuan paid extra attention to his surroundings. This time, he only planned to hunt second-tier beasts. Although both Jin Shanshan and the little spirit had the strength to battle third-tier ones, Chen Yuan preferred to be cautious, especially against those long-range ambushes like the ghostback moth. He clearly remembered that mental shock, so he planned to be careful. As he entered the forest, Chen Yuan felt his strength increasing. Or rather, it was the little spirit's strength that was increasing. At the same time, he heard the little spirit let out a comfortable chirp. Chirp. She was sitting on Chen Yuan's shoulder, arms wide open, looking as if she wanted to embrace all of nature. Chen Yuan understood that this was the effect of the little spirit's talent, child of the forest. Even with just a 5 boost, he felt a wave of comfort. Not to mention the little spirit. Walking into the forest, Chen Yuan saw 3 hidden beasts nearby through the system panel. Although they were all first tier, being ambushed was still bothersome. So, Chen Yuan planned to take them out first. Little spirit, that, before Chen Yuan could finish his sentence, a green light flashed on the little spirit. In the next second, the grass around the 3 beasts suddenly elongated and bound them up. These 3 were 2 spider beasts and 1 mantis beast, all proficient at ambushing. However, at this moment, they were terrified and struggling desperately. They didn't understand why the grass that was just fine suddenly bound them. But their struggles were destined to be in vain. As the Lord, the little spirit's skills were not so easily escaped from. Even though the grass was just ordinary before, after being animated by the little spirit, it had changed. Not to mention that these 3 beasts were only first tier. Even second tier beasts would find it extremely difficult to break free. Watching the struggling beasts, the little spirit simply extended her hand and lightly made a fist. In the next second, the 3 beasts instantly transformed and then burst apart. Chen Yuan felt no fluctuation in his heart. He just looked at the little spirit in surprise and asked his question. Can you sense their presence? Chirp. The little spirit nodded. She could indeed feel the presence of these beasts. Or rather, she could feel all the living beings around her as long as she was in the forest. It was as if the entire forest had become her eyes. It could be said that if someone wanted to ambush the little spirit, who was a forest elf, in the forest, it would be as impossible as a cripple climbing to the sky. Chen Yuan wasn't foolish and quickly connected this to the little spirit's identity as a forest elf. He speculated that this might be some hidden trait of the little spirit. Considering the importance of this trait, Chen Yuan decided to inquire further. After all, in a way, this was even more useful than his system. After all, the system needed to see things to discover them. So, little spirit, how far can you sense? This question stumped the little spirit. She didn't understand what distance was. At this moment, the little spirit felt that Chen Yuan was putting her in a difficult position. Chapter 86, luring them to come to you. Looking at the little spirit, who was dazed on his shoulder, Chen Yuan tentatively asked, Little spirit, don't you understand distance? The little spirit nodded, feeling wronged, and lowered her head. Chirp. As for Chen Yuan, what could he do? He could only choose to comfort her. Then, he began to explain the concept of distance to the little spirit in a series of ways. Finally, he managed to make the little spirit understand the meaning of distance. Then Chen Yuan realized he was talking to a wall. After all, the little spirit couldn't speak, and if he wanted her to write it down, he'd have to teach her math. Just thinking about this made Chen Yuan feel overwhelmed. He decided to change his approach. All right, from where we are standing. Walk until you can feel something, then call out. Chirp. Okay, I'm starting to walk now. Chen Yuan took a step forward, walked 10 steps, stopped, and looked at the little spirit. Seeing that the little spirit didn't make a sound, he walked another 10 steps. But the little spirit still didn't call out. At this point, Chen Yuan's expression changed. After all, a distance of 20 steps was already impressive. It is worth noting that the little spirit's perception ability in the forest is 360 degrees without dead angles. Chen Yuan took another 10 steps, 40 steps, 50 steps, 140 steps. At this moment, Chen Yuan was feeling a bit numb. Until 143 steps, the little spirit finally let out a chirp. He had walked 143 steps, about 70 centimeters per step. This meant that the little spirit's sensing distance was a full 100 meters. This also indicated that as long as he was in a forest environment, everything within 100 meters would be visible to the little spirit. All attempts to ambush or backstab would be detected by the little spirit. Just as Chen Yuan stood there pondering, the little spirit on his shoulder flashed green light again. Then came a sound of explosion. The ground was once again stained with blood and shattered limbs. Since they were crushed at the same time, there was only one sound. The sudden noise startled Chen Yuan, who had been lost in thought. Looking at the blood and limbs on the ground, Chen Yuan shook his head, dispelling his thoughts. Now is not the time to think or daydream. Let us go, little spirit. Don't kill any of the first-tier ones unless they want to cause trouble. The little spirit nodded, indicating she understood. As they delved deeper, second-tier beasts began to appear gradually. Little spirit, are there other people nearby? Xiaoling concentrated and sensed around, shaking her head to indicate that there were no other humans nearby. Chen Yuan realized that Xiaoling's ability seemed particularly useful, like having an all-weather radar that could detect anything within 100 meters. After confirming that there was no one else, Chen Yuan summoned Jin Shanshan. In the next second, Jin Shanshan appeared in front of Chen Yuan and Xiaoling. Although Jin Shanshan had already been revealed, it was still better for fewer people to know. Upon seeing Jin Shanshan, Xiao Ling cheered and immediately abandoned Chen Yuan's shoulder, running onto Jin Shanshan's head. All right, Xiao Ling, stop messing around and pay attention to the surroundings. If anyone comes nearby, remember to remind me. Mua. With that, Chen Yuan continued to delve deeper into the secret realm with the two little ones. Throughout the journey, Jin Shanshan had no opportunity to attack. Any hostile pet beasts that appeared were quickly taken down by Xiao Ling's activated plants. As they went deeper, first-tier pet beasts had basically disappeared, and they encountered only those starting from the second tier. Upon reaching his destination, Chen Yuan stopped. Xiao Ling sensed again to check for any other humans nearby. Although she didn't understand why Chen Yuan was being so cautious, she followed his command and sensed the area again, shaking her head to indicate there were no other people. Very good, Xiao Ling and Jin Shanshan. You two need to cooperate to fend off the beast tide. While speaking, Chen Yuan took out an energy cube. Yes, Chen Yuan was being so cautious earlier because he planned to use the energy cube to lure pet beasts. This was a spur-of-the-moment idea he came up with after learning about Xiao Ling's abilities. After all, the premise of this method was to ensure safety in the surroundings. Otherwise, if wild pet beasts weren't attracted, but other people showed up instead, that would be problematic. After all, the energy cube could be considered Chen Yuan's biggest secret aside from the system. He didn't want anyone else to know about it. Chen Yuan took out the energy cube to artificially create a small-scale beast tide. However, before other pet beasts were lured in, Xiao Ling and Jin Shanshan already started drooling. Seeing this scene and knowing the two little ones were about to face battle, Chen Yuan pulled out 2 more energy cubes and handed them to the two little ones. Naturally, Xiao Ling and Jin Shanshan happily accepted and began to munch on them. Soon, a pet beast sensed the pure energy of the energy cube and was attracted over. Seeing this, Chen Yuan immediately put away the energy cube. Since the first fish had already bitten, it meant that other fish had also been attracted. Chen Yuan stored the energy cube to prevent attracting too many pet beasts. After all, what he wanted was only a small scale, not a large group like a few days ago. Xiao Ling, Jin Shanshan, Chen Yuan called the two little ones names. The two little ones understood what their master meant. Xiao Ling didn't take action but gave the opportunity to attack to Jin Shanshan. Jin Shanshan charged forward. Just as this insect pet beast was still confused about why the pure energy suddenly disappeared, it received a heavy blow from Jin Shanshan. Unlike animal-type pet beasts, which, even when killed, remain intact, this insect pet beast was smashed into pieces under Jin Shanshan's strike. After all, from the perspective of strength, Jin Shanshan's power could be said to be at the 3rd-tier level, even surpassing the average 3rd-tier level, even if it were a 3rd-tier beast. Taking a full-force hit from Jin Shanshan would leave it on the brink of death. Just as this pet beast was killed by Jin Shanshan, new victims appeared. Although Chen Yuan had already put away the energy cube, this was still the location where the energy had disappeared, so other pet beasts came to investigate. Unfortunately, these pet beasts did not understand the heavy price of taking a look, which was something they could not afford. 30 minutes later, the ground was already covered with the remains and severed limbs of many wild pet beasts. The scene was almost like a battlefield. However, Chen Yuan had already adapted to it. He took out the energy cube again, preparing to use the same trick. Yes, Chen Yuan had repeated this action many times. However, this time he waited for a long time without a single pet beast coming. The thick smell of blood reminded any approaching pet beasts that there was danger ahead. Chen Yuan naturally considered this point. After waiting a while longer with still no pet beasts arriving, Chen Yuan put away the energy cube. Let's go. We'll change locations and continue. After saying that, he led the two little ones to begin relocating the battlefield. Chapter 87. A surprise from Grandpa. Chen Yuan took the two little ones to several places and repeated the same trick multiple times, luring many wild pet beasts. All the wild pet beasts that came were like the gourd kids rescuing Grandpa, one after another. However, even so, the prolonged and continuous battles took a toll on the two little ones. Whenever Xiao Ling and Jin Shanshan showed signs of fatigue, Chen Yuan would quickly feed them energy cubes during the intervals when there were no enemies, helping them recover their stamina and energy quickly. Thus, with the selfless contributions of these pet beasts and the continuous supply of energy cubes, Jin Shanshan leveled up to level 19. Xiao Ling, however, did not change. Although she had also killed quite a few enemies and consumed many energy cubes, not leveling up meant not leveling up. After all, breaking through from 2nd tier to 3rd tier wasn't that easy. She could only slowly accumulate battle experience along with energy replenishment. Chen Yuan took out his phone to check the time. It was already getting late. In half an hour, it would be time for dinner. Hearing this, Xiao Ling reluctantly left her exclusive mount. Chen Yuan began walking toward the mirror gate. Instead of leaving immediately, he went to the sales area to purchase another batch of herbs and fruits. This time he bought a lot of fruits. After all, the recent consumption of energy cubes had been quite high, and Chen Yuan planned to make another batch in the next couple of days. As dinner time approached, the number of people in the secret realm had decreased significantly. Especially those from further towns had already left early. Upon returning home, Chen Yuan took out his keys, opened the door, and walked in. His mother happened to be wearing an apron and came out of the kitchen, immediately spotting Chen Yuan, who was taking off his shoes after entering. "It's time for dinner, go wash your hands." "Oh, got it." While speaking, his mother glanced at the bag Chen Yuan was carrying and frowned slightly. It was clear he was short on money. At the same time, she felt a bit puzzled. Was it really that expensive to raise a first-tier little spirit? After all, just the potions Chen Yuan had made that she saw were worth several million. Since Xiaoling had unleashed her aura at home, both Chen Yuan's parents were unaware that the little spirit was already at second tier and was about to reach third tier. However, his mother only found it puzzling and didn't delve deeper into the reasons behind it. In her view, it was normal for children to grow up and have their own secrets. As a mother, she should respect his personal privacy. Chen Yuan first took the large and small bags to his room. The reason he didn't put them directly in the kitchen was that a couple of days ago, his mother complained that his things were in the way and made cooking very inconvenient. So, as before, he first took the items to his room. After setting down his things, Chen Yuan went to the wash basin to wash his hands, splashed some water on his face, and then took a towel to dry off. He then walked out of the room, heading toward the kitchen. After arriving in the kitchen, Chen Yuan didn't sit down immediately, but opened the rice cooker himself to serve rice, to avoid being lectured by his mother like last time. Once he finished serving the rice, he brought it out and saw his mother sitting at the dining table, focused on typing on her phone. Chen Yuan sighed and placed the rice in front of her. He didn't want to be scolded later for being ungrateful and not serving his mother a bowl. Looking at the rice Chen Yuan served, his mother felt a warmth in her heart and a smile appeared on her lips. The child has grown up and knows how to care for others. Holding the freshly served rice, Chen Yuan sat down in his usual spot. Just as he was about to take a few bites and reach for some vegetables, his mother spoke up. "How's your little spirit doing? Is it almost at the second tier?" It's getting there," he replied. "That's good. Your dad just told me that your grandparents want you to come over." "Oh, is there something going on?" "I know. After school tomorrow, I'll visit Grandpa's pet store. Little Ling is about to reach the third tier, so he can contract a new pet soon. He's been worried about what to choose. Since my grandpa called me to take a look, I might as well go. If there's something good, I'll contract it. If not, I'll just take my time finding one." Time passed quickly, and soon it was the next day. Chen Yuan was sitting in his class. It was Friday, so classes were still in session. "Have you heard?" The one speaking was someone who had discussed Lin Yu a couple of days ago. As soon as he said this, he caught the attention of his deskmate nearby. "What's up? Did something happen?" "Yeah, something did happen. Didn't I mention that my cousin works at Lin Yu's dad's company?" Everyone nodded. Seeing this, he continued, "I'm telling you, Lin Yu's dad has had an accident." After saying this, he stopped and teased them with a smug expression, which made the curious onlookers feel frustrated and eager to punch him. "Come on, just say it. What happened? Yeah, tell us already. Are you going to speak or not? If not, just drop it." Seeing their anxious faces, he satisfied his mischievous side and said, "Actually, Lin Yu's dad was found dead in his home yesterday, and it seems like he had been dead for quite a while." "What? Is that true? This is no joke." "Yeah, you can't just say that. I could be lying. But this is absolutely true. My cousin's company was in chaos yesterday." Seeing the certainty in his words, everyone believed him to some extent, and they couldn't help but lament Lin Yu's family's misfortunes. Lin Yu had just disappeared, and now his father was in trouble too. They wondered which bad luck star they had offended. Not long after, the Chinese teacher walked in with textbooks. As soon as the teacher entered, the previously noisy classroom fell silent. Thanks to the physical boost provided by his pet, Chen Yuan was one of the first to recover. Seeing the few empty seats in the class, he felt a bit disappointed. "Just wait until you all arrive. I'll teach you a lesson." "All right, everyone, turn to page 67. Today we're going to teach this section." Chapter 88, The Incident of the Beginner Beastmaster Cup. The last class of the day was a pet knowledge class taught by their homeroom teacher, Xie Tuesday. With the school bell ringing, Xie Tu closed the textbook and looked at the students below. "All right, that's it for today. Next week, we have a 5-day pet battle course, so everyone get mentally prepared." After saying this, Xie Tu picked up the textbook on the podium and added before leaving, "Chen Yuan, come to my office." Chen Yuan didn't need to think hard. He could guess it was mostly related to the Beginner Beastmaster Cup. After organizing his backpack, he followed Xie Tuesday watching their departing figures. The students in the class began to discuss among themselves. "The homeroom teacher is looking for Chen Yuan again. What can you do? Chen Yuan is the strongest in our class." "Yeah, his little spirit is unbelievably strong." The others who teamed up with Chen Yuan had strange expressions. "What little spirit? You haven't seen Chen Yuan's golden ant. That's truly terrifying. It can take on a swarm of bees all by itself. One hit takes down a golden armored bee. Ask yourselves if you're afraid. Your information is outdated." Since Chen Yuan had previously asked them not to mention the golden ant, They all kept quiet. Not to mention, Xie had also specifically instructed him to keep it a secret. Xie hoped Chen Yuan would use the golden ant as his trump card. Naturally, the fewer people who knew, the better. This also made Zhang Hao and the others feel quite uncomfortable. Knowing a secret but being unable to speak about it was really tough. However, the group didn't know that the golden ant was no longer Chen Yuan's biggest trump card. It could at most be considered his second trump card. Chen Yuan's biggest trump card now was the little spirit that had evolved into a forest spirit. Compared to others, they only knew a little bit more. Chen Yuan followed Xie into the homeroom teacher's exclusive office. After placing the textbook on his desk, Xie turned to Chen Yuan and asked, "How have you been? Any difficulties?" Chen Yuan shook his head. "Not really. Everything is going smoothly." "That's good. By the way, you don't need to come to the pet battle class next week. With your strength, no one else would be your opponent. For the next few days, just train your pets in your own way. Okay, and take this." Saying this, Xie handed him a small card. It had Chen Yuan's name, picture, and age printed on it. Additionally, there were 5 prominent words at the top of the card. Beginner Beastmaster Cup. Didn't the teacher say we could only register in November? There's still 2 days left. Xie waved his hand dismissively. That's for ordinary students who are interested in participating. Each school can actually recommend some seed candidates for priority registration. You have to understand that this is aimed at newcomers who have just contracted their pets. Xie paused here and didn't elaborate further, believing that with Chen Yuan's insight and intelligence, he could understand on his own. As expected, a look of understanding appeared on Chen Yuan's face, targeting newcomers. And since newcomers are all high school students, it made sense for schools to recommend and prioritize registration. After all, no school would recommend underperforming students. That would be purely embarrassing. Seeing Chen Yuan's expression, Xie understood he had grasped the concept and continued. "And you are one of our school's seed candidates. Chen Yuan, the teacher is well aware of your strength. You are the most likely to achieve good results in our school. However, you must remember not to be complacent, as this competition may be a bit different from previous ones." Hearing Xie say this, Chen Yuan's expression became serious, and he nodded solemnly. "I understand, teacher. But why is this competition different?" Regarding Chen Yuan's question, Xie sighed. "This time, there are not only participants from our Fuan province, but also many beastmasters from other provinces. There's no way around it. The rewards this time are too generous." As he spoke, Xie displayed a helpless expression. He had only just learned about this. It was during the application for registration that the school informed Chen Yuan and the other seed candidates. If at first, Xie had a 50 confidence in Chen Yuan winning the championship, now there are only less than 10. And this is based on the premise that Chen Yuan's golden ant evolves into a brilliant gold ant. In fact, next week is not a pet battle class at all. The purpose is to give Chen Yuan time to cultivate his pet in peace. Although he knows the hope is slim, Xie can't help but look forward to this miracle. Of course, even so, Chen Yuan's chances of winning are not high. After all, according to the information the school has received, there may be quite a few Tier 3 competitors. Most of these people have been contracting their pets for nearly a year and have received full support from their elders. Some even possess super rare pets that are comparable to the golden ant. After informing Chen Yuan that many participants from other provinces will be competing, Xie stopped discussing the competition and instead chatted with Chen Yuan about other topics, also inquiring about his grades and other subjects. After all, a little reminder to give Chen Yuan some pressure is good. Too much pressure could be detrimental. Leaving Xie's office, Chen Yuan's expression changed. The relaxed demeanor he had in front of his homeroom teacher instantly became extremely heavy. Xie didn't know that this reminder had already put immense pressure on Chen Yuan. He wouldn't understand how desperately Chen Yuan craved the championship in this competition. Chen Yuan had a reason to win. After all, it was related to Shaoling's second evolution. The heart of nature is too rare, hard to come by. As Chen Yuan walked, he pondered various matters. Although Xie didn't explicitly mention it, Chen Yuan could guess about 70 to 80 of how strong the opponents would be. His homeroom teacher had witnessed the strength of Jin Shanshan firsthand. Just a few days ago, he had even given his Yao Jin to Jin Shanshan for evolution, hoping to win the championship. Today, it had turned into merely achieving good results. All of this hinted at the unusual nature of this competition. Chen Yuan walked out of the school gate, sighed, and shook his head. Forget it, why think so much? Just do your best, and have no regrets. That said, Chen Yuan still planned to increase the training difficulty. But not now, he had other matters to attend to. He quickened his pace and headed towards his grandfather's pet shop. Chapter 89. Come, let Grandpa introduce you. Before long, Chen Yuan arrived at the front of the pet nursery run by his grandfather. He stepped forward and was about to knock when the door opened. It was the old man Chen, who had sensed Chen Yuan's arrival and come to open the door. Upon seeing Chen Yuan, Grandpa Chen immediately broke into a broad smile. My good grandson is here. Come in quickly. Your grandma has just prepared a feast and is waiting for you. While speaking, Grandpa Chen took Chen Yuan's hand and unceremoniously led him to the kitchen. Just as Grandpa Chen had said, the table was filled with various delicious dishes. There were big fish and meat, all sorts of seafood, green leafy vegetables, and even fruits and desserts for after the meal. Chen Yuan couldn't help but twitch his mouth. This wasn't a family feast. It was even more extravagant than a banquet, especially the seafood. The situation on land was manageable since the secret realms were generally under control. Therefore, there were hardly any wild pets. Even if there were, they were usually dealt with by passing beast masters. But the sea was different. The secret realms in the ocean were virtually impossible to guard, especially the deep-sea secret realms that opened thousands of meters below. As a result, the oceans of the Beastmaster Star were teeming with various aquatic pets. This made the work of catching seafood extremely dangerous and caused the prices of seafood to skyrocket. Seeing Chen Yuan standing there in a daze, Grandma Chen spoke up. Xiao Yuan, why are you just standing there? Hurry and sit down to eat. Today I specially made all your favorite seafood. Yes, sit down and eat. After you finish, take a break, and Grandpa will take you to see the new pets. Under the urging of his two relatives, Chen Yuan obediently sat down, picked up his chopsticks, and put a piece of fish into his mouth. This made his eyes light up. He had to admit that the taste of the fish was simply delicious. Is it good, Xiao Yuan? Delicious. Grandma, your cooking is really amazing, much better than my mom's. If his mother were present, Chen Yuan would never have dared to say this. Otherwise, the consequences would be severe, and he wouldn't be able to bear it. Seeing that Chen Yuan enjoyed the meal, both Grandpa Chen and Grandma Chen were very happy. Grandma Chen, whose cooking had received praise, was even more delighted. While serving Chen Yuan more dishes, she smiled and said, If you like it, eat more. Come over when you have time, and Grandma will cook for you. To this, Chen Yuan nodded repeatedly. Regardless of whether he would have time to come in the future, he had to agree now. If he were misunderstood as not liking it, that would be unpleasant. Chen Yuan was well aware of this logic. After the family feast, Chen Yuan's stomach had expanded significantly, and he was now leaning back in a rocking chair to rest. There was no helping it. Grandma Chen kept serving him food, which led him to overeat. Although Chen Yuan had refused, Grandma Chen was determined. After all, there is a kind of love called parents thinking you haven't eaten enough. Helplessly, Chen Yuan found himself in this situation. At this moment, Grandpa Chen and Grandma Chen, who was washing dishes, were whispering to each other. Because they were quite far apart and spoke in low voices, Chen Yuan didn't hear them. The little spirit of my good grandson seems off. Upon hearing Grandpa Chen's words, Grandma Chen stopped washing the dishes. Did you sense something? Yes. The aura of that little spirit is different from before. Although she is trying her best to suppress her aura, she still can't escape my perception. You mean? The change in aura can only be due to two reasons, either advancement or evolution. I see that the little spirit's appearance has hardly changed, so she should have advanced. Like Chen Yuan's mother, Grandpa Chen only regarded the flower crown and grass chain on the little spirit as a kind of decoration. He didn't think about it in terms of evolution. After all, evolving a little spirit is too difficult, even for his few nationally renowned pet trainers' friends. They still haven't found the evolution route for a little spirit to evolve into a fire spirit. Has your son not noticed the changes in Xiao Yuan's little spirit? Humph. That kid is still too young. Let us talk about it in a few decades. Seeing her husband's disdainful expression when talking about their son, Grandma Chen couldn't help but feel amused and secretly thought, you really are his biological father. If Xiao Yuan's little spirit has advanced, wouldn't that be just what you want? In response to Grandma Chen's words, Grandpa Chen nodded vigorously. Yes. This time I will do everything possible to get my good grandson a powerful pet. I have specially selected a few this time, all of them super rare. Alright. You don't need to brag here. Xiao Yuan should be about done resting. You should quickly take him to choose. Okay, then I will go first. Go on. Go on. Under Grandma Chen's slightly disdainful urging, Grandpa Chen stepped out. Grandpa. Seeing his grandfather come out, Chen Yuan stood up. How was your rest, my good grandson? Shall Grandpa take you to see the pets? Chen Yuan immediately nodded in agreement. He also wanted to bring this up since he didn't have time to waste here. Seeing Chen Yuan agree, Grandpa Chen was very happy, taking Chen Yuan's hand and leading him towards the inner room. This time, he wouldn't let go no matter what. He absolutely must supervise throughout the whole process. He couldn't let his good grandson contract another useless pet secretly, passing through a long corridor. Grandpa Chen brought Chen Yuan to a door. Inside the room, several pets were on high alert against each other. Some even bared their teeth and threatened one another. However, all of this changed when Grandpa Chen brought Chen Yuan to the door. Sensing Grandpa Chen's aura, they all froze. In the next moment, Old Master Chen opened the door and pulled Chen Yuan inside. Come in, my dear grandson. Take a look at which one you like. As he spoke, he turned on the light. Instantly, the entire room became incredibly bright. Several pet beasts appeared in front of Chen Yuan. Seeing the panel that appeared before him, Chen Yuan was completely stunned. The levels of these pet beasts weren't very high. They were all only first tier. However, their racial levels were quite high. 3 leaders and 2 elites. Chen Yuan suddenly felt that his grandfather seemed a bit impressive. Did he really manage to acquire such high-quality pet beasts? He had encountered and defeated quite a few pet beasts himself, but he had only come across 3 leader level ones. Among them, 2 were his family's Xiao Ling and Jin Shanshan. The other one was seen by chance on the road. And now, in his grandfather's store, he had encountered 3 leader level ones. No, it should be said 4. Xiao Ling was also encountered in the store. Could it be that his grandfather's store is a treasure land that specifically attracts leader level pet beasts? Seeing Chen Yuan standing there in a daze, old Master Chen couldn't help but shake him. What's wrong, my dear grandson? Recovering, Chen Yuan shook his head at his grandfather's inquiry and spoke. Oh, it's nothing, Grandpa. I was just amazed to see these pet beasts being so extraordinary. Hearing Chen Yuan say this, old Master Chen was very pleased and burst into laughter. That's for sure. Not to mention anything else, Grandpa is a professional at selecting pet beasts, and each of these is top-notch. Chen Yuan nodded in agreement. Although 2 elites were mixed in, he didn't dare to underestimate them. These 2 elites were indeed very strong, just as his grandfather had said. They both had dual talents and were the kind of pet beasts with very high base attributes. If they encountered a leader with low base attributes, it was really hard to say who would win or lose at the same level. Seeing that Chen Yuan was interested in these pet beasts, old Master Chen was thrilled. Come, let Grandpa introduce them to you. He began introducing them to Chen Yuan. Chapter 90, Twin Shadow Illusory Snake. This is the Iron Worm, which has extremely high defense and excellent burrowing abilities. Its teeth can easily crush hard minerals. The currently known final form after multiple evolutions is the Iron Dragon. Old Master Chen pointed to a worm completely made of metal as he introduced it. This is the Talon Lizard. Don't underestimate it. Its claws are strong enough to easily tear through metal. This is the Wind Element. This is the Phantom Spirit. Chen Yuan looked at old Master Chen with a gaze that said, Grandpa, you are truly knowledgeable. This greatly satisfied old Master Chen's desire to show off. Although he had received countless such looks, Chen Yuan was different. After all, he was old Master Chen's precious grandson. Chen Yuan's opinion mattered more to old Master Chen than any stranger's. Old Master Chen didn't know that all of this was just an act put on by Chen Yuan. Not to mention the system, Chen Yuan actually had a certain understanding of these pet beasts. He was only doing this to make his grandfather happy. Moreover, Chen Yuan didn't direct too much attention to the few pet beasts his grandfather introduced. Instead, most of his focus was on the snake-shaped pet beast in the shadowy corner. Old Master Chen also noticed Chen Yuan's gaze. This is the Illusory Snake. It is an illusion-type pet beast, and its strength is naturally very strong, possessing the ability to confuse enemies. The mainstream evolution route is the Divine Dragon species. Chen Yuan nodded without saying much. He was merely focusing on his own panel. Old Master Chen was right. This was indeed an illusory snake, but it wasn't an ordinary one. Twin Shadow Illusory Snake. Level insufficient for evolution. Attribute: Shadow Illusion level. 5 species. Illusion type: Miracle species. Species level: Leader talent 1. Dual soul: Possesses 2 souls. Can simultaneously launch Shadow type and Illusion type skills. Talent 2. Reality swap. Can instantly turn its body into a shadow. Activating this consumes a large amount of energy. Skills: Shadow Strike, Confuse, Illusion, Shadow Bind. The Twin Shadow Illusory Snake is a miracle species of the Illusion type, a pet beast that shouldn't exist. Mutated from the Illusory Snake. Within one pet beast's body resides 2 souls. One controls the physical body, and the other controls its shadow. Chen Yuan immediately set his sights on this pet beast. Not to mention anything else, just those 2 talents were incredibly powerful. The first talent meant that at equal attack speeds, while others hit once, it could hit twice. The second talent was also strong, allowing it to turn its body into a shadow to evade damage. Of course, this talent also had weaknesses since most attribute attacks could target shadows. Otherwise, some shadow-type pet beasts would have long been invincible. However, for physical pet beasts, it was an absolute counter. Unless the opponent's physical damage was strong enough to hit the Twin Shadow Illusory Snake in its shadow form, it was essentially unsolvable. If it weren't for Xiao Ling not having broken through to the 3rd tier yet, Chen Yuan would have wanted to contract it immediately. Unfortunately, now was not the time, and Chen Yuan could only sigh. This sigh was heard by old Master Chen beside him, making his heart tense. Was it possible that his grandson didn't like the pet beasts here? He immediately asked his question. What's wrong, dear grandson? Don't you like any of these? This took Chen Yuan by surprise, and he quickly realized that his sigh had been misunderstood by his grandfather. It's not like that, Grandpa. I like them all. Especially that one. He pointed to the Twin Shadow Illusory Snake. Then why did you sigh? Just about that? No problem. Grandpa will take care of it for you until you're ready to contract it. Although he said this, old Master Chen had a doubt in his heart. He clearly sensed the change in the little spirit's aura. Why did his grandson say he couldn't contract it for now? Did he misperceive it? This made old Master Chen have some doubts about his own perception. However, he didn't think too much about it. After all, his grandson had promised to come back to contract it, and that was what mattered. As long as he didn't contract any other strange pet beasts, it would be fine. After agreeing with his grandfather, Chen Yuan left the store. He waved goodbye to his grandparents who were standing at the door as he walked away. The two chatted as they walked. How about it? Did your pet beast catch Xiao Yuan's eye? Upon hearing this, old Master Chen felt energized. What do you mean? Of course. These are all carefully prepared by me. In Grandma Chen's eyes, it seemed that old Master Chen's nose was even a bit higher. Did he contract any? He shook his head. No. Weren't you saying that his little spirit had advanced? Yes, in my perception. My grandson's little spirit's aura is indeed different from when we first met, but he didn't contract it right away, which confuses me. Did you ask him? How can I ask? If I do, won't I expose my own strength? Grandma Chen nodded. Indeed, that was the case. Be careful with the portions. Don't let them get too fat. It will affect their combat power. Don't worry, I'm very familiar with this. I guarantee there won't be a problem. Looking at old Master Chen's confident back, for some reason, Grandma Chen had a bad premonition. She shook her head. It should just be an illusion. The old man has raised so many pet beasts. He shouldn't make such a low-level mistake. Grandma Chen kept telling herself this. But her heart couldn't settle down for a long time. On the other side, after Chen Yuan left his family's pet store, he dashed directly into his room. Aren't you going to your grandparents? In a short while, he rushed out in a hurry again. Immediately following was a loud bang. The little idiot sleeping on the shelf was startled awake. It flew up directly, looking around warily. But naturally, there was nothing to be found. Little idiot? Such a huge noise would certainly not only scare the little idiot. Chen's mother was also startled. She thought she needed to have a good talk with Chen Yuan next time. He should be more careful when closing the door. Otherwise, that door would eventually be destroyed by this spendthrift. Chapter 91. The bolder the person. The greater the harvest. After dropping off his backpack at home and grabbing energy cubes and potions, Chen Yuan began to head towards the secret realm. Originally, Chen Yuan's planned schedule for today was to make potions and energy cubes at home, not to go to the secret realm for battles. However, he changed his mind. This time, Chen Yuan's main leveling goal was no longer Jin Shanshan, but Little Ling. He wanted to elevate her to the 3rd stage and contract that twin-shadowed phantom snake. Just the word miracle in its talent indicates it's extraordinary. The secret realm was particularly crowded in the afternoon. Everyone saw the usually composed Chen Yuan rushing into the secret realm fortress in a flurry. Seeing him like this, someone immediately showed concern and asked if something had happened. Even more, someone patted their chest and declared, if the master has a problem, then I have a problem. Don't hesitate to tell me. Chen Yuan was both amused and helpless. He didn't expect that just being a little anxious could cause such a big misunderstanding. Feeling warm from everyone's concern, he repeatedly assured them he was fine, just going for some training in the secret realm. Upon hearing this, everyone present felt relieved. After thanking everyone for their kindness, Chen Yuan passed through the mirror gate and entered the secret realm. Upon arriving at the insect forest, Chen Yuan began to proceed along the same path he took yesterday. Before long, he reached one of the battlefields from yesterday. The ground, once covered in corpses, had now returned to its original state. The only remnants were bones and hard shells left behind from gnawing, as if telling the tale of what had happened here. These bones and shells would soon be devoured as well, as some pet beasts enjoy hard dishes. For example, the steel worm he saw in his grandfather's shop loved to eat rocks, or rather, the minerals within them. Iron ore was the steel worm's favorite. Chen Yuan did not stop, but chose to continue forward. This time, his goal was not the 2nd stage but the 3rd. He wanted to see if there was a powerful presence far stronger than the 2nd stage lurking about. After advancing for a long time, Little Ling turned her head and nodded at Chen Yuan. Seeing her move, Chen Yuan knew that the little sprite sensed the presence of a 3rd stage creature. There was no doubt that his current location was at the boundary between the 2nd and 3rd stages. Chen Yuan halted his steps, no longer advancing. On the way there, Chen Yuan had been contemplating one thing, whether to use energy cubes to lure pet beasts to attack, just like yesterday. 2nd stage pet beasts were manageable. Little Ling and Jin Shanshan could handle them with great ease. After all, one was a lord and the other a chief. And fighting ordinary and elite pet beasts of the same 2nd stage was like child's play. But 3rd stage pet beasts were a different matter. Although Little Ling and Jin Shanshan could win, it wouldn't be as easy. If they encountered a group of 3rd stage beasts, it would be troublesome. After a series of internal struggles, and considering the group combat abilities Little Ling would possess after evolving, he gritted his teeth and made a decision. Damn it. Let's go for it. The bolder the person, the greater the harvest. It must be said that people are indeed fickle. Just 2 days ago, Chen Yuan had decided to be cautious, and in this moment, he became so reckless. He truly didn't know if it was due to the pressure of the competition or a desire for a new contracted pet beast. In any case, Chen Yuan had made up his mind. He was going to take a gamble. Resolute, Chen Yuan took out 2 energy cubes and handed them to Little Ling. Little Ling took them and looked at him. Seeing Chen Yuan's serious expression, her previously smiling face turned serious as well. She nodded and swallowed the 2 energy cubes Chen Yuan gave her. The energy cubes quickly transformed into streams of pure energy inside Little Ling. The surging energy boiled violently within her. Waves of energy overflowed from her body, a rare occurrence of energy overflow. Such a situation only occurs when one ingests an excess of energy far beyond their capacity. This made Little Ling frown. She felt stuffed and quite uncomfortable. Seeing Little Ling emitting energy, Chen Yuan thought for a moment and took out 2 more energy cubes. At this moment, Little Ling was, in a sense, a living energy cube emitting enticing energy, which could also attract pet beasts. However, this was only temporary. Once Little Ling activated her skills, the energy overflow would quickly dissipate. Chen Yuan kept 1 energy cube as bait and handed the other to Jin Shanshan. After doing all this, Chen Yuan began to wait quietly, patiently waiting for the prey to take the bait. Chirp! At that moment, Little Ling called out. Chen Yuan understood immediately. This was Little Ling alerting him that a pet beast was approaching. Chen Yuan took a deep breath and issued an order to Little Ling. Little Ling, activate this small patch of forest. Little Ling did not hesitate at Chen Yuan's command. She immediately used the pure energy provided by the energy cubes she had just swallowed to activate plant activation. In an instant, the ground began to tremble around Little Ling. The surging energy enhanced the power and range of Little Ling's skill. Trees within a radius of several meters began to withdraw their roots from the ground. All the roots started to intertwine, forming 2 legs to support them. The grass by the roadside began to sway. Wildflowers began to emit poisonous pollen. Everything was ready. They were just waiting for the victim to arrive. Soon, the victim appeared. However, unfortunately, it was not a 3rd-stage beast but a 2nd-stage spider pet beast. As soon as Chen Yuan caught sight of it, the spider was gone. The moment it appeared, it was bound by the grass at its location. The next second, the nearest treant stomped down with a foot. With a loud crash, the spider pet beast was turned into spider paste. Chen Yuan looked at Little Ling beside him. At this moment, Little Ling had a serious expression. Originally, she had a playful mindset. But Chen Yuan's series of actions and behaviors made her realize that today's trial and battle might not be so simple. She even recalled the scene of Chen Yuan getting injured before. She clenched her little fists. She would not allow that to happen again. All threats to Chen Yuan must be eliminated immediately. This was also the reason why Little Ling reacted so quickly. Not long after Little Ling eliminated the spider pet beast, the 3rd-stage pet beast she had sensed earlier appeared nearby. It was a black serpentine pet beast. It did not immediately advance, but stealthily hid among the dead leaves on the ground. As other pet beasts appeared and engaged in battle with Little Ling and Jin Shanshan, it quietly moved forward. Watching Chen Yuan, Little Ling, and Jin Shanshan getting closer, this serpentine pet beast revealed a sinister smile. Its eyes gleaming with desire as it stared at the energy cubes in Chen Yuan's hand. It began to gather strength, preparing to snatch the energy cube from Chen Yuan's hand. This snake-shaped pet beast could sense that as long as it could eat that small square object, it would be able to enhance its own power. Just as it finished gathering strength and was about to act, a giant foot came crashing down from the sky, burying it into the ground, leaving its life in question. The instigator, Xiao Ling, merely looked at the position of the snake-shaped pet beast being trampled into the ground, showing a look of disdain. You little thing, I've been watching you for a long time. You thought you could sneak attack me even before you arrived? What a joke. Chapter 92. Wolfpack. After stepping on the snake-shaped pet beast, Xiao Ling controlled the treant to strike the ground a few more times. It wasn't until Xiao Ling felt its breath dissipate, confirming its death, that she stopped the finishing blows. Seeing Xiao Ling cease her attack, Chen Yuan took the opportunity to ask, Xiao Ling, are there any 3rd-tier pet beasts coming over? Xiao Ling shook her head, indicating that within the 100-meter range she could sense, there were none. Is that so? Holding the energy cube, Chen Yuan thought for a moment and decided to wait a bit longer, as only 2 minutes had passed since the start. Perhaps other 3rd-tier pet beasts hadn't sensed it yet. Unlike yesterday, Chen Yuan didn't put away the energy cube after taking it out. During yesterday's battle, he discovered that the enticing effect of the energy cube had a limited range. It couldn't be transmitted infinitely. It also wouldn't cause any commotion similar to what happened when Xiao Ling evolved. The energy aura it emitted could attract only about 200 meters of 2nd-tier beasts at most. Chen Yuan had verified this yesterday. After the battle, when changing positions, a significant number of pet beasts only appeared when he was around 200 meters away. This raised Chen Yuan's suspicion. The last 2 times he didn't put away the energy cube, the result was the same. This confirmed for him that the influence range of the energy cube fluctuated around 200 meters, with a maximum error of no more than 5 meters. Chen Yuan didn't know why the range was precisely around 200 meters. His speculation was that the energy dispersed by the energy cube weakened to a level that wild second-tier pet beasts couldn't sense at around 200 meters. He wasn't sure about third-tier beasts, but he thought their range might be at most 100 or 200 meters more. This was also why Chen Yuan decided to gamble. Now, within a 100-meter range, there was only one third-tier beast. The snake that had just been dealt with by Xiao Ling had reminded Chen Yuan to stop when she sensed it. According to Chen Yuan's estimation, even if third-tier beasts had a sensitivity range of 400 meters to energy, there wouldn't be many that would come close to him. After all, this was a boundary area. There weren't that many third-tier beasts. This was also why Chen Yuan dared to take the risk. Moreover, to be on the safe side, Chen Yuan had initially fed Xiao Ling 2 energy cubes to put her in an energy burst state. He had enough confidence, believing he could successfully face this third-tier beast and kill it. Unbeknownst to the gambling Chen Yuan, sometimes too much confidence can lead to trouble. Just as Chen Yuan had speculated, third-tier pet beasts could indeed sense the second-tier energy cubes at around 400 meters. Within a radius of 400 meters centered around Chen Yuan, there were indeed not many third-tier beasts before. However, that was before, unfortunately. A group of uninvited guests arrived today. These beasts were the wind wolves that Chen Yuan had fought not long ago. The difference was that the previous ones were only second tier, while these wind wolves were third tier. Moreover, there were as many as 20 of them. However, their current state was not good. They were all injured, clearly having just gone through a brutal battle. Among them was a wolf-shaped pet beast that was twice the size of the others. This was the leader of the pack, the evolved form of the wind wolf. The Gale wolf. Like its subordinates, the leader wolf was not in good shape either. It had a deep scar across its face, running right through one of its eyes, making it a one-eyed wolf. It was evident that this group was comprised of failures from the inner ring, driven out after losing a territorial dispute. Except for the pack leader and a few wind wolves, most of the wind wolves were downcast. Looking at its subordinates, the Gale wolf was filled with disappointment. Howl! It roared at the wind wolves. The downcast creatures were startled by their leader's shout. One wind wolf even howled in response, as if trying to explain or defend itself. The already furious leader, seeing its subordinates still daring to chatter, stepped forward and slapped it away. If it hadn't held back most of its strength out of consideration for its kinship, this slap could have taken the wind wolf's life. In an instant, the wolves were on edge, fearing that their leader's paw might come crashing down on their own faces. Just as the Gale wolf was about to pick the next unfortunate wolf, a surge of energy wafted over. It immediately turned its head in that direction. The Gale wolf sensed the purity of this energy. A look of desire appeared on its wolfish face. The Gale wolf could feel that if it could obtain this energy, it would greatly accelerate the healing of its injuries. Howl. Translated, it meant, little ones, follow me. It then charged ahead toward the direction of that pure energy. The pack of wolves exchanged glances and followed suit. Thus, a group of injured wolves began rushing toward Chen Yuan, led by a leader-level third-tier Gale wolf. Soon, Xiao Ling sensed a particularly powerful third-tier beast entering her sensing range. Chirp! She immediately alerted Chen Yuan. Just as the little spirit and Chen Yuan were preparing for the approaching strong enemy, Xiao Ling suddenly widened her eyes. In her perception, many more third-tier beasts appeared. Following closely behind that powerful third-tier one, all rushing toward their direction. Seeing Xiao Ling's suddenly widened eyes, an uneasy feeling surged in Chen Yuan's heart. Xiao Ling's next action directly confirmed Chen Yuan's unease. A beam of red light burst forth from Xiao Ling's body. She activated the wrath of the forest. All the plants she had animated were enveloped in red light. Chen Yuan didn't ask what was happening. Her actions spoke volumes. Golden flashes. Crack. The Gale wolf moved rapidly through the woods, using its wind control talent. Its speed was terrifying. The trees were rapidly retreating. From the moment it entered Xiao Ling's sensing range to appearing right in front of her, the Gale wolf took only 5 seconds. And that was because it was injured and not running at full speed. If it had unleashed its full power, that short 100-meter distance could have been covered in just 2 seconds. Looking at the pet beast that appeared in front of him, Chen Yuan's face darkened. Gale wolf, insufficient level for evolution, attribute, wind level, 27 species, beast type, pack wolf species level, leader talent 1. Wind control, movement speed and attack speed increased by 50. Wind is no longer your hindrance but your aid, talent 2. Pack tactics, all attributes increase by 10 when near other kin skills. Wind blade, full speed charge, rending claw. Wind bite. Chen Yuan was stunned. He didn't expect that by simply deciding to be a bit bold, he would encounter such a big prize. Not only was the opponent a leader, but its level was also much higher than his. The only good news was that the opponent was injured. However, the appearance of good news often signifies that bad news is not far behind. Soon, the sounds of running echoed through the forest again as more than 20 injured third-tier wind wolves appeared before Chen Yuan. Chapter 93, Cunning Chen Yuan. After the swift wind wolves appeared, they did not immediately attack Chen Yuan. Instead, they chose to stand a short distance away, observing Chen Yuan, Little Spirit, and Golden Sparkle. When their gaze swept over Chen Yuan, they did not even look him in the eye. Their focus was entirely on the energy cube in Chen Yuan's hand. At the moment they saw the energy cube, the swift wind wolves felt a flash of excitement. They could sense the allure of this small cube. However, at the same time, the swift wind wolves felt a bit disappointed because the energy contained in this small cube held by the human was not much for them. If only there were more. But their feelings of disappointment disappeared immediately upon seeing Golden Sparkle and Little Spirit beside Chen Yuan. The swift wind wolf grinned. If it were a human, it would probably be laughing maniacally at this moment. The swift wind wolf could sense that the two pet beasts in front of it also had the pure energy it craved flowing within them. Especially the one flying in the sky. Her energy aura even intoxicated the swift wind wolf. Howl! The swift wind wolf called out to its subordinates, indicating that the two pet beasts in the small cube were for it, while the stinky human was theirs. Now, they should go and take them down. The wind wolves had no objections to the swift wind wolf's command and immediately began to act. As the wolf king of the pack, the swift wind wolf naturally had the right to enjoy food and allocate resources first, a rule passed down through generations in the pack. Watching the pack of wolves charge at the prey, the swift wind wolf made no move, simply standing in place and watching. The two pet beasts on the opposite side exuded a powerful aura, but from the concentration of energy they emitted, they were still within the second-tier range. The swift wind wolf estimated that its subordinates would likely suffer some casualties when facing these two pet beasts. But to the swift wind wolf, this was just right. It could use this opportunity to train its subordinates. As for the potential casualties and dangers, the swift wind wolf did not care. It was confident that it could step in to save its subordinates if they encountered danger. If its subordinates couldn't even hold off long enough for it to rescue them, then they deserved to die. The weak pay the price with their lives, eliminating the genes of the useless. The remaining pack would become stronger. The surviving wolves would also be more excellent, and the offspring next year would be even stronger. This is all about survival of the fittest. The wind wolves were incredibly fast. Although they did not possess the wind control talent like the swift wind wolf, their movement speed was still astonishing. At the very least, Chen Yuan felt that his vision struggled to keep up with their speed. The pack quickly charged into Little Spirit's activated plant range. Once they entered her activation zone, the swaying grass immediately ensnared them. Thanks to Little Spirit's skill, Forest Fury, the binding ability and resilience of the grass were greatly enhanced. Coupled with the various toxic pollen, the pack was thrown into a panic by the sudden turn of events. The wind wolves could not understand how these normally ordinary flowers and grass had become their enemies. Seeing the wind wolves stepping into Little Spirit's trap, a thought popped into Chen Yuan's mind. The wind wolves began to bite at the wild grass binding them, and used wind blades to destroy the flowers releasing toxic gas. Little Spirit, send the trance to hold them. Without hesitation, Little Spirit controlled the trance to move towards the wind wolves. The towering trance, over 10 meters tall, began to swing their arms made of roots and branches, attacking the wind wolves. As Little Spirit controlled the trance, Chen Yuan leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Once the trance attract the attention of these wind wolves and wear them out, you control more wild grass to bind their limbs." Little Spirit nodded in response to Chen Yuan's request. Watching the approaching trance, the wind wolves had no choice but to temporarily abandon their fight against the flowers and grass and focus on the trance instead. Although their movement abilities were restricted by the grass on the ground, they still had their wind blade skill. The pack began firing a large number of wind blades at the trance. A dense barrage of wind blades shot towards the trance. These blades, composed of wind, were incredibly terrifying. Not only did they have extreme speed, but they were also extremely sharp. The wind blades used by the third-tier wind wolves sliced through the trance branches and roots as smoothly as cutting through cream. Only when they encountered the trunks did they fail to cut through entirely. Although the trunks could not be severed in one strike, they were still penetrated to a depth of 2/3. The durability of these tree trunks could withstand the wind blades primarily due to Little Spirit's power enhancement. Otherwise, not even a twofold thicker concrete pillar would stand a chance. The wind wolves continued to unleash wind blades without pause. The dense wind blades shredded the approaching trance into splinters. The trance couldn't even get close to the wind wolves. Either the limbs they extended were directly severed, or they were pushed back by the powerful impact. Before long, dozens of trance were turned into a pile of wood scraps by the wind wolves. However, the wind wolves did not notice that more and more wild grass had bound them. because their attention was focused on the trance in front of them, and the grass was moving gently under Little Spirit's intentional control. They did not attract the Wind Wolves' attention. The Wind Wolves were unknowingly bound even more tightly. The Wind Wolves defeated the activated trance, but they also expended a lot of energy, and those already injured began to feel fatigued. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan, who had been observing the battlefield, revealed a smile after the trance were taken down. Looking at the exhausted Wind Wolves that were bound, Chen Yuan spoke up, "Golden Sparkle, use your spikes with all your might." When Chen Yuan mentioned with all your might, his tone was particularly heavy. Crack. Upon receiving Chen Yuan's command, Golden Sparkle gathered all its energy, raised its front limbs, and slammed them into the ground. Underneath all the bound Wind Wolves, small spikes began to emerge. They sensed the movement of the earth elements. Along with it came a strong sense of crisis. How? Sensing the danger, the Wind Wolves started to struggle violently. Some of the more decisive ones opened their mouths, preparing to use wind blades against the wild grass binding their limbs. They could no longer care about injuring themselves. Naturally, Chen Yuan would not let them break free. He shouted to Little Spirit, bind their mouths with wild grass. In an instant, the wild grass bound the mouths of the Wind Wolves, and the wind blades they were about to form dissipated immediately. The wind blades disappeared, but the spikes did not. The spike skill, when discussed, is actually quite useless. In most situations, it will lift living beings, leading to low damage. It only truly showcases its power against larger and heavier creatures. But now is different. Now these wolves are all trapped by the wild grass activated by Little Spirit. Their limbs were firmly bound to the ground. This meant that these Wind Wolves would take the full brunt of the spike attack. The spikes, unable to extend, would directly pierce through their bodies. Unless they had defenses that could counter the spikes. If it were third-tier Wind Wolves at their peak, it would be one thing. But now, after significant expenditure, the Wind Wolves would not be able to withstand the upcoming damage. It's like the difference between tensed and relaxed muscles. The same attack causes different levels of damage. The ground spikes suddenly erupted from the ground at an incredible speed. The spikes directly lifted the Wind Wolves into the air. Their backs were bulging from the impact. The wild grass that bound the Wind Wolves was immediately pulled tight by the force unleashed from the ground spikes. The Wind Wolves that were lifted felt as if their internal organs had been shattered by this blow. Woo woo woo. They began to howl frantically. The Gale Wolf dashed forward and appeared right in front of these Wind Wolves. Facing the wild grass that bound them, it unleashed its rending claw. As the rending claw skill activated, a strong wind pressure emerged from the Gale Wolf's claws, forming a claw completely made of wind. As the claw swept across, the grass binding the Wind Wolves was severed. The Gale Wolf had no time to waste. It immediately moved toward the next Wind Wolf, striking out with its claw. Although only a second or two passed from the emergence of the ground spikes to the Gale Wolf's rescue attempt, it was still too late. In the next moment, the other Wind Wolves that had not been rescued were all pierced by the ground spikes. Blood splattered out. After their limbs twitched for a moment, they fell silent, their eyes dimming. Chapter 94. Mission accomplished. The Gale Wolf was stunned. It stared blankly at the pierced wolves, disbelief written all over its face. Everything had happened too quickly. By the time it sensed something was wrong, it was already too late. It couldn't understand how a perfectly good hunt and training session had turned into this. Seeing the Gale Wolf dazed, Chen Yuan's eyes lit up. He wouldn't let this good opportunity slip by. He didn't speak, but quietly made a gesture to the two little ones. This was a perfect chance for a sneak attack. They couldn't let a sound ruin their plan. Chen Yuan made a fist gesture to Xiao Ling and pointed upwards to Jin Shanshan. The two little ones were clever and immediately understood Chen Yuan's meaning. Bind it, and then use the ground spikes. Xiao Ling began to control the wild grass to approach the Gale Wolf, while Jin Shanshan waited for the right moment. However, as soon as Xiao Ling's grass moved, it was noticed, not by the Gale Wolf, but by the two rescued Wind Wolves. Lying on the ground, they quickly emitted whimpering sounds to alert their Wolf King. After just two whimpers, the two Wind Wolves began to violently cough up blood, looking as if their lives were near their end. There were small holes in their chests, and blood was continuously flowing out. The gruesome sight of mangled flesh and exposed bones, combined with their coughing up blood, indicated that their hearts had been severely damaged, and they might not survive much longer. The Gale Wolf, alerted by the Wind Wolves, immediately noticed Xiao Ling's small movements. Its previously dazed expression was instantly replaced by anger. The enraged Wolf King charged at Xiao Ling and Jin Shanshan. It wanted to tear these creatures apart to avenge its subordinates. Seeing the Wolf King charging over, Chen Yuan's expression changed drastically. Jin Shanshan. At this moment, Jin Shanshan had already reached level 20, thanks to those Wind Wolves earlier. Jin Shanshan struck hard at the charging Gale Wolf, but unfortunately, it was unsuccessful. The Gale Wolf was too fast, its speed reaching an exaggerated level. Before Jin Shanshan's attack could land, it was hit in the chest by a retaliatory rending claw. A piercing sound rang out. Jin Shanshan did not retreat. In terms of strength, it was not afraid. However, a deep claw mark appeared on Jin Shanshan's body. Jin Shanshan, which had never had its defense broken before, was directly hit, and its defense shattered. Light golden blood dripped from its wound. Jin Shanshan's pain was partially transmitted to Chen Yuan through their contract. That feeling was very unpleasant. Chen Yuan completely ignored it. Looking at Xiao Ling noticed Chen Yuan's gaze and nodded to indicate she understood. The Gale Wolf, having landed a hit, did not linger and chose to retreat, avoiding Jin Shanshan's strike. Jin Shanshan's attack only struck the ground, resulting in a loud bang as rocks and dirt flew up. This caused the Gale Wolf to glance sideways. It hadn't expected this second stage ant to be so strong. However, the Gale Wolf didn't care. After all, the opponent was too slow. It charged forward again, swinging its rending claw at Jin Shanshan, attacking twice this time. In the blink of an eye, Jin Shanshan suffered multiple injuries. Light golden blood continued to gush out. In contrast, once again, there was the same loud bang. Jin Shanshan's attack missed. The Gale Wolf looked at Jin Shanshan with eyes full of hatred while extending its tongue to lick the blood that belonged to Jin Shanshan from its claws. It had roughly figured out Jin Shanshan's attack speed. Originally thinking the opponent was leaving an opening, it didn't expect the attack to be this slow. The Gale Wolf was confident that with its next attack, it could strike 3 times before the opponent could attack and even directly sever a limb. Without hesitation, it charged forward again. Suddenly, its hind leg was pulled by something, causing it to lose balance and crash face first into the ground. However, relying on its strong physical abilities, it managed to react in time and forced itself to recover. But this also resulted in it lying on the ground. This was Xiaoling's masterpiece. The Gale Wolf was too focused on Jin Shanshan, causing it to overlook Xiaoling's presence. But it couldn't be blamed. As a pack wolf, the Gale Wolf always had wind wolves around it during battles. The Gale Wolf only needed to focus on the enemy in front of it, while the other wind wolves would block for it. However, it forgot that its little brothers had all fallen. Or rather, it had become accustomed to focusing on the front and ignoring everything else. Regret was too late. Before the Gale Wolf could stand up, the nearby grass surged toward it. Binding it tightly, it was firmly fixed to the ground. Chen Yuan did not expect the opponent to fall for it so easily. When he and Xiao Ling exchanged glances, he was merely trying it out, without much expectation. He didn't expect it to actually succeed. This left Chen Yuan a bit dazed, wondering if he was dreaming or if the wolf was too foolish. To prevent the Gale Wolf from breaking free, Xiao Ling increased the energy supply to the grass. This greatly enhanced their resilience and strength. At the same time, she controlled other nearby wild grass to continue binding the Gale Wolf. Seeing this scene, Chen Yuan shouted, "Jin Shanshan." Naturally, Jin Shanshan, who was angry, would not let this opportunity slip away. It charged forward and struck down at the Gale Wolf. In response, the Gale Wolf opened its mouth, gathering a wind blade larger than a wind wolf. Xiao Ling would not allow it to use this, quickly controlling some grass to seal its mouth. Now the Gale Wolf was completely helpless. It could only struggle desperately, trying to break free, but all attempts failed. Meanwhile, Jin Shanshan's attack had already landed. Boom. With a loud noise, it struck the Gale Wolf, making its vision blur with stars. Seeing that this creature was unharmed, Jin Shanshan smiled and happily called out, "Crack." Translated, it meant, "You dodge. If you can, go ahead and dodge." One after another, Jin Shanshan's heavy strikes landed on the Gale Wolf's head. Each time an attack landed, it was accompanied by a booming sound and the Gale Wolf's mournful cries. After the 4th strike, the already injured Gale Wolf closed its eyes forever. Watching the dead Gale Wolf, Chen Yuan let out a huge sigh of relief. He was very grateful that the Gale Wolf had been drawn to Jin Shanshan's hatred and chose to attack Jin Shanshan, the tank warrior. Otherwise, if it attacked Xiaoling or Chen Yuan, both Chen Yuan and the 2 little ones would have been in big trouble. If Xiaoling was attacked, it would result in an inability to limit its speed. And if Chen Yuan was attacked, he could have been directly done for, which would cause tremendous damage to the 2 little ones. However, none of this happened. The opponent was completely drawn to Jin's. This was because the spikes piercing through the wolf pack were all infused with Jin's aura. Therefore, Jin's became the primary target of the Gale Wolves. After the battle ended, Chen Yuan directly sat down on the ground. He was amazed. It was the first time using an energy cube to lure a 3rd-tier creature, and such an event occurred. While complaining, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a bottle of recovery potion and an energy cube. The 2 little ones immediately came over upon seeing this. Chen Yuan handed the energy cube to the 2 little ones while applying the potion to Jin's wounds. After consuming the energy cube, Xiaoling's body shone brightly. Xiaoling had reached the 3rd tier. This left Chen Yuan stunned, and he immediately broke into a smile. This time, the danger was not encountered in vain. Indeed, it is said that those who survive great calamities will have good fortune afterward. At this point, Chen Yuan's 2 goals were achieved. Xiaoling broke through to the 3rd tier, and Jeans reached level 20.